Chapter 1. The Failure of Assessment. In Kayong County, within the county office, a considerable number of young men stood in line, eager to join the ranks of the local constabulary as constables. Lin Feng was clad in a short shirt, which had been mended multiple times and was ill-fitting for his stature. His fabric shoes bore the marks of several repairs as well. Like many others, he squatted in a corner, clutching a numbered token, awaiting the summons of the constable responsible for the assessments. With his tall frame and strikingly handsome face, his bright, piercing eyes made him stand out amongst the crowd. Since his arrival in this world, today marked his 16th birthday. Several months prior, his father in this world, a squad leader in the military, had perished at the hands of malevolent beasts while valiantly defending against them. He was left with his mother and younger sister. With the loss of his father's military income amidst this chaotic era rife with monsters, their family not only faced the ever-looming threat of attack from these creatures, but also lost the most stable source of their livelihood. Life became increasingly arduous for them. For the past 3 months, they had relied solely on his mother's meager earnings from laundry and needlework to survive. His sister, still quite young, looked as frail as a bean sprout from hunger. Fortunately, a month ago, many constables had perished while combating the monsters, creating an urgent need for recruitment. Thus, Lin Feng decided to register. Becoming a constable, although lacking formal status, would at least provide a modest monthly stipend and a bag of rice. There were also some unofficial earnings that could allow their family to live more like human beings in this turbulent world. Moreover, it offered a degree of protection against bullying. Though becoming a constable came with the ever-present danger of encountering the supernatural, without this job, their small family would soon find themselves unable to endure. As winter approached, the number of those who succumbed to starvation would only increase. Number 11. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, a voice echoed from within the room. He rose, adjusted his attire in an attempt to appear more presentable, and stepped toward the inner chamber. At that moment, a young man, of similar build, emerged with a smile on his face. Clearly having been accepted, soon he would join the constabulary. Lin Feng recognized him. His father was also a soldier who had met his end in the same battle against the monsters. Seeing the young man so at ease filled Lin Feng with a sense of lightness. Rumor had it that the offspring of military personnel were afforded some preferential treatment. As he entered the room and presented his token, he greeted, "Greetings, sir. I am the 11th candidate, Lin Feng." Lin Feng, the son of the Lin family? The constable took a sip from his teacup, squinting as he regarded Lin Feng. "Yes, sir, that is indeed me." Lin Feng felt a surge of joy upon realizing that the constable recognized his father's name. Could this be a stroke of luck? "Now, lift that stone lock weighing around 100 jin and show me." The constable pointed to a pair of identical stone locks near the wall. "Of course, sir." Lin Feng understood that the assessment criteria required him to lift the 100 jin stone lock. He had also heard through the grapevine that those who could take shortcuts would only need to lift the lighter stone locks. Although both pairs looked identical on the outside, they were quite different internally. One pair was hollow, significantly lighter than it appeared. Lin Feng, already slender, knew that even the lighter lock would require considerable strength. Should he mishandle it, he risked injuring himself. Meanwhile, the constable merely sipped his tea, observing Lin Feng with a calm demeanor. However, when Lin Feng assumed a horse stance, he noticed a slight change in the constable's expression as he remarked, "Your horse stance is quite commendable. Thank you for the compliment, sir." "My late father taught me for a time," Lin Feng replied, bending down to grasp the lock's handle with both hands. With a determined effort, he expected to lift the lock effortlessly, but it only budged a few inches. "What's this? No shortcuts taken?" Lin Feng held on, glancing at the constable, who remained indifferent. Damn it, the information was wrong. But now is not the time to dwell on that. If he couldn't lift it, he would lose this precious opportunity. Lin Feng steeled himself, moving closer to the stone lock, positioning himself above it in a horse stance, intending to rely on his well-developed physique and the skills learned from his father to hoist the lock with sheer determination. After all, he was the only male in the family now. If he faltered, who would his mother and sister rely on? "Huh!" With a powerful shout, he summoned strength from his legs, coordinating his waist and stance. Holding his breath, Lin Feng managed to lift the 100 jin stone lock with sheer force. The constable, witnessing this feat, displayed no outward emotion, yet some tea spilled from his cup. This young man actually lifted it, but it was futile. This office would not provide him a meal. Soon, the constable returned to his indifferent demeanor, continuing to watch Lin Feng. 3 seconds passed. "Sir, it has been quite some time. Is it not yet sufficient?" Lin Feng struggled to speak, his face flushed from exertion. "Not yet." The constable leisurely blew away the foam from his teacup and took a sip. 3 more seconds elapsed. "Sir." Enough. It's not time yet. I will decide when it is. Before Lin Feng could finish, the constable interrupted impatiently. In the end, Lin Feng failed the assessment. He stepped out of the door, his face a mask of despondency. He could not comprehend. As a soldier's offspring, others had easily taken shortcuts. Yet he, having gone through the proper channels, still could not secure the position. Even after the ordeal, Lin Feng had pulled out 2 taels of silver hidden in his clothes, hoping to persuade the constable to show him mercy and grant him a chance. However, the man merely glanced away and dismissed him. This was the very thing he found most perplexing. Clearly, he had been targeted. The constable wouldn't even accept the silver, intent on ensuring his failure. In this world, no one turned down money unless it was for greater wealth or power. But he bore no ill will toward anyone, and his deceased father was a kind-hearted man. What could possibly warrant the ire of a powerful figure against him? What was truly happening? Why was it so difficult for a lowly individual, merely seeking to survive and provide for his family, to find a way? Lin Feng clenched his fists, the strain from lifting the stone lock sending jolts of pain through his nerves. Unbeknownst to him, he exited the county office. "Elder brother, how did it go?" At that moment, a voice called out, and his cousin Lin Yu approached, looking anxious. He was a year younger than Lin Feng and had grown up alongside him, sharing a similar tall stature. "It's over, I couldn't get in." "What? How could that be? Was it a lack of funds?" "I can go to the gang and borrow some." Lin Yu expressed his sympathy for Lin Feng's plight, then proposed another course of action. "No need, it's not about the money. Let's head back. If we're late, your aunt will worry." Lin Feng replied, "Alas, brother, if you can't get in, then so be it. I reserved a feast at Wang Pengzi's place to celebrate your birthday. Now let's go enjoy a drink." Disregarding Lin Feng's protests, Lin Yu pulled him along. Upon arriving at the tavern, Lin Feng gazed at the sumptuous spread, 4 dishes and a soup, 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, a feast fit for the new year. His cousin certainly knew how to treat him. With the outcome already determined, they might as well indulge. "Brother, today is your birthday. Allow me to toast you." Lin Yu raised his cup in salute to Lin Feng. With a hearty clink of their cups, Lin Feng downed the drink in one go. The fiery liquor ignited his senses and sent warmth down his throat. Feeling a bit tipsy, he continued to drink several more cups, and unexpectedly, a virtual panel appeared before him amid the haze. Chapter 2. The Panel. Lin Feng stared at the ethereal panel before him, shaking his head and rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He wondered if he had indeed consumed too much liquor, hallucinating from the effects. After all, since his arrival in this world, he had never truly indulged in alcohol. Could it be that he was experiencing alcohol poisoning on his first drink? Name: Lin Feng. Cultivation method: breaking the array technique. Cultivation level: external refinement stage, skin refinement 0-100. Divine ability 1, consumption. Technique: tiger roar, fist 0-20. Enhancement points 1. Lin Feng gazed at the simplistic panel, which seemed to be genuinely real. Excitement surged within him. His golden opportunity had arrived. Finally, like many others who had traversed worlds, he had attempted to discover how to trigger his golden finger even in the fetal stage, but to no avail. Yet after a few cups of liquor today, it had manifested. Realizing that those around him were oblivious to the panel, he began to explore its contents. Having read numerous novels in his past life, he understood what this panel signified and its likely functions. Seeing the cultivation level and technique with a sign beside them, he recognized this was a mechanism for rapidly enhancing his skills and cultivation. Naturally, the enhancement points were what he could allocate. Yet, how does one acquire these enhancement points? Could it be through the divine ability consumption? Lin Feng mused silently. As soon as he contemplated this, the panel seemed to sense his thoughts. It entered a piece of information into his mind. Now I see. No wonder there are enhancement points. In summary, consuming food can elevate one's enhancement points. The more energy contained, the higher the level, the more enhancement points one can gain. It's that simple. Lin Feng finally grasped the function of this panel. "Brother, why are you dawdling? Eat some vegetables. Don't just drink." Lin Yu thought his elder brother was still mired in the recent defeat and sought to divert his attention. He served a generous portion of vegetables into his bowl. "Oh, right," Lin Feng responded. Then while eating the vegetables, he continued to investigate. Soon, the two began to devour their food ravenously. An hour later, feeling satisfied and full, the brothers exited the tavern and walked back to the shanty town outside the city, then parted ways. Lin Yu headed back to the territory under the jurisdiction of the Dideo gang. In these times, mingling with gangs was a necessity, though he was merely a lowly lackey. He often faced the dangers of skirmishes, injuries, and even the risk of death. Yet at least he would not be easily bullied by others. Lin Feng glanced at his panel, which now displayed that his enhancement points had increased to 3. Though this meal was not inexpensive, and the wine was the essence of grain, but to gain 3 points in such a short span was astonishingly rapid. At this rate, with 3 meals a day, wouldn't I be able to achieve the pinnacle of skin refinement in just 10 days or half a month? Lin Feng mused, startled by such speed. He knew that his father was quite accomplished already. Under scarce resources, it took his father more than 10 years to cultivate skin refinement to its peak, yielding a punch with at least 1,000 pounds of force. Could he achieve such a feat in merely half a month? Let's see how effective it is. With that, Lin Feng cautiously allocated all 3 enhancement points to the cultivation section. Name, Lin Feng. Technique, breaking array secret. Cultivation, exterior refinement skin refinement 3100. Divine power 1, consumption. Skills, Tiger Roar, Fist 020. Enhancement points, 0. As Lin Feng completed the allocation, he surprisingly comprehended the foundational skin refinement technique, breaking array secret, which he had been unable to practice due to a lack of food and clothing. He then felt a warm energy coursing through his body. Once it dissipated, the strain from his previous injuries had healed, and the pallor from hunger had improved. He felt revitalized. Skin refinement is divided into early, mid, late, and perfection stages. I must be at the equivalent of the early stage now. I feel an abundance of strength within me. I long to unleash it. Lin Feng spoke to himself. He then cast his gaze around and noticed a medium-sized stone mill weighing around 200 to 300 pounds nearby. That was a communal stone mill used by the residents of the shantytown. Lin Feng approached the stone mill, placed his hands on either side, and with a gentle effort, surprisingly lifted it. Though it required some exertion, he managed to raise it. Earlier, he had struggled with a 100-pound stone lock, and now he was making a 200 to 300-pound stone mill weep. Watching the remnants atop the mill tumble down, Lin Feng dared not continue. He set it down. Finally confirming the efficacy of the panel, he felt an immense sense of relief. In the next moment, he joyfully headed home. His steps felt light. After all, possessing the panel meant he had the means to survive in this chaotic world. Though a single stronger individual or malevolent being could easily claim his life, it was still better than having no hope at all. Not long after, Lin Feng approached his home. At that moment, a cacophony of voices echoed from afar. Lin saw, I heard your son Lin Feng did not become a constable. About the money I lent you yesterday, could you return it to me? Ernyo's father is counting on that money for his leg. From the Lin family, we are in the same boat. Our supplies are nearly depleted without those 30 coins. Our family will be left to starve tomorrow. Elder sister, our family is preparing to marry off a daughter. That silver coin needs to be reserved for new clothes for the bride. We can't let her come over without even a change of attire, can we? The clamor continued, and though Lin Feng could only catch fragments, he understood the situation concerning his neighbors. The 2 taels of silver he carried were precisely what these neighbors had voluntarily given him upon hearing he was to participate in the constable examination. After all, everyone knew that in this world, without money to grease the wheels, no one would spare a glance at commoners like him. As a military family member, Lin Feng had an inherent advantage in the constable examination, especially since there were a considerable number of constables being recruited this time. It could be said that entering the government office and receiving a portion of rations was nearly guaranteed. Thus, these neighbors hastily came to offer money, hoping for an early investment, anticipating that once Lin Feng became a constable, he would look after them. Yet now, news of his failure to pass the examination had somehow spread. All the neighbors rushed over the same day to demand their money back. Such a display was utterly disgraceful. They had no shame whatsoever. Though outwardly frail, his mother possessed an inner strength. She wore a forced smile and promised the crowd that she would return the money as soon as Lin Feng was home. However, tears glistened in her eyes. At that moment, her heart was in turmoil. She thought of her husband who had passed away not long ago. Their family survived on a meager pension and her meager earnings. After several months of struggle, it seemed they had finally secured an opportunity for her son to obtain a good job. But now it had vanished. How would they live on? With a smile plastered on her face, she turned away and discreetly wiped her tears when no one was looking. Beside her, Lin Xiaomei was startled by the uproar. She clutched her mother's clothing, her eyes wide, observing the various individuals with their distinct appearances. She did not understand how the previously harmonious neighborhood had turned into such a sight. They resembled monsters. As Lin Feng approached and witnessed this scene, a surge of anger welled up within him. He set down the food he had brought for his mother and sister. Grasping the butcher's knife left at Zhu Tuo's door, he strode forward. Chapter 3. Is the marriage off? What are you doing? Everyone quiet down. Lin Feng's voice boomed like thunder in a clear sky. The crowd was taken aback. They did not expect that the usually gentle and taciturn youth would possess such commanding presence. At that moment, he stood at the entrance of his home, wielding a glimmering butcher's knife. The residents of the shanty town were forced to retreat. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Don't act impulsively. At that moment, his mother reacted and hurriedly grasped his hand, attempting to wrest the knife from him. If Lin Feng truly harmed someone, their family would be utterly doomed. Mother, please take Xiaomei inside. Close the door and do not come out. I will handle this matter. Lin Feng spoke softly to his mother, offering her a reassuring glance. Understanding her son was never reckless, Lin mother complied, pulling her daughter into the house and shutting the door. Brother Lin, indeed, we are in dire need of money. Your uncle's legs are not well, and we rely on these funds for his treatment. Yes, our family is also on the brink of starvation. Lin Feng, that money must first be returned to us. My family too. Sanshir is about to marry, and we cannot provide no bride price at all. This money was borrowed from your family, not given freely. Upon hearing one person speak, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, each clamoring to express their grievances. Lin Feng listened again, having come to a clear understanding of the true nature of this group of people. Given this, every single one of them will be accounted for. Once he achieves success in the future, he shall no longer be compelled to assist them. Observing the crowd's fervent outpouring of words, the situation threatened to spiral out of control. Lin Feng raised his hand and struck a nearby cutting board with a knife. With a resounding thud, the butcher's knife sank several inches into the board. Had Lin Feng not controlled his strength, he could have effortlessly cleaved it in two. Having endured a life of hardship since childhood, he could not bear to part with that cutting board. Silence. Came another thunderous shout. The onlookers stepped back once more, eyeing the butcher's knife warily. Aunt Nyo, Uncle Nyo, your leg has been crippled for several years now. Only now do you think of seeking help? And what of Aunt Zhang? Has your family run out of provisions? I saw Shizi drinking with Wang Pengzi in the inner city just yesterday. The most absurd of all is you, Uncle Wu. Is Sanshir truly seeking to marry into your family? Is he looking for a bride or merely a means of securing a place in your household? Lin Feng pointed at the three individuals who had shouted the loudest and feigned the greatest distress. Upon hearing his words, the trio's faces shifted from pale to flushed. It was evident that every word Lin Feng uttered struck true, piercing their hearts like a needle. For a moment, they were rendered speechless by their shame. The others exchanged glances, for Lin Feng's parents had always shown kindness to everyone. Now, seeing their son fall from grace, they felt it was truly ungracious to kick him while he was down. Moreover, the money had been willingly given to them, and they had previously insisted it did not need to be repaid. Yet now, they had swiftly altered their stance, claiming it was a loan. Such thoughts lingered only briefly. As the crowd prepared to speak again, Lin Feng interjected, Enough. The money will be returned in full 3 days hence, delivered to each of your homes, dear neighbors. Should anyone utter another word, I would not hesitate to let this butcher's knife taste blood. Lin Feng let out a cold snort, quietly observing the crowd, his right hand resting upon the handle of a butcher's knife. The inhabitants of the shanty town, upon encountering Lin Feng's piercing gaze, found themselves unable to meet his eyes. Some of the more timid among them fell silent, discreetly slipping away from the throng. As one person departed, others followed suit. Hiki, Brother Lin, your words are as solid as nails. We trust you. And Nyo chuckled nervously before also making her exit. Before long, the entire assembly had dispersed. Lin Feng finally withdrew the butcher's knife and returned it to its original place. He picked up the package of food from the ground and then entered the house. Xiaofeng, have they left? Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Lin's mother emerged from the inner room with her daughter. Don't worry, mother. I have already seen them off. Lin Feng comforted her, gently patting his little sister's head as he produced a steamed bun and handed it to her. Lin Man. His younger sister was filled with excitement upon seeing the white bun. Brother, there's a white bun, she exclaimed, eagerly taking it with one hand and biting into it. However, halfway through her bite, she suddenly paused. With her small hands, she divided the bun into 3 pieces, keeping the smallest portion for herself while offering the larger pieces to her brother and mother. The children of the impoverished often grasp certain truths at an earlier age. Even though Lin Man was only 7. You eat, brother. I have plenty of delicious food here. Later, let mother heat it up, and we can all eat together. Lin Feng gently patted his bag, returning the steamed bun to his younger sister. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin's mother turned away, discreetly wiping away her tears. Both of these children are good-hearted, yet we find ourselves amidst a tumultuous and chaotic world. She swiftly composed herself and inquired with concern towards Lin Feng. Why did you purchase such a large bundle? Why didn't you simply hand them the money directly? Is it true that military families are given leeway, yet still cannot enter? Mother, this is what you brought me from the tavern earlier. On our way back, we decided to bring a little something for you. Alas, it seems that those participating in the recruitment are rather formidable. The officials took the silver, yet I was still unable to pass. However, do not worry. The silver is already secured. I informed them just now that I shall repay them in 3 days. Lin Feng returned to the Dao, his demeanor relaxed and exuding confidence. Wishing to put his mother at ease regarding the matter of recruitment, he resorted to deception, believing that revealing the truth would only cause unnecessary worry for his family. As for the silver, it served as his initial capital. To swiftly enhance his strength, he knew that financial resources were indispensable. What means are at your disposal? Mother Lin shook her head with a sigh. She then entered the room and retrieved a silver hairpin from the wooden floor. Upon emerging, she took Lin Feng's hand and placed the hairpin into his palm. Use this hairpin to settle the debt, she said. Mother, this is the last memento your father left for you. I assure you, I have a plan, and this hairpin is hardly worth 2 taels of silver. Trust me. Lin Feng gazed at the silver hairpin, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. Yet, he maintained a smile on his face as he gently persuaded his mother, Lin. Mother Lin glanced at Lin Feng, seeking to discern any subtle clues from his expression. Yet, Lin Feng maintained an air of unwavering confidence, prompting her to ultimately reclaim the hairpin. Xiao Feng, Sister Lin, are you there? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, belonging to Lin Feng's future father-in-law, the butcher Zhu. The Zhu and Lin families had been neighbors for over 20 years, and Lin Feng had grown up alongside Zhu Chui'er, the butcher's daughter, in a childhood marked by innocent affection. Since last year, the two families had established a betrothal agreement, with only the final act of bringing Zhu Chui'er home remaining. It was indeed the arrival of the in-laws. Hearing the sound, Mother Lin approached and opened the door, welcoming in the butcher Zhu, Aunt Zhu, and Zhu Chui'er. Upon entering, a hint of embarrassment crossed the butcher Zhu's face, rendering him momentarily speechless. Soon after, Aunt Zhu nudged him from behind, casting a disapproving glance his way. Zhu Chui'er, too, hid behind her parents. After a considerable pause, the butcher finally spoke. Sister-in-law, what if we were to call off the engagement between Xiao Feng and Chui'er? Chapter 4. The Cancellation of Engagement. Sister-in-law, what if we were to call off the engagement between Xiao Feng and Chui'er? What does this mean? Upon hearing these words, Lin's mother felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Could it be that we have committed some grave error? The butcher, Zhu, upon hearing this, faltered once more, unable to articulate a response. At this juncture, Anju interjected, No, dear sister-in-law, we have always held a favorable view of young Feng. However, not long ago, Su San from the fabric shop in the outer city mentioned that his son has taken a fancy to our Chui'er. He has been sending gifts with alarming frequency, and lamented that if his son cannot win Chui'er's affection, he might resort to desperate measures. This predicament leaves us in quite a quandary. The voice of Mother Lin suddenly rose several degrees, displaying a rare expression of indignation. How did your brother Lin treat your family during his lifetime? For several years of famine, it was our family that provided for you, allowing your household to endure. Were it not for us, your Chui'er would have long been sold off by the two of you. Regarding her son's matrimonial affairs, as an elder, Mother Lin naturally felt compelled to defend her position. Meanwhile, Lin Feng maintained a calm demeanor, silently observing, his thoughts known only to himself. Upon hearing these words, Butcher Zhu and his wife revealed expressions of guilt. Zhu Chui'er, with her head bowed, still hid behind her parents. Her delicate face flushed slightly, her hands resting at her sides, occasionally smoothing her new garments. While she furtively glanced at Lin Feng, her beauty was already notable, and now, having received numerous advantages from the Su family, dressed in new clothes and enjoying meat, her demeanor had brightened. Her graceful figure rendered her the object of affection for Su's son. Sister-in-law, I am aware of the kindness your family has shown ours. The 2 taels of silver from yesterday need not be repaid by Xiao Feng. Consider it a token of gratitude to your family. We, too, had no other choice. In the future, once Chui'er marries into the Su family, we shall not forget you. At this moment, Butcher Zhu spoke up. I shall not engage in debate with you. It is merely the silver from the Su family that has left you dazed. What choice did you have? Lin's mother let out a cold snort, then turned to Zhu Chui'er and inquired, Chui'er, is it your father and mother who are pressuring you? You have always been intelligent and sensible since childhood, and your bond with Xiao Feng is quite strong. How can you possibly consider someone like Susan's son, who limps and is utterly unrefined, with his features so grotesquely fused together? Your auntie, Zhu Chui'er glanced at Lin Feng, whose handsome face seemed to exude an undeniable masculinity today. Yet, she also reminisced about the recent period of having her needs met, a stark contrast to the days of persistent hunger she had endured in the past. The thought of relinquishing such a life was unbearable. If Lin Feng were to become a constable, there might still be hope for a better future. However, she had already heard that he had been dismissed from the selection. Moreover, being a constable did not guarantee a life of ease akin to that of the Su family. The Su family resided in the outer city, which, while not as prosperous as the inner city, offered a significant degree of safety. The county had treasures for protection and skilled guardians to maintain order, rendering it rare for ordinary demons and monsters to wreak havoc within the city confines. Yet, in the dilapidated districts and the small villages beyond the city, gruesome incidents involving demons were all too common. Who would willingly remain in such dire conditions if not compelled by circumstance? Ultimately, as she cast one last glance at Lin Feng, she felt a profound sense of disappointment for the young man she had grown up alongside. He possessed neither wealth nor capability, unable even to secure the position of a constable. Could he truly offer me happiness? Could he provide the life I desire? It is indeed easy to transition from frugality to luxury, yet arduous to descend from luxury back to frugality. Zhu Chui'er had savored the pleasures of a good life, and the thought of losing such comforts was more unbearable than death itself. No worries, she reassured. If it is your parents who are compelling you, Auntie will advocate for you. Mother Lin inquired once more. Lin Feng gazed at him, while Lin Man, beside him, took the last bite of her steamed bun. She remained oblivious to the complexities of the interactions among the men and women surrounding her. With wide eyes, she alternated her gaze between her mother and elder brother, and then glanced at the Zhu butcher's family. Sister Chui'er, did we not agree that you would marry my brother and become my sister-in-law? Lin Mantian innocently inquired, causing Zhu Chui'er's face to flush even deeper. However, she did not hesitate and provided her answer. Auntie, I listened to my father and mother. Lin's mother's chest heaved violently, visibly agitated. Ah, mother. At that moment, Lin Feng interjected to quell her distress. Uncle Zhu? Aunt Zhu. It is indeed a fortunate occasion that Chui'er has found a good match. If there is nothing further, please take your leave. When the time comes for the wedding, do let me know, and I shall prepare a gift of congratulations. Lin Feng did not cast a glance at Zhu Chui'er. He then raised his hand, signaling the three of them to return home. In his previous life, he hailed from the Blue Planet. What woman had he not encountered? Lin's mother could not fathom why Zhu Chui'er had changed her heart. How could she still be oblivious? It was merely a matter of wealth. Were this said in a past life, most women would not feel the slightest remorse like Zhu Chui'er did. Instead, they would vociferously admonish Lin Feng, proclaiming that a toad should not aspire to eat swan meat. Lacking the means, how could one expect to marry? Shouldn't love entail allowing me to pursue my own happiness? And so forth, with statements of such lofty pretensions. Love? What a farce. Lin Feng silently chastised himself. Upon hearing his words, Zhu the butcher's face grew increasingly remorseful. Yet a sense of relief washed over him. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhu was already beaming with joy, eagerly pulling her daughter away. Thank you, Xiaofeng. We shall not impose any longer. We will take our leave now. Zhu Chui'er, with tear-streaked eyes, cast a glance at Lin Feng before ultimately following her mother out. She could not comprehend why Lin Feng, who had always been so attentive and accommodating, now appeared so indifferent. Was his previous concern merely a facade? Indeed. The words of men are often deceptive. There seems to be no virtue among them. Observing Lin Feng's nonchalant demeanor, Zhu Chui'er felt a twinge of grievance as she dragged her father away. As the family departed, Lin Feng's mother comforted him with a smile, saying, Xiaofeng, it's all right. It's merely a matter of a daughter-in-law. I can find you another. Yes, big brother, I will help you too. At that moment, Lin Man chimed in, despite her uncertainty about how to assist. Haha, mother, I am fine. Today's rare purchase of such delicious food means you all haven't had meat in ages. Let us feast together. With the presence of a newly acquired panel, Lin Feng was able to digest swiftly. After the series of events earlier, he felt ready to indulge in a grand meal once more. Before long, Lin Feng's mother warmed up the dishes and steamed buns, and the three of them began to feast. The succulent pig's head meat, dripping with grease, and half a roast chicken paired with the buns surpassed even the festive meals of the new year, especially the little girl, whose belly swelled round with food. Had it not been for the intervention of her mother and Lin Feng, she surely would have overindulged. This meal, consisting of two meaty dishes, left them thoroughly satisfied, a rare luxury for those at the bottom of society. With the conclusion of dinner, Lin Feng's enhancement points increased once more. Chapter 5. Divine Ability 2. Overcoming Tribulations. Name: Lin Feng Cultivation Technique. Breaking Array Technique. Cultivation Level: External Refinement Realm, Skin Refinement, 3100. Divine Ability 1. Consumption Technique. Tiger Roar Fist, 020. Enhancement Points: 1. Lin Feng adjusted the panel before him, and then he allocated a point to his cultivation. In the next moment, he felt a warm current flowing within his body, and his strength seemed to increase slightly. Although the growth was not as dramatic as when he first entered the initial stage of skin refinement, every little bit counts, and small increments can lead to significant progress. If he were to make further advancements tomorrow, it might be wise to invest a point into the Tiger Roar Fist, as this would considerably enhance his combat prowess. Lin Feng mused to himself. The Tiger Roar Fist is a common martial art within the military, accompanied by the array-breaking techniques of the foundational method. The techniques are generally categorized into 4 realms: entry-level, minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection. Although Lin Feng had possessed this martial art for some time, the food he consumed could not be squandered on training. Once he began his practice, the energy within him dissipated rapidly, leaving him susceptible to hunger. Consequently, he had only mastered a superficial form, beneficial for strengthening his physique but utterly ineffectual for combat. Thus, he had yet to even reach the threshold of entry. Currently, the resources at his disposal amounted to scarcely 2 taels of silver, barely sufficient to elevate his capabilities by a few points, rendering him incapable of achieving the mid-stage breakthrough in skin refining. Silver. Money. How to acquire it? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth, deep in contemplation. In the absence of strength, relying solely on oneself is undoubtedly futile. Thus, seeking the support of a powerful ally becomes the most prudent choice. Within the town of Kaiyang, the power dynamics are generally divided among 3 factions. The first, led by the county magistrate and his subordinate offices, is clearly inaccessible, hence, it can be disregarded. The remaining 2 factions present alternative options. One comprises local families and gangs, which could serve as a potential fallback. Should my cultivation reach the mid-stage of skin refinement, I might have the opportunity to serve as a bodyguard for some affluent families, allowing me to gradually build my strength. Alternatively, I could join a gang, much like IU, to ensure my basic needs are met. Yet, this route lacks formal organization. The final faction is the reserve camp of the demon-slaying division, offering excellent benefits and a worry-free existence. Those who excel may even gain entry into the esteemed demon-slaying division, promising a bright future. Although facing formidable demons is daunting, the rewards are remarkably enticing. However, even the reserve camp has stringent assessments, requiring candidates to achieve perfection in skin refinement by the age of 20. With the right panel, I should have no issues, yet the crux of the matter lies in my lack of funds. After some reflection, Lin Feng resolved to enter the town the following day, relying on his current cultivation to seek quick employment opportunities to resolve his debts to the neighbors within 3 days. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, Lin Feng arose early. Lin's mother has already prepared breakfast. The meal consists of bran mixed with a bit of corn porridge, a rather unpalatable yet essential fare. It has been consumed by the family for several months now, as they have had to endure its toughness for the sake of survival. After finishing breakfast, Lin's mother went off to work, taking Lin Man along with her. Meanwhile, Lin Feng planned to head into the city in search of opportunities to earn some money. However, he had not walked far when Old Wu from the slaughterhouse hurriedly approached him. "Good morning, Lin." "Good morning, Uncle Wu. Why are you here instead of the slaughterhouse?" Lin Feng expressed his confusion. It is indeed the case that the butcher Zhu has ceased his work these past few days. Alas, you are aware of it. Old Wu smiled awkwardly, apprehensive that mentioning the butcher Zhu might offend the young man before him. Hee, it's nothing, Uncle Wu. Please feel free to speak your mind. Lin Feng discerned that Old Wu sought his assistance and spoke with a smile. It so happens that a rather large beast has arrived at the slaughterhouse today. Zhu the butcher refuses to handle it, and no one else is capable. We can only ask for your help, as you have lent your hand there numerous times over the past few years and are quite familiar with the place. Old Wu scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. I see. In that case, I shall accompany you. Old Wu was a good-hearted and honest man, being the brother-in-law of the slaughterhouse owner, and he typically oversaw the operations there. Lin Feng usually accompanied Zhu the butcher to assist him, who often invited him to stay for a meal and even offered him some money. It was indeed a task worth undertaking. Skills are never a burden, and although Zhu the butcher had not meticulously taught Lin Feng, he had still managed to learn a few techniques. He had even handled some substantial beasts. As they conversed, the two hurried towards the slaughterhouse. According to Wu Laosan, a massive wild boar had arrived today, known for its ferocious temperament. When dealing with such a creature, the process of slaughter must be swift, precise, and ruthless. A single misstep could lead to chaos and potential injury. Before long, Lin Feng and Wu Laosan reached the slaughterhouse. Wu Laosan gathered a few workers and led Lin Feng to the iron cage where the wild boar was confined. The boar's front leg had been broken by a trap, leaving it exhausted and lying in the cage. Upon sensing the presence of humans nearby, it immediately became alert, its bristles standing on end, and its crimson eyes glaring at the onlookers as it huffed and puffed, weighing between 400 to 500 pounds. Even the slightest movement caused the heavy iron cage to rattle. Be cautious. Earlier, when we attempted to make our move, it went berserk and injured Dolly, nearly allowing it to escape. Wu Laosan warned Lin Feng, still shaken by the memory. Then, a tall and muscular worker took advantage of the boar's momentary distraction, stretching a lasso into the cage and successfully securing it around the boar's neck. However, the boar suddenly shook its head, and the immense force caused the lasso to slip from the worker's grip. The swift retraction of the lasso resulted in the worker losing a layer of skin from his hand. Ah! The worker cried out in agony. The others were left at a loss for how to proceed. What should we do? This creature seems almost supernatural. Who can subdue it? Wu Laosan instructed the injured worker to seek treatment, his brow furrowed in concern. The group exchanged glances, each hesitant to take further action. Perhaps I should give it a try. Lin Feng spoke up at that moment. You? The crowd recognized Lin Feng, a mere 16-year-old boy, still wet behind the ears. Did he really think he could lasso a wild boar? Better not. If you get hurt, no one will be left to handle it. Wu Laosan interjected. Do not underestimate me. Despite my slender frame, I possess considerable strength. There is no alternative now, so let me have a go. Lin Feng offered no further explanation. Having completed his task, he needed to rush into the city for other matters. Observing the hesitance of others, Wu Laosan had no choice but to let Lin Feng take a chance. Subsequently, one individual positioned himself on the opposite side to divert the wild boar's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng deftly employed a lasso, expertly aiming it around the neck of the great wild boar. With a swift pull, the lasso firmly ensnared the creature's neck. The wild boar, taken aback, thrashed its head in a desperate attempt to break free. However, it was all in vain. Despite the immense force that dragged Lin Feng a short distance, leaving 2 deep furrows in the ground, the lasso remained steadfastly secured in his grip. Urgently, he called out to Wu Laosan and the others, reminding them to join forces. After all, should the wild boar go wild, even he would struggle to subdue it. Subsequently, 5 individuals sprang into action, for seizing the boar's legs while one grasped its tail, with nowhere to leverage its strength. The great wild boar was finally subdued by the collective effort of the group. Lin Feng handed the pole to another person, seized the nearby slaughtering knife, and swiftly opened the cage. With deft precision, he plunged the blade into the neck of the wild boar. A swift twist of the knife severed its artery, and in an instant, blood gushed forth. Lin Feng was taken aback. Shintong 2, Dui. Chapter 6, The Part-Time Slaughterhouse. The wild boar, struggling incessantly, compelled Lin Feng to divert his attention towards it. The other 6 individuals, on the brink of losing their grip, were nearly overwhelmed by the tremendous force unleashed in the life-and-death struggle of the boar. Lin Feng firmly secured the butcher's knife, preventing it from slipping, while continuously inflicting damage upon the wild boar. With one foot, he pressed against its back, alleviating pressure for the others. The anguished cries and furious roars of the beast echoed throughout the slaughterhouse. After a considerable period, the wild boar's struggles began to diminish, eventually settling into a state of tranquility. The 7 individuals finally relaxed, collapsing onto the ground, wiping the sweat from their brows. This creature indeed possessed immense strength. After a brief respite, Wu Laosan took a deep breath, retrieved the smoking pipe from his waist, and approached the fire to light it. After taking a few puffs, he returned to instruct everyone to lift the boar onto the chopping board. Xiaofeng, the next step is yours, Wu Laosan said to Lin Feng. No problem, Uncle Wu. Upon hearing Wu Laosan's words, Lin Feng finally came to a realization. Just a moment ago, when he glanced at the panel, he was overwhelmed with delight. Name, Lin Feng Technique. Breaking Array Technique Cultivation Level. External Refinement Realm. Skin Refinement, 4100. Divine Ability 1. Consumption Divine Ability 2. Crossing Tribulation Skill. Tiger Roar Fist, 020. Enhancement Points, 2 now. The panel had indeed displayed an additional divine ability. crossing tribulations, and his enhancement points had increased by 2. Every living being inherently possesses a certain degree of malevolence, varying only in intensity. This divine ability, crossing tribulations, allows Lin Feng to absorb the malevolent energy from the beings he vanquishes and convert it into enhancement points. The massive wild boar he had just defeated was rather extraordinary, saturated with malevolence, and had directly granted him 2 enhancement points. How could this not leave him astounded? How could he not feel elated? At this moment, he was brimming with confidence for the future, and new thoughts began to emerge in his mind. With the acquisition of the Crossing Tribulations ability, it was imperative that he secure a part-time position at the slaughterhouse. After all, it required merely a short amount of time each day. Moreover, with Zhu the Butcher now having connections to the Su family, it was likely that he would soon abandon this job and relocate to the outer city. The slaughterhouse was in need of personnel. Earning at least 5 coins of silver per month from the slaughterhouse not only promised a means of strengthening his abilities but also an opportunity to generate income. How splendid it would be to establish such a virtuous cycle. As Lin Feng contemplated, he grasped the butcher's knife and swiftly processed the wild boar with precision. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's skillful completion of the task, old Wu San approached, admiring the neatly separated meat and hide. He nodded in satisfaction. Xiaofeng, I didn't expect your skills to nearly rival those of Zhu the Butcher. It seems you may not return. If you have no other pressing matters, why not take on this job here with me? Old Wu San's invitation struck a chord in Lin Feng's heart. Thank you, Uncle Wu. Lin Feng clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, Ha ha, no need for courtesy. Today, I owe it all to you. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss on how to deal with this formidable wild boar. Very well, you may proceed with your tasks. If there are no additional goods, the daily workload is quite limited. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return. After giving his instructions, Wu Lao San, with a cigarette holder in his mouth, ambled off to another location. Lin Feng could no longer contain his excitement. Ever since he discovered the capabilities of his newfound divine abilities, he had set his sights on the chickens and ducks within the slaughterhouse. He then approached a flock of chickens and unleashed a massacre. 2 hours later, it was nearly noon. Lin Feng had slaughtered over a dozen chickens, along with ducks, rabbits, pigeons, and several domestic pigs. He also received 2 enhancement points. Although it was a modest gain, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This was a task he handled with ease. Not all creatures possess the ferocity of that formidable wild boar. Lin Feng had just finished his tasks and was about to depart when Wu Laosan approached, carrying several pieces of wild boar meat. Xiaofeng, take this wild boar meat, he exclaimed. And here are 21, your extra wages for today's hunt. This is not included in your monthly pay. Without giving Lin Feng a chance to refuse, he placed the meat and a string of coins into Lin Feng's hands. This is too much, Uncle Wu. Lin Feng had originally come to offer assistance today, yet unexpectedly, Wu Laosan presented him with both meat and money. This generous gesture took him by surprise. The meat appeared to weigh no less than 3 pounds. A luxury far too extravagant for those at the bottom of society in these times. No need for formalities, take it. Wu Laosan waved his hand, chuckling as he ushered Lin Feng out. Lin Feng felt deeply moved. While there are villains everywhere, there is no shortage of good people. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude once more to Wu Laosan before returning to his humble abode. Those residing in the shanty town often lack the means to afford 3 meals a day, typically subsisting on only breakfast and dinner. At this hour, Lin's mother had yet to return home. Lin Feng ventured out once more, procuring a bag of rice along with an assortment of vegetables. He spent 4 coins and carried 2 hefty bags back home. This did not even include the purchase of meat. The prices were astonishingly high. Nevertheless, the rice would suffice for their sustenance for a while. Subsequently, he prepared a sumptuous meal, cooking all 3 pounds of wild boar meat. He reserved portions for his mother and younger sister, and then indulged in a hearty feast. With the meal consumed, he felt satisfied. Lin Feng felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire body, and then he glanced at the panel. The prompt points had increased by another 2. It seemed that consuming substantial and nutrient-rich food was indeed essential. The wheat bran and corn porridge he had eaten in the morning were utterly ineffective. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Subsequently, he elevated his cultivation by 4 points, allocating the remaining 2 points, one to the Tiger Roar Fist and the other to the Butcher's Technique, acquired after slaughtering chickens and ducks in the morning. Name, Lin Feng Cultivation Method, Breaking Array Technique Cultivation Level, External Refinement Realm, Skin Refinement, 8100, Divine Abilities, 1. Consumption 2. Deliverance Techniques, Tiger Roar Fist, 120, Butcher's Technique, 120, points available, 0 as Lin Feng allocated the 5 enhancement points. He felt an influx of knowledge and experience surge within his mind. The insights gained from the Butcher's Technique rendered him acutely aware of the anatomical structures of various livestock. While he may not yet rival the butcher, he could certainly handle the slaughtering of different animals with remarkable ease, significantly improving his efficiency and cutting his time in half. What once took him an entire morning could now be accomplished in half that time. The gains from the Tiger Roar fist invigorated him even further. In the next moment, he assumed a starting posture, exuding an indomitable spirit, reminiscent of a mighty tiger. He then executed a sequence of the Tiger Roar fist. With the wind of his punches howling and his movements fluid and powerful, the leaves in the small courtyard were swept up in the commotion. Upon completing the entire sequence, Lin Feng delivered a single punch against a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. With a resounding thud, the trunk shuddered violently and leaves cascaded to the ground. This was the hallmark of his mastery in the Tiger Roar fist. The wind of his punches howled, and a single punch sent the leaves tumbling. Lin Feng murmured to himself. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside. The sounds of weeping and the clamor of destruction filled the air. The ruffians from the Green Snake Society had come once more to demand their protection fees. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Chapter 7. Scar Brother. Lin Feng stepped out of the house and beheld 2 henchmen of the Green Serpent Society mercilessly beating a young man. The youth, battered and bloodied, was on the verge of collapse. Onlookers stood by, paralyzed with fear, unwilling to intervene. For beside them loomed a small leader of the Green Serpent Society, known as Scar Brother. In this corner of the shanty town, it is Scar Brother who reigns supreme. With a prominent scar marring his face, his smile resembles a centipede writhing across his features, both grotesque and fearsome. In this territory, he routinely collects protection fees. And breaking bones or severing fingers is a common occurrence. The residents, fearful of inciting his wrath, naturally dare not approach him. As they observe a man on the brink of collapse, it is at this moment that Scar Brother speaks up. Hold your hand. Why resort to such brutality? Do you wish to give the neighbors the impression that Scar Brother is unreasonable? He chuckles sinisterly. Of course not. The main issue is that this brat refuses to listen. Showing no consideration for Scar Brother's difficulties, he dares to argue when I raise the protection fee to 20 coins. Thus, a little persuasion was necessary. One of his underlings finally halts his assault, grinning as he speaks. Indeed, Scar Brother, it is this fool who lacks understanding. Scar Brother and his 2 henchmen engage in their little theatrical performance. Scar Brother, last month's protection fee was merely 15 coins. Now suddenly, it has skyrocketed. Furthermore, there are the various taxes collected by the government, head tax, residence tax, entrance tax, and so forth. Our family of 3 simply cannot bear it any longer. We implore you, Scar Brother, to show us leniency this month. Your great kindness will forever be remembered by our family. Meanwhile, the young man's wife kneels on the ground, one hand cradling their crying infant while the other clutches her husband, who lies prostrate, weeping as she pleads for mercy from Scar Brother. If I show you leniency, who will show me leniency? Scar Brother sneers. In this chaotic era, tears and appeals for sympathy are the most futile defenses for the downtrodden. Yet they remain the only means of compromise available to them, even if often ineffective. I shall return tomorrow, if you have not gathered the funds. The Spring Red Pavilion in the inner city still requires new arrivals. He glances coldly at the crowd, commanding, now, have you prepared the protection fees? Who wishes to end up like Luer's family? As he speaks, Scar Brother's chilling laughter reverberates, causing the onlookers to instinctively recoil, hurriedly retreating to their homes to gather this month's protection fees. They dare not delay for even a moment, fearing a fate akin to that of Luer. Everyone is acutely aware that Scar Brother likely intended to leave Luer in such dire straits. Now, Luer's household is devoid of funds, unable to even afford treatment for his injuries. The inevitable outcome is all too clear. Should they fail to pay the protection fee tomorrow, Luer's wife will likely be sold into the Spring Red Pavilion to serve as a courtesan. With a mere thought, Scar Brother can extinguish the existence of an entire family. The most pitiable of all remains the infant swaddled in their blanket. As for Lin Feng, he is well aware of Luer's family's fate, yet what can he do about it? At present, he is but a slightly stronger ant in this unforgiving world. Although Scar Brother is merely a somewhat robust underling of the Green Snake Society and an inconsequential martial artist, not even having reached the initial stage of skin refining. His position as a small leader is solely due to his elder brother, a formidable figure in the late stage of skin refining and a prominent leader within the organization. However, would he dare to lay a hand on Luer's family? It is simply inconceivable. Without Scarbrother, there are still others to take his place. The plight of those at the bottom remains unchanged. What is most crucial is that should he be discovered, both he and his family would be in peril. Thus, he can only helplessly watch as Liu Er's family faces calamity, powerless to intervene. Soon, his two underlings collected the protection fees from a dozen nearby households. The three then approached Lin Feng's door. "Lin brother, it is time to pay this month's protection fee," Scarbrother said, grinning as he clutched a handful of copper coins. The scar on his face appeared even more menacing. Lin Feng understood that, despite his usual cheerful demeanor, he could be quite ruthless when it came to dealing with others. "Scarbrother, I am well aware of the rules. This is the protection fee for this month." Lin Feng smiled as he handed 60 coins to Scarbrother. "Oh, you really are a sensible lad," Scarbrother remarked while counting the copper coins, a smile gracing his lips. "Hee, Scarbrother, it's nothing. I shall take my leave now, for I have work to attend to." Lin Feng spoke as he turned to leave, unwilling to cast even a glance at these scoundrels. Wait, at that moment, Scarbrother suddenly called out, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. "Xiaofeng, the protection fee has increased this month." "Scarbrother, I am aware of the hike. It has risen from 15 won to 20 won per person for a family of 3. I am giving you 61. That is correct, isn't it?" Lin Feng smiled at Scarbrother and said, "Hee, have you forgotten? Isn't there a family of 4 in your household?" Scarbrother replied, "A family of 4? Lin Feng felt perplexed, and an undercurrent of displeasure stirred within him. He harbored a vague apprehension that this Scarbrother was intent on provoking him today. Indeed, his family had once comprised 4 members, yet his father had passed away a few months prior, a fact that Scarbrother was undoubtedly aware of. In the days when his father was alive, Scarbrother had refrained from demanding protection money. However, since his father's demise, Scarbrother had grown audacious, daring to collect protection fees from his household. It was true that in the past few years, out of respect for his father, Scarbrother had not insisted on such payments. But starting this month, the protection fee would be calculated based on 4 individuals. What? Do you have any objections? Scarbrother's smile faded imperceptibly, his expression turning icy as he stuffed all the coins into a cloth bag. It seemed that at the slightest provocation, he and his 2 lackeys would be ready to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng felt an intense surge of fury erupt within him. His right hand, which had been resting behind his back, clenched into a tight fist, the knuckles turning pale and emitting a faint cracking sound. These thuggish ruffians, even on the smoothest of bones, would scrape off a few morsels of flesh. They were pushing people into a corner. "Young man, do you think you're itching for a fight? Why don't you move a little faster?" At this moment, a nearby lackey rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike, exuding an aura of menace. "Ha, Scarbrother, indeed, if you say 4 heads, then 4 heads it shall be. Here are 20 copper coins as well. Take them." A serene smile suddenly graced Lin Feng's calm visage as he retrieved 20 copper coins from his bosom and handed them over to Scarbrother. "Hee, excellent. Now that's the spirit. Rest assured, should anyone dare to bully you in this territory, simply let me know, and I shall stand up for you." Scarbrother clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder and accepted the coins. At that moment, Lin's mother and Lin Man returned from their labor. Lin's mother was inherently beautiful. Although her clothing was tattered and she appeared somewhat emaciated, her stunning visage could not be concealed. After all, she had given birth to the handsome Lin Feng. Scarbrother brazenly scrutinized Lin's mother with lascivious eyes, then erupted into laughter, departing with his 2 lackeys. Mother Lin, startled, hurriedly shielded Lin Man behind her and then lowered her head, seeking refuge behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng ushered his mother and younger sister into the house, his mind already contemplating how to commit murder without leaving a trace. Chapter 8, Midnight Massacre. Xiaofeng, have they come to collect protection money again? Have you given them the money? After entering the house, Lin's mother finally recovered from the earlier fright and turned to Lin Feng, inquiring, "Did you give it?" Lin Feng spoke. In order to divert his mother's attention, he took out the wild boar meat, vegetables, and rice. "Where did this come from? How did you manage to afford these?" she exclaimed. "This could have been exchanged for bran and corn porridge, enough for us to sustain ourselves for over 10 days. Mother Lin, filled with concern, remarked on the hardship endured over the years. The prospect of consuming meat for 2 consecutive days left her somewhat apprehensive. "Mother, it's all right. Please eat. Little sister will join you." Lin Feng comforted her before recounting his day at the slaughterhouse, where he assisted and secured a part-time job, ultimately receiving pork from Wu Laosan as a gesture of gratitude. Upon hearing Lin Feng's narrative, Lin Mu finally felt at ease. "Your Uncle Wu is a good man. In your future endeavors there, do not be complacent. Ensure you lend a helping hand at all times. As Mother Lin ate, she admonished, "Rest assured, dear mother. I comprehend." Lin Feng remarked, observing his little sister with her mouth full of food and his mother, whose face radiated joy. A profound sense of happiness enveloped Lin Feng's heart. The loved ones by his side must never endure even the slightest harm. As his mother and little sister finished their meal, it was still midday. Lin Feng stepped out of his home, acutely aware that this was not the opportune moment to take action. Thus, he ventured into the city. Spending half a tael of silver to indulge in a pot of wine and a sumptuous array of dishes at a tavern, savoring each bite leisurely. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he meandered through the outer city, only to find no lucrative opportunities. The more desirable jobs had long been seized by those with connections, leaving behind only arduous tasks that yielded scant rewards, even less than the earnings from the slaughterhouse. Subsequently, he purchased a few items and exited the county seat of Kaiyang, wandering through the shanty town. By the time he returned home, the evening had already descended. Lin's mother had prepared the meal, and Lin Feng dined with his family. Subsequently, he converted the 4 enhancement points obtained from his afternoon and evening meals into his cultivation. Name: Lin Feng Technique. Breaking the Array Formula Cultivation Level. External Refinement Stage, Skin Refinement. 12100. Mystical Abilities. Consumption of Elixirs. Overcoming Adversities Techniques. Tiger Roar Fist. 120. Butcher's Skill. 120. Enhancement Points. 0. Upon completing his allocation of points, Lin Feng felt a surge in his strength. His physique underwent a transformation, as his muscles began to swell noticeably. In the dim candlelight of the room, the contours of his upper body muscles became distinctly visible. He then practiced a few sets of punches in the courtyard, acclimating himself to his physical changes before retiring early for the night. In the dead of night, under the dark and windy skies, the shantytown lay in silent stillness. Lin Feng took a moment to reflect and, upon realizing that his family was sound asleep, quietly rose and slipped out of the small courtyard. He tucked a butcher's knife against his back, deeming it quite suitable for dealing with these beasts. Earlier in the day, he had made a special trip to the shantytown to scout the area. The sole establishment for entertainment in the shantytown was a tavern, and he was certain that if Scar had no pressing matters, he would undoubtedly be indulging in drinks there. The timing was perfect, if there were indeed drinks being served. He and his underlings would likely have already partaken to a considerable extent. Soon enough, Lin Feng arrived at the tavern, only to find it unusually quiet that night. From a distance, he could see only the server and the owner present, with no other patrons in sight. Had no one come to drink today? Lin Feng murmured to himself, "It seems I am at home. That is well, sparing me the agony of waiting in vain." Initially, had Scar Brother been present, he would have intended to wait outside until their return before making his move. However, with the absence of his adversary, he had no choice but to venture to his residence for a closer inspection. Lin Feng once again slipped into the shadows, like a ghost, making his way towards Scar Brothers' residence. Scar Brothers' home was easily identifiable, being the largest and most opulent in the shantytown. Upon entering the premises, one would find a spacious courtyard. Indeed, he was at home. Lin Feng listened to the cacophony within, where some were engaged in card games while others indulged in drink. Upon closer inspection, he discerned not only Scar Brother but also 4 additional individuals, each appearing fierce in demeanor yet fundamentally devoid of any combat prowess, mere debauched revelers. Lin Feng swallowed hard, his heart pounding violently within his chest. After all, this was his first experience with taking a life. He then recalled his mother and younger sister, along with the lascivious gaze of Scar Brother, and a surge of righteous fury ignited within him. There could be no hesitation. The waiver would mean defeat. In the next moment, he unsheathed the pig-slaughtering knife tucked at his waist, biting the blade's spine with his teeth. With a firm grip, he effortlessly vaulted over the courtyard wall. Inside the house, the 5 men remained engrossed in their drinking and card games, utterly oblivious to the specter of death drawing near. Lin Feng reached out and took a few steps towards the door. The crowd remained oblivious. In the next moment, the door was flung open. Lin Feng gripped the butcher's knife and stormed in. Before they could react, he plunged the blade into the kidney of the nearest henchman. Just before the strike, he felt an uncanny familiarity with the human form, as if it were merely livestock laid out upon a chopping block. The technique of the butcher. This sensation emanated from his own mastery. In an instant, Lin Feng comprehended his state of being. With one swift thrust, he drove the knife in, withdrew it, and then delivered another strike, horizontally piercing through the gap between 2 ribs, encountering no resistance whatsoever. He then pierced the heart. In the next moment, The butcher's knife was drawn out, and blood swiftly stained the fabric of the victim's clothing. The man collapsed, weakened and lifeless. Lin Feng continued his assault, wielding the knife with precision as it struck the neck of another henchman. The blade sliced through the air with surgical accuracy, seamlessly passing between two vertebrae. Without any hindrance, it severed the man's head in one swift motion. Blood erupted like a fountain, splattering across the faces of Scar and another accomplice standing opposite him. At that moment, the intoxicated duo realized with horror that two of their comrades had already met their demise. Moreover, an enigmatic masked figure had intruded upon their space. With another swift punch, Lin Feng's right fist collided with the temple of the third henchman. The man, startled by the commotion, turned his head only to be met by a devastating blow. The force of Lin Feng's fist, weighing 400 to 500 pounds, sent the man's head crashing against a nearby pillar, leaving him dazed and lifeless. His neck twisted at an unnatural angle. At this juncture, the remaining two were utterly inebriated, their minds fogged, and though they yearned to scream, their tongues betrayed them. Overcome by sheer terror, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Particularly, Scar found himself wetting his pants in fright. The two staggered back a couple of steps. Yet in the next instant, Lin Feng lunged forward, gripping Scar's mouth. With a sickening crack, he dislocated Scar's jaw with a casual motion. Simultaneously, his hand swept again, the knife swiftly slicing through the neck of the other henchman. Blood erupted spectacularly, splattering across Lin Feng's face. Chapter 9. Bountiful Rewards. Late-stage skin refinement. The final henchman was one of those who had mercilessly assaulted Lu Er earlier that morning. Previously, he had exuded an aura of menace. Regarding the lives of Lu Er and his family as inconsequential. Yet now, with his throat laid open, terror filled his eyes, clutching his gaping wound. He desperately attempted to staunch the flow of blood, emitting raspy, pleading sounds as if begging for mercy. But all was in vain. Before long, he collapsed, his body convulsing before falling silent. Meanwhile, Scar continued to struggle fiercely. Witnessing the last of his underlings fall, the palpable fear of death enveloped him like a shroud, igniting within him an overwhelming surge of strength and courage. In his frantic state, he managed to tear off Lin Feng's black mask. "Lin Feng, it's you," he gasped, his dislocated jaw rendering his voice a mere whisper. He was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that the obedient Lin Feng had unleashed such brutality upon them. The prowess exhibited was beyond his expectations. But it was all over now. "You think you're tough?" Keep pretending to be fierce. Lin Feng lowered his voice in anger, wrapping his left arm around Scar Brother's neck while thrusting the cleaver into him repeatedly, pulling it out with each strike. In and out it went, the gleaming blade emerging drenched in crimson. After a dozen strikes, Scar Brother had already drawn his last breath. His eyes widened in disbelief, and the scar on his face, which had once contorted in fear and tension, finally relaxed, no longer twisted in agony. The tyrant who had lorded over this area and oppressed the common folk for years had met his demise. After venting his fury, Lin Feng panted heavily, only then realizing that Scar Brother had been utterly disfigured by his actions. Gazing at the lifeless body and the room awash in blood, he felt a surge of nausea rising within him, yet he managed to suppress it. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on the table, illuminating the food, gaming implements, and silver coins. Yes, silver coins. Lin Feng procured a common black cloth strip and swept away the scattered silver coins and a multitude of copper coins from the table. He then proceeded to search the bodies of the 5 individuals, discovering merely a few stray silver coins on Scar's corpse. Is this all? Lin Feng made a rough estimate. Including the copper coins, there were perhaps only 3 taels of silver. No, today was the day to collect protection fees. In this small area of several dozen households, with around 200 residents, there ought to be a considerable sum. It couldn't have been handed over so quickly. It must have been hidden away. Subsequently, he searched once more and finally discovered a concealed compartment beneath the bed. Inside, he found a box containing 10 taels of silver and a bottle, which surprisingly held a pill. Observing the scent and appearance of the pill, Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. Without further delay, he set fire to the main house and the woodshed, then hurried home clutching the money and the pill. After tidying everything up, Lin Feng cast his gaze upon his panel. Name, Lin Feng. Skill, array breaking technique. Cultivation level, external refinement realm, skin refinement, 12,100. Divine abilities, consumption and deliverance. Techniques, tiger roar fist, 120, and butcher's dissection, 120. Enhancement points, 15. Indeed, it was not mistaken. A being is still a creature, imbued with malevolent energy. After slaying it, one can gain enhancement points through the divine ability of deliverance. Lin Feng was filled with astonishment. These individuals, notorious for their malevolence, bore an aura akin to that of the formidable wild boar. Evidently, Scar Brother possessed even more, having amassed 5 points. Subsequently, in the shadows, Lin Feng grasped the elixir. This was a potion capable of enhancing martial prowess, valued at 20 taels of silver. Known as the Tiger Essence Pill, it emitted a uniquely pungent aroma, which allowed Lin Feng to recognize it at once. His father had once been fortunate enough to obtain one as a reward for his contributions. Intending to reserve it for Lin Feng to nourish his body and lay a solid foundation for future breakthroughs into the initial stages of body refinement. However, the benefits of a single pill would be greater if bestowed upon his father to elevate his strength. Ultimately, his father, with the aid of this pill, advanced from the late stages of body refinement, where he had been stagnating for many years, to a state of perfection, eventually becoming a squad leader. This brought several years of relative prosperity to their family. Yet, it was this very promotion that led to his demise at the jaws of a monstrous creature. Such events evoke a sense of melancholy. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Feng resolutely consumed the elixir. Every action leaves traces, and in this world, martial artists are not bound by the need for evidence when it comes to taking lives. Should the Green Serpent harbor any doubts about him, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Nevertheless, he bore no regrets. If Scar Brother were not dispatched today, tomorrow his family might follow in the tragic footsteps of Luer's clan. Given that these lofty individuals wished for his family's demise, he would ascend step by step, reaching the pinnacle. With the butcher's knife in hand, he would slay these predatory beings and vanquish the lurking monstrosities. However, tonight he discovered that wielding this butcher's knife to take lives felt remarkably effortless. As the elixir coursed through his system, it swiftly dissolved, generating a torrent of violent heat that threatened to tear apart Lin Feng's meridians. Yet, before long, this ferocious energy was absorbed by his inner panel. In no time, the sensations throughout his body had nearly subsided. Points increased. 40. Woohoo! Lin Feng's heart soared with exhilaration. A single elixir had remarkably elevated his prowess by 25 points in a brief span. If all these points were devoted to cultivation, it would equate to an advancement of a minor realm in skin refinement. Subsequently, Lin Feng fervently allocated all his enhancement points to his cultivation. Name: Lin Feng Technique. Array-breaking method cultivation level. Outer refinement realm. Skin refinement. 52100. Divine abilities. 1. Consumption 2. Overcoming adversity techniques. Tiger Roar Fist. 120. Butcher's Dissection. 120. Enhancement points. 0. Upon completing the allocation, Lin Feng sensed a remarkable transformation in his skin. As he touched it, he found it had become somewhat sticky. A gentle squeeze revealed that impurities were being expelled. Furthermore, his skin had acquired an extraordinary resilience. While it was not yet as tough as leather, both his self-healing and defensive capabilities had significantly increased. This is the pinnacle of skin refinement. Once he achieves perfection in skin refinement, his self-healing abilities will be even more formidable, and for an ordinary individual untrained in martial arts, it would become exceedingly difficult to strike a perfected skin refinement practitioner. Oh, such an unpleasant odor. Lin Feng took a sniff and couldn't help but complain. Hastily rising to his feet and rushing to the courtyard to wash away the black impurities clinging to him. Ah, little Feng has indeed reached a ripe age. Now that he has secured a job, it is high time he found himself a wife. Otherwise, where would he channel his pent-up emotions? It is certainly not desirable. Silly boy, that substance is bound to be foul-smelling. In the darkness, Lin's mother thought of this, letting out a sigh, feeling both heartache and embarrassment. If Lin Feng were to discover his mother's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be speechless. At this moment, the shantytown had indeed become restless. The monsters have come. The monsters have come. Is there a fire? Voices from outside echoed, awakening everyone. Lin Feng tensed up, seizing the butcher's knife as he approached his mother and little sister. Chapter 10, The Monster's Wrath. Little Feng, have the monsters arrived? At this moment, upon seeing Lin Feng enter, Lin's mother asked with a trembling voice. Lin Man, too, had been roused by the cacophony, her eyes wide open, her small hands instinctively covering her mouth to suppress any sound. Yet, the fear in her eyes was utterly unmistakable. Lin Feng lit half a candle, his gaze falling upon his trembling mother and younger sister. He hurriedly offered words of comfort. Mother, do not worry. The townsfolk will soon come to drive the monsters away. Little sister, there is nothing to fear. With a gentle touch, he patted his sister's head, striving to soothe her nerves. Yet, the terror of the monsters loomed large. Even Lin Shi, who had perfected his skin-refining skills, had perished. How could the three of them, so defenseless, hope to withstand such a threat? Lin's mother could only pray in silence, beseeching Lin sure to watch over her two children from the heavens and ensure their safety. Outside, the clamor grew ever louder, yet the room remained enveloped in profound silence. Lin Feng sensed an ominous shadow of death looming over his family. Though he had reached the latter stages of skin refining, he remained utterly defenseless against the supernatural, particularly the enigmatic entities. While monsters possess a physical form, external refining practitioners can withstand some of their power. To Lin Feng's current knowledge, martial artists are categorized into external refining, internal strengthening, and essence refining stages. Beyond that, he was entirely ignorant of any further realms or their nature. Only those who attain the essence refining stage can cultivate an internal energy akin to that found in ancient martial arts novels, thereby wielding the power necessary to confront the enigmatic beings. Unlike monsters, these entities lack a physical form, and once a low-level practitioner becomes entangled with them, death is nearly inevitable. Outside the room, cries and wails echoed everywhere. The devastation wrought by the monsters caused their very home to tremble, and those creatures were alarmingly close to his family. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the butcher's knife, his gaze fixated on the door. If the monster were to enter, he would have no choice but to fight. Suddenly, a commanding shout echoed, followed by the sounds of battle. Lin Feng's spirit surged. Mother, reinforcements have arrived in the city. There is no need to worry. Those monsters will soon be eradicated, Lin Feng remarked. At this moment, Lin's mother finally relaxed a little. Before long, the sounds of battle outside came to an end, clearly indicating that it had concluded. Subsequently, the gang began to organize personnel to reconstruct the shantytown. As Lin Feng stepped outside, he realized that the assailant was likely a relatively weak monster. The local authorities and families had not appeared. Only members of the gang had come. The local officials and families would only intervene if a monster breached the city. The impoverished residents of the shantytown were largely disregarded. Their presence was merely tolerated as a means to divert the creatures, serving as a buffer to prevent them from rushing into the city too swiftly. Nevertheless, the shantytown remained a rare refuge for the downtrodden, offering significantly more safety than the surrounding villages. In the distance, the Liu couple had already succumbed. Liu Er's body lay torn into several pieces, while his wife had been crushed, the infant she cradled silent in her embrace. This gruesome scene sent a jolt through Lin Feng's nerves. He had believed that by dealing with Scar Brother, he had helped them evade disaster within his capacity. At least for a time, the Qingxi gang would be preoccupied and unable to oppress them. Yet, he never anticipated that they would meet their demise at the hands of a monster that very night. And what of himself? Had it not been for the fortunate circumstances surrounding his family, they too might have perished. He watched as a towering creature, resembling a giant rat, was dragged away by a leader of the Qingxi gang. The sense of urgency within Lin Feng reached its zenith. Not to mention the hall master of the bone refinement realm, even the leader of the later stages of skin refinement posed a formidable challenge for him. Moreover, within the county office, the individual who had targeted him remained unknown. The sensation of being covertly watched was utterly unbearable. It was imperative to swiftly enhance his strength, and to relocate to the outer city, or even the inner city, as soon as possible. This would ensure the safety of his mother and younger sister. Lin Feng mused to himself. However, in the outer city alone, a single-entry residence begins at a staggering 200 taels. The common folk, after several lifetimes of toil, would still find it unattainable. Lin Feng was engulfed in sorrow. The means of sustenance were still far too few. The salt, wine, and grain industries within the city were monopolized by those powerful families and the local government. He had previously racked his brain, even contemplating the creation of something unprecedented in this world, in hopes of earning silver and securing a means of living. However, lacking the strength to produce such things would inevitably infringe upon the interests of others, leading to certain demise. Thus, if one's power was not sufficient to overturn the status quo, reliance on a formidable faction was imperative. Among the three factions, the Demon Extermination Division presented itself as his most advantageous choice. Tomorrow, he would venture into the city to procure some exquisite provisions, accelerating his pace toward improvement. Having made his decision, Lin Feng closed the door, positioning himself beside his mother and younger sister, ensuring their peaceful slumber. As dawn broke, tranquility returned. Everyone resumed their daily lives. Those who worked continued to toil, and those who farmed returned to their fields. In such tumultuous times, death had become all too commonplace. They could neither afford to rest nor dare to do so. Lin Feng went to the slaughterhouse as usual, while his mother continued to wash the clothes. Despite their newfound wealth, Lin Feng remained cautious, striving to avoid any behavior that might arouse suspicion. Upon arriving at the slaughterhouse, Wu Laosan felt a sense of relief upon seeing Lin Feng at work, especially since the previous night, a monster had caused chaos in their neighborhood. After exchanging a few pleasantries, both men acknowledged that their reunion was a fortunate outcome. Today, Lin Feng demonstrated remarkable proficiency in slaughtering various livestock, executing his tasks with unparalleled speed. Indeed, within just 1 hour, he completed his work. His skill level increased by 2 points. Little Feng, Wu Laosan remarked. Just yesterday, I noted that your skills were nearly on par with those of Zhu the Butcher, but today you have surpassed him. It seems you are truly a natural with the butcher's knife. Impressed by Lin Feng's efficiency and the immaculate state in which he left the area, Wu Laosan couldn't help but express his admiration, noting that Lin Feng was far more diligent than Zhu the Butcher. The other workers nearby echoed his sentiments, praising Lin Feng's technique. Haha, Uncle Wu, I too did not expect this. Perhaps yesterday's hands-on experience has indeed provided you with a wealth of knowledge. Lin Feng chuckled. Well, these are some pig entrails. You may take them. The gentlemen within the city do not fancy such fare. Subsequently, Wu Laosan produced some pig intestines and handed them to Lin Feng. The young man, Lin Feng, becomes increasingly endearing with each passing moment. It is quite a challenge for the slaughterhouse to find a worker of his caliber. Therefore, it is imperative to offer him numerous incentives to ensure his continued dedication to this establishment. Lin Feng was acutely aware of his thoughts. Naturally, he was reluctant to abandon the operations at the slaughterhouse, with at least 2 points of profit accruing each day and devoid of any risk. Where else could one find such an opportunity? His family rarely enjoyed meat throughout the year, so he accepted the provisions without hesitation, taking them home. How could this be the work of a beast? The wounds are so meticulously clean. Investigate this. I want to know everyone my brother interacted with yesterday. Gather them all. In the charred remains of the house, a tall man bearing a resemblance to Scar brother fumed with rage. Chapter 11. Analysis. Encountering the Zhu family again. Lugo. Yesterday was the day Scar brother collected protection fees. The entire shantytown had dealings with him. Moreover, there was a tumultuous uproar last night resulting in the deaths of over a dozen individuals. At that moment, a young lieutenant addressed Scar brother's elder brother, Lugo. Though the corpses and the scene have been reduced to ashes, observe, there is but a single bloodstain on the wall. Clearly, this was the work of one individual. One person could dispatch so many of Scar brother's men. The precision of the strikes is astonishing, a single stab to the heart, without even fracturing a rib. The accuracy is impeccable. Furthermore, Scar brother's jaw is dislocated, indicating the assailant possessed immense strength. I believe this must be the work of a martial artist. It could not have been some random butcher or woodcutter from the village. While there are many who have trained in the shantytown, none have progressed to the initial stages of skin refinement. It is impossible for anyone here to execute such a technique. Upon hearing the lieutenant's analysis, Lugo gradually regained his composure. He and his brother had made many enemies while navigating the underworld, making it difficult to identify the assailant. Nevertheless, he had his own suspicions regarding the perpetrator. It could only be someone from the shantytown or perhaps the sworn enemy of the Qingxi society, the Dadao gang. As for other prominent figures, they would hardly deign to target his brother, a mere minor character. Are you suggesting that the Dadao gang is behind this? My subordinates believe there is an 80 to 90% chance of that being true. The leader of the Dadao gang, Zhao Sheng, has always had a contentious relationship with you. The last time they vied for territory, you dealt them a significant blow. This could very well be his doing. Alas, Scar brother was just an ordinary man, lacking the ability to reach the initial stage of skin refinement. Hearing this, Lu Ji's expression reflected a mixture of disappointment and frustration. He had always indulged his only brother. After all, the scar on his face was a testament to his sacrifice made to protect him. After all his struggles to seize territory, to earn accolades from the gang, he had spent 20 taels to procure a tiger essence pill from the gang to help his brother advance to the initial stage of skin refinement. Yet, this fool remained ensnared by the vices of wine, lust, and greed. The body has been severely depleted. If one were to recklessly ingest it, it would only lead to self-destruction. Ironically, this has now benefited the adversary. Upon contemplating this, Lugo let out a deep sigh. This enmity must be avenged. Zhao Sheng, for both personal and public reasons, must face his demise. Since he has resorted to treachery and targeted my family, he shall not blame me for the consequences. As noon approached, at Lin Feng's residence, Mother Lin and Lin Man had just returned to the doorstep of their home. Lin Yu also arrived. Aunt, younger sister, Lin Yu, upon seeing the two individuals safe and sound, felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Although he had not encountered Lin Feng, the evident well-being of the two suggested that Lin Feng was also unharmed. He had only learned of the situation that morning, yet was unable to extricate himself from his obligations. After hastily completing his tasks and drenched in perspiration, he hurried over to check on Lin Feng and his family. Lin Yu's parents had long perished in the jaws of the monstrous beasts. Over the past few years, it was largely thanks to the Lin Feng family that he had managed to survive until now. Having recently joined the Great Blade Gang, he is now capable of sustaining himself. He usually resides in the shanty town of the eastern part of the city. Xiaoyu, second brother. Upon seeing her nephew, Lin's mother greeted him with joy. Lin Man also cheerfully called out, "Ah, mother, little sister, Ayu, you have all returned." Lin Feng heard a sound in the courtyard and stepped outside to greet his family. "Haha, older brother, you are all safe. How wonderful. You frightened me to death this morning." Lin Yu felt a profound sense of relief upon seeing his elder brother in good spirits. "Everything is fine. There is no danger on our side," Lin Feng remarked casually, wishing to spare Lin Yu any concern. He then beckoned his family to enter the house for dinner. "Come in. I've just finished preparing the meal, and I happen to have some pork offal. Your timing is impeccable." As everyone took their seats, their appetites were instantly piqued by the array of dishes on the table. Without further ado, they delved into several delectable courses, relishing the feast, especially with the addition of a meat dish. Lin's mother gazed at Lin Feng, her heart swelling with pride as she reflected on how her son had taken on the responsibilities of the family. Moreover, Lin Yu was exceptionally filial, never arriving empty-handed during his visits. Had it not been for the rushed circumstances this time, he would have surely brought some delicacies. Observing the bruises adorning Lin Yu's arms, her heart ached for him. Those marks were either from lifting heavy goods or from clashes over territory. After their meal, Lin's mother retrieved a small bottle of medicinal wine and gently applied it to Lin Yu's wounds. "It's nothing, Auntie. I simply bumped into something," he reassured her. Lin Yu noticed the concern in the elder woman's eyes and smiled reassuringly. After finishing, he prepared to return to the gang. Lin Feng stepped out and placed a couple of silver coins into his hand. The position of constable is no longer viable, and it serves no purpose to retain it. Furthermore, I have already secured employment at the slaughterhouse. Uncle Wu has generously advanced my monthly wages, so there is no cause for concern. You are a promising martial artist. Indulge in nourishing meals to enhance your strength more rapidly." Lin Yu glanced at his elder brother, understanding his temperament, and did not ask for more, accepting the silver. "Whenever you require funds, just let me know. Recently, I have felt on the verge of breaking through to the initial stage of skin refining, becoming a true martial artist. Moreover, the Chief Xiaosheng has been quite favorable towards me, placing considerable importance on my potential. At that time, I should be able to be promoted to a minor leader. As long as I secure that position, our family's sustenance will surely be assured. Indeed, safety is paramount. And with my elder brother around, we shall not face hunger in the future." Lin Feng gently patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. "Hee, good." With that, Lin Yu took off running. Subsequently, Lin Feng retrieved the silver coins and returned the exact amount he had borrowed from the neighbors. Naturally, the neighbors were all smiles, relieved that Lin Feng had kept his word. Otherwise, that money would have been for naught. As for the Zhu butcher's family, they had not been seen for a couple of days, and the 2 taels of silver could not be repaid for the time being. Out of the original 13 taels, 11 remained. It was time to venture into the inner city to procure some food. The outfit he wore yesterday was no longer suitable, so he decided to purchase a new set. Determined, Lin Feng made his way into the bustling city of Kaiyang. He first visited a fabric shop and adorned himself in a fresh attire, transforming his entire appearance. The clean, simple blue cloth garments replaced his patched-up short coat, and the large patch at the back was gone. His straw sandals were replaced with sturdy, layered cloth shoes. Although he lacked the opulence of fine silks and ornate accessories like jade belts and crowns, Lin Feng's demeanor had elevated remarkably. Coupled with his advancements in martial arts, his stature seemed to rise even higher. His skin was smooth and resilient, and his overall presence and charisma rivaled that of male models from his previous life, making him truly exceptional in the present. At that moment, the Zhu butcher's family, including a disabled young master and a servant, happened to stroll by. "Xiaofeng?" Aunt Zhu exclaimed in confusion, questioning whether she had mistaken him for someone else. "Lin Gur, Xiaofeng, it's really you." The Zhu family, upon seeing Lin Feng's refined attire and upright posture, found it hard to believe he was the same person. It was particularly striking to Zhu Chui'er, who remembered Lin Feng always dressed in tattered clothes, his appearance marred by dirt from labor, much like her own father. His skin had been somewhat darkened by the sun. But after just 2 days, he looked remarkably handsome in his new outfit. In stark contrast stood the young master of the Su family, who not only had a disabled leg but also bore the unmistakable signs of indulgence. His rotund figure and jowly face a testament to a life of excess. The disparity between the two was glaring, leaving Zhu Chui'er feeling a twinge of discomfort. Was her choice of the Su young master right or wrong? If only he possessed Lin Guo's charm and grace, how much better it would be. Yet, as she reflected on her past and compared it to her present, she felt assured that her decision had been correct. The Su family had already secured a rented house for her family in the outer city, significantly safer than the squalid conditions they had endured. Rumor had it that there had been disturbances from monsters in the slums the previous day. Although young Master Su may be unattractive, disabled, and indulgent in vices such as drinking, gambling, and debauchery, he possesses great wealth. He can provide me with the life I desire. Though Lin Guo may possess a handsome visage, what significance does that hold? Perhaps he might meet his demise at the jaws of a monster. Not to mention the monsters, given that he has yet to secure the position of constable. One must ponder whether he can even survive the winter, considering his family's circumstances. Lin Feng, is it? I have heard that your family once provided aid to my father-in-law's family. As the son-in-law of the Zhu family and the husband of Chui'er, it is only fitting that I express my gratitude to you. At this moment, Su Xiang revealed a smile, addressing Lin Feng warmly. He then turned to the shopkeeper and said, Old Qian, today, let this country bumpkin's attire be on my account. He has likely never donned such fine clothing in his life. Unlike me, of course. I wouldn't even cast a glance at such garments. This fabric shop is a branch of the Su family, and it is quite remarkable that Lin Feng happened to come here to purchase clothes today. Lin Feng gazed at Su Xiang's provocative smile, his expression inscrutable. He pondered how many enhancement points he would gain from eliminating this rotund, big-eared young master. Having tasted the benefits, why did the thought of murder arise so readily? This could prove troublesome. Lin Feng paid no heed to Su Xiang and the Zhu family, who he regarded as treacherous ingrates. He turned and tossed a handful of silver onto the counter, then withdrew 2 taels of silver to hand to the butcher, Uncle Zhu. Here, this 2 taels is for you, he stated. Though the butcher was inclined to refuse, Aunt Zhu swiftly seized the coins from him. Little Feng is indeed a man of his word, she declared. With that, Lin Feng simply walked away. Watching him depart, Zhu Chui'er felt a pang of discontent. So what if I refuse to marry you? Is that any reason for you to ignore me like this? Truly disappointing. What does good looks matter? Young Master Su is far superior to you. No one was privy to Zhu Chui'er's inner thoughts. At that moment, Su Xiang dramatically unfurled his fan, believing himself to be quite the dashing figure. Come, Chui'er. Such a worthless creature. Even when offered fine gifts, he declines. Let him starve. I shall not part with a single grain for him. As he spoke, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes, and with the assistance of his servants, he limped toward the fabric shop. At that instant, unnoticed by all, Lin Feng kicked a small stone with his heel, sending it flying with precision to strike a wooden post leaning against the fabric shop. The wood toppled, crashing directly onto Su Xiang, who was leading the way. With a resounding thud, he cried out in pain. Who placed that wood here? I shall have their head. His forehead was already bruised, and soon a sizable bump began to swell. In a fit of rage, he slapped his servant across the face, startling the Zhu family into silence. Paying no mind to the ensuing chaos, Lin Feng allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He lifted his foot and departed the scene, making his way toward the inner city. Before long, he arrived at the city's most prestigious establishment, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Although Lin Feng had never set foot in the renowned Zui Xinlu, he had long heard of its illustrious reputation. Many affluent individuals in the city dined and drank here, and even the esteemed county magistrate of Kaiyang sang praises of its exquisite wines. This establishment was celebrated for offering the finest food and drink in all of Kaiyang City. Furthermore, it served medicinal dishes that were said to greatly benefit martial practitioners. And the legendary Zui Xian brew was particularly famed. This was precisely why Lin Feng sought to visit. After confronting the ferocious beast the previous day, he was filled with an urgent desire to enhance his abilities. The 11 taels of silver he possessed could be swiftly transformed into strength, making this the ideal opportunity. At Zui Xianlu, such a transformation was indeed possible. As for the tiger essence pill and similar concoctions, not only was his financial means insufficient, but the channels for acquisition were tightly controlled by those in power. Even the affluent could not easily procure them. The same applied to resources like martial arts techniques, underscoring one of Lin Feng's crucial motivations for aligning himself with a formidable faction. Upon arrival at the tavern, he noted that Zui Xian Lu boasted 5 stories, with each ascending level indicative of greater status and prowess. Lin Feng, belonging to the lower echelons of society, could only dine on the first floor. The first floor of the Drunken Immortal restaurant was quite spacious, and he sought out a relatively secluded spot. He then ordered 6 exquisite dishes, accompanied by a pot of fine Drunken Immortal brew. This pot alone cost 5 taels of silver, while the 6 dishes amounted to 4 taels. He was left with 2 taels of silver for emergencies. Undoubtedly, this was the most extravagant meal Lin Feng had enjoyed since his arrival in this world. The 9 taels of silver were sufficient to cover the annual food expenses of an ordinary family. The dishes were promptly served, each a feast for the senses, boasting vibrant colors and enticing aromas. Each dish, whether it be vegetables, poultry, or fish, carried a subtle hint of medicinal fragrance. He soon began to eat heartily, in stark contrast to the leisurely pace of the affluent, for to him, eating was an act of indulgence. Alone, he felt no need for decorum. He poured himself a glass of wine, savored several mouthfuls of meat and vegetables, and soon found his lips glistening with juices. He then took a sip of the Drunken Immortal brew, which was smooth and glided down his throat effortlessly. A slight tingling warmth surged through him as he swallowed, and Lin Feng quickly felt a comforting warmth spreading from his lower abdomen throughout his entire body. He could not help but exhale deeply, the delicate fragrance of wine mingling with the herbal notes. What a fine wine! Upon finishing this meal, he anticipated a significant boost to his cultivation. Lin Feng felt the changes within his body and pondered to himself. If he were to dine here 3 times a day, his cultivation would surely ascend like a rocket. Alas, if only he could indulge in a few more meals. Lin Feng once again filled his mouth with food. However, it seemed as if his mouth had been blessed, for suddenly a voice resonated throughout the hall. Everyone enjoy your meal and drink, for today, the entire venue is on me, young Master Zhao. Chapter 13, Zhao Chengza. Yu Qingqing, is it truly possible to have such good fortune? Lin Feng turned his head to discern which young nobleman it was. He beheld a dashing figure on the second-floor railing, clad in white garments, with a delicate jade pendant hanging from his waist and a purple gold crown adorning his head, calling out to the numerous diners on the ground floor. Beside this young Master Zhao stood a young lady dressed in fitted attire, though she was of the fairer sex. She exuded an air of valor and grace unlike most women Lin Feng had encountered. Upon closer inspection, her adornments were also rare treasures, clearly indicating that she hailed from a family of affluence, much like young Master Zhao. To Lin Feng's surprise, the lady sensed his scrutiny and cast her gaze in his direction. Lin Feng immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. He quickly averted his gaze, daring not to meet the other's eyes again. It was as if he had been completely exposed before them. A master, at least transcending the skin refinement realm. Lin Feng assessed internally. Fortunately, the other party merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting their attention away from him. Ah, it turns out to be young Master Zhao from the Zhao family in the inner city. My gratitude to you, young Master Zhao. Your generosity is commendable. I raise my glass in your honor. At that moment, the diners on the first floor, upon seeing young Master Zhao, unanimously lifted their glasses in salute, bestowing him the respect he deserved. Young Master Zhao returned the gesture with a slight bow to the crowd. Then, he turned his gaze towards the young lady beside him, evidently displaying a sense of pride. However, the young lady remained expressionless, making her way to the 3rd floor, seemingly unimpressed by young Master Zhao's display. It is likely that this gentleman is Zhao Chengza, a scion of the esteemed Zhao family, one of the 4 prominent families in the inner city. Lin Feng naturally had no interaction with the members of the prominent families, yet he had certainly heard of the esteemed young Master Zhao. The 4 illustrious families of the inner city, the Zhao, Yu, Li, and Wu, stood as the preeminent leaders of both familial and gang influences. Given such a fortuitous opportunity, he felt inclined to express his gratitude to young Master Zhao. Later, he would procure an additional portion to bring home, providing a perfect pretext to let his mother and younger sister savor the exquisite flavors of this fine wine and delectable cuisine. Lin Feng remarked, subsequently ordering an array of the same wine and dishes, intending to take them back. In the private room on the 3rd floor, Zhao Chengza, you truly are willing to invest. The second young lady of the Yu family, Yu Qingqing, laughed and said, Aha, Qingqing. It is merely a matter of a few 100,000 taels of silver, just to put on a show for the Li and Wu families. We must not allow them to overstep their bounds. These matters should have been handled by my elder brother. Like you, my pursuit lies solely in attaining a higher realm of martial arts. My true aspiration is to enter the Demon Suppression Division in the capital. As for the intrigues within Kayang City, they utterly failed to pique my interest. Zhao Chengza chuckled, presenting a facade of a debauched youth. However, Yu Qingqing knew well that he was far from being a mere dunderhead. Indeed, the Wu and Li families have indeed conspired against us both overtly and covertly. Yu Qingqing nodded, then added, "Yet I cannot endure this sort of gathering any longer. I shall take my leave through the back door shortly." "Ah, you are truly something. One must find a balance in cultivation. The renowned Dazue Xianliang possesses certain merits, even for our current bone-forging realm," Zhao Qingza retorted, disapproving of Yu Qingqing's demeanor. "If our families were to truly conjoin us as a couple, it would be exceedingly dull. A dog cannot spit out ivory. If that is the case, I shall indulge in a couple of cups." However, I noticed a youth in a corner on the first floor, who appears to be but a year or two younger than us, yet has already reached the late stage of skin refining. Judging by his attire, he does not seem to be of noble birth, yet he frequents this establishment for meals. Quite an odd character. At this moment, Yu Qingqing expressed her curiosity. "Your perception has always been keen, yet we are now 18, and that individual is around 16. Achieving the late stage of skin refining at such an age is rather ordinary, is it not?" As the dishes and wine were served, Zhao Chengza poured a glass for Yu Qingqing. If we consider our resources and background, it is indeed commonplace. However, he is not a scion of any prominent family. His hands are calloused, clearly indicative of someone accustomed to hard labor. If a person with little in terms of resources can attain the late stage of skin refining by the age of 16, does that not denote exceptional talent? Yu Qingqing remarked, taking a sip of the Dazue Xianliang to savor its flavor. "It does have some effect, albeit minor. It would be more beneficial if consumed regularly. It pales in comparison to the efficacy of our family's medicinal concoctions. Indeed, by your estimation, he might very well be a young genius, though not on par with us. He is still commendable. Currently, our reserves in the Demon Suppression Division have been monopolized by the offspring of our families and the officials. The majority of them are merely products of amassed resources. It would be truly intriguing to have a genuine talent among us," Zhao Chengza remarked, and then instructed the young servant beside him to inquire what dish the man had consumed. Shortly thereafter, the servant returned, fuming as he addressed Zhao Chengza. "Young master, that man spent 9 taels of silver. Upon hearing that you were treating, he ordered another table laden with the same food and drink. How utterly ungrateful. Other patrons at least understand the value of restraint. Your invitation is already a mark of honor. How dare he be so brazen, eating and taking without shame? Ha, Qingqing. Your judgment of people is indeed astute. This individual is truly remarkable. Since I have proclaimed a feast, why should I hold back? It is only natural to indulge freely." Upon hearing the servant's report, Zhao Chengza was not angered. Instead, he smiled broadly. "Take this cup of wine to that gentleman and inform him that I am treating him. This exquisite drunken immortal brew is splendid, yet its potency is too overwhelming for those unfamiliar with it. A single cup would suffice to keep him intoxicated for several days." "Yes, young master." Although the servant was somewhat puzzled by his master's generous treatment of such an impudent fellow, he complied. With great respect, he delivered the cup of wine to Lin Feng's table, explaining the reason behind it. Lin Feng graciously expressed his gratitude to the second young master Zhao. Lin Feng cupped his hands in greeting, accepted the wine glass, and drank its contents in one swift motion. The young servant then took the glass and departed. Heading to the 3rd floor, Lin Feng did not dwell on the past. He merely considered himself a commoner, aware of the disparity in strength. The desire to associate with the powerful was utterly futile. Only when his prowess reached a certain level could he forge friendships of significance. It appeared that the interest shown by the two was likely spurred by the earlier lady's influence. Fortunately, their intentions bore no malice. Henceforth, he must seek out a technique to conceal his presence. Otherwise, he might easily invite calamity. After the wine was consumed, a potent wave of medicinal energy soon began to permeate the air. Lin Feng's belly felt as if it were ablaze, and his complexion instantly turned as red as a ripe jujube. This intoxicating elixir indeed possessed formidable potency. However, after a short while, owing to the influence of the panel, his body returned to its normal state. As Lin Feng cast his gaze upon his panel once more, he was utterly astonished. Chapter 14. The Perfection of Skin Refinement. Name: Lin Feng Cultivation Technique. Array Breaking Technique. Cultivation Level: External Refinement Realm. Skin Refinement. 52100. Divine Abilities. Consumption Divine Ability 1. Consumption Divine Ability 2. Deliverance Technique. Tiger Roar Fist. 120, Butcher's Cleaver, 120, enhancement points, 17 to his surprise. That recent sip of the Drunken Immortal brew had directly awarded him an increase of 5 enhancement points. The boost he received from savoring the 6 exquisite dishes along with a pot of the minor Drunken Immortal brew amounted to 10 points. Remarkably, a single cup of the Drunken Immortal brew provided half of that enhancement. It is no wonder that a jug of the major Drunken Immortal brew costs 50 taels of silver, 10 times the price of the minor Drunken Immortal brew. Truly, the only drawback of luxurious items is their exorbitant cost. Lin Feng sighed. After indulging in a sumptuous meal and fine wine, he made his way towards the shantytown with the leftovers in hand. The brightly lit inner city stood in stark contrast to the dim and chaotic shantytown, resembling a paradise juxtaposed with a hell. At the entrances of numerous affluent households, dogs were tethered, their bowls filled with meat, an indulgence that the underprivileged could scarcely afford even once a year. Strangely, the dogs appeared indifferent, showing little interest in the food before them. Before long, Lin Feng returned to the shantytown, just in time for his mother and younger sister to have their meal. Lin Feng placed all the dishes on the table, leaving both Mother Lin and Lin Man utterly astonished. Elder brother, am I dreaming? Lin Man pinched her delicate cheeks, astonished by the sight of such exquisite dishes. As if she were ensnared in a dream. For several days, it felt as though she were indeed dreaming. Ever since her elder brother's unsuccessful endeavor to join the constabulary, every meal has been graced with meat, and she has been able to eat her fill at every sitting. This blissful state has persisted for several days, and she fears that it might all be a mere illusion. She is terrified of awakening to find that everything has vanished. Lin's mother also wore an expression of disbelief. Later, Lin Feng explained that he had merely passed by that tavern, where a wealthy young master had reserved the entire venue for a feast, which ultimately convinced Lin's mother. Meanwhile, Lin Man had already indulged herself, her cheeks puffed out with food. Lin Feng discovered that as his cultivation deepened, his ability to digest food became increasingly extraordinary. The meal he had just consumed at the tavern had already been largely digested. Subsequently, he joined his family for a meal. They all relished this rare delicacy together. However, Lin's mother and Lin Wan partook sparingly. The abundance and exquisite nature of the food made them feel quite full after just a few bites. Additionally, given their long-standing scarcity, indulging excessively could lead to an imbalance in their bodies, making it difficult to properly benefit from such nourishment. Thus, the remaining dishes naturally found their way into Lin Feng's stomach. After the meal, Lin Feng ventured into the courtyard and, as per his routine, practiced a few punches to stretch his muscles. He then opened his interface, and the recent meal transformed once more into a boost of 10 points. He eagerly allocated these points to his cultivation stats. Name: Lin Feng Technique, Array-Breaking Art Cultivation, External Refinement Realm, Skin Refinement, 79100, Ability 1, Nourishment Ability 2, Crossing Suffering Skills, Tiger Roar Fist, 120, Butcher's Skill, 120, Enhancement Points, 0 upon completing his allocations. Lin Feng felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, enveloping his skin with a warm sensation, akin to being placed in a furnace and continuously hammered. Unable to contain himself, he unleashed a punch, producing a resounding thud. Lin Feng skillfully executed the Tiger Roar Fist, his fists resembling 2 ferocious tigers descending the mountain, continuously emitting deep, resonant sounds as if the very air were being torn asunder. Subsequently, he stamped his feet, causing the earth to yield beneath him, creating a deep pit, and his body soared to an impressive height of 10 feet. Before long, Lin Feng completed his practice of the Tiger Roar Fist and concluded his training. Upon inspecting his progress, he discovered that the advancement of his Tiger Roar Fist had indeed increased slightly. Tiger Roar Fist 220 is regular. Diligent training naturally contributed to the enhancement of his martial arts and techniques. However, in comparison to the 2 divine powers, it was but a trifling improvement. Xiaofeng, you have actually attained the pinnacle of skin refinement. Lin's mother covered her mouth, her face a portrait of disbelief. Just moments ago, when Lin Feng threw his punch, the sound it produced was eerily reminiscent of his father's. Mother Lin understood that this was a manifestation only achievable at the pinnacle of skin refining. Moreover, her son had leapt several zhang high, clearly indicating that he had stepped into the realm of martial arts. Indeed, dear mother, this matter must surely remain a secret from outsiders. Lin Feng approached, gently admonishing his mother. Indeed, I am well aware. You have only practiced for a few years yet have advanced your martial arts cultivation to such a remarkable level. Should this come to the knowledge of others, The consequences could be unpredictable. Lin's mother handed him a sweat towel, urging Lin Feng to wipe his brow. She instinctively recognized that her son was undoubtedly a prodigy. Although her understanding of martial arts was limited, her husband had devoted over a decade to attain the pinnacle of skin refinement. Yet, her son, at such a tender age, had already reached the heights that his father once achieved. Witnessing her son's remarkable progress filled Lin's mother with exhilaration, at the very least, with Lin Feng around. Their family would no longer face hunger. However, in this treacherous world, being a master of skin refinement merely rendered one a slightly stronger aunt. Her husband, too, had reached the peak of skin refinement, yet he fell prey to a monster. Thus, she cautioned Lin Feng, in times of crisis, you must refrain from recklessly stepping forward. To this, Lin Feng confidently replied, do not worry, mother. I shall act with prudence. Lin Feng acquiesced. Lin Feng has always been composed, and she naturally understands this. With that, she returned to the inner room, no longer disturbing Lin Feng's cultivation. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and laid down the towel, his thoughts swirling in his mind. Having reached the pinnacle of the skin refinement stage, he was now eligible to undertake the assessment for the Demon Subduing Division's reserve camp. A chance to prove his worth for entry into the reserve. Should he succeed, many of his burdens would be alleviated. He would no longer be at the mercy of others. No longer would he allow just anyone to trample upon him. The martial arts he practiced, the array-breaking technique, was merely a commonplace skill within the military, limited to the skin refinement stage, incapable of supporting him in breaking through to higher realms. Such resources were tightly controlled by the powerful. For a commoner to rise above? Difficult indeed. It was time to gather information about the reserve camp's assessment rules. Never had he imagined that he would one day qualify for such an evaluation. Moreover, this would afford him a few more days to consolidate his progress. Perhaps elevating his cultivation further or sharpening his skills in the butcher's technique. Mastering multiple skills is never a burden. His current abilities were merely rudimentary, adequate against ordinary individuals, yet insufficient when facing fellow martial artists. With that, Lin Feng organized his thoughts and resumed practicing the tiger's roar fist. Father, today that muddy-legged Lin Feng dared to disregard me. I, with a kind heart, merely wished to prevent him from entering the county office. Yet he had the audacity to look down upon me. I shall kill him. Father, you must help me. Isn't that area controlled by the Green Serpent Gang? Have uncle find someone to eliminate him and dispose of the body to feed the dogs. Su Xiong wailed to his father upon returning home. Chapter 15. The butcher's technique achieved. Su San gazed at his son with a mix of helplessness and indulgence. Within the county of Kaiyang, the Su family was considered of middling status, possessing several cloth shops and some property. Most significantly, Su San's brother, Su Chong, held the position of chief constable in the county office, a formidable expert at the bone-forging stage. This was the foundation of their family's standing in the outer city. Su Xiong was the son of Su San's first wife, who sadly passed away shortly after his birth. Although Su San had taken several concubines over the years, none had borne him additional children. Thus, Su Xiong remained his sole heir. Despite being born with a disability, Su San cherished him dearly, treating him as a precious gem. Fearing to let him fly away or melt in his mouth, he had always showered Su Xiong with affection, fulfilling most of his demands. This indulgence only fueled Su Xiong's arrogance, leading him to regard others with disdain. Such was the case with Zhu Chui, with just a word from him, Su San would enlist his brother Su Chong to covertly ensure Lin Feng could not enter the county office, and with a bribe, he would easily disrupt the engagement between Lin Feng and Zhu Chui. Very well, what is he but a lowly wretch? Just inform your uncle, and he shall deal with him as he pleases. Su San consoled his son. To the duo, a human life seemed as insignificant as a blade of grass. Thank you, father, you are the best. Su Xiong chuckled, completely shedding the morose demeanor he had just moments before. He then proceeded to serve his father tea, offering massages and care with effortless grace. His every action skillfully catered to Su San's needs. Curse that Lin Feng. Let us see how you can continue to disregard me. With but a single word, I can cast you into eternal despair. Su Xiong thought darkly while tending to his father's back. The following day, Lin Feng arrived at the slaughterhouse as usual. On this particular day, there were significantly more pigs and sheep within the premises. What could have prompted this? Little Feng, he said, today will require a bit more effort from you. The Zhao family in the city is holding a sacrificial ceremony, and they have arranged for several pigs and sheep. The workload has increased considerably today. You carry on for now. I shall fetch a few helpers to assist you. Just as Lin Feng was pondering the situation, Wu Laosan approached to clarify. Time was of the essence, and he was about to leave to summon others. Uncle Wu, please don't go. Leave it to me. Lin Feng swiftly blocked his path. Are you joking? These are valuable enhancement points. 1 day of work is equivalent to 10. How could I possibly let someone else take them? Do you think you can manage this? If Lin Feng can accomplish it, then old Wu will undoubtedly be pleased, sparing himself the trouble of seeking out others. But you, my friend, shouldn't overestimate your capabilities. If the task remains unfulfilled, those influential figures could easily make our lives unbearable. Old Wu expressed his concerns. Rest assured, Uncle Wu, I guarantee completion. If you have any doubts, I will first tackle the Zhao family's tasks. As for the others, even if I am delayed, it won't matter, right? Lin Feng remarked. All right then. You have always been prudent, so it would be beneficial for you to earn a bit more money. Perhaps you can find a wife soon and grant your mother the joy of a grandchild. Wu Laosen lit a welding torch, took a few puffs, and then began to organize the personnel for the slaughtering process. When Lin Feng arrived at the slaughterhouse, he donned worn garments, indifferent to their soiled state, and fastened an apron around his waist. He then approached the sheep and pigs. For assistance had already subdued a large, plump pig. Upon noticing Lin Feng approaching with a gleaming butcher's knife, the hefty creature sensed an impending threat and began to struggle fiercely. Its immense strength caused the 4 assistants to stagger and falter. In a sudden twist, the pig broke free from their grasp and was about to rampage through the slaughterhouse. Be careful. Do not let that beast injure you, Wu Laosen exclaimed anxiously. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng reacted with remarkable speed, delivering a swift kick to the pig's head, causing it to thrash about uncontrollably before collapsing to the ground in a cloud of dust. At this moment, Lin Feng had attained the pinnacle of skin refinement. Capable of effortlessly lifting weights of 700 to 800 pounds, his punches unleashed a force exceeding 1,000 pounds, and the power in his legs was truly formidable. In the next instant, Lin Feng seized the slaughtering knife, plunging it accurately into the neck of the hefty pig. The creature struggled momentarily, yet Lin Feng's knee and arm held it firmly in place, rendering it immobile. Shock and disbelief enveloped the onlookers. When did you become so strong, Brother Lin? They gasped, astonished by his incredible strength. The 4 assistants, momentarily stunned, hesitated. What are you waiting for? Help out. Don't let anything happen to Lin Feng. Wu Laosen urged them. That pig's blood is valuable. Quickly fetch a basin. Amidst the ensuing flurry of activity, the pig lay still, and the 4 assistants prepared hot water, submerging the hefty creature in a bath of approximately 70 to 80 degrees Celsius, just hot enough to preserve the integrity of the skin while effectively removing the hair. Lin Feng did not proceed as usual by first removing the hair and entrails from the hefty pig. Instead, he wielded the slaughtering knife and advanced towards the other pigs and sheep. Before long, the abattoir echoed with the lamentations of the animals. Yet, under Lin Feng's butcher's expertise, those creatures endured minimal suffering before succumbing to their fate. The morning swiftly passed away. Lin Feng has eliminated all the pigs and sheep without a trace. However, while the act of slaughtering was swift, the subsequent steps are where the true expenditure of time lies. Zhao Feng, do you believe you can accomplish this task with over 40 heads of livestock in just one afternoon? Keep in mind, they will be needed at the midnight hour. Wu Laosen expressed his concern. Rest assured, Uncle Wu. Lin Feng smiled lightly. Subsequently, he moved to a secluded area and allocated 4 of his newly acquired 20 enhancement points to the section on butchery. Name, Lin Feng Technique, breaking the array cultivation level, external refinement stage, skin refinement, 79100, divine abilities, consumption, deliverance skills, tiger roar fist, 220. Butchery, 620, enhancement points, 16. Butchery has now reached the minor accomplishment stage. Due to the recent days of practice in slaughtering, butchery has automatically advanced a notch. With merely 4 points spent, he has successfully transcended into minor mastery. Upon completing the allocation, Lin Feng felt a series of images manifesting in his mind, showcasing the intricate motions of slaughtering various creatures. Ultimately, he achieved a sublime understanding, transforming this knowledge into instinct. In the next moment, a glimmer of confidence shone in Lin Feng's eyes as he approached the chopping board. The butcher knife in his hand seemed to come alive. Each stroke was precise, neither too deep nor too shallow, neither excessive nor deficient. Even the stubborn bristles on the pig's ears and hoofs, which were notoriously difficult to cleanse, were effortlessly removed with a single stroke. Old Wu and several assistants stood there, utterly astonished. Could this butcher knife truly be so adept at removing pig hair? Chapter 16. Artistry. The Su family. Lin Feng's gaze was not fixed on the pig, yet his hands continued their relentless work without pause. Hairs flew chaotically from the pig on the chopping board, and the large, plump creature was rendered immaculate, as if it had undergone a whitening treatment. After the hair was removed, the next crucial step involved slicing open the belly to extract the internal organs. This procedure demanded considerable skill with a knife. A heavy hand might rupture the organs, causing their contents to spill and contaminate the meat, adversely affecting its flavor. Conversely, a light touch would necessitate multiple cuts, wasting precious time and diminishing efficiency. Wu Laosen and the helpers watched with wide, astonished eyes as Lin Feng wielded the knife with precision. In one swift motion, he effortlessly sliced through the pig's belly, and with another deft pull, the organs were revealed, intact and unscathed, a clean and decisive cut. He meticulously removed the internal organs, retaining what was necessary and discarding the rest. Finally, he made a cut on the left side of the pig and another on the right. Remarkably, the pig obediently split apart, separating bone from flesh. What an extraordinary display of skill! Lin Guo was truly exceptional. Not only could he handle over 40 pigs in a day, but he could also process 100. In mere moments, he dispatched each pig with remarkable speed. Wu Laosen and the helpers were utterly captivated by Lin Feng's mastery of the blade. Observing Lin Feng in action was a veritable delight. Although Wu Laosen may not have grasped the concepts of art or elegance, in his eyes, Lin Feng's butchery was nothing short of artistry and refinement. Lin Feng paid no heed to the astonishment of those around him, resolutely proceeding to deal with the pigs and sheep. After all, there were still pigs, chickens, and ducks from other households that required attention. He aimed to complete his tasks promptly in order to earn the additional points. Despite having attained the pinnacle of leather crafting, he remained but a mere pawn. Within the confines of Kayong County, the number of individuals capable of extinguishing his life was countless, not to mention the lurking monsters that could appear at any moment. Moreover, the appearance of Su Xiong the previous day had piqued his alertness. It was highly plausible that the Su family was behind the scheming directed at the county office, given their motives. Perhaps tomorrow he could inquire with Ayu about any connections the Su family might have with the county office. He might possess some valuable information. Contemplating these matters, Lin Feng felt a wave of pressure wash over him, hastening his actions. The imminent danger could erupt at any moment, and the sense of insecurity was truly unbearable. By the time Lin Feng completed all his tasks, the sun had already set beyond the mountains. Wu Laosen handed a string of copper coins to Lin Feng, urging him to return home swiftly. With darkness descending, this land would no longer be safe. As Lin Feng returned home after tidying up, his mother had already prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting his arrival. The three of them gathered around the table to dine together. The fare for the day was rather modest. Lin Feng had only consumed a meager amount during lunch to stave off hunger while working diligently, thus earning a mere few enhancement points. Coupled with the 2 additional points acquired from subsequent endeavors, he now found himself with a total of 19 enhancement points remaining. Lin Feng gazed at the enhancement points, his heart brimming with joy. The Zhao family was indeed his fortunate star. Yesterday, the second young master of the Zhao family treated him to a lavish meal, and today, he generously gifted him numerous pigs and sheep to aid in the accumulation of enhancement points. Without further ado, elevating his cultivation must remain his foremost priority. Lin Feng allocated all 19 enhancement points to his cultivation. Name: Lin Feng. Technique: Breaking Array Formula. Cultivation: External Refinement Realm. Skin Refinement. 98100. Divine Ability 1. Consumption. Divine Ability 2. Crossing Tribulations. Skill: Tiger Roar Fist. 220. Butcher's Skill. 620. Enhancement points. 0. As Lin Feng's fingers descended, he felt a surge of power within him. Though not as substantial as the gains from breaking the mirror, it was nonetheless significant. He closed his eyes, clenched his fists tightly, and the vitality within him surged exuberantly. He believed that now, even 1,000 pounds could be effortlessly lifted. Lin Feng pondered to himself. However, the cultivation methods of the bone refinement realm were urgently needed. Once the progress of the skin refinement realm reached 100, no matter how many enhancement points one possessed, they would be of no use without subsequent techniques. Tomorrow, I shall subtly inquire further from Ayu. Besides the Su family and their techniques, I must also clarify matters regarding the assessment of the Demon Exorcism Department. Ayu, you are quite impressive. You have shown remarkable martial talent, breaking through to the initial stage of skin refinement at just 15. The head of the Great Blade, Zhao Sheng, patted Lin Yu's shoulder, expressing his admiration. Thank you for your kind words, boss. Lin Yu chuckled. After more than a year of arduous training, amidst a severe scarcity of resources, he finally achieved a breakthrough yesterday, becoming a true martial artist. compared to the offspring of the families within the city. His accomplishment may seem trivial, however, he remained humble, acknowledging that innate talent is merely a foundation, and true genius lies in the ability to grow and evolve. There are countless individuals capable of easily overpowering him with mere words. From an early age, having followed his elder brother Lin Feng, he had come to understand this reality. Haha, do not underestimate yourself. At the very least, you are stronger than I am. Strive diligently on my behalf, and I assure you I shall not treat you unjustly. Zhao Sheng encouraged once more. Tonight, I shall venture into the inner city and will return a bit later tomorrow. Please keep an eye on my family while I am away. Zhao Sheng then instructed Lin Yu. Lin Yu is a protege he has meticulously nurtured, regarded as a trusted confidant. Rest assured, boss, with me and Big Dog by your side, everything will be just fine. Lin Yu acquiesced. Generally, Zhao Sheng treated him well, unlike other gang leaders who were notoriously harsh with their subordinates. Consequently, he exerted his utmost effort in fulfilling Zhao Sheng's directives. Indeed, splendid. With that, Zhao Sheng made preparations to head towards the inner city. As a scion of the Zhao family, he did not possess remarkable talent in martial arts and was not a direct descendant, which led his family to assign him to the Great Blade Gang. Today marked the grand festival of the Zhao clan, an event he initially deemed beyond his reach. However, his commendable performance over the years in the Great Blade Gang earned him an invitation, as he had contributed significantly to his family. Unbeknownst to him, a perilous threat was silently approaching. The following day, after Lin Feng enhanced his points by 2 at the slaughterhouse, he returned home. He prepared a meal and marinated some meat and pig offal, setting aside portions for his mother and younger sister. Then, he took several pounds of meat and a jug of wine and headed towards the shanty town in the eastern part of the city, which was the territory of the Dao Dao gang, where Lin Yu resided. Before long, Lin Feng found Lin Yu, who was currently guarding the side room of Zhao Sheng's house. Zhao Sheng's wife, who usually treated Lin Yu well, welcomed Lin Feng, recognizing him as Lin Yu's elder brother. She offered them some food and drink, and then left the 2 brothers to enjoy their meal in the side room. After Lin Feng expressed his gratitude, he presented some homemade braised meat. Only then did he and Lin Yu indulge in food and drink. Following some pleasantries, the 2 gradually steered the conversation towards the Su family. The Su family? Brother, are you suggesting that the incident with the county constable last time was orchestrated by the Su family from the outer city? Lin Yu discerned the implication in Lin Feng's words and inquired in a hushed tone. Lin Feng nodded, prompting a furrow of concern to mar Lin Yu's brow. If it truly is the Su family, then they are indeed in a predicament. My elder brother may be unaware that the second master of the Su family, Su Chang, is currently serving as a constable at the county office. Nevertheless, judging by my brother's words, it is highly likely that the Su family is indeed behind this. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brows even deeper, for he understood that those who could attain the position of a captain were at least of the bone-forging realm, capable of effortlessly crushing his current self. Chapter 17. Breaking Limbs. Lin Yu observed Lin Feng's demeanor and poured him a glass of wine, momentarily succumbing to silence. After his encounter with Su Xiong, he realized that this individual was undoubtedly a reckless scion. Should any ill intentions arise, it could pose a grave threat to his safety. The only way to deter Su Chang, a master of the bone refinement realm, would be to bolster his own strength or background. The most prudent approach would naturally be to excel in the assessments of the reserve camp and acquire techniques of the bone refinement realm to enhance his own capabilities. Yu, do you know how one can enter the demon suppression division? Lin Feng inquired directly, acknowledging that his abilities would inevitably be revealed during the selection process. Among the skilled practitioners with extraordinary methods, his strength could not remain concealed. For instance, that young lady from the Yu family discerned his cultivation at a mere glance. The Demon Slaying Division's reserve camp? I have indeed heard my superior mention it. Essentially, every county establishes such camps to cultivate talent for the Demon Slaying Division in the capital. As long as one passes the assessment, entry is generally assured. However, there remains a caveat. Lin Yu paused for a moment at this juncture. But what was it? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he pressed for more information. The evaluation demanded that one attain the pinnacle of skin refinement before the age of 20, and given the immense power wielded by the Demon Extermination Division. It served as a blade of the royal family, combating malevolent forces from without while overseeing the officials from within. It prevented corruption among officials, and even more alarmingly, should any official be found colluding with the malevolent entities, they could be executed without prior notice. Such vast authority, over time, becomes increasingly challenging to maintain within the Deqian realm. except for those who are explicitly barred from entry. All factions aspire to place their own representatives within the Demon Extermination Division. Consequently, the recruitment process has lost its former fairness. The chances for prodigious talents among the common folk to rise have diminished. It remains as it was before, even for us brothers. While it is possible to reach the pinnacle of skin refinement before turning 20, the scarcity of positions makes our chances exceedingly slim. Lin Yu took a swig of wine and exclaimed in frustration. He possessed commendable talent in martial arts and had often considered joining the reserve camp of the Demon Extermination Division. Yet, why would the affluent families so readily relinquish such valuable opportunities? Could it be that his elder brother had also achieved a breakthrough? At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly recalled that Lin Feng would not have inquired about this matter without reason. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. He had indeed made a breakthrough. However, contrary to Lin Yu's assumption of a mere initial stage of skin refining, he had reached the pinnacle of it. Haha. I always believed that my elder brother was extraordinary. With my brother's breakthrough, united in our efforts, we should be able to uphold our family no matter the challenges we face. Lin Yu chuckled, raising his wine glass to clink with Lin Feng's. Subsequently, Lin Feng once again broached the subject of the bone refinement realm's techniques. However, Lin Yu had no intention of pursuing such arts, as one would need to achieve great merit for the clan to be deemed worthy of such practices. Lin Feng had no choice but to seek alternative methods. As for the reserve camp, he could only attempt it, demonstrating sufficient strength. If that proved inadequate, he would have nothing more to say. He could only hope that within the reserve camp, there were indeed individuals genuinely selecting talents. Brother Lu. Zhao Sheng has been gone since last night to attend the grand ceremony of the Zhao family. He will surely return only after dining tonight, said his subordinate, Sang Biao. To Lu. Excellent. Damn it. The opportunity has finally arrived. Have we thoroughly investigated their personnel? Lu cursed. Yes, the strongest among them is merely that big dog. A minor leader, at the mid-stage of skin refining. As long as I go with a Biao, we can definitely eliminate that dog. Then we can bring Zhao Xing's wife and daughter back intact for you, Brother Lu. Sang Biao replied. I shall make a trip there myself, after all. It is their territory. We must act swiftly. Delaying too long may invite complications. Lu contemplated before speaking, just as he was about to set off. A middle-aged constable arrived. Lu, what are you planning to do? The constable, dressed in a black robe, entered Ali's home and inquired with a smile. Ah, it is you, Master Yan. Nothing much, just taking a few brothers out for some fun. What brings you here? Ali's expression shifted from one of hostility to ingratiating smiles upon seeing the visitor. He gestured for tea to be served to Yin Song. If Lin Feng is here, he would recognize this constable as the one who made things difficult for him during the assessment. No need for tea. You oversee that area. And there's a fellow named Lin Feng. He has offended the wrong person. The higher-ups have ordered him to have both hands and feet broken. But do not kill him. Let him linger for a few more days, Yin Song stated. Lin Feng? Lu momentarily struggled to recall. Brother Lu, he is the son of Lin Shi. Sang Biao reminded him. Oh, rest assured, what Master Yin commands, I shall surely fulfill. Lu proclaimed, thumping his chest. However, Lin Feng has a younger sister, about 7 or 8 years old, and a mother. I wonder how we shall handle them. Lu then inquired of Yin Song. Those two worthless individuals can be disposed of as you see fit. With no male figure in the household, they probably cannot afford protection fees or head taxes. Yin Song replied nonchalantly. He then pulled out 5 taels of silver and tossed them to Lu. This is a reward for your brothers. I expect results within 2 days. After that, Yin Song left without a backward glance. He held the gang's minions in disdain. But for the sake of the 15 taels of silver, he had made this trip. Bah, 5 taels. What an insult. After Yin Song departed, Lu spat disdainfully, a sinister expression manifesting upon his face. Look at you. Are you merely a dog under Master Su's command? Despite your age, you remain at the later stage of skin refining, just like me. Once I advance to the bone refinement stage, I shall see how arrogant you can be. Now, let us first deal with Zhao Sheng's affair. As for Lin Feng, when he returns, we shall gather a few more individuals to bind his entire family. Lin Feng abruptly interrupted, severing ties with his hands and feet. His mother had been sold to the Spring Red building in the inner city, while his daughter was bartered away to serve as a maid. Such transactions could still yield a profit. After issuing a command, Lu led the others towards the dilapidated quarters in the eastern part of the city. The group of 5 hastened along with an ox cart, urging the swift beast onward with the crack of a whip. Before long, they arrived in the eastern sector of the city. Eldest brother, it is getting late. Please exercise caution on your way back. The two brothers engaged in conversation while enjoying their meal, and before they knew it, night had fallen. Lin Yu escorted Lin Feng to the door. Be cautious in your endeavors. Return when you have the time. Your aunt and younger sister often miss you. As always. With your elder brother around, we shall not go hungry. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling Lin Yu to return. He then took a step forward and departed. Watching Lin Feng fade into the distance, he vanished into the shadows. Lin Yu entered the room with a smile. This, elder brother. You, am not an ordinary person. In martial arts, I have surpassed you by a considerable margin. Moments later, the sound of hooves and wheels echoed at the door. Then, a knock reverberated through the entrance. Is the boss back? No, the boss did not ride a bullock cart. Just as Lin Yu felt puzzled, the door swung open. And a subordinate who went to answer it was kicked aside, crashing against the wall. The subordinate emitted a muffled groan before falling silent. Such a forceful kick from Lu was beyond the endurance of someone like him. Haha, bring me Zhao Sheng's woman and daughter. Ali's laughter rang out. Chapter 18, The Burglary. Lu, the formidable leader of the Green Serpent Society. At this moment, a short yet robust figure emerged alongside Lin Yu. This individual was De Go, one of Zhao Sheng's subordinates and a minor leader, possessing mid-level skin refinement skills. What do you intend to do? Are you not afraid of igniting a war between the two factions? De Go, sensing the aggressive approach of the opponents, especially with Lu, a late-stage skin refiner, felt outmatched. He attempted to use words to intimidate them. Meanwhile, he subtly gestured for Lin Yu to retreat with the elder sister-in-law and the children. The opposing side consisted of 5 individuals, the formidable leader Lu and 2 minor leaders. Sang Biao and Abao. Sang Biao with mid-level skin refinement and Abao at the initial stage. Additionally, there were 2 subordinates. Such a lineup was undeniably beyond their capacity to withstand. Lin Yu contemplated the situation. Fortunately, the opponent had arrived at the door and had surely been detected by the boss's informants. They would soon notify the boss in the inner city. However, by the time the boss arrived, they would have long since been annihilated. Tonight, it seemed, was destined to end in disaster. Without further hesitation, Lin Yu resolved to retreat to the rear, intending to take Zhao Sheng's wife and daughter to safety first. But could they still escape? Sang Biao leaped forward, effortlessly covering a distance of over 10 feet to block Lin Yu's path. Meanwhile, Ayla sprang into action, unleashing a powerful kick akin to a whip, aimed directly at the large dog. The large dog could only raise his hand in defense, yet the overwhelming force struck him, sending a jolt through his body as if he had been electrocuted. In an instant, a sharp crack echoed as his left hand broke under the impact. He staggered backward, just managing to dissipate the force of the blow, but the piercing pain left his face ashen. After this strike, Lu did not relent. He moved again, delivering a punch aimed at the large dog. In a flash of cold light, the large dog, gritting his teeth against the pain, revealed a dagger in his right hand that had somehow appeared. The dagger was as swift as lightning, slicing through Ali's arm. Forced to halt, Lu glanced at his wound, a vivid crimson mark now evident. How dare he injure me? In the next moment, Lu unleashed a flurry of kicks with remarkable speed, catching the large dog off guard. As the large dog endured several blows, the dagger was knocked from his grip. And then a Li sweep struck his left leg, fracturing his calf bone. The large dog was left powerless, unable to move. Sister-in-law, hurry. You, run. Bellowed the large dog, drenched in sweat, his face pallid. Within mere seconds, Lu had incapacitated him, leaving him devoid of the ability to fight back. Lin Yu understood that relying on brute force would lead to certain demise. In the next moment, he retrieved a handful of lime from his bosom and flung it into the face of the ferocious beast. Caught off guard, the beast howled in anguish, clutching its eyes. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Yu intended to escape to the backyard. However, Lu swiftly incapacitated him with a precise strike. This little rascal has quite the repertoire. Bring him back with us. Soon, all of Zhao Sheng's henchmen were subdued, and his wife and daughter, who had barely made it out the back door, were captured and returned. Lu, engaging in gang activities, yet too cowardly to confront my leader face to face. Resorting to abducting his family. What kind of bravado is that? De Go, witnessing Ali's intention to take them away, shouted in fury. My life is yours to take or spare. Just let go of my sister-in-law and the children. Not touching the family? Damn it. My brother was the one you lot had killed. Not touching the family? You were the ones who struck first. No matter, they won't die just yet. When Zhao Sheng returns, I shall personally slay them before his eyes. Let Zhao Sheng experience the agony of losing his family. Lu bellowed. delivering another kick to Dago's remaining leg. With 3 of his limbs already broken, Dago was on the verge of losing consciousness, gasping for breath on the ground. Speak. Was it Zhao Xing who instructed you? Alu demanded, pointing a finger at Dago with a fierce glare. Lost the territory and resorted to underhanded tactics. Didn't you? Huh. My boss wouldn't stoop to such levels. Dago managed to respond with great difficulty. Fine. Bring Dago, that brat. And Zhao Xing's wife and daughter back with us. That brat is a martial artist. He might have had a hand in this. Once we return, I will deal with them properly. With Ali's command, Sang Biao and Abao subdued Dago, then carried the 4 individuals out to load them onto an ox cart, preparing to depart. Just then, Lin Feng emerged from the shadows. Halfway through, he realized he had forgotten to take the food box, prompting him to turn back. Upon returning, he happened to see Alu and the 5 others carrying Zhao Xing's wife and daughter, Lin Yu, and Dago away. Seeing Dago covered in blood, Lin Feng instinctively feared that Lin Yu had been killed. An intense rage surged within him, unleashing an uncontrollable killing intent. Alu seemed to sense something amiss. On this scorching day, he suddenly felt a chill permeate the air. Having navigated the realms of life and death for years, he was quite attuned to such murderous intent. Who goes there? Alu shouted at the figure emerging from the darkness. This presence, could it be the leader of the Dadao gang? Yet, upon recognizing Lin Feng's appearance, he dismissed the thought. There couldn't be such a young leader. It's you. Sang Biao suddenly recognized Lin Feng. Big brother. That person is Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Yes, the son of Lin Shi. This is a fortuitous encounter. Lin Feng, the son of Lin Shi? The one instructed by Yan Yi? Indeed. Ha. Abao, ensure that the boy's hands and feet are shattered. But remember to spare his life. Upon hearing Sang Biao's words, Alu felt an overwhelming sense of relief. After all, the adversary was merely a child, not even a martial artist. He chuckled. Hey kid. I was all set for a grand showdown, but it seems that Biao Gu and Lu Gu have taken care of everything. Your timing is impeccable. Abao cracked his knuckles, producing a cacophony of sounds, and a sinister grin spread across his face. Strut all you want. I wonder if you'll still be so arrogant when your limbs are broken. Noticing Lin Feng's silence, Abao felt a surge of irritation, raised his left hand, and prepared to seize Lin Feng's right hand, intending to crush it mercilessly. Though Lin Feng heard the words of Alu and Sang Biao, suggesting that Yi was seemingly plotting against him, his overwhelming fury left him only desiring to unleash his wrath. As he witnessed Abao extend his left hand, he retaliated with a powerful punch, striking directly at Abao's heart. The sound of a dull thud echoed as Abao's chest caved in, while a bulge protruded from his back. The immense force erupted, tearing apart the fabric of his shirt. In an instant, Abao's vital essence was shattered. His pupils constricted in disbelief, unable to comprehend the extraordinary prowess of the youth before him. He could not fathom the weight of that punch. Yet he understood that it could very well claim his life. Abao's once constricted pupils quickly lost focus, and his body collapsed to the ground. Alu and Sang Biao, 2 henchmen, stood stunned, their expressions a mix of shock, horror, and incredulity. Chapter 19. Overwhelming force after vanquishing Abao. Lin Feng felt a surge of malevolent energy enveloping him, undoubtedly augmenting his power under the influence of the Du-Yi divine ability. However, consumed by rage, he had no inclination to investigate further. He stepped over Abao's fallen form, his gaze fixed intently on Alu and the others. You little rascal! What have you done to Abao? Sang Biao bellowed. Abao lay face down, obscuring his features, and Alu and the others remained unaware that he had been slain by a single blow. Speak. Who did this? Who killed my brother? Lin Feng's voice echoed as he halted his steps, his right hand resting behind him. I don't know what means you employed to bring down Abao, but do you truly believe your little tricks will still have an effect? Sang Biao observed Lin Feng's hand on the hilt of his knife, sensing some level of capability. Yet, before someone like him, a mid-stage practitioner of body refinement, even a knife would not be sufficient to threaten his life. Once I shatter your limbs and sell your mother and younger sister, we shall see how you manage to hold your ground. With that declaration, Sang Biao leaped forward, a sinister grin spreading across his face. On the ox cart, Ayla squinted his eyes. Having been puzzled by how Lin Feng had managed to fell Abao with a single punch, it seemed that his opponent had resorted to underhanded tactics. Perhaps drugs were involved, or he had concealed a weapon. Abao must have been caught off guard. The scattered lights of the shanty town rendered visibility poor, and the notion that Lin Feng possessed superior martial prowess as a mid-stage practitioner of body refinement was utterly inconceivable to him. A poverty-stricken youth of merely 15 or 16. residing in a dilapidated area as a master of body refinement? It was nothing short of absurd. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, the blade being drawn swiftly from its sheath, sending a shiver through the heart. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed, followed by a soft yet distinct sound akin to a mosquito's buzz. Sang Biao's malevolent grin froze. Just as he jumped forward, Lin Feng made his move. The moment the sound of the blade being unsheathed reached his ears, a cold light flickered before his eyes. In the next instant, he felt something graze his neck. A gentle touch, and then, nothing more. Sang Biao raised his hand, attempting to feel his neck, but then he found himself unable to move. Lin Feng grasped a gleaming cleaver in his right hand, devoid of any blood. Its swiftness was unparalleled, so swift that Alu could not discern when the cleaver had materialized in his grasp. He pressed onward, sidestepping the fallen beast. Fallen beast? What on earth was happening? Break his limbs at once and hasten back to the southern city. Alu was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend why the fallen beast had ceased to move. He was at a loss as to why it had not retaliated. Yet, an eerie sensation enveloped him as he beheld the cleaver in Lin Feng's hand, sending shivers down his spine. Lin Feng emerged from the shadows like an enigmatic specter, instilling a fear in Alu far greater than any mere apparition. As Ali's words echoed in the air, the head of the formidable Sang Biao plummeted to the ground, blood erupting like a fountain, reaching heights of 10 feet. In the dim light, Ayla beheld the meticulously clean cut, reminiscent of the gruesome fates that befell his brother and the others. Each wound as precise as a masterful stroke of artistry. It was you. You who took my brother's life. Fury eclipsed his fear as Ayla sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, filled with wrath. In that moment, the truth crystallized. De Go was not mistaken. Zhao Sheng had not slain his brother. It was this very Lin Feng before him. But why had he committed such an atrocity? Was it merely for the sake of collecting a meager protection fee? Had he been aware of Lin Feng's formidable prowess, Ayla would have willingly offered it to him. Charge. Take that wretch down. Ayla bellowed at his remaining 2 lackeys, who trembled in fear. Lin Feng was a terrifying force to behold. With a single stroke, he had severed the head of their leader, a mid-stage expert in skin refining. They had not even comprehended how he had executed such a swift move. How could they possibly confront him? Was their leader mad? For a paltry sum each month, why risk their lives? The 2 lackeys retreated a few steps, terror gripping them. Get moving, or you'll face my wrath when we return. Alu lashed out with a whip from the cart, striking the 2 men harshly. Left with no choice, they reluctantly drew their daggers, approaching Lin Feng with trepidation. Alu struck again, compelling them to charge. Yet, before Lin Feng, these 2 were mere offerings. Mere fodder to bolster his prowess. With a single slash, both lackeys found their throats cut. Seizing the moment, Alu soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick. He had sent the 2 lackeys forth to create this very opportunity. Although uncertain of Lin Feng's martial prowess, he surmised it could not be inferior to his own. Likely at the late stage of skin refining. Even more daunting was the swiftness of Lin Feng's blade. Alu knew he must wait for the fleeting interval between Lin Feng's old power waning and new power rising to strike. Thus, even if Lin Feng was indeed a peer in skill, he could still be subdued in that critical moment. Indeed, as Ali's foot came crashing down, Lin Feng could only hastily raise his hand to defend himself. Thud. This kick sent Lin Feng staggering backward several steps. Alu seized the opportunity and continued his assault. His wind leg technique, honed to a minor success, unleashed like a tempest, relentlessly sweeping towards Lin Feng. Yet, what he did not anticipate was, Lin Feng has achieved the pinnacle of skin refining. The power within him surpasses that of others in the later stages of skin refining by a considerable margin. Lin Feng deftly deflected his opponent's kick with the back of his blade, retreating a few paces to stabilize his stance before launching a powerful left fist. His knuckles collided with Ali's sweeping right leg, delivering a blow that felt akin to striking a stone. A wave of pain surged through Alu. Yet he gritted his teeth and persisted in his assault. He unleashed 3 consecutive kicks, but with each strike, Lin Feng's punches grew increasingly forceful. The final blow, imbued with a fierce gust of wind, shattered Ali's swift leg technique. Alu propelled himself backward with a swift backflip, creating distance between himself and Lin Feng. It was inconceivable. How could you have achieved such mastery in skin refinement? Absolutely impossible. Ali's right leg quivered from the pain. Yet it paled in comparison to the terror swelling within him. Today, he had struck a hard wall. He never anticipated that the one to best him would not be Zhao Sheng, the formidable leader of the knife gang, but rather this unassuming impoverished youth, Lin Feng. Hailing from his own territory, Lin Feng disregarded Ali's inquiries. As he gazed upon the motionless Lin Yu, A surge of fury ignited within him once more. With a swift movement, he charged towards Lu, exclaiming, "Return my brother's life." With a thunderous roar, Lin Feng twirled the butcher's knife in his grasp, then suddenly brought it down with a fierce slash. The strike was wild and unrefined, lacking any semblance of precision, yet it pierced through Li's body with devastating force. The blade nearly cleaved him in two, severing bones and internal organs beyond repair. Even Li's instinctive attempt to shield himself with his left hand resulted in it being sliced cleanly in half. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Li's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not comprehend how such a swift technique could exist, nor could he fathom why he had not slain Lin Yu himself. What of his brother's life? Should it not be he who sought vengeance for his sibling? A butcher indeed. Lin Feng uttered a few words. Immediately, Lu trembled and collapsed, crashing onto the ox cart, spilling his entrails all over the ground. Chapter 20. The Harvest, Zhao Sheng's Return. Thus, Lin Feng single-handedly eliminated all 5 of Li's companions. Lin Feng gazed upon the lifeless bodies, the ground drenched in blood. His heart felt significantly more tranquil than during his first encounter with such a scene. He couldn't help but reflect on how just days prior, he had been a frail youth, utterly powerless. Yet now, he had vanquished the tyrannical members of the Qingxi society, who had mercilessly oppressed the impoverished residents of the shanty town. Relying on his newfound abilities, he had achieved in mere days what had taken his father, Lin Shi, over a decade to accomplish in martial arts. Is this the power of the game interface? The phrase "the liver emperor" pales in comparison to the spender, and the spender pales in comparison to the interface user truly resonates. However, he had now acquired the strength to support his family, ensuring they would not go hungry. But what about Ayu? Lin Feng, upon contemplating this, found himself unable to meet Lin Yu's gaze, unwilling to confront the harshness of reality. Bowing his head, tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards his younger brother. If only he had delayed his departure by a moment, his brother would still be alive. Ayu, I am so sorry, dear brother. Lin Feng could not help but cry out, elder brother? At that moment, due to the earlier collision with Lu, something inexplicable occurred, rousing the unconscious Lin Yu from his slumber. Lin Yu gazed upon his elder brother, who was weeping with his head bowed, while clutching a bloodied butcher's knife. Surrounding them lay the lifeless bodies of Lu and his 4 companions. He rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken, then called out again, twisting his thigh in an attempt to ascertain reality. The pain was sharp. This was no dream. Had his brother truly taken the lives of these individuals? Had he saved Lin Yu from them? Yet, why was his brother in tears? At that moment, Lin Feng, in a haze, seemed to hear Lin Yu's cries. Was the spirit of Yu approaching? In a world filled with strange beings and ghosts, what could be so peculiar about that? Tears streamed down Lin Feng's face, with mucus even dripping onto his lips. When he looked up, he found Lin Yu gazing at him in a daze, his expression filled with curiosity. In that instant, Lin Feng realized his folly. He swiftly turned away to wipe his face, and then turned back to reveal a smiling visage. Brother, it truly is you. Why are you in tears? Lin Yu inquired with confusion. What is this? What is that? It's nothing, just the strong winds and sand from earlier. Lin Feng awkwardly explained. Is it due to the strong winds and sands? But what about those 2 lines on your nose? Is it possible that the harsh conditions have caused you to catch a cold and develop a runny nose? Lin Yu pressed further with his inquiries. Alas, he only remembered to wipe away his tears, forgetting to attend to his runny nose. Lin Feng felt a moment of awkwardness once again, but it was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Yu was alive. His brother had survived. The sensation of recovering what was thought to be lost was truly electrifying. It was akin to awakening from a harrowing nightmare, only to realize it was merely a figment of one's imagination. All right, I have stated that it is merely sand and wind, so why do you inquire so much? Is everything all right? Lin Feng discreetly wiped away his tears and then approached, helping Lin Yu to his feet. No. It was that fierce blow from just now that rendered me unconscious. Lin Yu rubbed his aching back and inquired, when did you become so formidable? I don't know, he replied. Perhaps it was after consuming a wild fruit that I suddenly transformed into this. Lin Feng offered a haphazard explanation. This incident tonight is unlikely to remain concealed. Should it be exposed, it would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the Qingxi society. As a mere commoner, he is utterly at their mercy. They can manipulate him without hesitation. Fortunately, the deed was committed in the eastern part of the city. If Zhao Sheng returns, he may be able to assume responsibility for this matter, which would be a relief. However, if he cannot, Lin Feng may have no choice but to unleash a massacre once more. for the safety of himself and his family. He would not hesitate to eliminate Zhao Sheng's entire household if necessary. A wild fruit? Lin Yu felt that his elder brother was exceedingly fortunate. He did not pry further, recognizing it as his brother's destiny. As long as his brother thrived, that was sufficient. However, his brother's current prowess seemed rather extraordinary. Alu was a formidable figure, a late-stage practitioner of skin refining, yet he was effortlessly slain by his brother with a single strike. It wasn't just Alu. The others, including Zhang Biao and Abao, totaled 5 individuals. Remarkably, his brother emerged unscathed, having vanquished all 5. Such feats could only be accomplished by a martial artist who had achieved the pinnacle of skin refining. A mere 16 years old, at the peak of skin refining. And without any notable background. Lin Yu reflected on this, glancing at Lin Feng and then at himself. He opened his mouth, yet found no words to express his thoughts. If he considered himself a genius, then his brother was nothing short of a prodigy. After a considerable pause, Lin Yu regained his composure. The 2 brothers roused Zhao Xing's wife and daughter, and then carried the large dog into the room. Subsequently, Lin Feng emerged. Conducting a thorough search of Alu and the others, he discovered 15 taels of silver. Unfortunately, Alu had not possessed any martial arts manuals. It was not like the dramas of his previous life, where enemies fortuitously carried their treasures, waiting to be looted. Perhaps Ali's residents held techniques for bone refining and a substantial amount of silver. Tonight, they would surely embark on another scavenging expedition. Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement as he pondered the possibility of discovering the techniques of the bone refinement realm. Such an acquisition would undoubtedly propel his cultivation to unprecedented heights. Name: Lin Feng Technique, Array Breaking Art Cultivation Level, Outer Refinement Realm, Skin Refinement, 98100, Divine Abilities, 1. Consumption 2. Transcending Tribulation Skills, Tiger Roar Fist, 220, Butcher's Skill, 620, Enhancement Points, 25. Lin Feng glanced at the panel below. Today, after the slaughter and a meal, he had acquired 2 enhancement points. He had eliminated 2 henchmen, one worth 1 point, the early-stage skinning expert A Bao worth 4 points, the mid-stage skinning specialist Sang Biao worth 7 points, and A Lu worth 10 points. Thus, his enhancement points had now risen to 25. Just as Lin Feng was deep in thought, a sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Soon, a figure emerged. It was Zhao Sheng. Feeling a sense of unease that evening, Zhao Sheng had hastily consumed a few bites of dinner before making his way back outside the city. Along the way, he encountered one of his henchmen, who relayed the news, prompting him to rush over. After sprinting with all his might, Zhao Sheng was taken aback upon seeing the bodies of Alu and the others. He turned his gaze to Lin Feng, a youth bearing a resemblance to Lin Yu. "Boss, you have returned." At that moment, Lin Yu emerged from the shadows. Subsequently, he recounted the entire sequence of events to Zhao Sheng. A tempest of emotions surged within Zhao Sheng. Before him stood a youth who single-handedly defeated the formidable A Lu, a practitioner at the late stage of skin refining, and he did so with remarkable ease, sustaining not a single injury himself. A mere 16-year-old, without any discernible background? This? My heartfelt gratitude to you, young brother Lin Feng. Zhao Sheng bowed deeply to Lin Feng. He then patted his pocket, producing 20 taels of silver. Wishing to express his gratitude to Lin Feng. Such a sum, however, could scarcely repay a life-saving grace. Henceforth, should you, brother Lin, require anything, I, Zhao Sheng, shall not hesitate in the slightest. Furthermore, today's events were solely the doing of my Dao Dao Society and had no bearing on you, brother Lin, Zhao Sheng proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng finally allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Zhao Sheng was indeed a considerate individual. Brother Zhao, you are too kind. You often speaks of you in my presence, and I am most grateful for your care. There is no need for this money. Lin Feng pushed Zhao Sheng's money back. Zhao Sheng did not seem like a heartless person, as he was, after all, a scion of the Zhao family. Preserving this favor might prove invaluable in the future. Even if it came to naught, for the sake of his own reputation, he would undoubtedly extend more consideration towards Ayu. The two exchanged polite refusals, one insisting on giving, the other adamantly declining. Ultimately, Lin Feng proposed seizing the opportunity to encroach upon Ali's territory, which successfully diverted Zhao Sheng's attention. This suggestion from Lin Feng was, of course, a clever ruse intended to stir up chaos, prompting Zhao Sheng to attract attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, Lin Feng planned to stealthily infiltrate Ali's residence and plunder it first. The treasures within were far more valuable. Chapter 21. The Dual Fulfillment Realm. Subsequently, Lin Feng recalled that Alu and his companions seemed to be under the influence of someone. It was no wonder that upon seeing him, they immediately sought to incapacitate him and even sell off their own kin. The name of the instigator was Yin Yi, as he learned from Lin Yu, who, however, was unfamiliar with him. After all, Lin Yu was merely a lowly henchman, and it was unreasonable to expect all the constables within the county office to be acquainted with every detail. However, Zhao Sheng was well informed. According to him, the instigator named Yin Yi was actually Yin Song, a constable under the command of Su Chong. At that moment, Lin Feng finally confirmed that the obstruction he faced while attempting to join the constabulary was indeed orchestrated by the Su family. Lin Feng and Lin Yu exchanged glances at one another. Lin Feng never anticipated that the adversary would act so swiftly. Just 2 days ago, they had merely crossed paths, and now they were poised to strike at his family. With A Lu now deceased by his hand, if the enemy remained oblivious, he could perhaps buy himself a day or two. Yet, what could a day or two truly accomplish? With a mere accusation from a local constable, he could find himself incarcerated, never to emerge again. Brother Lin, do you harbor any enmity towards the Su family? At that moment, Zhao Sheng, noticing the expressions on their faces, inquired. Subsequently, Lin Feng recounted the entire ordeal and conveyed his desire to join the Demon Extermination Department's Reserve Corps. Indeed, enrolling in the Reserve Corps presented a viable solution to his predicament. If he could secure a position, the Su family would at least be deterred from openly targeting him. Let us proceed this way. Once tonight's matter is resolved, I shall return to my family tomorrow and see if I can facilitate some connections, Zhao Sheng declared, affirming his commitment to assist Lin Feng in navigating the complexities of their situation. Many thanks to you, Brother Zhao. Lin Feng clasped his hands in greeting. If Zhao Sheng could indeed leverage his connections to assist him, it would bolster his confidence significantly. After all, the Zhao family wielded considerable influence in Kaiyang County. Subsequently, Zhao Sheng set about gathering a team. Lin Feng cautioned Lin Yu to exercise utmost caution before departing. After changing into a new outfit and donning a black mask, he made his way towards Ali's residence. Although Ali held the position of a prominent leader, he was but a solitary figure. Accompanied only by 2 underlings on guard, Lin Feng leaped over the courtyard wall, swiftly snapping the necks of 2 guards. A surge of 6. He then began to search the room meticulously. In a drawer's compartment, he discovered a handful of silver coins, along with a precious tiger essence pill. Additionally, he found 2 manuals. One was akin to the Tiger Roar Fist, both classified as a yellow rank technique, the Gale Leg technique. The other was the Arid Python secret art. Regrettably, the Arid Python secret art only reached the pinnacle of skin refinement, which was not the bone forging technique Lin Feng sought. He scoured every nook and cranny again, leaving no stone unturned, yet he could find no other martial arts manuals. Indeed, it was evident that someone like Ali, a prominent leader within the gang, after years of service in the Qing Snake Society, could still not attain a bone-forging technique. This starkly illustrates the oppression and exploitation imposed by the upper echelons upon the lower ranks. Lin Feng let out a sigh. Quick, hurry inside to find Le Guo. The people from the Big Knife Gang are coming. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside. Lin Feng was acutely aware that Zhao Sheng had commenced his attempts to seize Ali's territory. There was no time to linger. He had to return immediately. With that thought, Lin Feng swiftly vacated the room, igniting a fire within it, and then nimbly leapt over the courtyard wall. He took off running. Although the scene was chaotic, eliminating a few lackeys from the Green Serpent Society could yield some valuable enhancement points. However, this also posed a significant risk of exposure. If he inadvertently provoked the leader of the Green Serpent Society, it would spell trouble. Returning home swiftly to safeguard his family was the wisest course of action. As for the whereabouts of Bao and Sang Biao, he was entirely unaware. Moreover, while he indulged in the spoils, it was only fair to leave Zhao Sheng and his associates a morsel. One must not appear too greedy, despite Zhao Sheng's acquisition of territory being a considerable windfall. Decorum must be maintained. Upon returning home, Lin Feng found his mother still waiting for him, while his younger sister, Lin Man, had already fallen asleep. As Lin Feng entered, his mother finally succumbed to fatigue and retired for the night, exhausted from a day's labor. Once in his room, Lin Feng meticulously counted the silver coins he possessed. The spoils he had extracted from A Lu, combined with what he discovered at his residence, amounted to 30 taels. Adding to this was the 11 taels he already had, bringing his total to an impressive 41 taels of silver. Additionally, he possessed a tiger essence pill, marking a sudden windfall. The acquisition of wealth had indeed come swiftly, albeit at the risk of attracting significant trouble. Merely a few days prior, Lin Feng had been troubled over a mere 2 taels. And now he found himself in possession of over 40 taels, sufficient to sustain a common family for several years. Subsequently, he reviewed the swift wind leg technique, practicing its forms several times. Upon checking his status panel, he noted a new addition to his skill set. Name: Lin Feng Cultivation Method. Breaking the Array Technique Level. Outer Refinement Realm. Skin Refinement. 98100. Divine Powers. Consumption. Deliverance Skills. Tiger Roar Fist. 220. Butcher S Cleaver Technique. 620. Swift Wind Leg Technique. 020. Upgrade Points. 31. Indeed, it was true. With just a few practice sessions, he could successfully record his progress. Lin Feng exclaimed with delight. This scale leg technique not only enhances the offensive power of the legs and increases agility in combat, but it also accelerates the speed of evasive maneuvers. When faced with a stronger opponent, should he find himself unable to prevail, it may even serve as a means of self-preservation. Thus, Lin Feng resolved to master this technique. Subsequently, he consumed the Tiger Essence Pill. An intense surge of energy erupted within him, only to be swiftly absorbed by the interface, transforming into enhancement points. Enhancement points, 23. This time, the Tiger Essence Pill contributed 2 points less than before. It remains uncertain whether this is due to his growing cultivation diminishing the efficacy, or if it is a result of the pill's inferior quality. Lin Feng pondered. However, he leaned more towards the first conjecture. The meat consumed tonight was plentiful, yet it only yielded a mere 2 enhancement points. It seemed to him that this was a decrease compared to before. It appeared that as one's cultivation advanced, the quality of the food and elixirs required must also rise in order to steadily accumulate enhancement points. Conversely, the enhancement points derived from overcoming tribulations had not diminished despite the increase in cultivation. He resolved to pay closer attention in the future. Lin Feng contemplated deeply. Subsequently, he allocated 2 enhancement points to his cultivation, elevating his skin refinement realm to 100. At that moment, the plus sign became unclickable. The skin refinement had reached perfection, and further enhancement was temporarily unattainable. He resolved to elevate both the butchering technique and the gale leg technique to their zenith before proceeding. After all, time was of the essence. He must hasten to augment his strength. Who knows when he would acquire the bone forging cultivation method? As soon as he finished his thoughts, Lin Feng resumed clicking. Name: Lin Feng Technique. Breaking the Formation Cultivation. External Refinement Realm. Skin Refinement. 100 Divine Abilities. 1. Consumption. 2. Overcoming Tribulations Techniques. Tiger Roar Fist. 220. Butchering Technique. 2020. Gale Leg Technique. 2020. Enhancement Points. 19 in an instant. Lin Feng gained a more profound understanding of the butchering knife technique. Not only had his speed increased, but he also experienced an enlightening epiphany. It felt as though he had entered an entirely different realm. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the nearby cleaver seemed to resonate with his spirit, emitting faint echoes of sound. Moreover, it appeared to move slightly. Is this the state of great perfection? Lin Feng felt an overwhelming shock within his heart. Could it be the realm spoken of in legends? Chapter 22. Seeking Connections. Controlling the blade with Qi. Lin Feng was startled by his own thoughts. According to his current repository of knowledge, the first 3 stages of a martial artist's realm are the external refinement stage, the internal enhancement stage, and the essence refinement stage. Even upon reaching the essence refinement stage, one should not be able to wield a weapon solely through the manipulation of Qi. While the essence refinement stage does produce an energy akin to internal force, it can only exert influence through physical contact with the body or weapon. It is utterly impossible to control a weapon out of thin air. Subsequently, Lin Feng attempted once more to recapture that elusive sensation. Alas, it seemed to vanish like a fleeting dream. No matter what he did, he could no longer find that feeling. He only had a vague sense that he possessed a unique affinity for that cleaver. However, he felt no such connection to other weapons, such as the chopping knife. After multiple attempts, he realized that both his body and spirit quickly became fatigued. It appears that his cultivation is still insufficient. To expect a skin refinement stage practitioner to wield a weapon through Qi manipulation is indeed a fanciful notion. Lin Feng mused to himself with a hint of self-deprecation. Nonetheless, he truly anticipated the day when he could genuinely wield such power. Once mastered, it would undoubtedly be a breathtaking strike. For he had also perfected the gale leg technique to its utmost realm. Lin Feng once again entered the small courtyard, his figure moving with remarkable agility. Within the confines of this limited space, he deftly maneuvered without so much as grazing an object. and his movements were accompanied by an almost imperceptible sound. It was evident that his mastery of movement had reached an extraordinary level. Achieving perfection in such a skill requires not only years of diligent practice, but also a moment of profound insight. Yet, astonishingly, Lin Feng accomplished this feat in a single night. Should others become aware of this, it would surely evoke a deep envy, one that could lead to dire consequences. Established powers invariably seek to suppress emerging forces to safeguard their own interests and status. After Lin Feng acclimated to his newfound strength, he finally ceased his training and returned to his chamber to rest. Meanwhile, Zhao Xing, accompanied by his men, had seized control of Ali's territory after a night of fierce combat. With Alu, the formidable leader, out of the picture, only a few minor leaders remained, and Zhao Sheng encountered little formidable resistance. Ultimately, he looted the area extensively and generously rewarded Lin Yu, promoting him to a minor leader tasked with overseeing the region where Lin Feng's family resided. The following day, the local residents learned that their territory had been commandeered by the Knife Gang and was now under Lin Yu's management, and they were filled with regret. They lamented their earlier pragmatism, wishing they had not allowed Lin Feng to slip away without joining the county office as an enforcer. Their expressions of discontent were truly disheartening. Upon Lin Feng's return from the slaughterhouse, he was met by Zhao Sheng, who had brought Lin Yu to their home. The neighbors, upon witnessing the esteemed leader of the Didao gang visiting Lin Feng's residence, were filled with regret and disbelief. How could such a prominent figure venture into this humble locale? Uncle Niu, leaning on his cane, gazed from a distance alongside Aunt Niu, their faces etched with curiosity. Moreover, Zhao Sheng arrived bearing gifts. Was it truly necessary for such grandiosity over a mere newly promoted subordinate like Lin Yu? Perhaps this was all due to Lin Feng's influence, though the specifics remained elusive. It was undoubtedly something remarkable. The Lin family has indeed achieved a degree of success. Just look at our son. He remains as foolish as ever. Alas, the comparison between individuals can be infuriating. Uncle Niu sighed. It is all your fault. If it weren't for your petty concerns and your eagerness to reclaim the money back then, we could have at least reaped some benefits now. Lin Yu would have surely charged us a lesser protection fee. But now, it is not just a matter of a reduced fee. Being charged less than before would be a blessing. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhang, who a few days ago threatened to cut off supplies, now deeply regrets her decision and is filled with anxiety and discontent. She glances anxiously towards Lin Feng's door, lost in her thoughts. As for Uncle Wu, he has already perished at the jaws of the last beast, and his son, Sanshi, has been forced into a marriage arrangement with another family. Lin Feng welcomed Zhao Sheng into the house, disregarding the neighbors gathered outside. After the last incident, he was resolute in not showing any kindness to these people again. Lin Yu should collect the protection fee as he sees fit. Otherwise, this group of people might become quite audacious. Brother Lin. Today marks the first day of Ayu managing his territory. I just happened to come to visit my aunt and younger sister. Brother Zhao greeted Lin Feng. It is an honor to have Brother Zhao here. There is no need for such formality, and you even brought such a generous assortment of gifts. Lin Feng smiled and clasped his hands together. Zhao Sheng, along with Lin Yu, had previously met Lin's mother. Lin's mother immediately set about preparing the meal. Lin Yu's ascendance to a position of leadership is indeed a remarkable achievement, and she is filled with joy. At the very least, Lin Yu will no longer be subject to the whims of others. She promptly gathered all the meat from the household and began cooking rice, intending to celebrate in style. Lin Man, ever obedient, followed her mother into the kitchen to assist. Brother Zhao, I apologize for the modesty of our home. I hope it does not cause you any embarrassment. Lin Feng could only brew the tea brought by Lin Yu, boiling water and preparing a modest infusion for the two of them. Haha, my dear brother Lin, you jest. They exchanged pleasantries for a while. Subsequently, Zhao Sheng broached the main topic. Brother Lin, I have already conferred with my family this morning. They have consented to pave the way for you. Tomorrow, you shall proceed to the Demon-Slaying Division's reserve camp for your assessment. Lin Feng did not anticipate that Zhao Xing would have accomplished the task for him so swiftly. Mere hours after their conversation yesterday, he had assumed that Zhao was merely testing the waters, for navigating relationships is no trivial endeavor. Nor can it be resolved with a mere handful of coins. It requires a formidable backing. Observing Zhao Sheng's nonchalant demeanor, Lin Feng understood that he must have incurred considerable costs. Thank you very much, Brother Zhao. In the future, should you require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to offer my help. Lin Feng once again cupped his hands and solemnly declared, Haha, Brother Lin, you have saved my wife and daughter. This matter is of little consequence. Zhao Sheng, observing Lin Feng's earnestness, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this time he had incurred a significant cost. Having exhausted a favor owed to him by the esteemed second young master Zhao Qingze of the Zhao family. However, aside from the fact that Lin Feng had rescued his family, this prodigy, should he join the reserve camp of the Demon Extermination Division and subsequently flourish, would undoubtedly become an invaluable ally. Thus, his actions in this instance may not only be a mere expenditure, but could very well turn out to be a substantial profit. Lin Yu felt joy for his elder brother and secretly resolved to practice martial arts diligently, aspiring to catch up to him. He wondered if one day he might also join the demon-slaying division. Before long, Lin's mother prepared the meal, and everyone took their seats to eat. Damn it! That Lu has failed to accomplish his task, and has perished, he exclaimed. Why couldn't he have finished his business before meeting his end? In the county office, Yin Song's mood was rather grim. Had he known, he would not have relinquished that silver so early. It has cost me 5 taels. This sum represents 2 months' worth of the office's expenses. Now, it is too late to seek someone else. I must take matters into my own hands. He considered that he was merely a commoner. Killing him would allow for a swift return to indulge in the delights of the Chunhong Tower's Xiaotahong. Chapter 23. The execution of Yin Song. After enjoying food and drink, the afternoon passed swiftly. Zhao Xing bid farewell and departed. Lin Feng initially intended to do something, while Lin Yu remained at home. Having indulged in alcohol to the point of inebriation, he uttered a series of nonsensical remarks before collapsing onto Lin Feng's bed. Succumbing to a deep slumber, Lin Feng, having consumed the divine essence, swiftly transformed the sustenance within him into enhancement points. Thus, he not only remained sober but felt remarkably invigorated. At this moment, Lin Feng was filled with joy, for tomorrow he would undergo the assessment at the Demon Exorcism Department. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was confident in his entry. Having achieved perfection in skin refinement and elevated both the Gale leg technique and the butcher's dissection to their consummate states, among his peers, none could stand as a worthy opponent. If he could not succeed, then surely others would have even less chance. Moreover, with Lin Yu now established as a junior leader, the principal families no longer dared to employ Lin Feng's mother. Thus, his mother would no longer need to toil outside. This development brought him considerable peace of mind. Previously, he had urged her to refrain from working, yet she felt accustomed to it and wished to save some money for Lin Feng's future bride, insisting that she was not yet elderly and could not bear to relinquish her earnings. Ultimately, it was the fear of poverty that haunted her. Having only just begun to enjoy a few days of comfort, she dreaded the prospect of returning to a time when even basic sustenance was a luxury. Lin Feng lay on the bed, while Lin Yu was in a deep slumber, mumbling in his dreams. Elder brother, you, also want to support the family. I wish to be good to both our mother and little sister. As he spoke, he gestured animatedly. Lin Feng glanced at Lin Yu, shaking his head with a smile. He then positioned his hand properly, draping the blanket over his exposed abdomen. As night fell, the shanty town was enveloped in a profound silence. Lin Feng was on the verge of surrendering to slumber, seeking a restful respite to prepare for the impending assessment the following day. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed through the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, a dim light flickered to life. Who could it be? Lin Feng's body tensed as he grasped the butcher's knife that lay beside him. Silently, he rose from his bed and stealthily approached his door. Through the crack, he glimpsed a figure clad in black, their face obscured. Could it be that his involvement in Ali's demise had been uncovered? Or had the Su family sent another emissary? Curse be it! Could they not delay for just one more day? Until he had joined the reserve camp of the Demon Extermination Department? Perhaps then they would think twice before acting against him, considering his newfound status. Yet, now that the enemy had encroached upon his threshold, he could not afford to hesitate. Action was imperative. Furthermore, when the opportune moment arrived, the entire Su family would become his stepping stones to ascendancy. The structure of Lin Feng's home is quite simple. It features a small courtyard with a kitchen nestled within. Through the door, one can glimpse 2 separated compartments inside. The outer section serves as a modest living room. The figure clad in black is none other than Yin Song. Upon entering, he immediately deduces that his target resides within those 2 small rooms. Lighting a lantern, he is unfazed by Lin Feng's awareness. Even if Lin Feng were to discover him, what could he possibly do? Inflicting severe injuries and breaking Lin Feng's limbs would require little time. Once accomplished, he could simply depart. In this humble shantytown, no one could pose a threat to him. In the next moment, a gleaming dagger emerges in Yin Song's hand. reflecting a cold glimmer in the lantern's light. He then slowly approaches the room where Lin Feng is situated. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushes by, and a glistening cleaver is pressed against Yin Song's throat. Startled, Yin Song is taken aback. He is unaware of who this opponent is, possessing such extraordinary agility that they have approached him silently, without a hint of sound. It was indeed a swift breeze, but he had been too complacent. Having always regarded Lin Feng as merely an inconsequential figure, he never anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary. Don't move. Try to make another move. Lin Feng lowered his voice, slightly moving the butcher's knife. Yin Song, holding a dagger, was about to make a move when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. Blood began to flow, and he immediately dared not move again. Beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Accustomed to wielding power within the yamen, he had not experienced such immense pressure for a long time, except when confronting demonic beasts. Please spare my life. I merely came to retrieve a small item. Surely, I do not deserve death. Yin Song pleaded for mercy. Come with me. If you dare utter a sound, I will ensure your demise. Lin Feng had already discerned the voice of Yin Song. To his astonishment, it truly was him. This man could hardly wait a single day. Since the adversary sought his own demise, then so be it. However, it would be inauspicious for him to perish within the confines of the courtyard. Such an occurrence might alarm his mother and younger sister. Thus, he relinquished Yin Song's dagger, exerted his strength, and leaped into the air, effortlessly lifting Yin Song's hefty frame as if it were a mere chick. The two landed gracefully on the ground. Lin Feng forcefully escorted Yin Song 100 meters away, then tore off his black mask. Indeed, it was Yin Song, the very person who had set a trap for him during the assessment, preventing his progress. Yin Song gazed at Lin Feng, his heart trembling with disbelief. He could not comprehend how, just days ago, a 16-year-old boy who struggled to lift a stone lock had now, in such a short span, effortlessly overpowered him. Had his opponent been feigning weakness all along? Moments ago, Lin Feng had effortlessly lifted him over the courtyard wall with such strength. Additionally, his swift and elusive movements indicated that his martial prowess had clearly surpassed Yin Song's. A 16-year-old warrior, at least at the pinnacle of body refinement. How had he found himself entangled with such a formidable character? Tonight, it seemed he might not escape with his life. All of this was thanks to that swine from the Su family. With a thud, Yin Song fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Young hero, spare my life. It was all Su Xiong's doing. He intended to break your limbs and force you to witness his marriage to Zhu Chui'er. He also planned to sell your family. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. Let this matter pass, and I will ensure you receive all the silver. If you take my life, the county office will not let you go unpunished. Yin Song desperately articulated the advantages of sparing him and the repercussions of his demise. Yet, his words rang hollow. Were it not for Lin Feng's newfound strength, he would be the one lying dead now, along with his family. With a swift motion, Lin Feng severed Yin Song's throat, silencing him forever. He then procured a cloth bag, placed the lifeless body inside, and hurriedly made his way to the riverbank. There, he tied a heavy stone to it and sank it to the riverbed. Having completed this grim task, he swiftly returned home. This way, he could buy himself a few more days. By then, he would enter the reserve camp and no longer fear the Su family. Lin Feng murmured to himself in the courtyard, Su family. Su Xiong, wait for me. Lin Feng has included all members of the Su family on his lethal list. He must succeed in the reserve camp assessment tomorrow. Otherwise, if Su Chong realizes his intentions, his family will face dire consequences, with no hope of survival. On the following day, at dawn, Lin Feng set forth towards the Demon Suppression Division's reserve camp. Chapter 24. The Assessment of the Demon Suppression Division's Reserve Camp. The reserve camp of the Demon Suppression Division is situated within the inner city. To establish a large camp in such a valuable area underscores the power and authority of the Demon Suppression Division. Within the inner city, aside from the county office and its affiliated entities, only the four prominent indigenous families, Zhao, Yu, Li, and Wu, hold comparable stature. The county office is centrally located in the inner city, while the Demon Suppression Division lies to the east. With Lin Feng's current pace, it was not long before he arrived at the reserve camp. At the entrance of the camp stood two stone lions, flanking the gate, with two guards who were tall and imposing, clad in dark robes adorned with the characters for demon suppression embroidered on their chests, exuding an air of authority. Halt! This is the reserve camp of the Demon Suppression Division. No idlers are permitted to linger. One of the guards commanded as Lin Feng approached. Esteemed sir, I am Lin Feng, here to participate in the assessment. Lin Feng clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the man and then retrieved 5 taels of silver from his bosom. He placed the coins into the guard's hand, saying, "Esteemed gentleman, you have worked hard. Please accept this modest sum for a drink." The guard, who had initially worn a stern expression, broke into a smile after weighing the silver in his palm. Those who are perceptive and adept at navigating social nuances are often favored. "I see," he remarked. "We are indeed looking to recruit at the moment. Please follow me inside." With that, the guard led Lin Feng into the premises. It is said that the king of hell is approachable, yet the little demons can be quite troublesome. Lin Feng was not averse to spending money. After eliminating Yin Song the previous night, he discovered 15 taels of silver on his person. Altogether, he possessed 56 taels of silver, and it was only fitting to allocate a portion for necessary arrangements. Although Zhao Sheng claimed that all was well, it was prudent for him to contribute as well, ensuring absolute security. Shortly thereafter, the guard led Lin Feng across a vast expanse of open ground to a grand hall. Several individuals were already awaiting him inside. "Do not wander. Remain here and await the examination officer," the guard instructed as he ushered Lin Feng into the hall before returning to the entrance. Lin Feng stepped aside, surveying the individuals who stood within the grand hall. 8 individuals, subtly divided into 2 factions. 7 were clustered together, adorned in splendid garments, embellished with jade pendants, belts, and various accessories. It was evident they hailed from families of considerable wealth and status. In stark contrast, the 8th, though his attire was not tattered, was of a more ordinary nature, suggesting a humble upbringing akin to Lin Feng's own. Another rustic newcomer. They all aspired to ascend within the ranks of the Demon Subjugation Division, dreaming of transformation into something grand. Such fantasies were utterly delusional. At that moment, a young man dressed in resplendent attire, sporting a hawk-like nose, scrutinized Lin Feng before sneering derisively. The remaining 6 erupted in laughter. They were all scions of affluent families in the city. And although they did not belong to the 4 prominent clans, they had long ensured their positions were solidified. Gaining entry into the Demon Subjugation Division was merely a formality today. Lin Feng regarded the individual before him with a cold gaze, remaining silent. When confronted by such an overbearing presence, it suffices to disregard them. Once his strength is sufficient, he shall crush them outright. At that moment, a member of the Demon Subduing Department approached, his brow furrowed, seemingly in a foul mood. Although of diminutive stature and appearing unremarkable, his arrival silenced the crowd. "Everyone, step forward and state your names," the examiner commanded, producing a roster for the participants to sign. As the individuals ahead registered, the examiner did not lift his gaze. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's name, he looked up momentarily. Once all had registered, the examiner escorted them to the assessment site. The location was quite simple, featuring merely a large stone lock that appeared extraordinarily heavy, weighing at least 1,000 pounds. The examiner first examined the participants' physiques before brandishing a knife and making several incisions upon them. After confirming their conditions, he spoke. "All 9 of you meet the qualifications. The strength of non-martial practitioners is insufficient to breach the skin. You pass. However, Lu Monsong, your bone age exceeds 20 years. You are disqualified. Step outside." The examiner slowly declared, his gaze finally resting upon Lu Monsong, who, like Lin Feng, hailed from a humble background. "My lord, I am but 19 years of age. How can I exceed that limit?" Upon hearing this, Lu Monsong initially felt elated, only for his expression to shift dramatically, confusion filling his eyes. Despite his remarkable talent and minimal resources, he had reached his current level of cultivation, yet he was eliminated. Moreover, he was certain he had not surpassed 20. How could this be? "Do you dare to question my authority?" At that moment, the examiner's expression hardened, his voice turning icy. The 7 young gentlemen in splendid attire cast scornful glances at Lu Monsong, their lips curling with derision at his misfortune. Yet, there lingered a hint of curiosity among the crowd. Why had Lin Feng not been disqualified? "My lord, I refuse to accept this." Lu Monsong's face flushed crimson as he finally uttered those words. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng subtly shook his head. This individual, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, was bound to face dire consequences. Indeed, the aura of the assessment officer shifted dramatically, an overwhelming surge of vitality erupting forth. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, Lu Monsong was sent hurtling through the air. A closer inspection revealed that the assessment officer had mysteriously taken Lu Monsong's place. Lu Monsong expelled a mouthful of blood, clearly gravely injured. Had the officer not shown restraint, his very life would have been forfeit. Even in this instance of mercy, Had the officer chosen to strike lethally, none would have dared utter a word of protest. The onlookers, including Lin Feng, felt their pupils constrict in astonishment at the officer's formidable prowess. Do not linger, the assessment officer commanded with renewed ferocity. Lu Monsong, now stricken with fear, dared not utter another word and stumbled away in retreat. A flicker of helplessness flashed through Lin Feng's heart. Had it not been for the Zhao family, he might have faced a similar fate today. Despite reaching the requisite realm and age, he still found himself unable to pass the test. The opportunities were undeniably limited. Those affluent families would never permit anyone to encroach upon their fortunes. Subsequently, the examiner instructed the participants to lift the great stone in succession. Although some had attained the necessary level, those who relied on secret techniques for a forced enhancement of their strength would inevitably be filtered out. The crowd swiftly raised the stone, however. The young man with the hooked nose could only lift it halfway before he could no longer bear the weight and hastily set it down, nearly injuring himself. The hooked-nosed youth was utterly indifferent to his lackluster performance, for he had already secured connections with the Li family from one of the 4 prominent clans. Offering a substantial bribe of tens of thousands of taels of silver, half of his family's fortune, the young master of the Li family had guaranteed his success. How could there be any error? Finally, Lin Feng was the last to take the stage. With ease, he lifted the massive stone and gently set it down, displaying the most effortless strength among all the participants. Once the final assessment concluded, the examiner turned to Lin Feng and remarked, "This time, there are only 7 slots available." Lin Feng, upon hearing this, noticed the examiner casting a glance in his direction. His eyes widened in surprise, and his heart raced with trepidation. Could it be that the connections of Zhaosheng's family were not sufficiently formidable? Chapter 25. The elimination contest. The remaining 7 young gentlemen in splendid attire turned their gazes toward Lin Feng, their expressions rife with disdain. Particularly, the youth with a hawk-like nose could not suppress his laughter. They had presumed that Lin Feng possessed some influential backing, but it seemed he was ultimately destined for elimination. As for claims regarding Lin Feng's commendable talent and the examiner's interest in recruiting him, those were utterly implausible. What profit could the entire demon subjugation department as upper echelon derive from accepting a scion of a wealthy family? Conversely, a child of poverty would yield no financial gain whatsoever. Such sums of silver were no trifling matter, even if some individuals persisted in their hopes. If they did not seize the opportunity, others would surely take advantage of it. If others were unable to secure their positions, it would indicate a lack of compatibility, leading to their inevitable disqualification. Only 7 spots were available, which meant that one among them would inevitably be eliminated. At this crucial juncture, the examiner turned his attention towards the youth with the hawk-like nose. Mei Chang'un, haha, I have long proclaimed that you, a mere peasant, aspire to soar to greatness. The hawk-nosed youth jeered, pointing at Lin Feng with a mocking smile. Lin Feng gazed at him as if he were a fool, while the others stood with their mouths agape, confirming whether they had misheard. To their astonishment, it was not Lin Feng who had been eliminated, but rather Mei Chang'un. Did this fellow truly possess some hidden backing? Mei Chang'un. At that moment, it dawned on Mei Chang'un that he was the one eliminated. He pointed at himself, his expression one of incredulity. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sir, why is this so? He exclaimed. There is nothing impossible about it. Based on strength, everyone else surpasses you. You alone could not lift the great stone lock. The examiner, having assessed the situation, provided him with a brief explanation. Sir, how could that mudfoot contend with me? My family's connections. Mei Chang'un's words were abruptly cut off by a disdainful snort from the examiner, serving as both an interruption and a warning. Though everyone understood the reality of the situation, voicing it made all the difference. Mei Chang'un hastily swallowed his words. He had just witnessed Lu Monsong's downfall. The remaining 6 young gentlemen in splendid attire remained indifferent, their concerns far removed from the unfolding drama. Subsequently, Mei Chang'un's eyes darted as he implored, Sir, I beseech you for another chance. The measure of strength can only be determined through confrontation. This mudfoot merely possesses brute strength. Combat prowess cannot be solely quantified by might. Should he manage to defeat me, I, Mei Chang'un, would willingly relinquish my spot without hesitation. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng felt a sense of reassurance within his heart. That young man with the hooked nose had just failed to lift even a stone lock, exhibiting an appearance of indulgence and weakness. How could he possibly be Lin Feng's adversary? It was evident that the other party was practically inviting him to deliver a beating. Such a considerate gesture. However, it remained uncertain whether the examiner would acquiesce to this arrangement. At that moment, the examiner spoke. Do you think the Demon Exorcism Division is akin to your Mei family? You cannot simply act as you wish. Clearly, there was no room for negotiation in this matter. If you do not depart now, shall I be required to escort you out? Although the four prominent families wielded significant power, the examiner was evidently not one to be trifled with. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Hearing the examiner's cold words, Mei Chang'an broke into a cold sweat, refraining from further speech. Just when everyone believed the matter had reached its conclusion, a figure emerged, bringing a bright smile to Mei Changyun's face. "Young Master Li," he exclaimed. The other young gentleman in splendid attire also greeted the newcomer. The individual appeared to be around 20 years of age, exuding a profound aura that subtly pressured Lin Feng. This was none other than the direct descendant of the Li family, Li Wui. General Huang. Li Wui nodded to the crowd, then respectfully saluted the diminutive examiner before leading him aside. "General Huang, I owe Mei Chang'an a favor from before, and he has now sought me out. I kindly ask you to show mercy. I am aware that this lad has Zhao Chengza backing him. However, they must at least have a fair match to maintain appearances. Otherwise, my Li family will lose face. I will handle Zhao Chengza's side of things and ensure you are not put in a difficult position." The favor Li Wui spoke of was merely a pretext. The crux of the matter was that he had received a substantial sum from the Mei family. If this arrangement fell through, others would turn to the Zhao family instead of the Li family. Moreover, he knew that although Mei Chang'an had indulged excessively, he had still managed to master a martial art to a minor success. In contrast, Lin Feng, coming from a humble background, had barely begun his training and lacked guidance from a renowned master. Even if he had achieved the pinnacle of skin refinement, how could he possibly contend with the martial prowess of Mei Chang'an? If the two were to compete, victory would undoubtedly belong to Mei Chang'an. Upon hearing this, Huang Qiong found the reasoning sound and agreed. "You two shall compete. The victor shall..." "Wait a moment. General Huang, please hold." At that moment, a graceful young gentleman appeared. It was Zhao Chengza. He cast a reassuring glance towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Now, he felt as steadfast as an old dog. With Zhao Chengza, the second son of the Zhao family, backing him, coupled with his own strength, victory was assured. "You two, deliberate quickly and provide me with a resolution." Huang Qiong, upon seeing Zhao Chengza's arrival, decided to take a hands-off approach. "Li Wui, adhere to the rules. You cannot claim the upper hand here," Zhao Chengza asserted. "Speak. How do you wish to proceed? I shall oversee this matter today. At worst, I shall cede you the opportunity for a medicinal bath this month." Li Wui, unwilling to keep Huang Qiong waiting, immediately responded, "What is the worth of a single medicinal bath? You, young Master Li, are rather stingy. If Lin Feng wins, he shall also receive 20 military merits." Zhao Chengza scoffed, then continued, "Agreed." Li Wui readily accepted. Although military merits were scarce and could only be earned through slaying monsters, Mei Chang'an was not one to underestimate. Hearing this, Zhao Chengza's heart swelled with delight. While others remained unaware of Lin Feng's prowess, he was well informed. That morning, Zhao Xing had already conveyed Lin Feng's remarkable achievements to him. To his astonishment, even Yu Qingxing had misjudged him. This young man had reached the pinnacle of skin refinement and had even slain members of the Qing Snake Society, who had long thrived on the edge of danger. He was certainly not someone of Mei Chang'an's caliber. Soon, the overseer Huang Qiong announced the competition between the two. The victor would remain, while the loser would be eliminated. Although Lin Feng felt somewhat like a pawn being manipulated, he still recognized that securing a place in the reserve camp of the demon-slaying division was a commendable opportunity. To escape manipulation, one must possess the strength to do so. You, a mere peasant, will serve as my training partner, allowing you to understand what it truly means to be a martial artist. Mei Changyun, pleased that Li Wui had finally procured an opportunity for him, felt a surge of satisfaction. He resolved to incapacitate Lin Feng. Without him, none of this would have unfolded. Consequently, he adopted a stance, his aura shifting dramatically, capturing the attention of the onlookers. To their surprise, despite his seemingly indulgent demeanor, he radiated a formidable presence, clearly showcasing his mastery of technique. Then, he charged towards Lin Feng, his fists fierce and thunderous, akin to a clap of thunder. Lin Feng had long desired to strike this person, who incessantly referred to him as a mudfoot. If not you, then who else would face the punishment? Chapter 26, The Diamond Technique. Observing Mei Chang'an charging forth with an imposing demeanor, Lin Feng moved with the grace of a fleeting breeze, effortlessly evading Mei Changyun's assault. Mei Chang'an, missing his target, unleashed a punch that met only empty air, nearly causing himself to stumble in a most undignified manner. In the presence of Lin Feng, this seasoned warrior, whose mastery was complete, appeared as naive as a mere child of 3. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, pivoting once more to launch another attack at Lin Feng. After a flurry of exchanges, Mei Chongyun charged forward like a rampaging bull, his speed commendable, yet he could scarcely graze the hem of Lin Feng's garment. This spectacle prompted the onlookers to re-evaluate Lin Feng's prowess. Like a butterfly dancing among flowers, Lin Feng navigated Mei Chongyun's strikes with effortless grace, moving leisurely as if strolling through a garden, leaving Mei Chongyun in a dizzying whirl. "You little rascal, relying solely on your agility to evade me. If you possess any courage, come and face me." Mei Chongyun gasped, realizing that all his fervent efforts were in vain. As Lin Feng observed that his opponent had nearly exhausted his strength, he seized the moment. When the adversary launched another attack, Lin Feng executed a swift and powerful kick with his right leg. Mei Chongyun, in a desperate attempt, struck upwards with his fist, resulting in a violent collision between their limbs. The sound of a bone snapping echoed in the air as Mei Chongyun's wrist shattered, the jagged ends piercing through his skin. A cry of anguish escaped Mei Chongyun as he collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. It would likely take him several months to recuperate from such a grievous injury. The onlookers, once dismissive, now regarded Lin Feng with newfound respect. "Lin Feng is victorious," declared Huang Qiong. "You 7 have now been inducted into the reserve camp of the Demon Extermination Division. Proceed to register and collect your supplies. Dedicate yourselves to rigorous training, and strive to become true members of the Demon Extermination Division at the earliest opportunity." After announcing the results and offering a token of encouragement, Huang Qiong departed. Others approached to assist Mei Chongyun with his treatment, while some guided the remaining 7 to complete their registration. "Indeed, keep up the good work." Zhao Chengza encouraged Lin Feng warmly. "And let us extend our gratitude to Brother Zhao and young Master Zhao." Lin Feng clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Zhao Chengza. Meanwhile, Li Wui let out a cold snort, casting a lingering glance at Lin Feng before departing from the scene. "Young Master Li, do remember your promise," Zhao Chengza called out, adopting a rather mischievous demeanor. Li Wui, infuriated, could not muster a response and left without a backward glance. "You must exercise caution in your future endeavors. That Li Wui is no trifling character. Be wary of giving him any leverage," Zhao Chengzu advised. "Thank you for the reminder, young Master Zhao." Lin Feng felt a deep sense of helplessness. He had inadvertently offended a member of the Li family from one of the 4 great clans upon his arrival. However, in his pursuit of this coveted position, he found himself with no alternative, now that he had entered the reserve camp of the Demon Exorcism Division. Even the Li family would have to exercise caution if they wished to target him. Had he not secured a place in the Demon Exorcism Division, it would not be long before Su Chang would ensure that his entire family met a fate without burial. And that day at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, he had expressed his gratitude to young Master Zhao with a cup of the exquisite Drunken Immortal brew. Had it not been for that delightful elixir, he might not have advanced to the pinnacle of skin refinement so swiftly. "If fate allows, I shall certainly treat you to a drink in the future," Lin Feng sincerely said. "There is no need for such formality. It is merely a trifling matter. I simply find you agreeable and wish to treat you to a drink. Those 20 military merits are indeed a valuable asset. We shall share them equally." Zhao Chengza chuckled, then turned and departed with an air of grace. Lin Feng intended to articulate something further, yet the words eluded him. To his astonishment, Zhao Chengza was willing to share military merits with him. Although he was unaware of the precise applications of the military merits within the Demon Exorcism Division, he surmised they were akin to those in a military camp. Promotions and the exchange of vital cultivation resources would necessitate such merits. Subsequently, Lin Feng accompanied a junior officer to procure supplies. He received a token signifying his identity as a trainee in the reserve camp of the Demon Exorcism Division, 3 sets of well-fitted dark blue uniforms, and a finely crafted sword forged from tempered iron. Upon drawing it, its sharp gleam dazzled. It was even sharper than his butcher's knife. Additionally, he was granted a month's salary of 5 taels of silver. Most importantly, he obtained the coveted bone-forging cultivation method he had long desired. The junior officer escorted the 7 of them to the warehouse, where all items required military merits for exchange. As newcomers, aside from the bone-forging technique, refrain from tampering with anything else. Any transgressions will be met with severe military discipline. The junior officer issued this warning before leading them to select their techniques. Lin Feng lifted his gaze to survey the room, which was replete with an array of weapons, elixirs, and an abundance of mysterious treasures, all meticulously displayed. Furthermore, There were additional tiers above, showcasing even more items. He was genuinely astounded by the opulence of the Demon Exorcising Division. The group cautiously approached a particular rack, which held only a handful of martial arts manuals, eliciting both curiosity and disappointment among them. Do not be misled by the scarcity of these manuals. Within the Demon Exorcising Division, nothing of inferior quality exists. Each of these texts has been meticulously selected. There is the enduring flowing technique, the explosive Solar Sutra, and the rejuvenating mysterious turtle technique, among others. Each manual also encompasses a corresponding high-grade martial skill of the yellow tier. Peruse them at your leisure, and inform me once you have made your selection. With that, the young officer stood by, awaiting their decision in silence. Among the 7 individuals, it was Lin Feng who truly required these manuals, for the others hailed from esteemed families, which possessed at least the foundational techniques of the bone refinement stage. Thus, the remaining members merely glanced through the offerings before making their choices and exchanging for the manuals. Lin Feng, however, scrutinized the selections and ultimately chose the most formidable manual, the Diamond Sutra. This text came with an accompanying martial skill, the Iron Cloth Technique. The Diamond Sutra, when cultivated, felt as robust as a fortress. With sinewy strength and formidable resilience, both its offensive and defensive capabilities were unparalleled. Its drawback lay in its arduous practice, necessitating the continual use of medicinal substances to stimulate bone strengthening, demanding considerable resources. Are you certain you wish to choose this manual? The young officer inquired, eyeing the manual Lin Feng had presented. The Diamond Sutra was undoubtedly the most powerful among the offerings, yet few had succeeded in mastering it. During his years here, he had only heard of one individual who had achieved mastery, and that person had since ascended to the capital, becoming a prestigious officer. The others had faltered midway, unable to endure the agony, ultimately abandoning their efforts and wasting both time and resources. The external refinement stages consist of 5 realms: skin refinement, bone forging, muscle transformation, blood exchange, and marrow cleansing. Should one fail to reach the blood exchange stage within 5 years in the reserve camp, they would be ineligible for promotion to a junior officer, thereby becoming a true member of the Demon Exorcising Division. This manual has seen few successes, mostly resulting in wasted time. You hail from humble beginnings and lack the resources to support such aspirations. Do not reach for the unattainable. The young officer, in a rare display of goodwill, offered Lin Feng numerous explanations and warnings. Meanwhile, the other 6 individuals cast scornful glances at Lin Feng, deeming him unwise for his choices. Thank you for your kind reminder, esteemed sir. I have grown accustomed to hardship since childhood and intend to attempt the cultivation of this manual. If I find it unsuitable, I shall seek a replacement. Lin Feng clasped his hands in salute. Upon hearing these words, the young flag officer ceased further discourse and presented Lin Feng with a printed version, cautioning him that it must not be divulged, lest he face military penalties. Furthermore, he urged Lin Feng to memorize the characters swiftly, for they would vanish in 3 days' time. Chapter 27. Treatment. Zhu Chui'er returns home. When Lin Feng emerged from the reserve camp of the Demon Exorcism Division, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. The benefits and provisions of the Demon Exorcism Division were indeed exceptional. He recalled the introduction by that young flag officer, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. The realms of skin refinement and bone forging were considered entry-level for students, with a monthly stipend of 5 taels, sufficient to support a family of 10 or more. Even more significantly, meals were fully catered, with meat served at every meal, and a special medicinal feast every 3 days. Additionally, there was a monthly medicinal bath provided to enhance cultivation. Should he advance to the muscle transformation realm, the benefits would double. However, there was still some pressure, given the need to reach the blood exchange realm within 5 years. Otherwise, he would remain a student for life, unable to become a part of the inner circle. Although this was a commendable situation within Kaiyang County, the disparity compared to those young flag officers was akin to heaven and earth. Despite being the lowest rank within the entire Demon Exorcism Division, a flag officer held a position of prestige among students. Even if some older students had advanced to the bone cleansing realm, their higher cultivation levels could not compare. This was because older students represented a lack of talent, while young flag officers exhibited great potential, possibly advancing to inner ranks at any moment, becoming a chief like Huang Qiong. Although they had to confront monstrous threats, there was at least hope. And did being a commoner mean one would not face such monstrosities? Lin Feng pondered to himself. utterly unaware of the exhilarating experience of commanding 100 households. To preside over a reserve battalion as a 6th-rank official, one holds a rank superior to that of even a 7th-rank county magistrate. Within the confines of Cayenne County, it is akin to wielding unbridled authority. Lin Feng rarely indulged in fantasies of a beautiful future. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to bring his mother and younger sister to settle in the outer city, or even the inner city. Although funds were insufficient for purchase, renting was a viable option. He envisioned having Ayu move in as well. Once he amassed 200 taels, he would be able to acquire a home and truly establish himself within the city. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng had already arrived at the slaughterhouse. The primary duty of the Demon Extermination Division was cultivation, as well as the eradication of any demonic entities that may arise. This allowed for a relatively flexible schedule. Some students, facing a scarcity of cultivation resources, took on part-time jobs, such as teaching martial arts to others, to earn extra silver for their training. Thus, Lin Feng could easily rise early, complete his tasks at the slaughterhouse, and then proceed to the Demon Extermination Division. The daily increase of at least 2 points was significant for him. Every bit added up. Having mastered the butcher's knife technique to perfection, Lin Feng could complete all tasks in a mere quarter of an hour if he wished. Yet, to avoid drawing undue attention, he kept his completion time within half an hour. This astonishing efficiency left Wu Laosan and the others in awe. Lin Feng appeared to be nothing short of a finely tuned slaughtering machine, executing each cut with impeccable precision. This brought great joy to Wu Laosan and his companions, for the successful completion of their task meant they could conclude their workday earlier. Consequently, they rewarded Lin Feng with a bonus and bestowed upon him some offal and other scraps. After all, no one would ever complain about receiving more money. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude to old Wu San and then returned home with his belongings. At that moment, it was midday. Mother Lin has already prepared the meal. Not having gone out to work, she still finds it challenging to adapt, spending the morning with Lin Man in the room engaged in some needlework. Yet, at this moment, she appears preoccupied, her gaze consistently directed towards the door. Do not worry, mother. Elder brother will surely gain entry into the demon division. Lin Man, noticing her mother's concern, offered words of comfort. It is the demon exorcism department. Upon hearing Lin Man's words, Lin's mother was both amused and exasperated. She gently patted her daughter's small head and replied, Indeed, it is the demon exorcism department. Your elder brother will surely gain entry. She spoke with earnestness. Oh, how do you know this? Lin Man inquired. I had a dream. My brother entered the demon exorcism department and brought back an abundance of candied hawthorn for me to enjoy. Lin Man remarked. Lin Mother, my dear little sister, I have returned. Just as Lin Mother was at a loss for words, Lin Feng entered the door and greeted them. How is everything? Upon seeing Lin Feng return, Mother Lin hastily inquired. Lin Man followed him outside, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng's hands, hoping to find a candied hawthorn. To her dismay, there was none, and her little face immediately fell. Brother, did you not enter the candy shop? Lin Feng gently patted Lin Man's head. It is the demon exorcism department. How can you think that elder brother has not entered? He has indeed been accepted. We are about to relocate to the city. Mother, I have joined the demon exorcism department. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Mother Lin was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. This time, she did not wipe them away. Her son had truly achieved greatness. If only his father were here to witness this moment, how elated he would be. Ah, dear mother, this is indeed a wonderful occasion. Please do not weep. Lin Feng gently wiped away his mother's tears, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. If it weren't for the assistance of the Zhao family, it would have been uncertain whether they could gain entry this time. Elder brother, you didn't bring the candied hawthorn. I almost thought you hadn't made it. At that moment, Lin Man remarked. Lin Feng felt a sense of bewilderment. Upon hearing her dream, he couldn't help but chuckle. This little one seems to have awakened a gourmand attribute. Lin Yu awoke and set out to attend to his affairs, having recently taken over new territory that required much attention. Soon after, the family gathered for a meal. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside the door. It turned out that the Zhu butcher's family had returned. Old Zhu, this is young Master Su. Indeed. He hails from a wealthy family. Such affluence is overwhelming. Your daughter Cui is truly fortunate to marry young Master Su. Now that you've moved to the city, you surely won't return. Indeed, old Zhu, proximity is preferable to distant kin. Do not forget us, your neighbors. Outside, Su Xiong arrived with a handful of companions. along with the Zhu butcher's family in grand fashion to assist with the move. Many neighbors gathered around, continuously offering compliments. Haha, Chui's family. Thank you all for your care. Here is some money for everyone. Su Xiong scattered a handful of coins. The neighbors began to scramble for them. Uncle Neo even tossed aside his cane, diving to the ground to stuff the coins into his pockets. Su Xiong, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but laugh joyfully. Though he was a cripple, seeing these able-bodied individuals scurry like dogs for the coins he had discarded brought him a perverse delight. Meanwhile, Zhu Chui looked at Su Xiong with a sense of pride. She had finally risen from the ranks of commoners to join the upper class. How fortunate she was to have made the right choice. Had she followed Lin Feng, would she ever have lived such a luxurious life? The answer was an unequivocal no. Su Xiong, observing the frenzy of the crowd, cast his gaze towards Lin Feng's doorstep. The primary reason for his visit to the shantytown today was to witness Lin Feng's downfall, his dismemberment and ruin. Just 2 days prior, his uncle had issued orders. And Lin Feng likely endured a beating that left him more incapacitated than Su himself. The thought of Lin Feng resembling a beaten dog only fueled Su Xiong's amusement. He scattered another handful of coins, inciting further chaos among the crowd. At that moment, Lin Feng's family emerged. Chapter 28. Su Xiong's provocation seeing Lin Feng appear unscathed. Su Xiong's smile abruptly faltered. His demeanor darkened. What is that fool Yang Song doing? Did he exert himself too much at Chunong Building yesterday? Damn it. Has he even acted yet? Since he had not yet taken action, Su Xiong decided to collect some interest today. He would not allow Lin Feng to enjoy a moment of peace. With a limp, Su Xiong approached Lin Feng. Hiki. Lin Feng, if we're talking about this shantytown, you've certainly treated Chui the best. I should thank you. As he spoke, Su Xiong produced a silver ingot weighing 10 taels. The crowd, still embroiled in their scramble for coins, halted, their eyes fixated on the gleaming ingot, breaths becoming heavy. After all, it represented a family's sustenance for an entire year. Here, pick it up. That silver is yours. Su Xiong tossed the silver before Lin Feng and said to him. Both Lin Mu and Lin Man glared fiercely at Su Xiong, fully aware that this limping man harbored ill intentions. How audacious of young Master Su. Oh, how splendid it would be if that silver were tossed my way. Lin Gur, quickly pick up the money. Pride is hardly worth a meal. Indeed. 10 taels of silver is no trifling sum. The neighbors urged. The sycophants surrounding Su Xiong wore sinister smiles, knowing that if Lin Feng dared to retrieve the money, Su Xiong would undoubtedly accuse him of theft, inciting them to deliver a brutal beating to Lin Feng. This was a common tactic employed by their master. Meanwhile, the Zhu butcher's family curiously observed Lin Feng, wondering how he would respond, as if they were spectators to an amusing spectacle. In just a few short days, they had forgotten their former selves, now feeling like part of this place, living in similar humility and sharing a common disdain for those wealthy, spoiled science. Lin Feng merely cast a cold glance at the other party, remaining silent. What? Do you feel that the money is insufficient? Is this enough? Su Xiong exclaimed, tossing a 10-tael ingot of silver onto the ground. Is this sufficient? He then threw down 2 more ingots. 40 taels of silver rolled across the ground, igniting the envy of numerous residents from the shantytown. They all wished fervently to be Lin Feng, for then they could seize that wealth for themselves. Lin Feng let out a cold snicker. He had no regard for those lowly neighbors. In such tumultuous times, human life was as insignificant as grass. Had he lacked his panel and strength, he too would have to bow down and scavenge for silver. He felt fortunate to possess a panel and the power of choice. Mother, younger sister, let us proceed. With that, Lin Feng turned to lead his mother and sister inside. Hold on. You dare to be so brazen? Su Xiong roared. Lin Feng paid no heed as he pushed his mother and younger sister into the house. Su Xiong, seeing that Lin Feng disregarded him entirely, was filled with rage. He seized a silver ingot and hurled it at Lin Feng with great force. The ingot flew straight towards the back of Lin Feng's head, demonstrating both power and accuracy. Su Xiong had often resorted to using silver to strike others. If an ordinary person were hit, it would certainly result in a bloody wound. The onlookers felt their hearts tighten in apprehension. Yet, Lin Feng seemed to possess a sixth sense, effortlessly dodging by tilting his head. The ingot struck the door with a resounding clang before ricocheting back. Remarkably, it bounced directly onto Su Xiong's own head, leaving him with a considerable bump. Ah! Su Xiong cried out in anguish. Zhu Chui hurried over to express her concern for Su Xiong. After all, he was her source of sustenance. His well-being could not be compromised. Bring me some men. Break his arms and legs. Leave him breathing, but do not let him die. Su Xiong could no longer contain his fury. He gestured for the servants behind him to thrash Lin Feng thoroughly. Among the 5 servants for charge forward, while one remained by Su Xiong's side. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the 4 servants were sent flying back, each one spitting blood and losing consciousness. What? What is happening? Su Xiong exclaimed in shock. You useless fools. De Hu, come forth. Attack. Make sure to incapacitate him. Beside him stood De Hu, a robust middle-aged man at the late stage of skin refining, the most capable of Su Xiong's servants. Clearly, he was a martial artist. However, today, the young master demanded that he be rendered incapable of movement, and the outcome would surely not be in De Hu's favor. Initially, De Hu thought he would not need to intervene, believing that the 4 could handle a mere boy. He hesitated to act, fearing that should the boy be unable to withstand the assault, he might be killed, which would not please the young master, who desired him to suffer rather than perish. Meanwhile, the neighbors, witnessing the commotion, had swiftly retreated into their homes. They never anticipated that Lin Feng was, in fact, a martial artist. In an instant, he had rendered those 4 servants unconscious and spitting blood. Among the most astonished were Zhu the butcher and his wife, along with Zhu Chui'er. Lin Feng was someone they had watched grow up since childhood. Could they not discern his true worth? Though his father was a martial artist, the Lin family struggled to make ends meet. Simply surviving without starving was a blessing, yet a martial artist? Zhu Chui'er found it hard to believe. Whenever she spent time with Lin Feng, she had never noticed his remarkable prowess. In an instant, an inexplicable sense of foreboding arose within her heart. Could it be that Lin Feng had been deceiving himself all along? Had he concealed his martial arts prowess? Crack, crack. The great tiger twisted his neck, the sound of cracking bones reverberating through the air. Boy, prepare to meet your end. With that, he charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng let out a cold sneer and unleashed a powerful kick, executing the perfected wind leg technique. It was beyond the capability of someone like De Hu, who was merely at the late stage of body refinement, to withstand. To De Hu, it seemed as if Lin Feng's leg multiplied, launching countless phantom strikes toward him. He was utterly bewildered, unable to discern which leg was the true threat. Desperately, he raised both hands to shield himself. But in the next instant, with a resounding crash, a leg struck him with tremendous force. His arms were shattered, and his body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the home of Zhu Tu-hu, creating a massive hole in the wall. Blood spewed from De Hu's mouth as he let out a wail. He attempted to struggle to his feet, but was utterly powerless to rise. You are a perfected body refinement martial artist. Although Su Xiong was not a martial artist, he possessed some knowledge. At that moment, his limbs felt weak. Zhu Chui'er could no longer support his weight, and Su Xiong collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, a razor-sharp butcher's knife appeared ominously by Su Xiong's neck. Lin Feng had taken the lives of numerous people and livestock with this very knife, infused with an unknown amount of malevolent energy. In an instant, Su Xiong felt a chilling aura envelop him, causing his entire being to tense up. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Su Xiong, witnessing how Lin Feng had effortlessly defeated De Hu, realized the tide had turned. With the blade pressing against his throat, he immediately knelt and pleaded for mercy. Feeling the knife's keen edge, Su Xiong lost control of his bladder, while Zhu Chui'er, equally terrified, saw the gleaming blade and pleaded on his behalf. Lin Gu'er, please, don't kill young Master Su. He only intended to jest with you. If Su Xiong were to perish, her own fortunes would be irrevocably lost. Yes, it was merely a joke. Lin Gu, you are magnanimous. Spare me this once. I promise I will never dare again. Su Xiong hastily continued to plead, repeatedly bowing an apology toward Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Zhu Tu-hu and Zhu Auntie were rendered speechless, unable to recover from their shock. They never anticipated that Lin Feng would dare to brandish a knife against Su Xiong. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. Chapter 29. Disabling Su Xiong, Compensation Fees. Young Master Su, do you think that saying it's fine makes it so? Lin Feng raised the butcher's knife, bringing its edge down upon Su Xiong's swollen visage with a resounding slap. Crack, crack, crack. I still prefer your former defiant demeanor. Restore it. I beg you. Please spare me. I still possess a considerable amount of silver, and my father has more at home. I can offer you 100, no, 1,000 taels as compensation. Please, do not take my life. Su Xiong, trembling before Lin Feng's icy stare, bowed his head once more in desperate supplication. The weight of impending death pressed down upon him, threatening to shatter his sanity. Lin Feng, young Master Su merely seeks to maim you, yet you demand his life. You are being excessively harsh. At this moment, Zhu Chui'er admonished him. Typically, Lin Feng had shown him great care whenever he displayed anger. Su Xiong would acquiesce to anything. Thus, this time should be no different. Aha! Lin Feng was amused by her words. Just as he was about to respond, unexpectedly, Su Xiong struck. With a sharp crack, Su Xiong delivered a resounding slap to Zhu Chuier's face. Zhu Chuier fell to the ground in response, while Su Xiong, slightly unsteady, also staggered to the side. Nevertheless, he managed to prop himself up and pointed at Zhu Chuier, berating her. How dare you, you despicable woman. Speak to Lin Gu in such a manner. If you utter another word, I shall end you. Su Xiong was not devoid of reason. He was acutely aware of the gravity of their situation with a knife poised at his throat. This foolish woman, rather than pleading for mercy, dared to threaten Lin Feng. Was she deliberately provoking them, inviting her own demise? He truly could not fathom the workings of Zhu Chuier's mind. Should any misfortune befall him today? It would surely be this woman's doing. Zhu Chuier, bewildered, had never before experienced such an assault. With a sudden outburst, she began to weep. Her face marked with 5 crimson fingerprints, gradually turning a deep shade of red. Excessive? Indeed. Lin Feng laughed once more. Since you desire fairness, I shall deliver it. With a swift motion, he stomped down forcefully on Su Xiong's thigh, the tremendous impact resulting in a catastrophic fracture. Blood and flesh were gruesomely mangled. Ah! Su Xiong collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony as he clutched his leg, rolling in torment. Nearby, Zhu the Butcher and Aunt Zhu trembled with fear. Too terrified to intervene, lest they too suffer a similar fate. Without hesitation, Lin Feng continued his assault, rendering Su Xiong's arms incapacitated. Today, not only had Su Xiong provoked him, but he had also dared to strike first against a student of the Demon Exorcising Division. Killing him would bear no consequence. However, Lin Feng wished to prolong his suffering, to let him experience the despair of total incapacitation. This was far more gratifying than a swift death, which would be too merciful. Just as Lin Feng prepared to deliver another blow to Su Xiong's crippled leg, a thunderous voice erupted. Enough! Cease this at once. A fierce gust of wind followed. And in an instant, an opponent who had seemed distant moments before was now launching a powerful kick towards Lin Feng. The force of the strike was daunting. Being struck would undoubtedly be excruciating, as the disparity in strength was vast. This was a master of the bone refinement realm. In a split second, Lin Feng raised his pig-slaughtering knife, ready to retaliate. This was a strategy of mutual destruction. If his opponent sought to land a blow, they too would lose a limb. To his astonishment, the adversary had not anticipated Lin Feng's swift reaction, and his precise judgment was indeed formidable. Even in death, Lin Feng vowed to take a piece of flesh. Yet, he ultimately underestimated his foe. The incoming assailant deftly pivoted, dissipating their momentum, and retaliated with a kick from the other leg. Lin Feng was not slow to react. In a moment of peril, he executed the perfect Gale leg technique. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed 3 swift kicks, successfully forcing his opponent back. Lin Feng retreated a step beyond a yard, colliding forcefully against the wall, which yielded under the impact. His body felt numbed from the waist down, and his internal organs churned violently, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. The pain in his foot was excruciating. What remarkable leg techniques! It was astonishing that he could withstand my strike, yet this is where it ends. The assailant marveled, drawing his blade from his waist. In the next instant, the sword was poised above Lin Feng's head, its razor-sharp edge severing a strand of hair. However, upon catching sight of the token Lin Feng produced, the attacker found himself unable to strike. His expression darkened considerably. Demonic Regulation Office. Student token, he uttered, the words escaping his lips like a curse. It must be Head Constable Su Chang. Lin Feng gazed at the attire and the face of the individual before him, which bore a striking resemblance to Su Xiong, allowing him to deduce the other's identity. Su Chang harbored a strong desire to cleave Lin Feng in two, but the thought of the consequences sent a shiver down his spine. With a swift motion, his blade was sheathed. The captain in question was none other than Su Chang himself. Even if you are a member of the Demon Slaying Division's reserve camp, you cannot unjustly harm my nephew in such a manner, Su Chang remarked icily. Although Su Xiong was a scion of debauchery, he was the last remaining bloodline of the Su family. Su Chang cherished him greatly along with his elder brother Su San. The sight of Su Xiong in such a state at the hands of Lin Feng was intolerable. However, he had not anticipated that Lin Feng had become a student of the reserve camp of the Demon Slaying Division. Now, to take action against him was indeed a precarious endeavor, at least not under the broad daylight. Ah, Captain Su, how adept you are at inverting right and wrong. Su Xiong's men initiated the assault on me. a member of the reserve camp of the demon-slaying division. Are you shielding them? Do you regard the demon-slaying division as powerless? I possess the imperial authority bestowed upon the demon-slaying division, directly answering to the emperor. If Su Xiong's men dare to attack personnel of the demon-slaying division, does the Su family intend to rebel? The opposing party sought to place a heavy accusation, and Lin Feng, with equal fervor, was prepared to return the favor. Little brother, you jest. Su Xiong was unaware of your affiliation with the demon-slaying division. Otherwise, even with 100 lives, he would not dare to lay a hand on you. It is all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. Su Chang could only force a smile upon hearing these words. Such a weighty accusation could spell disaster for the Su family. A misunderstanding? Can such a trivial term resolve this matter? That kick from Captain Su was quite forceful. Had I not been resilient, I might have met my end. It was evident that Lin Feng was unwilling to let the matter rest without some recompense. Then, I must inquire how this esteemed student might be persuaded to show leniency? Su Chang's voice turned frigid, placing emphasis on the word student as a reminder to Lin Feng not to overstep his bounds, for he was merely a student, not an official member of the demon-slaying division. Su Xiong's men frightened me, and Captain Su inflicted injury upon me. Surely, some compensation for medicinal expenses is warranted? A mere 1,000 taels will suffice to settle this matter. Lin Feng pried himself away from the wall and extended his hand towards Su Chang, demanding silver. 1,000 taels? That amount could purchase a residence in the outer city. Have you lost your mind in your poverty? Impossible. Su Chang's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 30. Regret. Then I shall have no choice but to report today's events truthfully to the Demon Extermination Office. Lin Feng was acutely aware that, in the grand scheme of things, 1,000 taels was a mere trifle for the Su family. It lay well within their capacity to bear. However, any further demands would be untenable, otherwise. Su Chang might pay a visit to his own home this very evening. At present, asking him to part with a portion of his wealth was far from a grievous sacrifice, thus preventing any drastic actions from the other party. Observing Lin Feng's demeanor, which conveyed both disdain and an inability to act against him, Su Chang felt an insatiable irritation gnawing at his teeth. Meanwhile, Su Xiong, gravely injured and in dire need of medical attention, could not afford any more delays. He reached into his pocket, retrieved a banknote, and handed it to Lin Feng, before assisting in the removal of Su Xiong. This was a loss he would have to absorb. That morning, the absence of Yen Song at the morning roll call struck him as peculiar. Coupled with the demise of Lu and his entourage, he deduced that Yen Song would likely take matters into his own hands. Yet, ironically, he had gone missing, with no trace found in Chunong building or at home. Thus, accompanied by 2 companions, he set out to the shanty town to assess the situation, only to stumble upon the scene where Lin Feng had injured his nephew. To his astonishment, this young man had managed to successfully pass the exam set by the Demon Extermination Department without revealing his true capabilities. It was evident that he had someone backing him. Nevertheless, enmity had already been established. Even if they were to cease hostilities now, should the opponent grow in strength, would the Su family ever be spared? Absolutely not. The deaths of Lu and his companions were also shrouded in mystery, without the intervention of the Hall Master. It was known that Zhao Xing had attended the Zhao family's grand sacrificial ceremony that day. Lin Yu remains a confidant of Zhao Xing. It seems this matter is inextricably linked to Lin Feng. Given this, let the Green Snake Society have a meeting with Lin Feng. If necessary, we shall seek another opportunity to eliminate him discreetly. However, not now. Having just clashed with him, his demise so soon would undoubtedly raise suspicions against me. Before long, Su Chang carried Su Xiong back to the Su family for treatment. But let us set that aside for the moment. Brother Lin, have you entered the reserve camp of the Demon Exorcism Department? The members of the Zhu family, who had just witnessed the events, were now in a state of shock. They never anticipated that Lin Feng not only possessed formidable strength but had also gained entry to the reserve camp of the Demon Exorcism Department. That place is the most coveted among the ambitious youth of the entire county. It represents true identity, potential, and a bright and promising future. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Aunt Zhu said with a face full of reproach. Had she known Lin Feng had entered the reserve camp of the Demon Exorcism Department, she would never have allowed Zhu Chui'er to be betrothed to that wretched Su Xiong. Though the latter may be wealthy, he is merely a cripple, resembling a pig. Meanwhile, Lin Feng is extraordinarily handsome and has always treated their Chui'er with the utmost kindness. Most importantly, he is one of the Demon Exorcism Department. Lin Feng, upon hearing these words, chose to disregard them entirely. These individuals were shrewd, adept at scheming. and would never allow themselves to be wronged. Their faces were as impenetrable as a wall. At that moment, Lin's mother and Lin Man rushed out to support Lin Feng, anxiously checking him over and noticing the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. They hastily insisted on taking him to the clinic for treatment. Zhu Butcher, what are you and your family still doing here? If you intend to leave, do so swiftly. Our family does not welcome you. Mother Lin observed the ungrateful scoundrels surrounding her like flies drawn to meat, an overwhelming sense of frustration enveloping her heart. Sister-in-law, after all these years of companionship, how could you speak to me in such a manner? Aunt Zhu remarked with a smile, for Mother Lin had indeed never uttered such harsh words to anyone, always embodying a gentle demeanor. But Zhu the Butcher, mirroring the disposition of Zhu Chui'er, had enjoyed a few days of prosperity and had cast aside his pride, becoming brazen and shameless. Do you still consider yourselves human? Mother Lin grasped Lin Feng, determined to depart. Mother, I am fine. A brief period of meditation will suffice for my recovery. You and my little sister should return home first. Lin Feng smiled as he spoke to his mother and younger sister. Zhu Chui'er had remained silent, deep in thought about how to win Lin Feng back and gain his acceptance once more. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's rare smile, she seized the moment. Brother Lin, it is all my fault. These troubles are of my own making. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. In truth, I only agreed to Su Xiong's demands because he coerced me. He threatened you, saying that if I did not comply, he would harm you. It is entirely my fault for not being able to support you and for adding to your burdens. You are justified in rejecting me. I have only myself to blame. Zhu Chui'er broke down into sobs, her cries evoking deep sorrow in those who listened. With just a few words, she fashioned herself into the image of a virtuous young woman, oppressed by a tyrant, sacrificing herself for her beloved, and doing so without any expectation of reward, as if Lin Feng owed her something for not wanting her. At that moment, neighbors began to emerge, witnessing Zhu Chui'er in her tearful state, and they urged Lin Feng to reconsider. Brother Lin, Chui'er is a good girl. You grew up together. This is destiny. One neighbor exclaimed. Indeed. She has gone to such lengths for you. Su Xiong has gone too far. Another added. Chui'er only pretended to agree to Su Xiong's demands for your sake. We are all victims here. Please, Brother Lin, have compassion for us. These individuals spoke with fervor, attempting to morally coerce Lin Feng. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh, having long since seen through the true nature of the Zhu family, as well as that of the neighbors. He scoffed, declaring that if there were no morals, then others could not impose moral constraints upon him. Very well, if it is your desire, then I shall no longer require you. And as for all of you, should you dare utter another word, I shall send you all to the Demon Extermination Department. Lin Feng let out a powerful roar that instantly silenced everyone present. Engaging in further conversation with these individuals would be a mere squandering of life. Retrieve the handful of silver ingots that Su Xiong cast aside and bring them back to me. I had previously stated that if you were to marry, you should inform me in advance. I shall present you with a token of congratulations. This modest collection of silver will serve as a gift to the Zhu family in celebration. In any case, it holds no value to me. When the time for your nuptials arrives, there shall be no need to notify me. Lin Feng pointed at the few pieces of silver on the ground. Addressing the Zhu family, he then turned and strode directly into his own home. After all, he would soon be relocating to the outer city, and he would never again have to endure the idle gossip of the neighbors, nor witness their grotesque visages. As the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, the butcher and his wife stood in stunned silence. They had thought their daughter's ploy was clever, yet they were unprepared for Lin Feng's utter disregard for face and his indifference to the whispers of others. The thought of Lin Feng's promising future filled them with a profound sense of disgust, akin to having ingested something repulsive. Meanwhile, Zhu Chui'er, witnessing Lin Feng's cold demeanor towards her, collapsed to the ground in despair, weeping profusely. This time, her tears were genuine, a true expression of regret and sorrow. In stark contrast to her previous theatrical displays, reflecting on her past choices, she was consumed by remorse. She had rejected a man who was kind, handsome, exceptionally skilled, and an ideal match who had entered the ranks of the demon-subduing department, opting instead for the unattractive, disabled Su Xiong, who frequented the brothel. What utter foolishness! She had initially hoped that a few soft words might pave the way back to Lin Feng's heart, but now, it seemed utterly impossible. Why are you crying? If it were not for your foolishness, we would not have lost such a golden opportunity. Zhu Ant scolded her daughter in increasing frustration. Chapter 31, Bone Forging Realm. Zhu Ant, like Zhu Chui'er, pondered whether there was still a chance for reconciliation. However, Lin Feng's reaction had thoroughly extinguished her hopes. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, and soon she was berating Zhu Chuier vehemently. The situation escalated into a physical altercation between mother and daughter, which only ceased when the butcher intervened to put an end to the farce. The family collected the silver from the ground and enlisted the help of neighbors to sort through the scant belongings, preparing to move them into the city. Upon entering his home, Lin Feng disregarded the crowd outside. He gazed at the silver note in his hand, for the first time truly appreciating the advantages of possessing status and identity. Were it not for his affiliation with the Demon Exorcising Division, he would have undoubtedly faltered at the hands of Su Qiong today. Yet now, not only had he incapacitated Su Qiong, but the latter was also obliged to compensate him handsomely. Just a few days prior, such a scenario would have been unthinkable. Of course, in the end, everything still hinges on one's strength. Lin Feng pondered inwardly. Had he not perfected the Gale leg technique and the butcher's dissection to an exquisite degree, he might have been swiftly dispatched with a single kick before he could even present his student token. There was still time to seek out a new residence. Without further ado, he resolved to relocate today. After all, there was not much to carry from his current abode. Subsequently, Lin Feng informed his mother and younger sister of his intentions before venturing into the city. After surveying several properties at the brokerage, he ultimately acquired a modest residence for 800 taels situated in the heart of the outer city. It was neither as opulent as the homes of the wealthy Su family, which were located perilously close to the inner city, nor akin to the dwelling purchased by Su Qiong for the Zhu butcher's family, which lay near the city gates, a perilous area vulnerable to any malevolent intruders. Nonetheless, when compared to the squalor of the slums, this abode was a dream come true for the lower strata of society. Although the residence chosen by Lin Feng was somewhat modest upon entry, it offered a greater sense of security. Despite incurring additional expenses of over a dozen taels of silver to engage the services of a pawnshop and complete the necessary formalities, Lin Feng efficiently finalized all paperwork within just over an hour, thereby ensuring peace of mind for his expenditure. Upon returning to the shanty town, Lin Feng hired an ox cart and summoned Lin Yu. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, the family swiftly organized their belongings and loaded the essentials onto the cart, setting off towards the city. Before long, they arrived at their new home. The Lin family, comprising Lin Mu, Lin Yu, and Lin Man, gazed in disbelief at the modest yet imposing house before them. Upon entering through the grand entrance, they were greeted by a shadow wall as they navigated around it. They discovered a spacious front yard. The yard was adorned with stone slabs, while to the left lay a serene ecological pond, its crystal-clear waters revealing lively fish and turtles swimming joyfully. The sight filled the family with delight, and Lin Man, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly picked up some feed to nourish the creatures. As the fish vied for the food, Lin Man cheered with glee. Then, tilting her head thoughtfully, she mused, "Brother, surely the flesh of these fish and turtles must be exquisite, don't you think?" Lin Feng, Lin's mother, Lin Yu, and the others paid no heed to Lin Man and continued to inspect the new house. They casually placed their belongings in the adjacent rooms before entering the main living area. This was a spacious layout consisting of 5 sections, in addition to the grand hall. There were 4 separate rooms, ample space for the entire family to reside comfortably. After surveying the premises, the family expressed their utmost satisfaction, and soon after, Lin's mother set about preparing a few dishes. Lin Feng also went to purchase some wine and meat. The family invited Zhao Sheng over for a meal as a gesture of gratitude. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Zhao Sheng soon took his leave. Once the meal was concluded, the 2 brothers ventured into the courtyard to discuss the events of the day. "Brother, it is fortunate that you passed the examination of the Demon Exorcism Department today. Otherwise, had Su Qiong come today, we would have been in dire straits," Lin Yu lamented. The Su family is truly overstepping their bounds. Indeed, in this chaotic world, strength is of utmost importance. I have saved 2 gourds of that exquisite drunken fairy brew for you. I shall bring them to you shortly. Do not hesitate to indulge, for they will aid in enhancing your cultivation," Lin Feng remarked this evening, in addition to the offerings placed on the table to entertain Mr. Zhao. "I have also prepared 2 gourd-shaped bottles of the exquisite drunken immortal brew for Lin Yu to savor at his leisure. And what about you, dear brother?" Lin Yu opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from declining or expressing gratitude. The bond between the 2 brothers did not necessitate such formalities. Was the cuisine at the Demon Suppression Division satisfactory? You need not worry about that. Take this silver as well. Subsequently, Lin Feng produced a silver ingot weighing 50 taels and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu gazed at the substantial ingot of silver, reluctant to accept it. After all, he had extorted 1,000 taels from Su Chong today. The money spent would indeed be his own. No need for unnecessary hesitation. The Su family, despite their facade, dared not confront him openly. However, there were connections with the Qing Shi Hui, and it was entirely possible they would undertake some covert actions. You must exercise utmost caution. Lin Feng, noticing that Lin Yu was reluctant to accept the silver, firmly pressed it into his hand. All right, I understand. Lin Yu nodded. He understood that Lin Feng was concerned for his well-being and wished to provide him with more resources to enhance his strength. After all, Lin Feng could not always be by his side to protect him. Elevating one's own power was the true path. Subsequently, the two departed to engage in their martial training. After a day of diligent practice, Lin Feng finally had the opportunity to grasp the King Kong Sutra. After studying it for an entire day and practicing according to its principles for a while, he successfully integrated the King Kong Sutra into his skill set. After a short time, he also practiced the iron cloth technique, combining it with the breathing methods outlined within and striking his own body. He successfully recorded the iron cloth technique into his skill panel. At this moment, he gazed upon his panel with renewed interest. Name: Lin Feng skill. King Kong Sutra cultivation level. External refinement realm. Skin refinement. 100-100. Divine abilities. 1. Consumption 2. Overcoming adversity techniques. Tiger Roar Fist. 220. Butcher's Dissection. 2020. Gale Leg Technique. 2020. Iron Cloth Technique. 040. Enhancement points. 42. Having slain Yin Song, he gained 15 enhancement points, along with 2 points from the slaughterhouse. The remaining 6 points were accrued from his meals over the past 2 days. This evening, he had indulged in over a jar of the exquisite Drunken Fairy brew, complemented by numerous dishes infused with medicinal ingredients, resulting in the acquisition of 6 enhancement points. It appeared that as his realm advanced, his dietary needs had outpaced his intake. He hoped that the culinary offerings from the demon-slaying department would improve. Time was of the essence. He must hasten his progress. With that thought, Lin Feng tapped on the cultivation section of his panel. Suddenly, it felt as though something within him had been shattered, accompanied by a soft pop. A warm current began to circulate throughout his body, providing such comfort that he nearly gasped in delight. After a while, this sensation gradually faded, and Lin Feng took a moment to reflect. The vitality within him had multiplied several times over. He felt as if every fiber of his muscles was brimming with strength. This sensation, his power had surely increased by at least threefold. He clenched his fist, realizing that he could likely lift a boulder weighing 3,000 pounds. Moreover, his bones had undergone a transformation, becoming even more resilient. He flicked his knee with his fingers, producing a dull thud. As he activated the King Kong Sutra, his bones emitted a faint, golden glow. Name: Lin Feng Cultivation Technique. Diamond Sutra Cultivation Level. External Refinement Realm. Bone Tempering 1200. Divine Ability 1. Consumption Divine Ability 2. Deliverance Techniques. Tiger Roar Fist 220. Butcher's Dissection 2020. Gale Leg Technique 2020. Iron Cloth Shirt 040. Enhancement Points 41. Upon observing the changes on the panel, Lin Feng fervently allocated more points in the cultivation section. Chapter 32. Transformation of Identity. Name: Lin Feng Cultivation Technique. Diamond Sutra Cultivation Level. External Refinement Realm. Bone Tempering 41200. Divine Ability 1. Consumption Divine Ability 2. Deliverance Techniques. Tiger Roar Fist 220. Butcher's Dissection 2020. Gale Leg Technique 2020. Iron Cloth Shirt 140. Enhancement Points 0. After yet another round of point allocation, Lin Feng allocated the remaining 40 points into his cultivation bar, dedicating the final point to the Iron Cloth Technique. Based on his accumulated experience, he concluded that investing points into breaking through realms is the most advantageous method. The power gained from such breakthroughs is exponential. While points allocated without breaking through feel akin to laboriously laying a foundation, progress is not as apparent. At present, he has elevated his cultivation to 41 points, placing him in the early stage of bone forging. With an additional 10 points, he could ascend to the mid-stage of bone forging. The strength within him has indeed increased, albeit only by a third of what he gained from the recent breakthrough, which pales in comparison to the effectiveness of that single point. After investing a point into the Iron Cloth Technique, he has now mastered its fundamentals. His skin has become extraordinarily resilient, and his bones have grown even more robust. Thus, facing Su Chong's strike again should not prove as daunting. However, judging by his earlier performance, Su Chong is likely at least at the late stage of bone forging. During their afternoon encounter, his opponent did not exert his full strength. If he had, facing him would indeed be a formidable challenge. Lin Feng analyzed the situation. However, if only I could be granted a little more time to advance to the mid or even late stages of bone refining. It would be an effortless task to crush Su Chong. Within the confines of Kaiyang County, the inner and outer cities are not significantly fortified by walls. Yet, everyone knows that centered around the county office, extending 5 miles in all directions, lies the inner city. This is solely due to the fact that each county lord possesses a remarkable treasure capable of countering the supernatural. This treasure not only detects the presence of malevolent entities but also serves as a lethal weapon against them. Under normal circumstances, without deliberate activation, its range extends to approximately 5 miles. Throughout the history of Kaiyang County, incidents within the inner city have occurred, but they have typically resulted in catastrophic destruction. Rarely do minor skirmishes transpire. Once trouble arises in the inner city, it generally signifies that the entire county is on the brink of being ruthlessly slaughtered by the supernatural. Since its establishment, Kaiyang County has faced several instances of devastation and subsequent reconstruction. The Su family resides in close proximity to the inner city. Su San gazed at his son, whose face had swollen to that of a pig, with 2 shattered hands and a severely fractured leg, and his heart ached immensely. He had expended a considerable amount of silver to hire the town's physician for an extended period to restore his son's bones. However, returning to his former agility is now impossible. Moreover, the recent healing process was excruciating. Su Xiong had suffered to the point of losing control over his bodily functions. His face pale as a ghost. This sight caused Su San unbearable anguish. How could he not seek vengeance for such a grievance? Second brother. How did that brat suddenly enter the reserve camp of the Demon Exorcism Division? Su San questioned his younger brother, Su Chong. This matter must be related to the Zhao family. Otherwise, no matter how strong that brat is, he would never have been able to join the Demon Exorcism Division. Su Chong replied with an expression of helplessness. The Zhao family is not a small clan like ours, even if it is connected to them. Are we to let this matter slide? Xiong'er is the bloodline of our Su family. As a second uncle, can you just stand by and watch him be mistreated? Su San pressed, his voice low. After all, it was his brother who still supported the Su family, although he himself was at the initial stage of bone refining. In terms of social standing, Su Chong held the position of captain, and in terms of strength, he was at the late stage of bone refining. He felt somewhat diminished in front of his brother. Elder brother, I understand, but now is not the right time. That brat is currently a student of the Demon Exorcism Division. If we mishandle this and it comes to light, not only Xiong'er, but the entire Su family, including both of us, could face dire consequences. Su Chong also cherished Su Xiong like a son, but he retained his rationality. I see that you have grown accustomed to a life of comfort over these past years, becoming timid and fearful of death. In the past, the two of us could even take on the Zhang family. Now, are we afraid of a mere skin refining brat? Su San expressed his profound dissatisfaction with Su Chong's performance, grumbling in a harsh tone. I believe you have lost your mind. Without the support of the chief hunter back then, could we have taken down the Zhang family? Now we are dealing with the Demon Exorcism Department. That is an entity the chief hunter cannot afford to offend. Even the county magistrate must show them a degree of respect. Su Chong retorted coldly, feeling quite helpless towards his elder brother. His gaze was sharp, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to unleash its fangs at any moment. I will handle this matter. When the time comes, let the Green Serpent Society test the waters first. However, we must wait for the right opportunity to eliminate their entire family. Upon hearing his brother's explanation, Su San regained his composure, his eyes flickering as he pondered in silence. The following day, Lin Feng rose early and made his way directly to the slaughterhouse. Yesterday, he had refrained from informing Wu Lao San about joining the reserve camp of the Demon Exorcism Department. However, due to Su Xiong's commotion, the rumors had already spread. When Lin Feng arrived, Wu Lao San confirmed the news, and the crowd at the slaughterhouse was filled with astonishment. They were taken aback to discover that Lin Feng was a martial arts prodigy. No wonder his pig slaughtering skills were so impressive and his strength so formidable. Yet, Wu Lao San could not fathom why Lin Feng continued to work at the slaughterhouse. He had expected that Lin Feng would resign. Uncle Wu, even the smallest mosquito meat is still meat. No one would refuse additional money. Besides, many in the Demon Exorcism Department hold part-time jobs. There is no need for such alarm over a mere half hour. Lin Feng explained with a smile. Wu Lao San and the others were merely ordinary folk. And upon Lin Feng's clarification, they accepted his words without hesitation. After all, he had become a prominent figure in the demon exorcism division. Could he possibly harbor any intention of deceiving these insignificant individuals? Observing that Lin Feng remained unchanged in his original intentions and continued to show respect towards them. Despite his elevated status, Wu Laosan's eyes were filled with admiration. However, Lin Feng had not altered in his demeanor. While Wu Laosan found himself unable to maintain his former self, instinctively becoming a bit more reserved in Lin Feng's presence. He even opted to replace the pig offal with superior quality pork tenderloin. Lin Feng did not acquire it for free. He paid in silver. Given his current wealth, indulging in some pork was not an issue. After returning home and changing his attire, he proceeded to enter the inner city to visit the reserve camp of the Demon Exorcism Department. Lin Feng arrived at the grand encampment, and it was only then that he comprehended the true nature of the two gatekeepers, aged, junior disciples who had languished in the reserve camp for over a decade. Ensnared in the realm of the Yi Jin, they represented the lower echelon of the reserve camp, lacking the potential of the new recruits in the prowess of seasoned disciples who had undergone the transformative processes of blood exchange and marrow cleansing. Consequently, they were relegated to the most arduous and thankless tasks. Ah, Brother Lin has arrived. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the guard who had collected his silver the previous day greeted him with an unexpected warmth, as if he were a different person entirely. Brother Chun, Brother Zhang. Lin Feng clasped his hands in greeting towards the two individuals. Chun Fei retrieved 5 taels of silver from his bosom, intending to return the money to Lin Feng. Brother Lin, we were in the wrong yesterday. Brother Chun, you overstate the matter. This is but rightfully yours, Lin Feng replied. I had promised you both a drink. And should you return this, it would imply a lack of regard for me, Lin Feng. Lin Feng halted Chun Fei's actions and once again cupped his hands in greeting before entering the grand camp. This lad is truly remarkable, having risen from humble beginnings. Unlike those pampered scions of affluent families. I hope he isn't assigned to our team, Chun Fei mused as Lin Feng walked away. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng arrived at the training grounds, where the new recruits would be assigned to their respective commanding officers. The disparity in following different commanders is indeed significant. Chapter 33. Assignments. In addition to the 8 new recruits, including Lin Feng, who had joined the previous day, there were 3 additional batches of recruits. Altogether, the 4 groups comprised exactly 40 new trainees. At this moment, several commanders began to arrive, including Commander Huang Qiong, whom Lin Feng had seen the day before, along with 3 others, all of whom possessed a formidable presence similar to that of Huang Qiong. Behind them trailed a dozen junior officers. Upon the arrival of these high-ranking officials, the previously boisterous training grounds fell into an immediate hush. Greetings to all esteemed commanders. The crowd respectfully bowed in salutation. I am Zhou Xiao, one of the commanders of the reserve camp. Today, I am here primarily to announce personnel assignments and to introduce you to the various commanders. At this juncture, a commander of medium stature stepped forward and spoke. You should all be familiar with Commander Huang Qiong. This is Commander Wu Peng. Zhou Xiao indicated towards a man in his 30s with a goatee. And this is Commander Bai Shang, he continued, pointing to a tall, muscular figure. Today, it was supposed to be Lord Bai Hu who announced your assignments, but as he is unavailable, I shall take on this responsibility. After Zhou Xiao concluded his introductions, he added, without further ado, I will now call out names. Those mentioned, please step forward. Wu Xing, Zhang Kong. After reciting 10 names, those individuals moved to the front. You shall be assigned under my command, and in due time, 5 junior officers will guide you to your respective teams. Li Duan, Li Qing, Li Gui, Wu Shi. Zhou Xiao subsequently called out 7 or 8 more names, assigning them to Commander Wu Peng. Why is it that the majority of these recruits belong to the Li and Wu families? Lin Feng felt a twinge of curiosity upon hearing these names. Could it be that these individuals are all descendants of the esteemed Li and Wu families? He simultaneously pondered which faction he would be assigned to under the overarching banner. Observing those who stepped forward, they appeared to exude an air of confidence, as if they had already foreseen the outcome. Lin Feng was beset by an unsettling feeling. Upon entering the reserve camp of the Demon Subduing Division, he found the surroundings to be exceedingly intricate. 8 names were called out once again, with those bearing the surnames Zhao and Yu comprising more than half of them. They were all categorized under by Cheng's name. Lin Feng pondered that his position this week should be quite elevated, as the esteemed lord had entrusted him with important matters, indicating that he was among the closest to the 4 esteemed flag bearers. Meanwhile, Wu Peng and Bai Sheng represented the opposing factions of Li, Wu, and Zhao Yu. It appears that there are indeed rifts among the four prominent families. At the very least, yesterday's encounter between the second young master of the Zhao family and Li Wuyi was far from cordial. Lin Feng speculated quietly. Now that the three individuals had made their selections, he should presumably fall under the command of General Huang Qiong. His first impression of Huang Qiong was quite favorable, as she had conducted their assessment fairly the previous day. Had it not been for Li Wuyi's meddling, there would have been no contest with Mei Chang'an. Although the final outcome was satisfactory, it was solely due to his formidable strength. Were he an ordinary individual, he would have been eliminated by Mei Chang'an long ago. Yet, something felt amiss. Was it possible that Zhao Chengze had not included him in his faction? Or perhaps General Bai had deemed him unworthy? As Lin Feng pondered these thoughts, Zhou Xiu began to announce another series of names. 11 individuals stepped forward to join Huang Qiong's ranks. This left only 3, including Lin Feng, standing at the back. The trio exchanged glances, bewildered as to why General Zhou had not assigned them to any of the 4 commanding generals. The 4 rows of individuals in front cast curious looks at Lin Feng and his companions, their expressions betraying a mix of pity and amusement, which only deepened Lin Feng's discomfort. As someone with no connections, it appeared he had been assigned to the least desirable team. Indeed, Zhou Xiu's voice rang out, Lin Feng. You Lin, Mu Yu, you 3 shall fall under the command of General Ding Yun. Once General Ding returns from Chunhong Building, you may report to him directly. Ding Yun? Chunhong Building? These terms held little significance individually, yet together at this moment felt rather perplexing. How could a commanding general be absent during the day? Lost in a place like Chunhong Building, a den of vice? It seemed utterly incompatible with the reserve camp, especially for Mu Yu, a young woman, who found the prospect of her future leader rather odd. Surely, there must be a subordinate commander present? Subsequently, each general departed with their new recruits, leaving Lin Feng's Mu Yu and Yulin standing alone in the expansive training ground. I never imagined I would ultimately be under General Ding's command. Yulin sighed at this moment. Yulin, is it? Why has General Ding not come to meet us, instead lingering in Chunhong Building? Lin Feng could not help but inquire. Indeed, is it not advantageous to join under General Ding's banner? Why do they appear so peculiar? Mu Yu also turned to Yulin and asked, Alas, since you two will be colleagues in the future, allow me to share some insights. Yulin sighed once more. In the Demon-Slaying Division's reserve camp, aside from Lord Zhaohu, the next 5 banners wield the greatest authority. You should have noticed by now that Zhou Xiu is a trusted confidant of Lord Zhao, effectively the second in command. Within the camp, aligning with General Zhou's faction is most desirable, as it guarantees priority access to various resources. Following that are the representatives of the Li and Wu families under General Wu, and the Bai banner representing the Zhao and Yu families. General Huang Qiong, on the other hand, maintains a neutral stance and seeks no conflict. Most of his subordinates have intricate connections with the county office. The least favorable position, however, is with our General Ding. It is rumored that General Ding previously erred and was relegated to our Kaiong County, while General Huang seeks peace. General Ding appears to have resigned to his fate. Look at the 2 guards at the gate, Qin Fei and Song Ke. They are subordinates of General Ding. Upon hearing this, Mu Yu gasped. Does that mean we are at the lowest tier within this reserve camp of the Demon-Slaying Division? Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, although he was uncertain how this Yulin had acquired such extensive information. The content of his discourse largely aligned with Lin Feng's own conjectures, rendering it seemingly credible. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. Yulin continued to speak. Lin Feng and Mu Yu turned their gazes once again towards Yulin. Can you guess why there is not a single banner to receive us? Yulin inquired. Why? Is it because all the subordinates under General Ding have gone out? Surely there can't be no one here. Mu Yu asked with an anxious expression. Upon hearing Yulin's words, she realized that joining General Ding's faction was indeed a grave error. Indeed, there is no one. Yulin replied. How can this be? Lin Feng could no longer contain his disbelief. One of my brothers is an experienced member of the Demon Exorcism Division. This information is not a secret. If you stay long enough, you will naturally come to know. The individuals under General Ding are generally of poor quality, lacking any substantial background, and their cultivation progresses at a sluggish pace. Very few have passed the assessments to become formal subordinates. Originally, there were a few banners assigned to him, but they have all perished in battles against the demons. Perhaps due to the dismal state of General Ding's faction, the camp no longer assigns banners to him. After a considerable time, Lin Feng finally digested the information shared by Yulin. Being part of General Ding's faction proved to be quite unsatisfactory. The students, whether new or old, were generally struggling in the reserve camp, either guarding the gates or working in the mess hall, among other menial tasks. Fortunately, each was responsible for their own cleaning. Otherwise, they would surely be assigned to sweep the entire camp. The Demon Exorcism Division was a critical area. Unlike a family where one might have servants to command, some of the rougher tasks still required the students to undertake. Moreover, General Ding's approach to the cultivation and lives of his subordinates was one of neglect, an almost laissez-faire attitude. This was a catastrophe for students who lacked a background and possessed mediocre talent. At that moment, a figure strolled leisurely through the main entrance, exuding an air of dishevelment. Clutching a jug of wine, he drank as he walked. His long hair hung loosely, his face was covered in stubble, and his clothing was half open, with his hat askew. Wine trickled down his neck and soaked into his garment, giving him the appearance of a beggar despite his majestic flying fish robe. Chapter 34. Ding Yun. There was no doubt that this individual was none other than Ding Yun, General Ding himself. As Ding Yun approached, Lin Feng and the other two hurriedly clasped their hands in greeting. Commander Ding. Ding Yun set down his wine jug and cast a sidelong glance at the trio. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he remarked, "So, you are the remaining newcomers, are you? Here, there are no rigid protocols. Cultivate your martial arts as you see fit. Take action when there is work to be done. When faced with the supernatural, step into the fray. Life and death are unpredictable. Who knows how long you three young ones will survive? Just don't trouble me without cause." With that, Ding Yun turned and strode away, embodying a sense of indifference. This left the three of them with a collective sigh, confirming the rumors they had heard. However, in comparison to Yu Lin and Mu Yu, Ding Yun was somewhat more tolerable. He could entirely rely on his own efforts for cultivation, though being under Ding Yun's command meant that resources would likely have to be sought out independently. Other commanders could allocate resources to nurture their subordinates, while Ding Yun couldn't even be bothered to glance their way. The trio followed Ding Yun into a grand residence. The courtyard was adorned with an array of weaponry and stone locks. You are free to use any of these weapons. The dining hall has provisions. You there, at noon. Bring me a meal from the dining hall. Ding Yun pointed at Lin Feng as he spoke. Yes, Commander Ding. I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng clasped his hands in greeting. Ding Yun cast a penetrating glance at Lin Feng, momentarily taken aback. He then turned and made his way into the house. Before long, the resounding sound of snoring echoed from within. The three exchanged glances and shook their heads, before each immersing themselves in their martial arts training. For the students, the paramount focus has always been the cultivation of martial prowess in the defense against malevolent forces. Lin Feng glanced at the weapons displayed on the rack, each one a remarkable and exquisite piece. The swords, akin to his own dagger, were all crafted from 100-fold tempered steel, sharp, resilient, and substantial. Lin Feng did not squander his time, diligently honing his strength and wielding his blade with precision. He endeavored to deepen his comprehension of the unique technique of butchering oxen with a knife. This technique was somewhat extraordinary, bearing a resemblance to the two divine arts that seemed to manifest abruptly, as if it were an innate gift. He sensed, in the recesses of his mind, that once he fully grasped it, he would achieve yet another elevation. His current realm was far from the ultimate destination, at the very least. He had yet to master the art of wielding the knife with his qi. In a certain residence, Zhao Chengze, perplexed, inquired of Bai Sheng. I observe that Lin Feng possesses considerable cultivation. Why not bring him under your banner? Bai Sheng responded nonchalantly, he is ultimately just a commoner, not of our two esteemed families. The resources behind him are limited. His innate qualities do not compare to yours or Qingqing's. Taking him in would merely squander resources and occupy a spot that could be better utilized. After all, the number of individuals I can accept is not without its constraints. In truth, Bai Sheng acknowledged that accepting Lin Feng was not out of the question. However, doing so would mean one less share of the stipend for himself. Lin Feng possessed neither identity nor background. Given his innate talents, the aspiration to elevate himself to the blood exchange realm within 5 years and become a minor flag bearer was indeed a daunting challenge. Zhao Chengze, upon hearing this, could only nod in resigned agreement. The relationship between their two families and Bai Sheng was merely one of mutual benefit. In truth, Bai Sheng occupied a position of dominance within this dynamic. He was, after all, the legitimate chief flag-bearer of the Demon Subduing Division, a status far beyond what the Zhao and Yu families, mere local tyrants of Kaiyang County, could aspire to. Even though Zhao Chengze held a somewhat favorable impression of Lin Feng, he was powerless to influence Bai Sheng's choices. Before they knew it, lunchtime had arrived. Lin Feng, along with Yu Lin and Mu Yu, ventured to the dining hall for a meal. Aren't those the three prodigies under the banner of General Ding? A voice exclaimed with laughter and mockery as they stepped through the door. The three geniuses have come to dine. The sound of derision echoed around them. Yulin was filled with indignation while Mu Yu's expression was one of palpable embarrassment. Lin Feng, with an inscrutable expression, hailed from a modest background and had endured countless disdainful glances over the years. The delectable dishes in the cafeteria were his primary concern, and he paid no heed to the mocking voices of the other students. Lin Feng busied himself with serving food. Observing him, Yulin and Mu Yu reluctantly followed suit. At that moment, Chen Fei approached. Lin, I heard that the three of you have joined our esteemed leader Ding's ranks. Once you finish your meals here, let us dine outside. We, in this team, do not partake in meals at the cafeteria. After the three had finished, they followed Chen Fei outside and gathered in a room to eat. Chen Fei, an experienced student, lacked exceptional aptitude and had insufficient resources behind him. At over 30 years of age, he had only reached the muscle transformation realm. While under Ding's leadership, he shared with them some important considerations. Lin Feng and his companions have acutely sensed their standing within the Demon Suppression Division. The queue for resources is minimal, and the monthly medicinal baths consist merely of leftover dregs. They even hesitate to dine in the cafeteria, all due to their qualifications, backgrounds, and the inaction of General Ding. However, the cafeteria's fare is indeed delightful. With generous servings of pig knuckles, lamb, and even nourishing venison, a single meal has allowed Lin Feng, now at the bone-tempering realm, to gain a notable enhancement point. As he advances in his cultivation, ordinary food can only satiate his hunger, failing to convert much essence into enhancement points. Considering this, breakfast is rather light, while lunch and dinner are substantially better. In a day, he can accumulate 2 enhancement points. Coupled with the medicinal dishes prepared every 3 days, he can expect to amass 70 to 80 enhancement points in a month, facilitating a smooth progression in his bone-tempering practices. Furthermore, with the income from the slaughterhouse, it is likely that within 2 to 3 months, he will achieve perfection in the bone-tempering realm and transition into the muscle transformation realm. If he were to spend his own silver on meals, it is uncertain how much he would need. Reflecting on this brings him a sense of contentment. Yet, he worries that such rapid advancement may draw the attention of the esteemed generals, potentially leading to complications. Despite his mediocre foundation, his cultivation speed rivals that of prodigies. Uncertain of how to mitigate this, he resolves to explore the treasury of the Demon Suppression Division for any treasures or techniques that might obscure his presence. Before long, Lin Feng and his companions returned to their courtyard. He carried his lunchbox to the door of Ding Yun's room. Listening to the thunderous snores from within, Lin Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to awaken General Ding for a meal. Remarkably, after only a brief moment of lingering outside, the snoring ceased. Bring the food in. General Ding has awakened. Indeed. It was General Ding. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Then he pushed open the door to the room and placed the lunchbox on the table. Ding Yun lifted the lid of the lunchbox and, upon gazing at the delectable food, his appetite was instantly piqued. He eagerly dug in, shoving the meat into his mouth with great enthusiasm, relishing every bite. As he devoured the meat, he also sipped on some wine. In no time, like a whirlwind, the food was entirely consumed. Ding Yun let out a hearty belch, licked his fingers to savor the sauce, and casually wiped his hands clean. With a satisfied pat on his belly, he declared, "All right, take the lunchbox away." After issuing this command, the esteemed Ding promptly flopped onto the bed, and the sound of his snoring soon filled the air once more. Lin Feng stowed away his lunchbox, stepped out of the room, and gently closed the door behind him, shaking his head in exasperation. This person truly possesses an untroubled spirit. Eating and sleeping, then sleeping and eating, he seems utterly indifferent to all else. There is no formidable aura of energy emanating from him, making him appear anything but a martial artist. Lin Feng could not help but wonder if this individual was merely a privileged figure, lacking any genuine martial arts prowess. "Brother Lin, there is someone outside looking for you." As Lin Feng exited the main hall and entered the courtyard, he heard Yulin's voice call out. Chapter 35. The Military Merit Medal and the Art of Concealment. Lin Feng looked up and saw Zhao Qingze and Yu Qingqing standing at the entrance. "Young Master Zhao." Lin Feng was quite taken aback to find that Zhao Qingze had come to seek him out in their small team. Other wealthy scions typically held those under Ding Yun in disdain and rarely ventured to this place unless absolutely necessary. However, Zhao Qingze and Yu Qingqing were exceptions to the norm. "Haha, this is Yu Qingqing, the young lady of the Yu family," Zhao Qingze said with a smile as he introduced her to Lin Feng. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Yu." Lin Feng clasped his hands in greeting. Yu Qingqing also smiled faintly and returned the gesture. However, when she scrutinized Lin Feng for a moment, she was taken aback. Lin Feng's martial arts prowess has experienced a remarkable ascent. When she first encountered Lin Feng a few days ago, he was still in the late stages of skin refinement. Now, having entered the reserve camp of the Demon Subduing Division, she wouldn't be overly astonished if he were at the peak of skin refinement. However, upon closer inspection, it is evident that Lin Feng has already advanced to the bone-forging realm. What astonishing speed of cultivation is this? In just a few days, he has elevated himself from the late stages of skin refinement to the bone-forging realm. This begs the question, does it imply that his innate talent surpasses even that of herself and Zhao Qingze? A sense of being seen through enveloped Lin Feng once again. Upon glancing at Yu Qingqing's expression, it was evident that she had discerned his true nature. This revelation startled him. He had not anticipated encountering Yu Qingqing so suddenly. Nor could he fathom why she seemed perpetually intent on probing into his affairs. Just as Lin Feng contemplated employing a cover story about having mistakenly consumed a fruit to mislead her, he noticed that Yu Qingqing swiftly adjusted her demeanor and made no mention of his cultivation level. This brought him a measure of relief, yet simultaneously, he felt a twinge of apprehension. His progress in cultivation had been alarmingly swift. He must urgently devise a means to conceal it. I have come to present you with this 10-point military merit. With that, Zhao Qingze produced a bronze-hued military merit badge and handed it to Lin Feng. This badge served as proof, allowing one to exchange for treasures within the treasury. Military merit badges are primarily earned through confrontations with the sinister and the malevolent. Each encounter a perilous gamble with one's life, hence they must be used judiciously. A black iron-level military merit badge signifies 1 point, while this bronze-level badge represents 10 points. There are also silver and gold levels, denoting 100 and 1,000 points, respectively. Thank you very much, young Master Zhao. Lin Feng accepted the military medal. He truly found himself at a loss for words regarding this second young Master Zhao. He did not wish to be overly courteous. Once his own cultivation grew formidable, he would return the favor in due time. After presenting the military medal to Lin Feng, Zhao Qingze and Yu Qingqing took their leave. Lin Feng acquired a military medal and departed from the courtyard, making his way to the treasury. You seem quite invested in that, Lin Feng, Yu Qingqing remarked, directing her gaze towards Zhao Qingze. It's nothing significant, merely an intriguing individual, he replied nonchalantly. He helped me annoy Li Wui and assisted me in securing a medicinal bath. He also repaid a favor. Overall, he seems to be my lucky star. Zhao Qingze chuckled dismissively. As for you, why did you seem momentarily taken aback just now? He inquired, his eyes fixed on Yu Qingqing. Oh, it was nothing, she replied lightly. I merely noticed that his cultivation has improved somewhat. Reaching the pinnacle of skin refinement is quite commendable. He doesn't appear to be a novice at all. Haha, I always said you could misjudge at times. I suspect that fellow is concealing his true cultivation level. Perhaps, she conceded, I am not always right. Let us proceed with our mission. Recently, the villages outside the city have been rather unsettled. It's unfortunate that we missed the last creature that stormed into the shanty town. We must seize this opportunity to accumulate more military merit, so that you and I can advance. With that, the two hurriedly made their way out of the camp. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the treasury, searching through its contents. Tiger Essence Pill, suitable for enhancing skin refinement cultivation, costs 5 points of military merit. Bone Forging Pill, suitable for enhancing bone forging cultivation, costs 50 points of military merit. Leopard, used for enhancing muscle transformation cultivation, costs 200 points of military merit. As he surveyed the dazzling array of treasures, Lin Feng swallowed hard. His 10 points of military merit felt woefully inadequate. From the information Lin Feng acquired yesterday from the small flag that received them, it appears that participating in a typical confrontation against the monstrous entities yields only 10 military merit points, unless one makes a notably exceptional contribution, such as injuring or slaying a creature. While 10 points of military merit may not seem insignificant, there are instances where a life might not even earn that much, given the overwhelming might of the monsters. Generally, those in the skin refinement realm can only serve to restrain the foes, while only those at least in the bone refinement realm possess the capability to vanquish these beasts, unless they are newly emerged creatures. In summary, earning 10 points of military merit is a challenging feat that does not easily translate into tangible rewards. Nonetheless, it provides the students with a pathway to acquire valuable items. The average individual seldom encounters treasures such as bone refinement pills or leopard embryo muscle strengthening pills. Lin Feng glanced around and began to search for a technique among the various skills available. At long last, he discovered a method known as the breath concealment technique. However, it astonishingly required 50 military merit points. This technique, when cultivated to an advanced level, could obscure one's vital energy, making it exceedingly difficult for others to probe into one's condition. Its most significant advantage lay in its ability to mask one's presence, proving remarkably effective during surprise attacks. However, in terms of enhancing one's cultivation, it held little value, which explained its relatively low military merit cost. In contrast, techniques such as the diamond body technique, which pertained to the bone refinement realm, were priced at several times that amount. After a considerable time, Lin Feng reluctantly exited the treasury, still holding on to the military merit badge without spending it. As evening approached, after finishing his meal at the canteen, Lin Feng returned home, passing by the Drunken Immortal building. He spent 50 taels of silver to bring back a jar of the renowned Drunken Immortal brew. He had not forgotten the threat posed by the Su family and felt the urgency to elevate his cultivation. This brew was precisely what he needed. Upon arriving home, he found his mother and younger sister just finishing their dinner. Ever since Lin Feng acquired his panel, the family had enjoyed meat almost daily. His mother and sister had even consumed medicinal dishes on 2 occasions, significantly improving their complexion. Particularly, Lin Man had undergone a noticeable transformation. Not only had her complexion improved, but she also appeared to have gained a hint of flesh, no longer resembling a fragile sprout that might topple over with the slightest breeze. "Brother, you're back." Mother." Lin Feng observed the transformation in his family, a smile gracing his face. Before long, Lin Yu returned as well. Subsequently, Lin Feng took to the courtyard to impart the art of martial combat to Lin Yu. Lin Yu studies the 5-tiger soul-cutting blade of the Big Knife Society. With Lin Feng's current mastery of the Gale Leg technique and the Butcher's Knife method, he is more than capable of guiding Lin Yu in the 5-tiger soul-cutting blade. This technique, the force-cleaving Mount Hua, falters due to improper breathing and incorrect application of energy. Lin Feng observed Lin Yu's demonstration, gradually identifying its shortcomings and suggesting improvements. Lin Yu was inherently a person of exceptional talent. Under the guidance of Lin Feng, his mastery of the 5-tiger soul-cutting blade became awe-inspiring. Its power multiplied several times, enabling him to progress from mere initiation to the realm of minor accomplishment. This filled Lin Yu with immense excitement. By refining this technique to the level of minor accomplishment, he could contend with those at the mid-stage of skin refinement, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Subsequently, Lin Feng entered the room, picked up the jar of intoxicated celestial brew, and poured himself a glass. With eyes brimming with anticipation, he took a sip. Chapter 36. Threats and Pursuits. Lin Feng seized the glass of liquor and downed it in one swift motion. The potent spirit coursed down his throat and settled in his stomach. It was devoid of the overwhelming intensity he had experienced the first time. Lin Feng felt a warm sensation rising within his abdomen. Subsequently, that warmth lingered for a moment, and just as the energy was about to burst forth, it was absorbed by the panel, transforming into an enhancement point. He gained a single enhancement point. During the later stages of skin refining, a sip would yield 5 points. But now it only granted him 1. This decline is rather significant. Lin Feng gazed thoughtfully at the enhancements listed below. Nonetheless, it was indeed quite commendable. At the very least, a single sip of this drink was equivalent to an entire meal. Subsequently, he continued to drink, 1 cup after another. Upon reaching the 5th cup, he could no longer bear it. It felt as though a fire was raging within him. 5 cups had proven to be his limit. It seemed that this energy could not all be instantaneously transformed. Lin Feng murmured to himself, subsequently sealing the wine within a gourd, reserving it for tomorrow's indulgence. Name: Lin Feng Cultivation Technique, Diamond Sutra Cultivation Level, External Refinement Realm, Bone Tempering 41. 200, Divine Powers, Consumption, Deliverance Techniques, Tiger Roar Fist, 220, Butcher's Skill, 2, 020, Gale Leg Method, 2, 020, Iron Cloth Shirt, 140, Enhancement Points, 9. Today's meal, coupled with the bounty from the slaughterhouse and half a gourd of intoxicating brew, resulted in a total increment of 9 enhancement points. Lin Feng did not allocate the 9 points to his cultivation. He planned to accumulate them until tomorrow and then elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of bone forging in one fell swoop. At that point, his cultivation and combat prowess would experience a significant enhancement. Coupled with his mastery of 2 perfected martial techniques, he would not fear even those in the late stage of bone forging. Master Son, what do you say? Surely, You wouldn't want the guardian Gu to discover your affair with his concubine, would you? TSK, considering the guardian's temperament, if he were to find out, he might very well crush your head. Su Chong said with a sinister smile directed at Sun Ming, the leader of the Green Serpent Society. Sun Ming's hands were veined with tension, a surge of fury and dread simmering within him. His once fair and handsome visage had become exceedingly grim. Captain Su. That individual is an apprentice of the Demon Suppression Division. You dare to lay hands on someone from the Demon Suppression Division? Sun Ming gritted his teeth and inquired. Although he is an apprentice, he is merely a late-stage skin-refining warrior. Does Master Sun, a formidable mid-stage bone-forging expert, truly fear such an insignificant existence? Assassinating him might afford you a chance at survival, but if you fail to eliminate him and he falls into the hands of the guardian Gu, Master Sun, your fate would be sealed. Su Chong continued to threaten Sun Ming with an air of certainty. Upon hearing this, Sun Ming's eyes dimmed. He could not fathom how Su Chong had come to know of his clandestine meetings with the guardian's concubine. Now, with his secrets exposed, Su Chong was coercing him into assassinating someone named Lin Feng, an apprentice of the Demon Suppression Division. If he were to proceed, it would only grant his adversary a more formidable leverage over him. Would his life and death thereafter hinge upon the whims of another? Absolutely not. Ultimately, he was still dealing with an apprentice from the Demon Suppression Division. Captain Su was overestimating his capabilities. Very well, since Master Sun is hesitant, I shall not press you. Let us proceed to see Master Gu. He should not yet be resting. With that, Su Chong rose to leave. Wait. While it is indeed challenging, I have not declined to act. However, the price must be adjusted. 2,000 taels and a bone-forging pill. Sun Ming's tone shifted as he spoke. Agreed. Master Sun speaks forthrightly. The initial 1,000 taels shall serve as a deposit, and as for the bone-forging pill, it is not so easily procured. Time is required. Upon the completion of the task, I shall provide it all to you, Su Chong replied. That will not suffice. At the very least, the bone-forging pill must be provided to me before the operation. Taking action within the city is far too perilous. We must wait until that young man exits the city to strike. Otherwise, if we fail to succeed in the initial attempt and draw attention, the outcome will be death. This duration should suffice for Captain Su to procure the bone-forging pill, correct? Sun Ming stated. Su Chong furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at Sun Ming, who remained resolutely focused ahead, entirely unfazed by Su Chong's scrutiny. Very well. However, Master Sun should refrain from engaging in any underhanded antics. Do not even think about secretly departing from Kaiyang City. Since I am capable of uncovering your secrets, I naturally possess the means to track your whereabouts. Ultimately, Su Chong acquiesced to Sun Ming's request for additional funds. To persuade the other party to undertake such a perilous task, one must, of course, pay a certain price. As for the bone-refining pill, it can only be sought from the chief constable. On the following day, Lin Feng diligently arrived at the slaughterhouse, followed by a visit to the Demon Exorcism Department. At the Demon Exorcism Department, he continued to hone his swordsmanship and build his strength. At noon, he returned from the cafeteria with a meal for Chief Ding. To his surprise, upon returning home, he was visited by Pan Lianqing, the brother-in-law of Wu Laosan, who brought along Wu Laosan himself, bearing some exquisite meats as a gesture of goodwill. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng, having reflected on the recent events, gritted his teeth, borrowed some money, and withdrew his savings to purchase a residence in the outer city. Coincidentally, he sought Lin Feng's company, inviting him over for a drink. Subsequently, Lin Feng joined Pan Lianqing and Wu Laosan at Zhao Sheng's residence for a convivial gathering of food and drink. Lin Yu had long been bustling about over there. Pan Lianqing was a merchant who, in addition to managing a slaughterhouse, also owned a small shop in the outskirts. Naturally, he was eager to cultivate more connections. Lin Feng discerned that although Pan Lianqing appeared to be thriving on the surface, he lived in constant trepidation, as if treading on thin ice. This was solely due to his lack of martial prowess and absence of influential backing. He merely managed to maintain a foothold in this outer city through monetary connections. Out of respect for Wu Laosan, he was willing to lend a helping hand whenever possible. However, should the situation exceed his capabilities, he would resolutely decline. After a hearty meal, Lin Feng strolled home alone. Yet, halfway through his journey, an unsettling premonition washed over him, prompting his right hand to rest upon the butcher's knife at his side. He turned to glance back, sensing a fleeting shadow, followed by a series of faint footsteps. Lin Feng hurried after, only to discover that this place was a dead end, devoid of any presence. Could it be that he had indulged in too much drink and misjudged the situation? Lin Feng shook his head and murmured softly before departing from the location. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the shadows. What a vigilant fellow! It seems I can no longer pursue him carelessly. Otherwise, I might alert the prey. With that thought, the person exerted force beneath his feet and scaled the wall, leaving the area. After a brief moment, Lin Feng stepped out from a hidden corner. His flawless gale leg technique rendered him nearly undetectable, and the other party remained blissfully unaware. After a while, he returned once more, observing the figure and sensing the aura. It was evident that this individual was not Su Chong. It appears that someone has indeed been dispatched to monitor my movements. Judging by the presence, they possess at least the cultivation of the bone refinement stage. Alas, the heart of a thief is unrelenting. Lin Feng let out a sigh and then hastened towards his home. He was determined to promptly elevate his cultivation. Chapter 37. Enlightenment upon returning home. Lin Feng practiced the Tiger Roar Fist for half an hour, thoroughly digesting the food within him. He then consumed the remaining half-flask of the intoxicated celestial brew. Once again experiencing that fiery sensation within, Lin Feng gazed at the panel. Name: Lin Feng. Cultivation technique: Diamond method. Realm: external refinement. Bone forging: 41,200. Divine abilities: consumption. Deliverance from tribulations. Techniques: Tiger Roar Fist, 220. Butcher's Dissection, 2020. Gale Leg Technique, 2020. Iron Cloth Shirt, 140. Enhancement points, 18. With the additional 9 enhancement points gained today, the total accumulated enhancement points now stands at 18. Lin Feng raised his hand and began to allocate points on the panel. Once he completed the enhancement, a warm current surged within him, repeatedly cleansing his body. This persistent flow elevated both his cultivation realm and physical strength. His bones emitted a series of crackling sounds. Sensing the explosive power within, Lin Feng stepped into the courtyard and practiced the Tiger Roar Fist repeatedly. His speed, strength, and defense had significantly improved. With a single movement, he resembled a ferocious tiger, carrying with him a fierce wind. Such an imposing aura instilled a measure of trepidation in his adversaries even before they engaged. After a series of explosive sounds, Lin Feng's body finally returned to normal. Bone cracking. Mid-stage of bone forging realm. Lin Feng mused to himself, this cultivation is utterly effortless. However, it would be wise to avoid encountering Yu Qingqing for the time being. Otherwise, he would once again be exposed. Lin Feng glanced at the panel below and noticed that his Tiger Roar Fist had increased slightly. Name: Lin Feng Cultivation Method. Diamond Sutra Cultivation Level. External Refinement Stage. Bone Forging, 51200. Divine Powers, 1. Consumption of Elixirs, 2. Deliverance from Peril Techniques. Tiger Roar Fist, 320. Butcher's Cleaver, 2020. Gale Leg Technique, 2020. Iron Cloth Shirt, 140. Enhancement points, 8. It appears that someone has already set their sights on me. It seems that the Iron Cloth Shirt requires enhancement. Once cultivated to a minor success, even if ambushed, I shall withstand the initial wave of assault and retaliate. Lin Feng pondered in his heart, intending to allocate the enhancement points he would acquire the following day primarily to his Iron Cloth technique. The night passed without incident. On the following morning, after visiting the slaughterhouse, he proceeded to the demon exorcising department. While traversing the inner city, he observed a group of constables searching the streets for something, indicating that an incident had occurred. To Lin Feng's surprise, he encountered Lu Montsong, who had been eliminated by Huang Qiong. At this moment, Lu Montsong had become a constable due to his formidable strength. It appeared that the other constables held him in considerable esteem. Upon spotting Lin Feng, Lu Montsong greeted him with a smile and a nod. After Lin Feng clasped his hands in greeting, he made his way towards the Demon Exorcism Division. Upon deeper contemplation, Lin Feng found no particular surprise in Lu Montsong's decision to join the county office, given that entry into the Demon Exorcism Division was unattainable. His only avenue for upward mobility was indeed through the county office. Upon arriving at the Demon Exorcism Division, Lin Feng entered the courtyard to practice his swordsmanship. With each strike and slash, he seemed to increasingly align with an elusive rhythm, particularly when he wielded the butcher's knife. An unintentional yet palpable aura began to emanate from him, becoming ever more pronounced. Beside him, Yulin and Muyu failed to discern anything extraordinary. Yet they suddenly sensed a potent aura of menace flickering in and out of existence, rendering them slightly dazed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had become oblivious to his surroundings. His focus solely locked onto the butcher's knife in his grasp. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. The oppressive aura thickened around him, causing the temperature to drop noticeably. This compelled Yulin and Muyu to instinctively distance themselves from Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Yulin called out softly, yet Lin Feng remained unresponsive, as if he were impervious to sound. This left Yulin and Mu Yu feeling a sense of unease. Lin Feng's blade grew increasingly swift, and an aura of malevolence enveloped him more intensively. His eyes seemed to redden with an ominous glow. Just as Yulin was about to call out, a figure emerged, restraining him. Unbeknownst to them, the sounds of snoring within the room had ceased. The newcomer was none other than General Ding. At this moment, Ding Yun had shed his usual languor, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance. There was no cause for worry. He had entered a state of enlightenment. General Ding's gaze roamed over Lin Feng as if he had discovered a rare treasure, his eyes gleaming with covetousness. Had Lin Feng caught sight of Ding's look at that instant, he would undoubtedly have felt a tightening in his core. The state of enlightenment. Yulin and Mu Yu widened their eyes. Although they had never witnessed it firsthand, they had heard tales of it. Achieving such a state was undeniably a fortuitous opportunity for a martial artist. They instinctively covered their mouths with their hands, fearing that even the slightest sound might disturb this extraordinary moment. After a brief interval, Lin Feng's eyes regained their tranquility. With a mere thought, the blade in his hand began to move unconsciously in tandem with him. It seemed as though the cleaver had transformed into an extension of his very being. If his previous technique had reached a level of consummate mastery, then what followed was akin to the formlessness that triumphs over form. Each strike, though lacking in structured form, instinctively targeted vital points. In an instant, Lin Feng's hands moved like lightning, the cleaver appearing as a mere line, striking the wooden training dummy a dozen times before falling silent. Lin Feng returned to his original position, gazing at the wooden dummy. Yulin and Mu Yu could not discern what Lin Feng had done to the wooden figure. They only vaguely sensed that Lin Feng had tapped the wooden dummy with his cleaver a few times, leaving them utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Ding Yun erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, splendid," he exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval. At that moment, the wooden dummy shattered with a resounding crack, splintering into hundreds of pieces. This left Yulin and Mu Yu truly astonished. The wooden dummy was crafted from the finest timber. Even their beloved blades, the embroidered spring sabers, would require considerable effort to cleave through it. Yet now, it had disintegrated so effortlessly in Lin Feng's hands. Ding Zongqi. At this juncture, Lin Feng became aware of three individuals standing behind him, realizing that he must have entered the rumored state of enlightenment moments before. "Thank you, Ding Zongqi, for your protection," he remarked. "Heh, you truly emerged from the muck like a golden pellet. Come with me." Ding Yun chuckled and proceeded into the room. "Yes, Zongqi." Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly as he followed Ding Yun inside, leaving Yulin and Mu Yu in a state of stunned silence. At that moment, Ding Yun appeared transformed, his eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance. Despite his disheveled and untidy appearance, he exuded an extraordinary aura. It was indeed a remarkable presence. As soon as they entered, Ding Yun closed the door and began to touch Lin Feng, first his hands, then his feet, sending shivers down Lin Feng's spine. However, due to Ding Yun's esteemed status, he refrained from voicing his discomfort. Yet, as Ding Yun's hands approached his posterior, Lin Feng could no longer contain himself and was poised to intervene against the advances of General Ding. However, to his astonishment, Ding Yun discerned his intentions. With a mere flick of his finger, he rendered half of Lin Feng's body numb, leaving him utterly powerless. "General Ding, what are you attempting to do? I am not someone to be trifled with." Lin Feng, in a state of panic, called out, "Hey, I'm not just anyone. To have caught your eye is indeed a stroke of fortune for you." Ding Yun, with an excited smile, continued to explore Lin Feng's presence, causing Lin Feng's heart to sink. He never expected that Ding Yun harbored such peculiar interests. Chapter 38, The Unity of Heart and Blade. How strange. Despite not having exceptional innate talent, his advancement was remarkably swift. He was even practicing the Vajra technique. Yet, his comprehension was truly exceptional at the tender age of 16. He had already begun to grasp the essence of the blade. After a period of exploration, Ding Yun did not find the experience uninteresting. He continued to gaze at Lin Feng with keen interest. Then, with a gentle pat, the numbing sensation on Lin Feng dissipated. This left Lin Feng secretly astonished. Previously, he had suspected that Ding Yun was merely well-connected, but this display revealed him to be a true master, one who concealed his prowess. Knowing that Ding Yun was indeed a skilled individual, Lin Feng decided not to dwell on the earlier indiscretion of being touched. After all, it was only a brief encounter, and among men, it was hardly significant. Thankfully, his vital areas remained untouched, and Ding Yun had not acted inappropriately, which eased Lin Feng's mind. However, at that moment, A single remark from Ding Yun caused Lin Feng's heart to race once more. Goodness, how has it only been such a short while? And you have already reached the mid-stage of bone refinement? Lin Feng was about to elucidate, but he was interrupted. Slow down. No need for explanations. Everyone harbors their own secrets. This is a technique for restraint, far superior to anything found within a treasure trove. Take it. President Ding halted Lin Feng's attempt to clarify, and, in a swift motion, retrieved a tome directly from beneath the bed. Lin Feng gazed at the dusty tome, feeling an overwhelming sense of its inauthenticity. Why would the other party choose to bestow it upon him? If not, he would simply retract his interest. Yet, he found himself yearning for it. Thank you, esteemed lord. Lin Feng hurriedly accepted the manual that was about to be taken back. If this chief had any malicious intent towards him, there was no need to resort to such means. He could simply exert control directly. All he could do was to swiftly enhance his strength, and when the time came, he would be able to vanquish any monstrous entities with a single stroke. Indeed. After you comprehend this technique, practice diligently. The deeper you cultivate, the more subtle your aura will become. Ordinary individuals will find it impossible to discern your martial prowess. Ding Yun instructed. Thank you, my lord. Lin Feng once again bowed sincerely with cupped hands. To others, he might appear as an ordinary individual, but in his eyes, they were undoubtedly formidable masters. This secret manual was indeed sufficient, truly exceptional. My lord, may I inquire about the meaning of the sword intent you mentioned earlier? Lin Feng seized the opportunity to ask. Sword intent is a realm that a practitioner of the blade can encounter, but not seek. It can only be attained through decades of arduous training or, as you experienced earlier, through a sudden epiphany. However, comprehension of sword intent comes in layers. At present, you have only grasped the rudimentary understanding. Such a concept must be personally realized. Its specific nature is challenging to articulate. Consequently, there are virtually no texts documenting related knowledge. It is merely passed down through oral tradition. Nevertheless, even a preliminary understanding can result in a significant enhancement of combat ability. Once you unleash sword intent, it can influence your adversaries while simultaneously augmenting the power, speed, and angle of your strikes. The wooden dummy you faced was incredibly resilient, not something your crude pig-slaughtering knife could hope to affect. Yet, in your hands, you effortlessly cleaved it apart. This illustrates the formidable nature of sword intent. Ding Yun imparted a wealth of knowledge, granting Lin Feng a foundational understanding of sword intent. To deepen this comprehension, he would have to rely on his own insights. Very well, should you have any queries in the future, do not hesitate to approach me. However, the prerequisite is that you must diligently practice and strive to ascend to the capital and the prefectures. Do not question the reasons beyond this. Now, be off. And remember to bring me food later. With that, Ding Yun swiftly leaped onto the bed, turned over, and soon the sound of snoring filled the air. Truly carefree. He fell asleep without a care in the world. Lin Feng had somewhat acclimatized to the demeanor of this General Ding. He closed the door behind him and stepped outside. Subsequently, he arrived at his own chamber, contemplating the art of restraint. The Demon Control Division provided accommodations for its trainees. However, most of the students hailed from the urban center of Kaiyang County, except for those lacking connections and those on duty who needed to reside in the barracks. The majority would return home to rest. Lin Feng diligently practiced the breath-retaining technique several times, successfully committing the technique to memory. Name: Lin Feng Cultivation Method, Diamond Sutra Cultivation Level, Outer Refinement Stage, Bone Tempering 51200, Divine Powers 1, Consumption 2. Deliverance Techniques, Tiger Roar Fist 320, Butcher's Knife Technique, Heart and Blade Unison 1100, Gale Leg Method 2020, Iron Cloth Shirt 140, Breath Retaining Technique 0100, Enhancement Points 8. At this moment, Lin Feng opened his panel and noticed that the Butcher's Knife Technique now displayed the realm of Heart and Blade Unison, as he had previously surmised. The technique had indeed advanced. The Butcher's Knife Technique seemed to resonate with him as though it were his innate skill. Without any recorded manual, it had manifested on the panel. The advantage lay in its boundless potential, while the downside was the necessity for personal comprehension. Regardless, he had already begun to grasp the essence of the blade, which was a significant strength. After all, one would naturally find their way when the time comes. However, daily practice was essential to hone the technique. Next, he turned his attention to the breath-retaining technique. To his astonishment, reaching the great perfection required a staggering 100 points. A complexity on par with the knife techniques. Ding Zongqi truly possessed wondrous skills. Now, Lin Feng comprehended why Ding Yun appeared to be someone who had never practiced martial arts. The efficacy of the breath-retaining technique was simply extraordinary. Subsequently, Lin Feng allocated a point to the breath-retaining technique. In an instant, a surge of knowledge was assimilated, as if he had practiced it countless times. With a mere thought, Lin Feng sensed an alteration in his aura, elevating him to the early stage of bone tempering. Since his cultivation at the early stage had already been discovered by Yu Qingqing, concealing it further would be akin to hiding silver in plain sight. Moreover, by appropriately showcasing his talents, he could instill awe in others. Before he knew it, night had fallen. Lin Feng once again purchased a jar of the intoxicating Dezue Xian brew. However, his funds were dwindling, leaving him with merely 50 to 60 taels of silver. This sum was necessary for household expenses. His family enjoyed a decent daily meal, and he had also provided various items for his mother and younger sister, which incurred considerable costs. Due to his elevation in cultivation, Lin Feng consumed the entire jar of Dezue Xian brew this time, ultimately gaining a remarkable enhancement of 9 points. Adding the bonuses from the slaughterhouse and the demon suppression division, his accumulated enhancement points now totaled 20. Observing the 20 points, Lin Feng proceeded, as per his strategy, to allocate 10 points to the iron cloth technique. Name: Lin Feng Cultivation Technique, King Kong Method Cultivation Level, External Refinement Realm, Bone Tempering 51200, Divine Abilities 1, Consumption 2. Deliverance Techniques, Tiger Roar Fist 320, Butcher's Knife, Heart and Blade in Harmony 1100, Gale Leg Technique 2020, Iron Cloth 1140, Breath Regulation Technique 1100, Enhancement Points 10 with a resonant hum. Upon completing the allocation, Lin Feng's physical form felt as if it had been crushed and subsequently reformed, becoming significantly more resilient, particularly his bones, which not only exhibited immense strength, but also experienced a several-fold increase in defensive capability. With his current prowess, he should be able to triumph over those in the late stage of bone tempering. Perhaps it was time to seek an opportunity to confront Su Chong directly? Lin Feng pondered deeply. He then shook his head. Su Chong was no ordinary constable like Yin Song. Within the county office, there were only 6 heads of the constabulary, and with one now deceased, it was certain that they would not rest until the matter was thoroughly investigated. The risks were too great. He resolved to grow stronger, to the point where he could confidently and effortlessly eliminate him before taking action. Lin Feng glanced at the panel below, noting that he still had 10 enhancement points remaining. He pondered whether to reserve them for elevating his cultivation or to invest them in his iron cloth technique to further bolster his defenses. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly made his way to the courtyard, where the dark night sky suddenly brightened. A signal flare was launched towards the direction of the Inner City Demon Subjugation Division. Shortly thereafter, the county office also fired a flare. The entire county was thrown into chaos. Xiaofeng, what is the matter? His mother and younger sister, Lin Yu, rushed out. The malevolent creatures have arrived, and in considerable numbers. Lin Feng's countenance darkened as he addressed his family. Ayu, protect mother and little sister. I must return to the team. Stay within the city. Under no circumstances should you venture outside. With that, Lin Feng donned his sword and charged forth, allocating all 10 enhancement points to the iron cloth skill. Chapter 39. The malevolent assault. Lin Feng burst out of his home, employing his agile techniques as he hastened towards the Demon Extermination Division. The streets, beset by the presence of demons, had become eerily desolate. Only a few shadows, much like Lin Feng, hurried in the direction of the Demon Extermination Division. Such an ominous signal, if one failed to promptly arrive at the division, would constitute a grave offense. Retreating at the last moment would invite military repercussions. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the Demon Extermination Division, where several on-duty personnel and many senior students with profound cultivation had already assembled in the training grounds. Wu Ping and Bai Chang, the 2 commanding flags, stood upon the platform. Lin Feng swiftly entered his squad, which comprised merely a handful of individuals, including himself. In stark contrast to the other 4 teams, their numbers seemed lamentably scant. In such scenarios, it was common for junior officers from rival teams to lead them into battle, often relegating them to the front lines as expendable troops. The prospect of encountering a disheartened commanding officer was indeed daunting. However, noticing that only 2 senior officers had mobilized while the Demon Exorcism Division had not deployed its full strength, Lin Feng felt a modicum of relief, indicating that the situation remained under control. This time, although the number of demonic entities was considerable, it also presented a splendid opportunity for military merit. Without further ado, the objective was clear: slay the demons and earn accolades. Wu Ping, seeing that the necessary personnel had assembled and the combatants were ready, proclaimed, "Slay the demons. Earn military merit. Slay the demons. Earn military merit. Slay the demons. Earn military merit." The resounding calls echoed through the skies. Under the leadership of 8 junior officers, around 100 new and seasoned recruits from the Demon Exorcism Division split into 4 directions, heading towards the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of Kaiyang County. Meanwhile, the 2 senior officers swiftly moved towards their designated paths. Lin Feng, unfortunately, found himself caught in the chaos, while Yu Lin and Mu Yu managed to remain. Before long, he followed the small banner ahead into the southern slums of the city, the very area they had previously inhabited. At that moment, the slums had transformed into an inferno, filled with the sounds of wailing and despair. Clans, gangs, and soldiers, alongside the city guards, were arriving in droves. The mid-tier clans and gangs, eager for avenues of advancement, sought to hunt the monstrous beasts and exchange their spoils with the authorities for invaluable resources. The higher-grade elixirs were increasingly under the strict control of the imperial court, making them difficult to obtain for the common folk. Therefore, despite the lurking dangers posed by the malevolent creatures, many martial artists banded together, willingly confronting and slaying these threats. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, the 2 small banners separated their groups, each heading in divergent directions. The small team, led by Lin Feng, comprising over a dozen individuals, swiftly encountered a formidable rat demon. This creature, of considerable size, upon spotting the group of martial artists, callously devoured a 5- or 6-year-old child, chewing with a grotesque relish. The rat demon savored the tender flesh, commenting on the child's delectable qualities, seemingly dismissive of the tenacity of the dozen warriors from the Exorcism Division. The commanding officer, witnessing the demon's brazen demeanor, felt a surge of indignation. How dare such a mere creature act with such impunity? Charge forth, let us vanquish this fiend together, he commanded. Lin Feng has now comprehended the classification of monsters, which is divided into 3 tiers: minor demons, leaders, and demon generals. Each major realm is further subdivided into 5 levels, corresponding to the external refinement, internal strengthening, and essence refining stages of martial artists. It is rumored that beyond demon generals, there exist realms such as demon kings, realms that are beyond his current reach. The classification of strange entities is even more enigmatic. Typically, they do not manifest, but should they appear, it signifies that a county is facing a life-and-death crisis. The nature of these strange beings is shrouded in profound mystery. According to Lin Feng's perception, the rat demon should be classified as a minor demon of the 4th realm, akin to the blood transformation stage. Encountering it alone would undoubtedly spell doom. However, among the group of over 10 individuals, apart from Xiaoqi, who possesses the cultivation of the marrow washing stage, several senior students also boast capabilities at the blood transformation and marrow washing levels, rendering them formidable. With a command from Xiaoqi, 3 senior students at the blood transformation stage unsheathed their swords and charged toward the rat demon. The others dispersed, remaining vigilant of their surroundings to prevent the rat demon from fleeing. In an instant, cold glimmers flashed as the 3 blades clashed against the rat demon's sturdy claws, creating a shower of sparks. Before long, the seniors, through their coordinated efforts and numerical advantage, managed to inflict numerous wounds upon the rat demon. It was only then that the rat demon realized the gravity of its situation. With a sweeping claw, it repelled the 3 assailants and began to retreat. Suddenly, a sword erupted from the demon's back. The rat demon, bewildered, gazed at Xiaoqi, who had appeared before it without warning, before collapsing to the ground. Haha! Wang Xiaoqi is truly formidable. Congratulations to Wang Xiaoqi for slaying a minor demon of the 4th realm. As Xiaoqi withdrew his blade, ready to lead the group onward, his eyes widened in shock. Behind him, another rat demon had emerged, and its lethal claws pierced through him. With a swift motion, it decapitated him. A marrow washing stage student had fallen in such a manner. To everyone's astonishment, the fallen rat demon transformed into a wisp of black mist, dissipating into the air. It was a minor demon of the 5th realm. No wonder it wielded such sorcery. Wang Xiaoqi had let his guard down, exclaimed a senior student at the marrow washing stage. Lin Feng beheld this scene, a chill coursing down his spine. What he had initially perceived as a near-certain victory now hung by a thread. A single misstep could have cost the life of that small flag. This was a profound lesson for him. One must never underestimate the enemy. Everyone, attack together. Even if the 5th-tier little demons possess sorcery, they cannot cast their spells again in such a short time. Let us slay it and avenge Wang Xiaoqi. With that, 3 seasoned disciples of the Cleansing Veins jumped into the fray, assaulting the rat demon with fervor. The rat demon unleashed its demonic magic, appearing somewhat fatigued, and dared not withstand the onslaught of 3. With a sharp screech, several smaller rat demons suddenly sprang forth from the flanks of their formation. Be cautious of both sides. There is an ambush. Some of the more experienced disciples quickly reacted, striking at the charging rat demons. However, a number of new disciples were paralyzed by fear. Most of the larger rat demons had been intercepted by the seasoned disciples and were severely wounded by their blades. Yet, some managed to breach the defenses. And with a single claw, they extracted the hearts of the new disciples. A 2nd-tier rat demon lunged at Lin Feng with a claw. Its dark talons glimmered ominously. Should they connect, it would surely spell doom. Be careful. Chen Fei, who had also joined the fray, intended to lift his blade to assist Lin Feng. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng had already struck, severing the head of the 2nd-tier rat demon with a single stroke. The blow was swift, precise, and ferocious. The synergy between his movement and swordplay was extraordinarily harmonious, a sight to behold. The once formidable rat demon appeared as fragile as tofu before Lin Feng, easily cleaved in two. Chen Fei, witnessing this remarkable strike, found himself speechless. Typically, it was exceedingly challenging for martial artists of the same realm to behead a demon with a single blow, unless wielding a divine weapon. The rat demon's physique was notoriously resilient. Yet, Lin Feng had accomplished this feat effortlessly. Moreover, when had this lad advanced to the bone-forging realm? Given the urgency of the situation, Chen Fei quelled his astonishment and continued to battle the demons. Following the surprise attack of these lower-tier rat demons, 2 more new disciples had perished. The 3 disciples besieging the 5th-tier rat demon had inflicted severe injuries upon it. However, in a moment of negligence, the rat demon attempted to flee with Wang Xiaoqi's lifeless body. Just then, a figure appeared. The flash of a blade illuminating the air as it cleaved the 5th-tier rat demon in 2. "Wu War, Captain Wu," shouted a student from the Demon Subjugation Department. At this juncture, the remaining lower-tier rat demons were also dispatched. Lin Feng turned his head to gaze. The figure before him was clad in a striking red and blue robe, topped with a hat adorned with a feather. It was none other than Wu Hua, the chief constable of the county. Rumor had it that he was a master of the inner strength realm, and today, that reputation proved well-founded. With a single stroke, he cleaved the 5-realm demon in 2. Such power was indeed formidable. At that moment, a group of constables arrived in haste. Alas, it was unexpected that Wang Xiaoqi had met his demise at the hands of this abomination. Fellow colleagues of the Demon Extermination Division, Wu shall take his leave first. Wu Hua clasped his fists in salute to the gathered crowd, then led the constables onward into the fray. Lin Feng was gazing at Wu Hua when he suddenly sensed a penetrating gaze. Turning his head, he found it was Su Chang. The latter seemed somewhat astonished by Lin Feng's perceptiveness. Subsequently, they proceeded forward alongside Wu Hua. Although Wang Xiaoqi had perished, the malevolent creatures continued to wreak havoc, making it impossible for the Danma Division's students to retreat without consequence. The senior students had encountered such predicaments before. Consequently, they gathered their forces and ensured that military merits were duly recorded, continuing their advance. As for the corpses of those monsters, arrangements would be made for their disposal in due course, marked with the insignia of the Danma Division. No one would dare to lay claim to glory that was not rightfully theirs. Should anyone attempt to pilfer, the Danma Division could easily track them by scent. And if discovered, it would certainly result in dire consequences. Lin Feng vanquished a 2nd-tier minor demon, earning 30 military merits. Should he slay another, he would accumulate sufficient merits to obtain a bone-tempering pill. Such a pill is notoriously difficult to acquire, yet it promises a significant enhancement in cultivation. What thrilled Lin Feng was that the enhancement points from the previous minor demon amounted to a staggering 30. Although exterminating these malevolent creatures is fraught with peril, his gains are remarkably swift. Not only does he acquire enhancement points, but also military merits, a dual benefit. Should he manage to eliminate a few more 2nd-tier minor demons, he could elevate his cultivation to the muscle refinement stage. At this moment, Su Chang was utterly astonished. He had inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lin Feng confronting a demon and realized that he had evidently reached the initial stage of bone tempering. Having only joined the Demon Extermination Division a few days prior, he had already broken through to bone tempering. If he continued to cultivate at this pace, the Su family would surely face dire consequences. No, immediate action was imperative. Tonight's demon incursion presented an opportune moment. Just then, Wu Hua spoke up. There are far too many low-tier demons. We must disperse, form groups of 3, and proceed to annihilate them. By the time we finish our cleansing, the people outside the city will have perished. Wu Hua was not concerned for the lives of these individuals. Rather, he was aware that if all were to perish, there would be no explanation to the county magistrate. The Demon Extermination Division was monitoring their actions. They need not consider the fate of the common folk. The county office, however, had to take responsibility. Upon hearing Wu Hua's directive, Su Chong felt elated. He then took 2 companions and ventured in different directions. Before long, he encountered Sun Ming from the Green Serpent Society, handed him a box, and exchanged a few words before departing the area. Shortly thereafter, after slaying several first-tier and second-tier rat demons, Su Chong felt a profound sense of satisfaction, believing that this night was truly a blessing. He then swiftly turned, leaving his 2 subordinates behind, and embarked on a solitary mission. Little did he know, unbeknownst to him, a figure had begun to shadow him. The senior members of the Demon Extermination Division had also noticed the multitude of low-tier demons. Consequently, they organized themselves into groups of 3. As they proceeded, Chen Fei realized that Lin Feng had vanished from sight. Under such circumstances, there was no time to search. They could only rely on their own fortitude. Lin Feng possessed formidable strength. Even a fully realized bone refinement realm practitioner would find it challenging to contend with him. Observing that tonight was a dark and tempestuous night, perfect for nefarious deeds, he seized an opportunity to separate from the group, intent on eradicating the threat posed by Su Chang once and for all. As he navigated through the dilapidated housing area, a sound emanated from a shadowy corner ahead, prompting him to halt. He drew his blade, advancing cautiously toward the source of the noise. Suddenly, a small shadow darted away from the spot. It was merely a little mouse. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Just as he intended to proceed forward, a figure unexpectedly emerged from a shadow behind him. The figure wielded a long sword and, in the blink of an eye, lunged toward his back with lethal intent. Lin Feng swiftly evaded his opponent's attack, narrowly escaping the strike. His garments were already torn, yet there were no wounds upon his body. He had cultivated the iron cloth technique to a remarkable level of mastery. The opponent's swift assault failed to breach his defenses. Who could it be? Lin Feng assumed a defensive stance and inquired of his opponent, "If you wish to know, seek the King of Hell." Subsequently, the man trembled slightly, and his longsword danced, creating a mesmerizing display of sword flowers that dazzled the eyes. It seemed as though the air was filled with the glint of sword tips, rendering one utterly defenseless. This time, his adversary's strike was indeed a lethal maneuver. Lin Feng held his breath, his mind focused, as his blade sliced through the air with the swiftness of lightning. With a sweeping motion, he shattered the ranks of his foes. The longsword met his weapon with a resounding clash, splitting it into 2. The force of the impact left the opponent's hand trembling and bruised. "Impossible! How dare you deceive me? You are not of the refining skin realm." The man exclaimed in disbelief, his voice rising in panic. Realizing the dire situation, he attempted to flee at once. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's blade soared through the air, piercing through the man's body and propelling him several feet away before coming to a halt. The sheer strength was evident. "How could you be so powerful? You dared to trick me." The man gasped, his breath faltering. Yet, before he could utter another word, Sun Ming had already succumbed to his injuries. Lin Feng then approached the fallen foe, delivering a swift kick that severed his neck, before rummaging through his belongings. He discovered a 1,000 taels banknote, some loose silver coins, and the token of the Green Serpent Society's leader. Most importantly, he found a box which he opened with great care, inhaling the contents within, a bone-refining pill. Lin Feng suppressed his exhilaration. Subsequently, he departed from the scene, carelessly casting the lifeless body into the sea of flames. Lin Feng retrieved the bone-tempering pill and swallowed it whole. A surge of heat was about to erupt from within him, only to be entirely absorbed by the interface. Name: Lin Feng Cultivation Technique, Diamond Sutra Cultivation Level, External Refinement Realm, Bone Tempering 51200, Divine Abilities 1, Consumption 2. Transcendence Techniques, Tiger Roar Fist 320, Butcher's Art, Heartblade Unity 1100, Gale Leg Technique 2020, Iron Cloth Shirt 2140, Breath Concealment Technique 1100, Enhancement Points 75. He glanced at his interface. His enhancement points had accumulated to a total of 75. 30 points were acquired from the Rat Demon, 20 from the leader of the Green Serpent Guild, and 25 from the bone tempering pill he had just consumed. Given the present circumstances, it was prudent to swiftly elevate his cultivation level. Lin Feng did not hesitate. He immediately allocated an additional 50 points to his cultivation attribute. Subsequently, he fully enhanced his iron cloth skill. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the formidable defense of his perfected iron cloth. A mid-stage bone forging practitioner had been unable to inflict any harm upon him. One could only imagine the extraordinary realm he would attain upon reaching complete mastery. As the allocation of points concluded, Lin Feng's aura surged dramatically as his cultivation reached the late stage of bone refinement. His flesh and bones, fortified by the iron cloth shirt, had become even more resilient. The defense he now possessed was exponentially greater than before. At this point, only a master of the Yijing realm could hope to breach his defenses, Lin Feng estimated. Chapter 41. Enmity and Affection. Name: Lin Feng Technique. Diamond Sutra Cultivation Level. External Refinement. Bone Forging. 101200. Divine Ability 1. Consumption. Divine Ability 2. Deliverance Techniques. Tiger Roaring Fist, 320. Butcher's Knife. Heart and Blade Unified, 1100. Gale Leg Technique, 2020. Iron Cloth Shirt, 4040. Chi Concealment Technique, 1100. Enhancement Points. 6. After perusing the panel below, Lin Feng continued to meander through the dilapidated district. He was acutely aware that Su Chong was undoubtedly searching for him at that very moment. Let us see who shall emerge victorious this night. Su Chong and Sun Ming ventured forth in divergent directions to conduct their patrols. After a considerable while, he encountered several members of the Demon Exorcism Division, yet Lin Feng's presence eluded him. As he advanced further, he discerned the area was exceedingly remote, leading him to surmise that Lin Feng would likely not traverse this path. It seemed prudent to assume he was in Sun Ming's vicinity. With this thought, Su Chong muttered to himself and turned to head in the opposite direction. At that moment, an apparition stirred behind him. Su Chong realized, unbeknownst to him, he had been shadowed by an individual. He bellowed at the figure and, with a swift motion, unsheathed his sword. "Boss, it's me, Xiaolu," a voice called out. In the dim glow of the firelight, Su Chong recognized the newcomer as Lu Montsong, a recent recruit under his command. This Lu Montsong exhibited commendable talent, having reached the pinnacle of skin refinement before the age of 20. Moreover, he had endeared himself to Su Chong by presenting a substantial sum of silver upon his arrival. Yet there lingered an inexplicable familiarity about this young man that unsettled Su Chong. "Ah, it's you, Xiaolu. What brings you here?" Su Chong's guard lowered upon recognizing Lu Montsong. "Boss, you don't know. The chief constable sent us to find you." Lu Montsong approached Su Chong, urgency lacing his tone. "Find me? What has happened?" Su Chong, fearing that something had transpired since his departure, inquired hastily. "Boss, be cautious from behind." Lu Montsong's expression shifted to one of shock as he pointed behind them. Su Chong, mistaking it for a supernatural being, swiftly turned his body. However, upon glancing back, he found only emptiness. No specter had materialized. "This is bad." An instinctual sense of foreboding surged within Su Chong. Yet Lu Montsong had already brandished a dagger, lunging towards Su Chong's lower back. A sinister grin spread across Lu Montsong's face as the dagger twisted in his grip, intent on shattering Su Chong's innards. Yet, an odd sensation gripped him. Su Chong's demeanor seemed off, and the feeling of the dagger in his hand was distinctly amiss. It felt as though he had struck an unyielding stone. At that moment, Su Chong swiftly turned and delivered a powerful palm strike directly to Lu Montsong's chest. Lu Montsong was propelled backward as if he had been charged by a wild bull, soaring 3 to 4 meters before tumbling several times and finally coming to a halt. With a gasp, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale as a ghost. How could this be? A look of disbelief clouded Lu Montsong's face. He could not comprehend why his dagger had failed to harm Su Chong. "Humph. Boy, just who are you? A mere perfected body refinement practitioner daring to inflict harm upon me. Do you think my iron cloth is forged in vain?" In the next instant, Su Chong leapt forward, pressing his blade against Lu Montsong's throat. "Speak. Otherwise, simply based on your audacity to raise a hand against your superior, I can execute you on the spot." He chuckled. "Su Chong, have you forgotten the deeds you and your brother committed back in the day?" At this moment, Lu Montsong seemed to resign to his fate, revealing a look of unwillingness. The past? The Zhang family? Su Chong suddenly understood why Lu Montsong seemed familiar upon their first encounter. "So, you are the son of my sworn brother, Zhang Wenyuan. No wonder you look so familiar. Why is it that when you see your uncle, you do not greet him, but instead draw your weapon? You claim to have fled. Why then do you seek death by exposing yourself?" Su Chong crouched down, an expression of satisfaction gracing his features. "Pa, you treacherous scoundrel. My father treated you better than a biological brother. You even murdered my father to seize the Zhang family as fortune. How dare you call yourself my uncle?" Lu Montong spat blood towards Su Chang, hitting his face. Yet, Su Chang felt no anger. Rather, he experienced a perverse thrill, licking the blood from his face. "Indeed, it was I who orchestrated that betrayal. Your father once told me, what is his is mine. We were as close as brothers. Even your mother, in the end, I shared with him. How delightful. Ha ha." As he spoke, Su Chang broke into laughter. "You vile traitor, beast." Lu Montong struggled, attempting to bite Su Chang, as if determined to take a piece of flesh with him to the grave. However, despite his exertion, he could not leave even a single mark on Su Chang's skin. With a slight movement of his left hand, a sharp crack echoed as Lu Montong's arm was dislocated. At this moment, Lu Montong stifled his pain, his gaze shifting behind Su Chang, revealing a flicker of surprise. "Humph, do you still think you can deceive me with tricks? Today, let me show you what pain truly is." Su Chang paid no heed to Lu Montong's expression, preparing to strike again, methodically dismantling his bones one by one. The sound of a blade piercing flesh resounded, accompanied by a spray of blood. Su Chang let out a mournful howl, rolling forward to evade the next strike. "Niu Qi, how dare you launch a sneak attack on me? Have you consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard?" Upon closer inspection, Su Chang realized that the assailant was none other than Niu Qi, the leader of the knife gang. It was Niu Qi who had previously provided Su Chang with intelligence regarding Sun Ming. "You scoundrel, do you recognize who I am? Today, I shall avenge my master. Prepare to pay with your life." At that moment, Niu Qi tore off a mask, revealing a face that was all too familiar to Su Chang. It was Lu Qi, the servant of the Zhang family. Lu Qi. In that instant, Su Chang comprehended the gravity of the situation. Years ago, he had intended to eradicate the Zhang family, only for Lu Qi to escape with the young Lu Montong. Unexpectedly, this servant had the audacity to fight back, rising to the position of the knife gang's leader and attaining the mid-stage of bone forging. "Humph, you think you can take my life with your mid-stage bone forging?" Su Chang raised his blade, its gleam flashing as the two clashed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of exchanges had transpired. Lu Qi, being only at the mid-stage of bone forging, could not withstand Su Chang, even as Su Chang bore wounds. Lu Qi had already been struck several times, yet he displayed an unwavering resolve, refusing to retreat. A loyal dog indeed. "Today, I shall send you to reunite with your master." Just as Su Chang prepared to strike again, he suddenly knelt, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. The blade had been poisoned. It was only then that Su Chang realized. "Humph, I told you, today I shall claim your life." At that moment, Lu Qi, seeing Su Chang on his knees, helped the fallen Lu Montong to his feet. "Young master, today is our chance for vengeance. Come." With that, Lu Qi handed his knife to Lu Montong. "Father, mother, I can finally avenge you." Countless times, Lu Montong had been tormented by nightmares of his childhood memories. Now, all would come to an end. He raised the blade, ready to sever Su Chang's head. Suddenly, a dark, tubular device appeared in Su Chang's hand, aimed at Lu Montong and Lu Qi. "Young master, be careful." A shout of alarm rang out as Lu Qi noticed the concealed weapon in Su Chang's grasp. He quickly pushed Lu Montong aside and leaped away himself. But it was too late. Su Chang's device emitted a dark glow, and in the next moment, hundreds of needles erupted forth, shooting towards the two. Lu Montong was the first to be thrown aside by Lu Qi, narrowly missing a silver needle, only to crash to the ground, losing consciousness instantly. Lu Qi, in his attempt to save him, was a beat too slow, and half of his body was pierced, resembling a hedgehog. Soon, dark blood spewed from his mouth, and his body grew rigid. "Ha! Castrated dog, you shall meet a miserable end. How dare you ambush me? Now you have become a specter under my command." Su Chang struggled to rise, fury flashing in his eyes. Years ago, after he had heinously slain Zhang Weiyuan's wife, he had not anticipated being struck by a hidden weapon in his nether region. It seemed that this was the doing of Lu Qi. However, Lu Qi's gaze appeared somewhat peculiar, as if he were peering behind Su Chang. A sense of unease washed over Su. It felt as though trouble lurked behind him this very night. When he turned around, a glimmer of cold light caught his eye. A butcher's knife loomed larger in his vision. Chapter 42. Slaying Su Chang, the man in black. It was indeed a butcher's knife. The blade seemed like a harbinger of doom, a noose from the underworld. He felt an inescapable fate closing in on him. Under normal circumstances, there might have been a glimmer of hope, but having been poisoned moments ago, his strength was utterly depleted. How could he resist? He could only desperately squeeze the last remnants of energy from within, invoking the iron cloth technique. With a swift whoosh, the butcher's knife swung down, slicing through the air before him. Su Chong felt as though something had swept past him. As he turned to face his assailant, he found a figure shrouded in a mask, yet clad in a flying fish suit. He recognized him instantly. Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the opponent's butcher knife had already dulled. Su Chong, intending to mock the worn-out weapon, was taken aback as it threatened his life. In the next instant, a crimson line erupted before him, blood splattering upon the ground. Why? A mere broken butcher knife could penetrate my perfected iron cloth shirt. With a thud, Su Chong collapsed before Lin Feng. Following this, Lin Feng began to search him, uncovering only a handful of silver coins. No other treasures were found. With no time to linger, Lin Feng cast a glance at the lifeless Lu Qi. A silver needle protruded prominently from his chest. There was something there. Lin Feng swiftly moved, exploring the figure before him, and soon discovered a tome nestled against its chest. The art of disguise. This is indeed a valuable treasure, a fitting reward to aid you both in your quest for vengeance. Lin Feng murmured softly, glancing at Lu Monsan, only to realize that the latter had merely fainted, unlike Lu Qi, who succumbed swiftly to the poison after being struck by numerous silver needles. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted behind him. He beheld two figures engaging in combat 100 meters away. One was clad in black, while the other was the red-robed chief constable, Wu Hua, evidently approaching Lin Feng's direction. This was perilous. In the next moment, Lin Feng dared not linger any longer and swiftly turned to flee to the side. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the government? Do you value your life so little? Wu Hua vaguely discerned the flying fish attire adorning Lin Feng but could not ascertain his identity. He had just been pursuing a monstrous creature when he unexpectedly witnessed Lin Feng slay Su Chong. Alas, the distance was too great and shrouded in darkness, making it difficult for him to confirm even the details of the flying fish outfit. He approached stealthily, intent on capturing the individual. Unexpectedly, another figure in black appeared, delivering a blow that inflicted internal injuries. Few in Kaiyang County possessed the strength to wound him with a single strike, and he was acquainted with all of them. Thus, the origins of the person across from him remained a mystery. Could they be a master merely passing through Kaiyang County? You won't find it easy to receive this strike, will you? The government? I am precisely what I challenge. The black-clad figure retorted fiercely. Wu Hua, incensed by the remark, felt a surge of anger. However, he recognized that he could not withstand the opponent's formidable power. To leave in such a manner would be undignified. As the esteemed chief constable of Kaiyang County, a master of the inner strength realm, it was disgraceful to depart due to a mere utterance. Remember, this Kaiyang County is no place for you to act with impunity. With that, Wu Hua delivered a stern warning before turning away. With mere dozens of taels of silver a month, I cannot afford to waste my life. The black-clad figure ceased pursuit, approaching Su Chong's lifeless body. He extracted a vial of medicine, dripping a single drop onto the corpse, which then transformed into a pool of blood. Young man, playing the game of Mantis stalking the cicada while the Oriole lurks behind is well done, but one must also clean up the aftermath. The black-clad figure murmured, then pursued the direction Lin Feng had taken. In mere moments, he vanished into the night. Lin Feng executed the Gale Leg technique, sprinting with fervor, covering a considerable distance until he reached the dilapidated quarters west of the city, where he finally came to a halt. Upon noticing that no one was pursuing him, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The previous moments had been exceedingly perilous. Had he been intercepted by the chief hunter, Wu Hua, he would undoubtedly have been brought to his knees. Even his identity as a student of the Demon Exorcism Division would offer him no protection. Although the Demon Exorcism Division enjoyed imperial privileges permitting them to act decisively against court officials, such authority was reserved for formally appointed personnel, requiring at least a standard-bearer S rank. As a mere junior student, the notion of taking preemptive action was absurd. He would likely lose his hand before he could even make a move. Who, then, was that cloaked figure capable of halting the chief hunter Wu Hua? A formidable figure in the inner strength realm? Was he an adversary of Wu Hua, or had he come specifically for Lin Feng? If the latter were true, the only plausible explanation would be that it was the formidable Ding, the standard bearer. Lin Feng secretly speculated. After all, he had no connections with any experts of the inner strength realm, although he was unaware of the true capabilities of General Ding. He knew that the other party's cultivation must have certainly reached the inner strength realm. If it truly was him, what could possibly be the reason? To facilitate my growth, to enter the capital city, and even the prefectures, What benefits could he possibly gain from this? Lin Feng pondered for a moment, finding himself devoid of any clues. Since he could not think of anything, he decided to set the matter aside for now. It was only when his strength was sufficient that he might uncover the secrets behind it. Subsequently, Lin Feng redirected his path towards the heart of the slum. The sounds of fighting and commotion were gradually diminishing, as if the sinister turmoil had begun to be contained. Before long, Lin Feng encountered Chen Fei. At that moment, Chen Fei's left hand bore wounds, with skin torn and exposed, hastily bandaged. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach unscathed, a smile broke across his face. "Brother Lin, are you all right? You vanished in the blink of an eye." Lin Feng replied, "Brother Chen, are you unscathed? I saw a former neighbor in peril and rushed to their aid. By the time I turned back, you had all disappeared. I had no choice but to embark on my own." Lin Feng explained haphazardly, for he hailed from the shanty town. "It's nothing, just a minor injury. The monsters have gradually retreated into the deep mountains. The situation is now under control. When we return to the main camp, I shall receive treatment." He felt fortunate that no bones were broken. Chen Fei remarked indifferently, "Compared to those colleagues who lost their lives, I am fortunate indeed. Today, I dispatched several monsters, accumulating military merit, and I will be able to exchange it for a leopard embryo vitality pill. Perhaps my cultivation will even see some enhancement soon." Their team was fully assembled. Observing his comrades, Lin Feng noted that aside from a few seasoned practitioners who had suffered no injuries, the others bore varying wounds. Originally a team of over 10, now with Wang Xiaoqi fallen, more than half had perished or been injured. This was still the case for the Demon Suppression Division-S students. The casualties among the other constables and military personnel were even more severe. This calamity wrought by the monsters was far graver than the one that had claimed Lin Feng's father's life a few months prior. Lin Feng gazed upon the battlefield's toll, as well as the shantytown engulfed in flames, and let out a long sigh. Had he not relocated his family to the city, it is likely that this time, his mother, younger sister, and Ayu would have been unable to escape the calamity, though he bore considerable pressure at this moment. He felt that all his sacrifices were profoundly worthwhile. Soon, the group returned to the main camp. Lin Feng's heart stirred as he swiftly made his way into the courtyard. Eager to ascertain whether General Ding Qi was present within the confines of the room. Chapter 43, Disguise Techniques, County Lord Guiyang. Lin Feng arrived at the courtyard. At that moment, Yu Lin and Mu Yu happened to be in the yard. The other senior students under General Ding, who had not been selected, had already lifted their state of vigilance and departed from the residence belonging to General Ding. Upon seeing Lin Feng return safely, Yu Lin and Mu Yu felt a sense of relief in their hearts. They approached him with genuine concern, inquiring about the events that transpired during his mission. Lin Feng briefly elucidated the situation to them, yet his gaze frequently darted towards Ding Yun's room. The thunderous snoring emanating from within still reverberated through the air. "Has Ding Zongqi not emerged from his chamber?" Lin Feng inquired suddenly. "No," Mu responded in a hushed tone. "The snoring has been incessant since we arrived in the courtyard." Yu Lin also shook his head with a wry smile. The two of them, having heard of numerous fatalities, bore expressions of trepidation. Fortunately, they had not been marked this time. Otherwise, it could have been perilous. After a brief conversation, Lin Feng, preoccupied with concerns for his family's safety, decided to depart from the demon exorcism office. However, he harbored some doubts. Was that figure in black not Ding Zongqi, but rather a rival of Wu Hua? Perhaps it was merely a fortuitous encounter. If that were the case, his luck would indeed be extraordinary. Upon returning home, Lin Feng's mother and others rushed out to greet him, relieved by his arrival. Lin's mother gently stroked his hand, and then his body, relieved to find no injuries. "Dear mother, I'm perfectly fine," Lin Feng said with concern, noticing the tears and anxiety in her eyes. After all, her husband had perished in the battle against the malevolent forces just a few days prior. If her son were to meet a similar fate, it would surely feel as though the heavens themselves had collapsed. Upon realizing Lin Feng was safe, the tension that had gripped the three of them eased. A wave of fatigue washed over them, and they each retreated to rest. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of gratitude. Had Lin Feng not relocated their home to the city, the outcome of this ordeal could have been dire indeed. Lin Feng returned to his chamber. The gains of this night could hardly be deemed insignificant. A rat demon, 30 military merits, and 30 enhancement points. The leader of the Green Serpent Society, 25 enhancement points and 1,000 taels of silver. Su Chang, 30 enhancement points and another 1,000 taels of silver. Additionally, there was Lu Qi's disguise technique. Lin Feng perused the art of disguise, which transcended mere makeup and the application of a facial mask. When mastered to an advanced degree, it possessed the remarkable ability to alter one's musculature and even manipulate the skeletal structure, thereby transforming one's physique. It could be regarded as the pinnacle of the art of disguise. No wonder Lu Qi was able to remain hidden in Kaiyang County for over a decade. The 2000 tales arrived just in time. Within the realm of bone tempering, one should no longer want for wealth. Lin Feng glanced at his butcher's knife, now dulled and utterly useless. He never anticipated that Su Chong had cultivated the iron cloth shirt to such a consummate level. Had it not been for his recent advancement in the blade technique, achieving a harmonious unity of heart and blade, it would have been exceedingly difficult to penetrate Su Chong's defenses with this knife. Tomorrow, he shall visit the blacksmith to forge a superior butcher's knife. Lin Feng pondered deeply. Subsequently, he practiced the technique of disguise several times, inputting the skill into his panel. Name: Lin Feng Cultivation Method, Diamond Sutra Cultivation Level, External Refinement Stage, Bone Tempering, 101200, Divine Abilities, 1, Consumption 2. Deliverance Techniques, Tiger Roar Fist, 320, Butcher's Knife Uniting with Heart, 2100, Gale Leg Technique, 2020, Iron Cloth Shirt, 4040, Chi Concealment Technique, 1100, Disguise Technique, 0100, Enhancement Points, 36 to fully master the disguise technique. An additional 100 enhancement points are required. Furthermore, the butcher's knife technique also gained an automatic improvement during this battle. Lin Feng then allocated an enhancement point to the disguise technique. A wealth of intricate knowledge regarding disguise flooded his mind, allowing him to reach an entry-level understanding. By simply circulating his internal method, he observed subtle changes in the muscles of his face. Looking into the bronze mirror, the myriad of slight alterations rendered his visage remarkably different. It seemed that entry-level mastery still required the aid of a mask. To achieve proficiency without relying on masks or makeup techniques would necessitate reaching the small or even large success stage. Tomorrow, he would head to the slaughterhouse to procure some pigskin to craft a few masks. Within the county office, Man Song was bewildered. What on earth happened? How could Captain Su have engaged in a brawl with that Niu Qi? Wu Hua inquired of the awakening Lu Man Song. Captain, I am uncertain. I was with Captain Su when we were suddenly ambushed. Niu Qi injured me, and I lost consciousness. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery to me. At this moment, Lu Man Song felt an overwhelming anguish, lowering his head in an effort to conceal his torment. For over a decade, Lu Qi had quietly nurtured him, providing abundant cultivation resources. Now, Lu Qi had lost his life while attempting to save him, akin to a father figure. How could he not feel grief and sorrow? Well, in that case, you should rest well. Lu Man Song, being a newcomer, had encountered such a plethora of monstrous chaos. Observing his poor condition, Wu Hua refrained from further inquiries. After all, Lu Man Song possessed commendable aptitude and could be cultivated as a trusted confidant in the future. Before long, he arrived at the backyard of the county office. County Magistrate, Clerk Lu, Deputy of Ouyang County. Wu Hua greeted the three individuals in the room with a respectful bow. County Magistrate Gui Yang appeared refined, seemingly gentle in demeanor. Yet, every time Wu Hua stood before him, he felt an immense pressure. For this man was the highest authority in Kaiyang County, wielding both martial prowess and power. His cultivation level was that of the internal strength stage 4, comparable to Zhao Hu of the Demon Subjugation Division's reserve camp. Moreover, with the city's treasures at stake, even Zhao Hu, born of the Demon Slayer department and skilled in combat, would likely find himself outmatched by this esteemed county lord. Have the injured been adequately cared for, Chief Wu? Came the voice of County Lord Gui Yang. Reporting to County Lord, all has been arranged, Wu Hua replied, bowing his head. This time, over 100 of our brethren from the county office have perished or been wounded. I implore the County Lord to mete out punishment for my inadequate handling of affairs. Despite some forewarnings, the appearance of so many high-tier minor demons had been unforeseen, leading to losses even within the ranks of the Demon Slayer department, which had suffered the fall of 2 minor flags. You have done well enough. I hear 2 captains have perished. Expedite the replenishment of personnel. The families of the fallen must be taken care of. Maintain order within the city, and do not let the hearts of the citizens grow cold, he commanded. Yes, County Lord. With that, Gui Yang waved his hand, and Wu Hua exited. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Hua decided against reporting the encounter with the figure in black to the County Lord. To do so would yield no benefit and could even bring him trouble. Moreover, with Su Chong's demise, fewer people would be privy to that incident from years past. Lu Xian, Many lives were lost in the military camp as well. I shall allocate 10,000 taels for you to manage the compensation. Yes, my lord. With that, Chief Clerk Lu Xian also departed the room. Ouyang Yi. Once the demon corpses are collected, bring them to me for unified handling. If these numerous corpses are not properly dealt with, the onset of a plague would be a grave matter. At this, Ouyang's face took on a serious expression. County Assistant Ouyang Yi bowed and took his leave. Was the collection of so many demon corpses truly solely for the prevention of disease? As Ouyang Yi stepped outside the courtyard, his gaze flickered, lost in contemplation. Once everyone had departed, the once bright and warm candlelight in Gui Yang's chamber transformed into an eerie green. The temperature in the room plummeted instantaneously. From the darkened corner, a shadow emerged. County Lord Gua, my gratitude is due once more. Once these demon corpses are gathered, along with certain sacrificial items, we shall proceed with that matter. The shadow's voice was chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. Best not to play tricks, or I shall be the first to extinguish you. Guiyang replied coldly. Ha. County Lord, you jest. After so many years of collaboration, how could I dare to play such tricks? It is only mutually beneficial. That is for the best. The demons have been lured quite well this time. After a while, we shall advance to the next stage of the plan. I will assist you in finding suitable candidates. Then I thank you, County Lord. Would you care for a preemptive token of gratitude from me? As she spoke, the shadow morphed into a voluptuous beauty. Two enticing mounds of flesh beckoned, their allure tantalizingly brushing past the lips, leaving one parched with desire. Humph! Spare me the theatrics. With a disdainful snort, Guiyang unleashed a radiant burst from a seal in his hand. The fair maiden, illuminated by the glow, emitted a sizzling sound from her skin before letting out a wail, vanishing from sight. Humph! How utterly devoid of sentiment the County Lord is. A sultry voice echoed within the chamber. It was only then that Guiyang tucked the seal away. That wretched temptress, truly a life-threatening distraction. Chapter 44. Acknowledgement and Transformation. Lu Xian arrived at the military camp, serving as the chief clerk and secretary to County Lord Guiyang, a position he had been elevated to by Guiyang himself. He understood well that the County Lord's previous words were mere formalities. One must take what is due. Moderation is key. How else could one advance their cultivation? Is it feasible to rely solely on a meager monthly stipend? If one's cultivation falls behind, how could one serve the County Lord effectively? By offering one's own head? General Lu, acting on the County Lord's orders, I have come to extend my condolences to the soldiers. Clerk Lu, your efforts are appreciated. County Constable Lu Bin clasped his fist in respect towards Lu Xian. The recent casualties were significant, with numerous monsters attempting to breach the city. Thankfully, the brothers sacrificed themselves to halt the advance, ensuring the city remained secure. Indeed, General Lu and the brothers have worked tirelessly. The County Lord recognizes your dedication. Here are 8,000 taels of silver to comfort the families of the fallen. We must not let them feel forsaken. With that, Lu Xian produced the banknotes and handed them to Lu Bin. Thank you for the County Lord's compassion. Before long, Lu Xian exited the military encampment, now with an additional 500 taels, a token of gratitude from Lu Bin. Someone, summon Commander Wu for me. Lu Bin called out to those outside the tent. Shortly thereafter, a figure entered. The reported casualties this time numbered 800, along with various losses in weapons and uniforms. I shall allocate 4,000 taels of silver. Ensure the various battalions are well taken care of. Yes, General. Thus, the layers of command continued. From clerk to general to commander. Ultimately, the families of the deceased soldiers received a mere 2 taels of silver, a reduction of 5 to 6 times the rightful amount, all while expressing gratitude to their superiors. The next day, the city of Kaiyang returned to its usual tranquility. Death had become all too commonplace, according to the patterns observed. Given the ferocity of the recent monster attacks, a prolonged period of calm should follow. Within the county office, the aristocratic families and the demon suppression department busily continued their recruitment efforts. Lin Feng arrived at the slaughterhouse as usual. Fortunately, Wu Laosan resided in the city with his brother-in-law, Pan Lianqing, and remained unaffected. However, several of the workers had already been replaced multiple times. To meet again would be the most favorable outcome. Lin Feng exchanged greetings with Wu Laosan and soon set to work. After half an hour, his enhancement point increased by 2. Before heading to the Demon Extermination Division, he visited the blacksmith shop within the city. Esteemed sir, what weapon would you like forged? A burly man at the blacksmith shop inquired respectfully upon noticing Lin Feng's flying fish attire. I would like a pig slaughtering knife, Lin Feng replied. A pig slaughtering knife? It is quite rare for someone from the Demon Extermination Division to request such a weapon. The man was taken aback, unsure if he had heard correctly. Do you have any specific requirements, my lord? It must be heavy, sharp, and sturdy. Lin Feng articulated his demands. Sir, I understand. There is a heavy iron block here, weighing around 60 to 70 pounds. I shall forge it 100 times to create a butcher's knife, the burly man declared. Indeed, that is acceptable. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that the materials and techniques available were indeed the pinnacle of what Kayong County could offer. To continuously forge a piece of iron weighing between 60 to 70 pounds, extracting impurities, and ultimately shaping it into a blade the size of a butcher's knife was no small feat to acquire superior materials. One would have to venture to a larger provincial city or exchange military merits for treasures from the Demon Exorcism Department's treasury. However, possessing the materials without a skilled craftsman to forge them would be futile. This blacksmith shop was, after all, the largest and finest in Kayong County. Soon, Lin Feng paid a deposit of 50 taels of silver, eagerly anticipating the collection of his new weapon in 3 days. Upon arriving at the Demon Exorcism Department, he found that early in the morning, Lord Zhao, who had summoned everyone. Notably absent was Captain Ding, who seemed to be committed to his lackadaisical approach, even daring to skip a meeting presided over by a high-ranking official. Ding Yun's behavior continually astonished Lin Feng. Did he not fear the repercussions of angering Lord Zhao who could easily invoke military law against him? Lord Zhao, a robust figure exuding an aura as profound as the ocean, was the most formidable individual Lin Feng had ever encountered. He first offered words of comfort to everyone in the Demon Exorcism Department before distributing military merits and allocating some silver to those who had carried out tasks. Lin Feng himself received 10 taels of silver, a sum equivalent to 2 months' wages, which was quite commendable. Despite currently possessing a fortune of 2,000 taels, no one would ever complain about having too much money. However, as Lin Feng collected his military merit, he noticed that Li Wui looked at him with an expression of astonishment and displeasure. Lin Feng keenly sensed that Li Wui seemed to still be brooding over the events of that day. It appeared prudent to exercise caution. Once all the rewards had been distributed, Zhao Hu issued a command, prompting everyone to disperse. At that moment, Zhao Chengze and Yu Qingqing approached. To his surprise, Zhao Chengze remarked, I never expected that you actually killed a second-tier minor demon yesterday. Truly remarkable. Lin Feng clasped his hands in salute to the two. It was merely a stroke of luck. It pales in comparison to young Master Zhao and Miss Yu. Together, they managed to vanquish over a dozen monsters. In the morning, Lin Feng arrived, having long heard of the remarkable achievements of Zhao Chengze, Yu Qingqing, Li Wui, and others. Truly, they belonged to the realm of prodigies, possessing formidable strength. Their genuine combat prowess and techniques likely surpass even those who practice the Easing Tendon Sutra, such as Chen Fei. At that moment, Lin Feng casually cast a glance at Yu Qingqing, only to find her exhibiting no signs of unusual demeanor, which relieved him somewhat. Presently, he stood as a legitimate practitioner in the late stage of bone forging. It had only been a few days. Should anyone discover this, it would indeed be astonishing. It seemed he had successfully concealed his progress from Yu Qingqing's scrutiny. Yet, he pondered whether he could maintain this ruse before the discerning eyes of those skilled experts. He needed to enhance his concealment techniques swiftly. Well, I am 2 years your senior. Why not address me as Brother Zhao from now on? Zhao Qingze remarked with a smile. Brother Zhao. Lin Feng clasped his hands in greeting. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Qingze had offered him considerable assistance. Cultivating a friendship with him and strengthening their bond would indeed be advantageous. He understood that initially, Zhao Chengze had merely harbored a sense of curiosity towards him. However, following yesterday's events, Lin Feng had genuinely captured Zhao Chengze's attention, prompting a sincere desire to forge a connection. Meanwhile, Yu Qingqing remained as indifferent as ever, maintaining her previous demeanor towards Lin Feng. Subsequently, the two departed. Lin Feng, along with Yu Lin and Mu Yu, returned to the courtyard to continue refining their swordsmanship. Yu Lin and Mu Yu, now more fervently engaged in their training, felt an intensified sense of urgency. Although they had not participated in yesterday's fierce battle, many new students who had entered alongside them had mysteriously vanished overnight, heightening their anxiety. They understood that neglecting their training could lead to dire consequences. By noon, when Lin Feng went to the dining hall, the previous mocking remarks had diminished significantly. Even the staff serving the meal showed newfound enthusiasm, generously providing him with extra portions. Whispers circulated among the students, discussing the impressive feats of Lin Feng and Chen Fei from the day before. Particularly noteworthy was Lin Feng's composure in a crisis, as he had decisively severed the head of a second-tier demon with a single stroke, earning him admiration from the newcomers. Respect and admiration naturally gravitated towards the strong, and Lin Feng, along with Yu Lin and Mu Yu, basked in this newfound reverence. However, the group still found it uncomfortable to dine in the cafeteria. After collecting their meals, they sought out a more secluded spot to enjoy their food. Today marked the third day of the medicinal dietary regimen, which was incomparable to the fare at the Zui Xian Tower. Lin Feng relished the meal, which provided him with an additional 2 points of enhancement. Chapter 45, Elixirs and Choices. Lin Feng, as per his usual routine, brought lunch to Ding Yun. Upon seeing the medicinal cuisine prepared for today, Ding Yun's appetite was immediately piqued. He indulged voraciously, swiftly consuming all the dishes, and let out a lengthy belch. Lin Feng was no longer surprised by Ding Yun's uncouth demeanor. He promptly began to gather all the remnants to take them away. Hold on, you heartless one. I certainly did not toil yesterday in vain. At that moment, Ding Yun suddenly called out to Lin Feng. Lin Feng paused momentarily, turning his head with a perplexed expression towards Ding Yun. I am not quite certain what Mr. Ding is referring to, he uttered. Oh, is that so? Ding Yun remarked, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lin Feng. Yesterday, you managed to retrieve 1,000 taels and silver notes. Lin Feng suddenly recalled, a gleam of realization sparking in his eyes. It must surely belong to you, esteemed sir. Lin Feng hastily interrupted Ding Yun's continued narration, his expression shifting from bewilderment to a sincere smile. He then procured a 1,000 tael silver note from his pocket. At that moment, he finally comprehended that the mysterious figure clad in black from yesterday was none other than General Ding. This individual had witnessed all of Lin Feng's actions from the previous day. Fortunately, the intentions behind the actions taken were solely protective in nature, and it was indeed Ding Yun's intervention that ultimately extricated Lin Feng from peril. However, the thought of parting with this freshly acquired 1,000 tael note, before it even had a chance to warm in his hands, stirred a pang of regret within him. How could he claim not to feel the sting? Goodness, I never imagined you had struck it rich. At first glance, I thought it was merely a few hundred taels. Lin Feng marveled, as Ding Yun playfully flicked the silver note with his fingers, producing a crisp sound that resonated like a gentle knock upon Lin Feng's heart, causing him to wince in discomfort. General, you jest. It is merely fortunate happenstance that I stumbled upon it. Lin Feng endeavored to convey his words with an air of nonchalance. Haha, what a thrill. Yet, there is no need for you to wear such a grim expression. It is merely a trifling sum. Recently, I frequented the Chunhong building and have already squandered my monthly allowance. Hence, I must borrow a bit from you. Ding Yun, observing the pained expression on Lin Feng's face, burst into laughter. This is my token. Proceed to the treasury and assist me in exchanging for 5 tiger essence pills, along with 2 bone-tempering pills. With that, Ding Yun tossed his commanding insignia to Lin Feng. The insignia bore little distinction from those of their fellow students, save for its superior material and the differing inscriptions upon it. Lin Feng took the greasy token and stepped back. Before long, he made his way to the treasury and exchanged it for the elixirs. He returned the elixirs along with the token to Ding Yun. At that moment, Lin Feng was taken aback as Ding Yun only accepted the token. You have a younger brother with commendable potential. If you can nurture him, your undivided focus will lead you further. Give the tiger essence pill to your brother, and the bone-strengthening pill is for you. Now, be gone. I wish to sleep. With that, Ding Yun lay down on the bed, and as soon as his head touched the pillow, a thunderous snore erupted. Lin Feng stood in stunned silence, clutching the elixirs in his hands, utterly astounded. He had never anticipated that, apart from his family, there could be someone in this chaotic world who would treat him with such kindness. Every aspect of his well-being had been taken into consideration, even his family as welfare. In truth, even if Ding Yun had not bestowed these elixirs upon him, Lin Feng would have felt an immense gratitude in his heart, for the other had saved his life. Now, with the addition of these elixirs, especially the bone-refining pill, which was virtually unattainable through monetary means in the outside world, he resolved within himself. Once he had amassed sufficient strength in the future, he vowed to wholeheartedly assist Ding Yun in whatever endeavors he might require. After Lin Feng respectfully saluted Ding Yun, he quietly exited the room. This General Ding is indeed elusive. Although he usually spends his days napping indoors, he now seems to be aware of even a Yu's remarkable talents. Lin Feng sighed inwardly and continued to practice his swordsmanship in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Su San gazed at the uniform left behind by his deceased brother, feeling an overwhelming sense of anger and sorrow. He could hardly believe that his brother had been met with such a brutal fate, his body destroyed beyond recognition. This was clearly a homicide. Yet the authorities merely offered a perfunctory response. Observing Su Xiong lying on the bed, Su San's heart grew heavier with despair. Two of his closest kin, one dead, the other injured. The murderer remained at large, enjoying their freedom. Within the demon-slaying division, Su San had cultivated certain connections. And he had recently learned that Lin Feng had advanced to the initial stage of bone refinement, possessing the same cultivation level as himself. Furthermore, Sun Ming, the adept sent by Su Chang from the Green Snake Society, had inexplicably perished in a fiery inferno the previous night, leaving only charred bones behind. With his current abilities, Su San felt utterly incapable of confronting Lin Feng. At his age, he had only recently ascended to the initial stage of bone refinement. And that was solely due to the abundant resources provided by Su Chang, highlighting his inferior talent. Lin Feng, and the murderer of my brother, await your reckoning. I, Su San, shall not let you escape unscathed. With a determined resolve, he took up a piece of paper and began to write. The Su family's greatest support had been extinguished, leaving them vulnerable to being completely devoured in Kaiong County. He decided to wager everything. Once he avenged his brother, he would liquidate the family assets and take Su Xiong away from this place. The two brothers had made numerous enemies over time, and if he delayed, it would be too late. Su San possessed a ruthless disposition. Years ago, the two brothers had brought ruin to Zhang Wenyuan's family. A decision he had made with unwavering decisiveness. Were it not for Su Chang's lust for Zhang Wenyuan's wife, they would not have fled from Lu Qi and Zhang Wenyuan's son, nor would Su Chang have risked the extinction of their lineage, nearly leading the Su family to obliteration. Upon completing the letter, Su San summoned the steward and gave him a brief command. He then took the family's silver notes and stepped out the door. As he exited, he noticed several individuals lurking nearby, watching their residence, which heightened his sense of urgency. Soon after, he arrived at the residence of Wu Hua. Chief Constable, you must seek justice for Su Chang. He was clearly murdered. How can they claim he was slain by a monster? Su San pleaded with Wu Hua. Old Su, this is a decision made from above. I, a mere chief constable, cannot voice my opinion before the esteemed officials. Wu Hua replied, his face reflecting helplessness. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Su Chang's death, yet without concrete evidence, he, as a temporary chief constable, could easily be discarded by the county magistrate. Would he dare investigate the demon-slaying division? That would only invite trouble upon himself. Su San, however, was not swayed by Wu Hua's words. With the Su family on the brink of disaster, he had no time for evasive tactics. In the realm of Wu University, let us speak candidly. Since my brother's vengeance cannot be avenged for the time being, surely there must be a way to deal with the fiend who harmed my son, Lin Feng? Su San declared, producing a stack of silver notes and placing them upon Wu Hua's desk, each note valued at 1,000 taels. Wu Hua had heard from Su Chang about the conflict between Lin Feng and Su Xiong. Yet, in just a few short days, Lin Feng had ascended to the rank of a Dangu realm student within the exorcism division. In terms of status, he was not significantly inferior to Wu Hua himself. Old Su, you should keep these silver notes for yourself, Wu Hua insisted, pushing the notes back, signaling his resolve. Captain Wu. It would be wise to accept this money. Otherwise, the incident involving the massacre of Zhang Wenyuan's family could unwittingly become public knowledge. After all, Zhang Wenyuan was a student of the exorcism division, and even after more than a decade, the division might feel compelled to investigate thoroughly for the sake of its reputation. Su San remarked with a cold smile. Upon hearing these words, Wu Hua's aura surged violently. In the next moment, he was poised to strike, ready to crush Su San before him. Captain Wu, please restrain your anger. Should I suddenly perish in the coming days, the news would undoubtedly spread throughout the city by the next morning. Su San's face paled, yet he pressed on. As long as Lin Feng meets his demise, and those responsible for my brother's death are brought to justice, I shall take my son and leave Kaiong County, never to return. Wu Hua found himself momentarily calmed, and the murderous intent within him gradually subsided, allowing Su San to breathe a sigh of relief. I will investigate the matter of Su Chang's death. But regardless of the outcome, you must vacate this place within a month. A month from now, I shall claim Lin Feng's head. Once Lin Feng is dead, it will be all too easy to trace back to your Su family. We cannot act now. You must leave immediately or wait for a month. The choice is yours. Wu Hua concluded, presenting Su San with two options. In the end, Su San opted to wait a month. Having laid his cards on the table with Wu Hua, his safety seemed assured, as the other party would not allow harm to come to him. After all, a month was a wait he could endure. and had it not been for his concern for Su Xiong's safety, he would have fought tooth and nail. As night descended, Lin Feng returned home and handed all 5 Tiger Essence pills to Lin Yu. Initially, he intended for Lin Yu to withdraw from the gang, believing that with his current status, the Dao Dao gang would not pose any threats to Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu felt that he still needed to undergo further trials. He could not remain perpetually under Lin Feng's protection. Moreover, with Lin Feng's assistance, once he elevated his cultivation to the perfected stage of skin refinement, he would be eligible to take the examination for the reserve camp of the Demon Exorcism Division. The reserve camp does not discriminate against humble origins. As long as one has not committed a grave offense, with a bit of maneuvering, entry is possible. The key lies in having the right connections. Once Lin Feng attains the rank of a junior officer, recommending someone for the examination will be quite straightforward. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's resolute determination, Lin Feng refrained from further insistence, merely advising him to exercise caution. Subsequently, Lin Feng returned to his chamber and retrieved 2 bone refinement pills, which he consumed without hesitation. This time, the 2 pills bestowed upon him a remarkable enhancement of 40 points. He then imbibed a jug of the intoxicating immortal brew, which granted an additional 5 points. After consuming another jug, he found himself unable to drink any more. Name: Lin Feng Cultivation Technique, Diamond Sutra Cultivation Level, External Refinement Realm, Bone Refinement, 101200, Divine Abilities, 1, Consumption 2. Overcoming Adversity Techniques, Tiger Roar Fist, 320, Butcher's Skill, Heart and Blade Unified, 2100, Gale Leg Technique, 2020, Iron Cloth Shirt, 4040, Breath Control Technique, 1100, Disguise Technique, 1100, Enhancement Points, 90 Slaughterhouse, 2 Demon Exorcism Department Meals, 3 Bone Refinement Pills, 40 Intoxicating Immortal Brew, 10 in addition to his previous accumulation. Lin Feng now amassed a total of 90 enhancement points. Presently, the ordinary meals of the Demon Exorcism Department, devoid of medicinal ingredients, could only yield a mere 1 point of enhancement per day. With the inclusion of medicinal meals, this could rise to 3 points daily. Once he reaches the muscle transformation realm, the benefits may become negligible. At that juncture, to expedite his advancement, he would likely need to accrue more merits, slay additional monsters, and exchange for elixirs within the treasure vault. Lin Feng lamented that the higher one's cultivation, the more arduous the path to advancement became. Subsequently, he tapped on the cultivation section 50 times and the Qi concealment technique 25 times. Name: Lin Feng Cultivation Method, Diamond Sutra Cultivation Level, External Refinement Realm, Bone Tempering, 151, 200, Divine Abilities, 1, Consumption of Elixirs 2. Overcoming Calamities Techniques, Tiger Roar Fist, 320, Butcher's Precision, Heart Blade Unity 2, 100, Gale Leg Technique 2, 020, Iron Cloth Shirt 4, 040, Qi Concealment Technique 26, 100, Disguise Technique 1, 100, Enhancement Points, 15 Bone Tempering Realm achieved. With a resonant hum, Lin Feng felt as though his bones had been reshaped within him. His fingers flicked against them, producing a series of resonant vibrations. As the Diamond Sutra circulated, the bones within him gleamed with a faint golden light, brighter than before. His internal power had doubled once again. The force behind his punch likely exceeded 10,000 pounds. He sensed that with his fists, he could vanquish the minor demon he had faced in the second realm. With the Qi concealment technique elevated to a minor success, his heart finally found tranquility. He vaguely sensed that today, Ding Zongqi could still detect his cultivation, though the latter had concealed his observations well, leaving no trace of weakness. Now that his Qi concealment technique had reached a minor success, it should be sufficient to evade the scrutiny of others. However, it would be prudent to elevate the technique to a major success, or even perfection, for utmost safety. What troubled him now was that, through his diligent cultivation, he was on the verge of achieving the great perfection of the bone tempering realm, yet without a suitable method, his progress would stagnate. The challenge lay in acquiring the method for the muscle strengthening realm. In truth, once one reached the great perfection of the bone tempering realm, the demon subduing division would provide the muscle strengthening method free of charge. Yet, Lin Feng found himself at an impasse. How could he explain advancing from the skin refinement realm to the great perfection of the bone tempering realm in just a few days? He could only wait a while longer before revealing his cultivation to obtain the method. He was uncertain whether Ding Zongqi possessed such knowledge, but if he did, it would be ideal to request a copy. Lin Feng murmured to himself. As the night grew deeper, he donned a suit of night attire and crafted a mask made of human skin. Once fully equipped, he employed his skills to stealthily depart from his home. With Su Chang now deceased, he aimed to preemptively strike to prevent the Su family from causing any further disturbances. He contemplated taking decisive action to eliminate any future threats. Lin Feng glided through the darkness like a phantasm. Before long, he arrived at the Su residence, which was still ablaze with light. Lin Feng exerted all his strength to employ the concealment technique, intending to ascend to the rooftop of the Su residence to gauge the situation. To his surprise, two figures clad in dark garments had already appeared above him. Lin Feng observed keenly, realizing that the threat to the Su family's lives came not solely from one individual. As he scrutinized his surroundings, he discerned numerous hidden figures encircling the Su residence. It was no wonder that, at this late hour, the Su household remained ablaze with light. Clearly, Su San had anticipated that following Su Chang's demise, vengeful adversaries would seek retribution, prompting them to adopt stringent defensive measures. The Su family must now be under formidable protection. Even the flutter of a mere fly attempting to intrude could incite considerable commotion. Lin Feng analyzed the situation. Indeed, a figure suddenly emerged, adorned in a crimson constable's garb, delivering a swift strike that cleaved through two cloaked figures atop the roof. One of the assailants was caught off guard, meeting a grim fate as he was severed in two. The other swiftly produced a handful of throwing darts, launching them at the constable with fierce determination. The sound of clashing metal echoed as sparks flew. The constable deftly wielded his blade, effortlessly deflecting all the hidden projectiles. However, as he prepared to pursue, the remaining cloaked figure, employing remarkable agility, vanished from the constable's sight. At that moment, a guardian from the Su family ascended to the rooftop, expressing gratitude towards the constable. The constable, possessing the prowess of the muscle transformation realm, prompted the concealed figures nearby to retreat without delay. Lin Feng, sensing the precariousness of his own combat abilities, quietly withdrew along the path he had come. He believed that dispatching an opponent in the early stages of the muscle transformation realm would pose little challenge. Yet, attempting to eliminate the Su family patriarch and his son under the watchful gaze of the constable was a daunting task. Perhaps he should bide his time for a more opportune moment. After all, he could not presume that the constable would remain at the Su residence indefinitely. Within the Su household, Zhu Chuier administered medicine to Su Xiong. In recent days, she sensed an ominous shift within the Su family. With Su Chang deceased, the encroachment of menacing figures lurking in the shadows at night was particularly alarming. Had it not been for Constable Shin's presence, the situation might have spiraled into chaos. Regret filled her heart as she recalled her decision to forsake Lin Feng. Observing Su Xiong bound as if a rice dumpling, she resolved to seek out Lin Feng the following day, humbled and ready to offer sincere words. Surely he would be inclined to forgive her, despite the fact that Su Xiong had claimed her body. Chapter 47. Departure and contest. The next day, Lin Feng arrived at the Demon Exorcising Division, only to receive unexpected news. Ding Yun had gone out early at the crack of dawn. Chen Fei remained in the dormitory. Ding Yun had instructed him to inform Lin Feng to visit his room upon arrival at the division. Lin Feng entered Ding Yun's room. On the table lay a tome, beneath which rested a letter. My dear boy, I shall be away for a brief period, returning in approximately half a month. However, there exists the possibility that I may never return. The Vidra demon suppression technique on the table can be cultivated to the fifth realm of internal fortitude. Had I known, I should have accumulated more military achievements to leave you additional elixirs. Throughout my life, I have lived recklessly, indulging in wine and frequented establishments of ill repute. I have failed to become the person my master, Li Bai, envisioned. Remember, seize every opportunity to ascend, striving for the highest echelons. Should you reach that pinnacle, please honor my master on my behalf. Lin Feng gazed at the letter and the ancient tome before him, feeling a tumult of emotions regarding the Vidra demon subduing technique. Although he was unaware of the events that had transpired with Ding Yun, it was evident that the latter had encountered a significant calamity to find himself in such a state. Despite having known General Ding for merely a few days, the kindness he had shown was undeniable. After scrutinizing the contents multiple times, Lin Feng's astonishment deepened. The name Li Bai was one he had indeed heard before. He was the current supreme leader of the Demon Extermination Division, the esteemed commander known as Li Bai. As one of the pillars of the Great Qian, Li Bai led the Demon Extermination Division in their struggle against malevolent forces, earning numerous accolades for the court. It was astonishing that this seemingly inconspicuous individual, Ding Yun, was a disciple of such a formidable figure. Yet, where was he headed, and what perilous undertaking had he embarked upon that could lead to his untimely demise? Lin Feng remained utterly unaware. Although he felt anxious within, he found himself powerless. Ultimately, he realized his own frailty. After a considerable pause, Lin Feng let out a deep sigh. It was only by becoming stronger that he could accomplish more. He returned to his dormitory and began to contemplate the Vajra demon subduing technique. This Ding Zongqi, when unleashed, was indeed a remarkable treasure. Lin Feng perused the text multiple times and activated his cultivation technique, successfully integrating the Vajra demon subduing art into his personal panel. Now, his cultivation section prominently displayed the Vajra demon subduing art. Why is it deemed a remarkable treasure? According to the scriptures, although the Vajra demon subduing art is notoriously challenging to master, once perfected, it renders the practitioner virtually invincible among peers, with the potential to engage adversaries of higher ranks. Upon reaching the inner strength realm, there exists a formidable technique known as the Golden Bell Shield, which far surpasses the iron cloth shirt. It even provides immunity against various toxins. Truly, it is impervious to blades and firearms, and resilient against poison, in addition to its exceptional strength and formidable defense. The most extraordinary aspect of cultivating this technique is the peculiar energy that emanates from the practitioner's flesh and blood when the art is activated. This energy serves to repel sinister attacks, acting as a countermeasure against malevolent forces. Although it may not inflict harm upon the adversary, it equally hinders them from causing injury to the practitioner. As the practitioner's prowess deepens, this energy grows increasingly potent, effectively challenging the notion that one cannot confront malevolent entities below the refinement realm, much like the enigmatic protective treasures of every county. This enables those in the inner strength realm to stand against malevolence. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng was undoubtedly filled with immense joy. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards General Ding. Such a precious tome could undoubtedly never be exchanged for within the treasury of the demon-subduing division in this county of Hangong. At that moment, the clarion call of assembly resonated throughout the reserve camp of the demon-subduing division. Lin Feng hurriedly tucked the secret manual away and stepped into the courtyard. I had forgotten to mention that there is a competition every 3 months. Hurry to the training grounds. Qin Fei addressed Lin Feng, Yu Lin, and Mu Yu. At that moment, Lin Feng grasped the situation. The four swiftly arrived at the training grounds, where the team under Captain Ding had dwindled even further. Soon, the new and old students were divided into 2 factions. Captain Huang briefly announced the rules, which were essentially to compete in the arena, draw lots, and then rank accordingly. Those with less than 5 years of experience would be categorized as new students, while those with over 5 years would be deemed old students. After achieving a certain ranking, one would be awarded corresponding elixirs. In the past, our team merely participated for formality's sake. Qin Fei informed the group. This time, with his hand still injured, he naturally could not participate. However, he still had to draw lots. He could simply concede voluntarily, and compared to previous years, this time would be less humiliating, as he could use his injury as an excuse. As for Lin Feng and the others, having just arrived a few days ago, conceding would not be seen as disgraceful. Soon, the drawing concluded. The training grounds featured numerous arenas, with several groups competing simultaneously. The total number of new students barely surpassed 100. As Miyu stepped onto the arena, she faced a student who had been training for 3 years in the bone-forging stage and consequently was defeated. Yu Lin, in his first round, encountered another new student who had perfected the skin refinement stage. After an intense battle, Yu Lin narrowly emerged victorious, which filled him with joy. Although he was under Captain Ding's command, it did not imply he was inept. In the first round, Lin Feng was fortunate to meet a new student in the later stages of skin refinement. By now, Lin Feng had gained some notoriety among the new students. Upon recognizing him, that student readily conceded. This spectacle left Qin Fei and the other senior students invigorated. No one under Captain Ding's command had ever experienced such a phenomenon. It was a historic first. Captain Huang and Captain Bai's teams watched in astonishment. Meanwhile, the group under Captain Wu, led by Li Wui, looked down upon the event. It was merely a stroke of luck. In the second round, they would surely be sent packing. Indeed, they hadn't yet faced our team. If they did, I would easily prevail. A chorus of envious remarks echoed around. Lin Feng naturally paid no heed to the surrounding chatter, instead focusing on the individuals competing on stage. As if by design, Li Wui, Yu Qingqing, and Zhao Chengze each faced a late-stage bone refinement disciple. However, the trio swiftly vanquished their opponents, showcasing their prowess at the muscle transformation realm. Truly, they were worthy scions of the 4 great families, having already cultivated to such esteemed heights. Young Master Zhao, miss you. You are exceptional, cried the crowd. Young Master Li, how handsome you are. The audience erupted in fervent cheers. Li Wui proudly raised his chin. casting a challenging gaze at Zhao Chengza. Zhao Chengza, I did not expect you to advance as well. This time, I must surpass you. Do not speak too boldly. Let your actions speak for themselves once we engage. You shall taste defeat. Zhao Chengza retorted, directly countering Li Wuyi's provocation. Soon, the three descended from the stage, and the competition resumed. This time, Yulin faced a bone refinement disciple and promptly surrendered. Meanwhile, Lin Feng encountered an opponent who had been training for over a year, boasting commendable aptitude and belonging to the banner of Wu Zongqi. This adversary had attained the mid-stage of bone refinement. Haha, you see, one cannot always rely on luck. Against Brotherly, do you truly believe you can prevail? The crowd jeered. Indeed, Brotherly, do not grant him the chance to concede, defeat him. An uproar of laughter and taunts erupted from the audience. Yu Lin and Mu Yu wore expressions of concern, while Yu Qingqing and Zhao Chengza were filled with curiosity, eager to see how Lin Feng would perform. Chapter 48. Defeating Li Qing. Xinfei observed Lin Feng on the arena, his demeanor calm and composed. He had witnessed Lin Feng's technique. While he too could cleave a second-stage demon in twain, he could never match the ease with which Lin Feng executed the move. If one word were to encapsulate it, it would be graceful. He understood that Lin Feng was far more complex than he appeared. You are Lin Feng? Last time, you slew a second-stage demon, which is commendable. However, I have vanquished 3, Li Qing proclaimed. I initially regarded you as a formidable opponent, but my elder brother has advised me not to squander this opportunity. It would be best for you to endure some hardship. Oh, your elder brother? Li Wuyi? Lin Feng inquired, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, coupled with the other's keen eyes and name. He was reminded of the blind character from League of Legends and the clever strategist from the film West Rainbow City. This Li Qing, it seemed, was quite the cross-eyed individual. At that moment, it was truly hard to suppress a chuckle. How could the Demon Control Department accept such a character? Was it a matter of lax standards or perhaps the overwhelming financial influence of the 4 prominent families? What is so amusing? Li Qing's expression turned frosty, his voice drifting over. Nothing at all. I wasn't laughing. Lin Feng bit his lip, the muscles in his face feeling somewhat strained. What? Ever since I heard my name? You have clearly been laughing. What exactly are you laughing at? Li Qing questioned Lin Feng, a surge of energy rising within her. Oh, is that so? Perhaps I was merely reminded of something amusing. Lin Feng could no longer contain himself, a smile gracing his lips. The once solemn arena had seemingly taken on a different flavor. Such egregious behavior. In the next instant, Li Qing exerted his strength, soaring into the air. He raised his fist, striking towards Lin Feng with the ferocity of a descending tiger, emitting a roar akin to that of a mighty beast. The perfected tiger roar fist. The audience gasped in astonishment. The elder was well aware that although Li Qing lacked outward charm, his innate talent and comprehension were truly remarkable. At such a young age, he had managed to cultivate the tiger roar fist to perfection. Observing this punch, it appeared Lin Feng would suffer grievous injury. Quickly concede. Xinfei felt a pang of anxiety, wishing to call out and urge Lin Feng to surrender. The disparity between the two was insurmountable. Zhao Chengza also displayed a look of concern. Meanwhile, Li Wuyi wore an expression of vindication, finally able to avenge the grievances of the past. However, what the crowd did not anticipate was Lin Feng unexpectedly stood his ground, launching a punch directly at Li Qing. Li Qing had meticulously devised a strategy, contemplating which direction to pursue and what technique to employ if Lin Feng chose to evade. However, to his astonishment, Lin Feng did not flinch or retreat. This unexpected turn of events was, in a sense, advantageous. It could result in a decisive victory with a singular strike. Xinfei and the others watched in disbelief as Lin Feng braved the formidable tiger roar fist without any attempt to dodge. Was he not courting disaster? Mu Yu covered her eyes with her hands, unable to bear the sight. A dull thud resounded through the air. Lin Feng delivered a seemingly unremarkable punch that unexpectedly sent Li Qing hurtling through the air. There was no flourish, yet he triumphed with such simplicity. Li Qing soared backward like a kite severed from its string, propelled at a speed surpassing that of his initial charge. Mid-flight, he spewed a spray of crimson blood. With a thunderous crash, Li Qing's body collided with the arena floor. Remarkably, he executed a swift recovery, springing to his feet, his eyes oddly returning to normal. What just happened? I thought Brother Li had lost, one spectator exclaimed. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when Li Qing reverted to his squinting state and collapsed motionless once more. A profound silence engulfed the arena, a silence so thick it felt lifeless. No one had anticipated Lin Feng's victory, let alone in such a decisive manner. The formidable tiger roar fist had been vanquished by a single blow. Xinfei, and Yu Lin stood in stunned disbelief. Mu Yu, peering through the gaps between her fingers, observed Lin Feng standing tall while Li Qing lay defeated, her mouth agape in astonishment. Even Yu Qingqing, typically composed and indifferent, displayed a hint of unease as her lips parted slightly. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. Zhao Chengze exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. Li Wui, initially taken aback, soon furrowed his brow, his expression darkening like the bottom of a pot. Lin Feng emerged victorious. Lin Fengxing, the small flag officer acting as the referee, announced the results. The remaining crowd then erupted in astonishment, recovering from their state of shock. Lin Feng, incredible. He has emerged victorious. Mu Yu exclaimed, leaping with excitement as he cheered for Lin Feng. From their elevated position, Huang Qiong and the other senior flags looked at Lin Feng, their expressions reflecting their surprise. The refined diamond fist and the iron cloth shirt have both been mastered. Moreover, his strength seems considerable, he pondered thoughtfully. Wu Ping's expression darkened. For this competition was tied to their own interests. Li Qing was a formidable contender in the bone refinement realm, and it was unexpected for him to be bested by Lin Feng, an obscure individual. Haha, Chief Wu, who would have anticipated that Li Qing would fall so swiftly? Truly astonishing. At that moment, Bai Xing's laughter resonated, his spirits evidently high. Humph. Lin Feng is not even under Chief Bai's banner, so why celebrate prematurely? Initially, it seemed Zhao Qingze intended for Chief Bai to take him in. What is this? Has Chief Bai also misjudged, allowing Ding Yun to seize the opportunity? Wu Ping retorted sharply. Yet, it is merely a matter of strength. I still find him lacking. If Chief Ding desires him, let him have him, Bai Sheng replied, suppressing his displeasure and feigning indifference. Lin Feng was oblivious to the fact that the two esteemed leaders were embroiled in a quarrel over him. He leaped off the arena. Zhao Chengze approached him and playfully tapped him with his fist. Well done, young man. I never anticipated you possessed such skill. But how do you compare to Brother Zhao? It was merely a stroke of luck. Lin Feng smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. Soon after, the group proceeded to draw lots once more. Zhao Chengze gazed at Lin Feng, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts, before breaking into a smile. In the third round, fortune favored Lin Feng, as he found himself with a bye. Moreover, one pair had incurred mutual defeat. Now, only 20 contestants remained. If he could secure one more victory, he would enter the top 10 and thus be awarded 2 bone refinement pills. Likewise, Li Wui, Zhao Chengze, and Yu Qingqing had also qualified. The drawing of lots commenced anew. Lin Feng found himself facing a late-stage bone-forging realm disciple this time. You were quite impressive to have defeated Li Qing, albeit relying merely on some brute strength, remarked the serious Gao Shan, who was fortuitously under the command of Wu Peng. If Li Qing had been a tad more cautious, you would undoubtedly have fallen short against him. As for me, I shall never underestimate any adversary. In the next moment, Gao Shan charged toward Lin Feng. This time, he could not afford to lose again. Gao Shan, known for his prudence, believed that even if Lin Feng possessed some strength, he was certainly no match. Strength without speed is futile. One cannot land a blow. Beside them, Wu Peng could not help but observe the new disciples' match, while Li Wui shared similar thoughts. He yearned to personally torment Lin Feng but found himself without the opportunity. This time, Lin Feng was destined to be defeated. Chapter 49, The Top 10. The matchmaker arrives among those present. Hardly anyone believed Lin Feng could triumph over Gao Shan. In the next instant, Gao Shan had already reached Lin Feng's immediate vicinity. Lin Feng once again unleashed a powerful punch. However, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of Gao Shan's mouth. In a blur, he vanished from Lin Feng's sight. When he reappeared, he had already positioned himself behind Lin Feng. This sudden movement astonished the onlookers below. Subsequently, Gao Shan lifted his leg, striking it towards Lin Feng like a whip. A sharp crack resounded at an astonishing speed, showcasing the tremendous force and velocity of the blow. Yet, in Lin Feng's eyes, despite the opponent's rapidity, it still felt rather sluggish. He could effortlessly evade the incoming attack at any moment. However, in order to conceal the extent of his abilities, he could only feign a delayed reaction. He raised his right hand to block the incoming kick. A dull thud echoed through the air. Lin Feng's body was struck by a tremendous force, sending him flying several feet away. He staggered, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. In a bid to enhance the realism of his predicament, he even channeled his internal energy to expel some of his own blood. Wow, what a formidable leg technique. Lin Feng found himself unable to withstand the impact. A single kick had inflicted injury upon him. The spectators below were abuzz with chatter, and the hearts of Chun Fei and others raced with apprehension. If you do not concede now, the next blow will not be so easily deflected. You may even face dire consequences. Gao Shan observed Lin Feng and cautioned him, adopting an air of indifference and coolness that drew the attention of many female students. Lin Feng assumed a defensive posture, remaining silent. Very well. Since you remain obstinate, allow me to send you down. Gao Shan, realizing his previous bravado was in vain, vanished once more, darting swiftly across the arena. His incredible speed left behind afterimages, a testament to his mastery of the spirit snake step. Gao Shan was indeed formidable. He had previously defeated senior students in the Yi Jin realm using this perfected technique. For Lin Feng, this was undoubtedly a dimensional assault. The audience below buzzed with admiration for Gao Shan. Hearing their praises, Gao Shan erupted in exhilarated shouts. Prepare to fall. Subsequently, numerous shadowy leg strikes surged from all directions. To the spectators, it seemed Lin Feng could only adopt a passive defense, utterly unable to retaliate. Defeat appeared imminent. With such velocity, Lin Feng had no chance to keep pace. No matter how powerful one's strength, if one cannot strike the enemy, it is of little consequence. Zhao Chengze remarked to Yu Qingqing beside him, who nodded in agreement. The next moment, however, took everyone by surprise. Lin Feng unexpectedly opened his chest, exposing a flaw. And Gao Shan kicked out. Yet, Lin Feng adeptly seized his foot. Subsequently, Lin Feng fought back with the ferocity of a street brawler, continuously enduring Gao Shan's relentless strikes while delivering powerful blows to Gao Shan's torso. With his foot firmly grasped, Gao Shan realized he could not escape and was compelled to exchange blows with Lin Feng. However, he soon discovered that his punches had no effect on Lin Feng. The Diamond Sutra, had he cultivated the iron cloth technique? Gao Shan was taken aback. Yet, Lin Feng paid him no heed. After several punches, Gao Shan's eyes bulged, and he vomited the breakfast he had consumed earlier. Ultimately, unable to withstand the onslaught, he collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Lin Feng emerged victorious. The small flag officer, witnessing this spectacle, twitched at the corners of his mouth and declared Lin Feng the victor. He had never seen anyone win in such a manner on the arena. The three onlookers, Huang Qiong, Wu Ping, and Bai Sheng, also experienced a similar reaction. Yet, they could not deny that Lin Feng possessed remarkable talent and comprehension. In a remarkably short span, he had cultivated the iron cloth technique to a commendable level. Wu Ping's expression grew even darker. The defeat of Li Qing was one thing, but now Gao Shan had also succumbed. Their team's resources would undoubtedly be considerably diminished compared to the last competition. Bai Sheng began to feel a pang of regret. He had overlooked such a prodigy for the sake of a meager stipend. If Lin Feng were under his command, he would undoubtedly fare much better than under Ding Yun's leadership. Perhaps he could even contend for a spot in the top 5. The thought pained him. Each additional individual in the top 5 represented a substantial influx of resources. However, there remained hope. He could still recruit Lin Feng later. Surely, with Ding Yun's lax attitude, he would not object. Such were Bai Sheng's musings. The spectators below were utterly astonished. After Lin Feng stepped down, Chen Fei, Yu Lin, and Mu Yu appeared to regard him as if they had just met him. They scrutinized him from head to toe, making Lin Feng feel quite uneasy. Soon, another drawing of lots commenced. Lin Feng drew a participant from the muscle transformation realm and ultimately feigned defeat, succumbing to his opponent. Nevertheless, having secured a place among the top 10, he had already acquired 2 bone refinement pills. To pretend further would be to regard everyone as fools. However, this slight display of strength bore its advantages, as it would render any future revelation of his true capabilities more plausible. After all, he currently relied on his cunning, formidable defenses, and astonishing power to vanquish those at the later stages of bone refinement. In the subsequent matches, Zhao Qingze faced off against Li Wui once more. Yet Zhao Qingze prevailed, albeit narrowly, inciting Li Wui's ire. Another prodigy from one of the 4 great families, Wu Qintong, ended up in a stalemate with Yu Qingqing. Ultimately, Zhao Qingze claimed the top position, while Li Wui secured second place. Both Yu Qingqing and Wu Qintong shared the third position. Lin Feng occupies the last position among the top 10. To the onlookers, it is undoubtedly evident that Lin Feng is favored by fortune. Without such good luck, he would have never made it into the top 10. However, in reality, the 3 leaders, along with Zhao Chengze and other young prodigies, are well aware that Lin Feng is far from ordinary. As the afternoon approached, at the doorstep of Lin Feng's residence, a matchmaker confirmed the address and hurried towards the entrance, as if fearing that someone might precede her. Is this the home of Lord Lin? The matchmaker knocked on the door. At that moment, Lin Man opened the door, holding a candied hawthorn stick in her hand, savoring it with each lick. "Whom are you seeking?" Lin Man inquired. "Oh dear, what a lovely young lady this is. Is this Lin Feng, the esteemed gentleman of the Lin family?" The matchmaker praised Lin Man, then continued her inquiry. "Yes, Lin Feng is my elder brother. Are you looking for him? He is not at home." Lin Man bit into a candied hawthorn, her gaze vigilant upon the matchmaker with the mole adorning her face. "Oh, I am not here to seek Lin Duren, but rather the esteemed Lin Laoforan," the matchmaker declared. At that moment, Lin Mu emerged from within the house. "Ah, this must be Lin Anyang. I come on behalf of the Qian family from the inner city to propose a union with your son, Lin Guer. The Qian family is indeed a wealthy household residing in the inner city. The second daughter of the Qian family is said to possess unparalleled beauty." As the matchmaker extolled her virtues with fervent praise, likening her to a celestial being, it was at this juncture that Lin Mu truly grasped the situation. She had never anticipated that a prominent family would take the initiative to approach them. What could have prompted this? Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly a joyous occasion, especially considering Lin Feng's prior abandonment by Zhu Chui'er, a matter that had weighed heavily on her mind as she sought a suitable bride for her son. Yet, she could hardly fathom that upon welcoming this matchmaker into her home, a multitude of other matchmakers would soon follow. The Lin family was bustling like a matchmaking agency. In Chapter 50, the Zhu family paid a visit. Initially, Lin's mother perused numerous scrolls, each depicting refined young ladies, far surpassing Zhu Chui'er in grace. However, as the number of matchmakers increased, she decided to retain the scrolls for Lin Feng to examine upon his return. Gradually, the matchmakers dwindled in number. Outside the Lin residence, the Zhu butcher's family watched in astonishment as matchmakers, laden with exquisite gifts, nearly trampled the threshold of the Lin household. They wondered if they had mistakenly arrived at the wrong door. What was happening? Although Lin Feng had recently joined the Demon Subjugation Division, it seemed implausible that the esteemed young ladies of the county had already taken a liking to him. Aunt Zhu expressed her bewilderment, her tone laced with bitterness. "It's all your fault, you wretched girl. Why did you ever choose that good-for-nothing Su Xiong? Now he can hardly move, and with Su Chong deceased. So many are seeking vengeance against the Su family. We may end up suffering the consequences." The more Aunt Zhu observed, the angrier she became, unable to resist poking Zhu Chui'er sharply on the head. "Enough. Are you trying to get us killed? How dare you speak ill of the Su family? If they catch wind of this, do you think we would be spared? Hurry and go inside to gauge your sister-in-law's sentiments. She has a soft heart. Perhaps we can find a way through her." It seems that Lin Feng is in a difficult predicament. Zhu Tuhu has prevented his wife from taking action. In truth, all three individuals were initially blinded by the allure of wealth. We cannot place the entire burden of responsibility upon the daughter. Zhu Chui'er also wore a look of profound grievance. Subsequently, the trio glanced around, adopting a furtive demeanor, and made their way into the Lin residence. Upon entering the main hall, they found that only the last two matchmakers remained within the Lin household. Lin's mother was receiving guests. "Sister-in-law, we have come to visit you. Look at you, having moved into a new home, yet you haven't invited us for a celebratory drink. I, along with old Shu, brought some meat today to nourish you and Lin Guer, as well as to help Lin Man regain her strength." Upon seeing Lin's mother, Aunt Zhu immediately spoke, as if the events of that fateful day when Su Xiong visited had never transpired. However, upon laying eyes on her, Lin's mother, whose face was once adorned with smiles, suddenly darkened. Out of respect for the two matchmakers present, she refrained from expressing her displeasure. At that moment, Zhu Chui'er took out a candied hawthorn skewer. Intending to offer it to Lin Man glanced at the candied hawthorn, then turned her gaze towards Zhu Chui'er. Shaking her head, she declared, "My brother has made it clear, our families are no longer intertwined. Since you have chosen to be with that bear of a man, you are no longer destined to be my future sister-in-law." Previously, Lin Man had been oblivious to the events that transpired between Lin Feng and Zhu Chui'er. Lin Feng did not provide further explanation, he merely conveyed the aforementioned statement. Lin Man firmly remembered. The only mistake was Su Xiong, as she had inherited the bear-like demeanor. The two matchmakers possessed remarkable skills. Not only were they adept at reading expressions, but they also conducted a thorough investigation into Lin Feng's background. They recognized that this was the very family that had previously called off the engagement with Lin Feng, the Zhu family. From Lin Mu's expression, it was evident that she was not welcoming towards them. Meanwhile, Lin Man, innocent and unrestrained, spoke her mind, representing Lin Feng's sentiments. Since both matchmakers disapproved of these individuals, there was no need to extend them any courtesy. If they performed well in front of Lin Mu and Lin Feng, it would undoubtedly enhance their standing. It could potentially increase the chances of a successful union. Oh, how amusing it is in this day and age. Bringing merely a few pieces of pork as if to appease beggars? They even claimed it was for Lin Desaw's health. Look, this is what truly nourishes the body. As she spoke, one matchmaker opened a brocade box, revealing a ginseng root within. Indeed, I suspected this girl had been associating with the young master of the Su family for some time, hadn't she? Now she dares to come to the Lin family. I fear she might tarnish the Lin residence. The opponent struck first, and the other matchmakers secretly cursed her slyness, unwilling to fall behind. Thus, she joined in the mockery, insinuating that Zhu Chuier was unclean. Upon hearing this, the three members of the Zhu family changed their expressions. Big sister-in-law, those are merely baseless rumors. They retorted. Chuier has always upheld her integrity. When she was with Lin Gur, it was entirely above board. Zhu the butcher chuckled, attempting to brush it off. However, Lin Mu, upon hearing this, cast a sidelong glance, about to voice her thoughts when the matchmaker interjected. What was once is no longer. Some people, after enjoying a few days of good fortune, forget their own surname. They have likely been dazed by silver. Who can say if they are clean or not? Indeed, what does it matter if one is clean? Can they possibly compare to the refined young ladies of the city, the daughters of respectable families? What can they compare with? Is it merely the Zhu family's face that holds weight? Another matchmaker hastily chimed in, unwilling to concede defeat. Clean or unclean? A good wash will suffice. Lin Man tilted her head, filled with confusion. She could not comprehend the words spoken by the adults. As the conversation grew increasingly explicit, Lin's mother discreetly led her away. Such discussions were unsuitable for a 7-year-old child. You. Aunt Zhu raised her hand, pointing at the two matchmakers, her chest heaving violently. Clearly agitated. Even Zhu the butcher rarely displayed such a look of guilt. Zhu Chuier, confronted by the sharp remarks of the two matchmakers, found herself unable to lift her head. Lin's mother has always been gentle and virtuous, yet she could never articulate such words. However, how compelling they sound. How satisfying they are. Indeed, it seems that only the wicked can truly understand the wicked. What do you think of yourself? If I were in your position, I would have long lost the face to visit the Lin family. Sister Lin is gracious and does not hold your transgressions against you. Yet, you have taken advantage of her kindness. As an old saying goes, today you may disregard me, but tomorrow I shall elevate myself beyond your reach. You would do well to abandon this misguided hope. Lin Gur is not someone you can aspire to reach. This devastating blow has completely shattered Zhu's family defenses. Faced with the formidable combination of two fierce matchmakers, they fled in a panic. Wait, take this pork with you. As Xiao Feng stated, the silver from that Su Xiong was merely a congratulatory gift to you. From this day forward, there is no need for our two families to maintain any further relations. Mother Lin remarked that the Zhu family sought to maintain a semblance of goodwill with the meager offering of pork. Ultimately, it was the matchmaker who intervened, thrusting the pork directly into Zhu Chuier's hands before ushering them out. At that moment, Mother Lin felt an exhilarating sense of triumph. She had uttered scarcely 3 sentences, and the Zhu butcher's family fled like frightened rats. In a rare display of generosity, Mother Lin produced 2 taels of silver as a reward for the 2 matchmakers. In the end, she consented to accept the scrolls but returned all the gifts. Although bound by parental commands and the dictates of matchmakers, Lin Feng, now grown and the head of the household, ought to make his own decisions regarding marriage. It was only in the evening that Lin Feng returned home and discovered the scrolls, eliciting a mix of amusement and exasperation. He understood well that his burgeoning potential had prompted these families to seek a stable alliance with him. Marriages have long been a favored strategy among families to secure mutual benefits. However, he was not inclined to entertain such matters at present. After admiring the exquisite scrolls created by these noble ladies, he instructed his mother to decline their offers politely. As for the Zhu family, he wholeheartedly supported his mother and sister's actions, believing that such individuals deserved no kindness. Before long, to his surprise, the esteemed young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Chengza, arrived at their home. Chapter 51. The attention of influential figures. Lin Feng hurriedly welcomed Zhao Chengza inside and introduced him to his family. Mother Lin had naturally learned from Lin Feng about Zhao Chengza's assistance. When she expressed her gratitude to him, Zhao Chengza modestly waved his hand, displaying no airs of a young master. Ultimately, he revealed the purpose of his visit, which was, surprisingly, also related to the matter of a marriage alliance. This was indeed an indication that brother Zhao held me in rather high regard. Lin Feng smiled bitterly, saying, you are still unaware of your current worth. You rank among the top 10 of the new recruits. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, you are destined to become a junior officer in the near future. That would mean being a formal member of the Demon Suppression Department, starting from the 7th rank, similar to the county magistrate, who is, in essence, merely a 7th rank official. Zhao Chengze replied with a smile, I am not fond of such matters either. Just set aside some time tomorrow afternoon, and you can meet my cousin then. A young man should have ambitions that reach far and wide, and you are still young. There is no rush to marry. I understand your intentions. We can simply go through the motions when the time comes. Noticing the troubled expression on Lin Feng's face, Zhao Chengze promptly added, Very well, then. Let it be as you say, Brother Zhao. Lin Feng touched his nose. Since Zhao Chengze had spoken thus, he could only acquiesce. Subsequently, Zhao Chengze enjoyed a few drinks at Lin Feng's residence before taking his leave. In the Demon Exorcism Office, my lord, I never anticipated that Lin Feng, under Ding Yun's command, would ascend to the top 10 ranks in such a short span, Zhou Xiu remarked casually to the 100 House Zhao Hu. Ah, indeed. He is a talent. Zhao Hu nodded in agreement. However, you should not harbor any illusions. I can discern your intentions merely by observing your posture. Do not underestimate Ding Yun. Even I cannot fully comprehend him. It would be prudent not to provoke him. But, my lord, he typically remains uninvolved. Lin Feng is merely a waste under his command. I am concerned that this may impact your achievements. Zhou Xiu countered. The primary contributions of the 100 House of the Reserve Camp, aside from slaying monsters and maintaining order in the county, also included the cultivation of talent to supply fresh blood to the Demon Exorcism Office. Thus, Zhou Xiu expressed his concerns. Humph. How do you know that Ding Yun does not value him? Were it not for his sudden departure this time, I believe he would exert even more effort on Lin Feng. Just yesterday, he had Lin Feng collect 2 bone refinement pills and 5 tiger essence pills. Can you offer Lin Feng such treatment? Zhao Hu set down his teacup with a cold snort. Zhou Xiu was momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes revealing a glimmer of astonishment. He had not anticipated Ding Yun's generosity, nor had he realized Lin Feng's remarkable capabilities. From Zhao Hu, he learned that Ding Yun was not as simple as he appeared. Even Zhao Hu was reluctant to engage in conflict with him, as rumors of his formidable background circulated widely. What astonished him further was that his superior, who seemed rather carefree, was indeed quite astute. Such trivial matters had not escaped his notice. Broaden your perspective. Focus on your work. Once I ascend, do you truly believe you will remain in this desolate Kaiyang County? Although Lin Feng is indeed a talent, when compared to the geniuses of the capital, he pales in comparison. In contrast to those from the prefecture, he is even more lacking. Zhao Hu's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, his voice resonating once more. Yes, my lord, I have learned my lesson. Zhou Xiu replied with a respectful gesture, yet inwardly he harbored deep resentment. Regardless of which team Lin Feng is assigned to, he remains a member of the reserve battalion of the Demon Exorcism Division in Kaiyang County. This holds no significance for Zhao Hu, however. It has considerable implications for his own financial prospects and career advancement. Zhou Xiu does not wish to spend his life as Zhao Hu's subordinate. Well then, have there been any unusual occurrences from Guo Yang's side recently? Zhao Hu inquired further. Not particularly, except there are quite a number of monster corpses this time. I instructed Ouyang Yu to gather them for disposal, Zhou Xiu reported. Indeed, this is not particularly surprising. The city's protective artifacts do possess purifying properties. Other cities have acted similarly. However, we must continue monitoring. The recent upheaval caused by the monsters appears rather peculiar, Zhao Hu cautioned. Understood, sir. Zhou Xiu replied before taking his leave. Ding Yun, what exactly is your background? What purpose do you have in venturing out again? Never mind. As long as you do not interfere with me, I wish to steer clear of this murky water. I shall focus on safeguarding my reserve battalion. Zhao Hu muttered to himself. Soon after, a night owl flew in, a letter tied to its leg. This was no ordinary owl, but one specially trained for delivering messages. Possessing remarkable speed, Zhao Hu examined the letter and fell into contemplation once more. When considering Kaiyang County, apart from Ding Yun, the only individual who eludes my understanding is Guo Yang. Though he is of the same rank as I, his cultivation is notably high for a typical county lord. Being a disciple of a sect, he certainly has better options available. Entering the capital city is not beyond his reach. Yet, he chooses to remain in Kaiyang County. What could be his motive? After a prolonged silence, Zhao Hu's voice echoed again. It would be best if I do not uncover any incriminating evidence against you. Otherwise, I shall gladly accept the credit for your deeds. With that, Zhao Hu released the night owl, which flapped its wings and vanished into the darkness. In the county office, A sultry voice wafted through Gui Yang's chamber, a sound so enchanting it could make one's bones melt. The green candlelight created an unsettling contrast. After years of devouring souls and monsters, I finally feel rejuvenated. Just don't falter when the time comes. The flickering green light cast a somewhat sinister shadow upon Gui Yang's features. Rest assured I won't. However, I kindly ask you to help me select 5 young talents. No older than 20. The voluptuous woman leaned closer to Gui Yang, her figure partially veiled by a sheer scarf, revealing tantalizing glimpses of her curves that ignited the imagination. It is remarkable that Gui Yang could maintain his composure. That is certainly manageable. Delivering a Buddha to the West is now feasible, especially with the presence of the 4 major families, and now with Lin Feng's emergence. One must eliminate, and so must the multitude. Gui Yang, with an unperturbed demeanor, replied, "Then I shall express my gratitude to you, esteemed sir." With a light chuckle, the voluptuous matron refrained from further actions, her figure swaying before she vanished into thin air. The verdant candlelight once again embraced a warm hue. Name: Lin Feng Cultivation Technique, Diamond Subduing Demon Skill Realm, External Refinement, Bone Forging, 151200, Divine Abilities, 1, Consumption 2. Overcoming Adversity Techniques, Tiger Roar Fist, 320, Butcher's Knife and Heart Blade Unification, 2100, Gale Leg Technique, 2020, Iron Cloth Shirt, 4040, Breath Concealment Technique, 26100. Disguise Technique, 1100, Enhancement Points, 54. Lin Feng once again consumed the 2 bone refining pills he had acquired that day. This time, the 2 pills yielded a mere total of 36 enhancement points, coupled with the additional 2 from the slaughterhouse and 1 from dining at the Demon Suppression Division. His accumulated enhancement points reached 54. Could he already ascend to the realm of muscle transformation? Lin Feng gazed at the enhancement points with a lingering sense of disbelief. Without hesitation, he fervently tapped on the cultivation section. After clicking on the cultivation 50 times, he found himself at the early stage of the muscle transformation realm, attracting the attention of Bai Sheng. Within Lin Feng's body, an extraordinary transformation occurred once more. In the blink of an eye, an immense radiance erupted from his bones, illuminating his room with startling clarity. His flesh and bones became remarkably resilient, while the 9 major tendons in his body quivered with vitality, an unmistakable sign of advancing to the Yi Jin realm. The human body comprises 36 major tendons that connect various parts of it. The preliminary, intermediate, and advanced stages of the Yi Jin realm correspond to the unblocking of 9 tendons each time. With every unblocking, both strength and speed experience significant enhancements. Lin Feng practiced the Vajra Subduing Demons technique, making his defenses unparalleled. At this moment, when he flicked his flesh and bones with a finger, it resonated as though striking a great bell, producing a subtle hum. With such formidable defenses, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone in the Yi Jin realm to breach his fortifications. One can only imagine how formidable his physical strength will become upon advancing to the internal strength stage and mastering the Golden Bell Shield. Lin Feng's face revealed a longing expression. Name: Lin Feng, Cultivation Method, Diamond Subduing Demonic Technique, Realm, Outer Refinement, Transformation of Muscles, 1400, Divine Abilities, Consumption, Deliverance. Techniques: Tiger Roar Fist, 320, Butcher's Dissection, Heart Blade Unity, 2100, Gale Leg Technique, 2020, Iron Cloth Shirt, 4040, Chi Concealment Technique, 26100, Disguise Technique, 1100, Improvement Points, 4. Upon examining the panel data, his cultivation had ascended to the Transformation of Muscles realm. His progress was astonishing, evolving almost daily, a pace that was indeed terrifying. Moreover, it came without any adverse effects, unlike those affluent scions who, despite having abundant resources, merely amassed their cultivation without a solid foundation, rendering them incapable of overcoming peers in normal trials. They were only able to bully lower-tier martial artists. However, Lin Feng was distinctly different, relying on his panel. His cultivation was extraordinarily robust. Furthermore, his comprehension of the techniques was truly unparalleled, allowing him to often unleash extraordinary combat prowess. After a night of silence, Lin Feng awoke early the next morning to find Lin Yu already engaged in martial training. After consuming the Tiger Essence pill he had provided, Lin Yu's aura surged significantly. In Lin Feng's estimation, it would not be long before Lin Yu refined the medicinal power of the Tiger Essence pill and consumed another, thereby advancing to the mid-stage of skin refinement. Such speed was nothing short of remarkable. The 2 brothers exchanged greetings. Lin Feng stepped out of the door. while Lin Yu continued his rigorous training in martial arts. He exerted himself even more fervently, for he sensed that his elder brother's presence had grown significantly stronger. Just yesterday, he had heard that his brother had triumphed over a formidable opponent in the late stage of the bone forging realm during a competition at the Demon Extermination Division. How astonishing! It was evident that his elder brother was diligently honing his skills within the Demon Extermination Division. Naturally, I could not afford to lag behind. Lin Yu contemplated this as he relentlessly swung his fists. Sweat sculpted every inch of his skin, making him appear as if he were engulfed in a seething flame. Intermittently, low grunts of martial training echoed throughout the courtyard. Lin Feng arrived at the slaughterhouse as usual today. However, he noticed that Wu Laosen seemed to have something to convey to him, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Lin Feng inquired, and the other party responded that it was nothing of concern. Ultimately, Lin Feng refrained from saying much, merely advising them that if any issues arose, they could seek him out at the Demon Extermination Division. Subsequently, he hurried off to the division. Upon entering the Demon Extermination Division for the first time that day, he was greeted with warm smiles and friendly salutations from numerous individuals, addressing him alternately as Brother Lin and Lin Go. It was quite amusing, considering he was merely 16 years of age. Lin Feng offered a courteous gesture to the crowd, neither displaying indifference nor exuberance. However, upon encountering Chen Fei, Yu Lin, and Mu Yu, he took the initiative to greet them warmly. Upon entering the courtyard, he drew his blade and began to wield it rhythmically, resembling a machine in motions, attuned to the nuances of the weapon in his grasp. Yet, in the absence of a butcher's knife, he felt a lingering sense of something amiss. It seemed he was destined by nature for the art of butchery. Lin Feng chuckled at himself, then continued to wield the Demon Slayer saber. His formidable blade would not be ready until tomorrow. After a short while, as Lin Feng became engrossed in his swordplay, a figure appeared in the courtyard. It was Bai Zongqi. Yu Lin and Mu Yu, upon seeing Bai Sheng, promptly bowed in respect. Lin Feng finally came to his senses, sheathing his sword and bowing respectfully to Bai Sheng. Lin Feng, come here for a moment. Bai Sheng beckoned him over. Typically, he held a disdainful view of those like Ding Yun, regarding them as nothing more than ineffectual beneficiaries of connections. He rarely engaged with such individuals. In battles against malevolent forces, he had not participated, suggesting that his martial prowess might be rather lacking. It is likely he has not even reached the inner strength realm yet. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the intentions concealed within the proposition of this General Bai. He thus followed Bai Cheng outside. What do you think? I perceive you as a person of potential. I offer you an opportunity to join my ranks. What say you? Bai Cheng spoke, tilting his head, his back turned to Lin Feng. This left Lin Feng somewhat speechless. Was this individual truly so conceited? Yet, it was Zhao Qingze who had once sought to recruit him. However, he had deemed Lin Feng lacking in connections, fearing a waste of resources, and thus did not bring him under his wing. Now, having recognized Lin Feng's potential, he sought to associate himself for personal gain. Such favorable circumstances are rarely bestowed upon anyone. Nonetheless, one must not confront him directly. After all, rank carries weight. Furthermore, the other party was a general, far superior in status to himself. I am honored by General Bai's recognition. I would be most delighted to accept. Lin Feng clasped his hands in greeting. Upon hearing this, Bai Sheng's lips curled into a smirk as he turned around. It seems this young man possesses a measure of insight. He understands that following Ding Yun leads to a dead end, and accompanying me is far more advantageous than aligning with Ding Yun. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Feng continued, however, I am merely a student and lack the authority to make decisions without the permission of General Ding. I kindly ask that General Bai communicate this matter to General Ding. Should General Ding consent, I shall not hesitate to pledge my allegiance directly to General Bai. Upon hearing these words, the smile on Bai Sheng's face froze. Lin Feng is clearly engaging in a subtle game of Tai Chi with him. Even if Ding Yun were to display utter negligence, he would not be foolish enough to relinquish a treasure that has fortuitously come into his possession. Thus, it is only through Lin Feng's acquiescence that he might manage to bring it under his command. Humph. Do not think that merely stumbling into the top 10 signifies your ascent to greatness. There will be a time for tears. Bai Sheng let out a cold snort and turned away without a second glance. As a prominent general, it was already a tremendous favor for him to speak to Lin Feng, yet he never expected Lin Feng would dare to refuse him. Such an act is nothing short of self-destructive. He watched as Bai Sheng departed. Lin Feng squinted his eyes, revealing a hint of ferocity. He then turned and returned to the courtyard, resuming his practice of swordsmanship. Today marked the monthly medicinal bath, and by noon, everyone had received their respective baths. However, Upon opening his own, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, displaying his displeasure. When he glanced over at Yulin and Mu Yu's medicinal baths, his fists clenched tightly, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Chapter 53. Disgusting. Dong Xian. Originally, the medicinal baths under Ding Yun's command were mere remnants of herbal dregs, far inferior in quality compared to other teams. Yet, Lin Feng's bath was nothing short of refuse among the already subpar offerings. Mu Yu and Yulin's baths still contained visible remnants of medicinal herbs, while his was hardly distinguishable from plain water, save for its differing hue. This was clearly the mischief of Bai Cheng, deliberately designed to vex him. Though a flicker of murderous intent ignited within Lin Feng, he ultimately chose to suppress it. Bai Cheng was a formidable expert at the second stage of internal strength, and a confrontation would be futile, especially given his position as the team leader. Reporting to the captain would be a fruitless endeavor. If such recourse were effective, their team would not have been subjected to such differential treatment. Thus, Lin Feng was left with no choice but to swallow his indignation. While the medicinal bath was significant for others, potentially aiding in breaking through bottlenecks in their cultivation, he was not wholly reliant on it. In the end, after experimenting with it and gaining a modest enhancement of 3, he rose and discarded the now useless bath. Time swiftly passed, and noon arrived. Lin Feng arrived at the Zui Xian Lu as promised, and the private room he had reserved was located on the second floor, where Zhao Qingze had been waiting for him. Upon entering, he noticed, in addition to Zhao Qingze, a young lady of approximately 15 or 16 years. The girl had an oval face and was elegantly attired in a light apricot-colored gown, her figure delicate and graceful. Upon seeing Lin Feng, with his striking features and captivating gaze, she felt he was even more handsome than her cousin Zhao Qingze. Instantly, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze. Unable to meet Lin Feng's eyes, her heart racing like a startled fawn. Yet, she could not resist the urge to glance up at him once more. Lin Feng gazed upon the visage before him and could not help but exclaim, "Truly, what a remarkable beauty! In comparison to Yu Qingqing, she embodies an entirely different kind of allure, gentle and harmonious beauty." "Zhao, dear brother." Lin Feng cast a glance and promptly greeted Zhao Qingze. "Come. This is my cousin Dong Xian. Xianer, this is my brother Lin Feng." Zhao Qingze introduced the two. "Greetings, brother Lin." Dong Xian offered a respectful gesture towards Lin Feng. "Greetings, Miss Dong." Lin Feng also performed a respectful bow, feeling a tinge of curiosity as to why Zhao Qingze's cousin bore the surname Dong. "Please, take a seat. My cousin carries our mother's surname. She originally resided in the capital, but alas, my uncle and aunt met their tragic fate at the hands of a demon. Thus, she has returned to our Zhao family." Zhao Qingze gestured for Lin Feng to sit and elucidated. Lin Feng finally comprehended the situation. As an ordinarily capable man, he was naturally captivated by the exquisite beauty of Dong Xian. However, he felt himself too insignificant at this moment to entertain thoughts of marriage. Thus, he steadied his mind, treating the occasion as a mere casual gathering. He indulged in food and drink without concern for appearances, engaging in lively banter with Zhao Qingze, occasionally exchanging a few words with Dong Xian. The atmosphere was quite delightful. Throughout the meal, Dong Xian furtively stole glances at Lin Feng. She had encountered numerous affluent young men in the past, each one either coveting her beauty or feigning sophistication, showcasing their wealth or flaunting their might. None, however, possessed Lin Feng's unpretentious demeanor. He neither exhibited awkwardness nor fixated on her. It was as though he were merely attending a gathering with Zhao Qingze. Coupled with Lin Feng's handsome features and robust physique, Dong Xian felt an overwhelming sense of joy, even harboring concerns about whether Lin Feng could ever see her as desirable. At that moment, a waiter knocked on the door, announcing the arrival of a woman. Zhao Qingze, puzzled, glanced at Lin Feng and Dong Xian. Noticing their shared ignorance of the situation, he instructed the waiter to bring the visitor in. To Lin Feng's astonishment, the newcomer was none other than Zhu Chui'er. "Brother Lin, do you truly wish to forsake me?" Upon seeing Lin Feng, Zhu Chui'er was unable to contain her tears. Ever since her visit to the Lin residence the previous day, where she had been dismissed by Lin's mother, she had remained unwilling to accept defeat. She yearned to see Lin Feng, believing that if she could just speak with him, he would soften and return to her side. By chance, upon entering the city, she had spotted Lin Feng entering the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, prompting her to hesitate before finally deciding to step inside. "Zhu Chui'er, since you have chosen to associate with Su Xiang, our relationship has irrevocably ended. How many times must I reiterate this for you to comprehend?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow as he gazed at the woman before him, who lived in her own world, shameless and avaricious. He felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance. At that moment, Zhao Chengze and Dong Xian were also acutely aware of the woman in front of them. The two matchmakers from yesterday had already spread the word about Zhu's family's lack of shame far and wide. Lin Gur, you still love me, don't you? Let us start anew. From this day forth, I shall be yours alone. Regardless of your wealth or poverty, I will follow you wholeheartedly. I am even willing to live on the barest of rations. Zhu Chui's tears streamed down her face. I know I am not as capable as this beautiful sister beside me, but I can pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. I will serve you tea, wash vegetables, and cook your meals. A barrage of sweet talk left Lin Feng feeling utterly nauseated. Yet, before he could utter a word, Dong Xian surprisingly spoke first. Lin Gur, I have some culinary skills as well. Dong Xian earnestly addressed Lin Feng, her face betraying a hint of rivalry. This made Lin Feng feel both amused and exasperated. My cousin's cooking is indeed beyond reproach. It surpasses even that of the drunken immortal pavilion. Zhao Chengze chimed in, surprisingly praising her. I know that Lin Guo is not one to abandon the old for the new. However, if you do not mind, I would be willing to serve you. Even as a maid, just to be by your side. At this moment, seeing that the beautiful woman beside them had an interest in Lin Feng, Zhu Chui shifted her strategy, attempting to morally bind Lin Feng. Yet, Lin Feng had never been susceptible to such tactics. I find you distasteful, Zhu Chui. If you do not leave, I shall have the proprietor escort you out. Feeling that Zhu Chui had sullied their dining experience, Lin Feng deemed it unworthy of further debate and issued an eviction order. Although Dong Xian understood that Lin Feng had already severed ties with the woman, she felt a flicker of joy at his decisiveness. What could this mean? Zhao Qingzhen nodded in agreement and promptly summoned the waiter to expel this woman. Lin Gur, you cannot treat me this way. I was merely momentarily confused. Leave now, or I shall be forced to take action. The waiter dragged Zhu Chui out. Lin Feng, you ungrateful and untrustworthy scoundrel. I, Zhu Chui, have misjudged you. Lin Feng. Soon after, Zhu Chui's voice gradually faded away. With the commotion, Lin Feng lost his desire to continue indulging in food and drink. He hastily settled the bill and took his leave. Brother, do you think Lin Gongzi could possibly take an interest in me? After Lin Feng departed, Dong Xian inquired of Zhao Chengze. I believe Lin Feng is not yet inclined to settle down. It truly requires fate, Zhao Chengze sighed, observing Dong Xian's anxious demeanor. Feeling as if he had committed a grave error in attempting to unite Lin Feng and Dong Xian. That night, the Zhu family faced Su San with trepidation. Su San's countenance was as dark as the bottom of a cauldron, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Chapter 54. The Su family schemes. The actions of the Zhu family over the past 2 days had reached Su San's ears. Initially, he had not paid much heed to this family. However, the news had spread like wildfire throughout the city. How could he possibly endure such indignation? You treacherous scoundrels. Do you seek to court death? Su San had endured enough grievances of late. His son's limbs had been shattered, and his brother murdered. Yet he found himself powerless to act. Moreover, his home was besieged by several constables, as nightly intruders lurked, intent on annihilating his family. Why was this happening? Either it was retribution from his enemies or covetous eyes cast upon the wealth of the Su family. Since his brother's demise, Su San felt more anxiety than sorrow. Nowhere to vent his frustrations. And this Zhu family, they had not met their end, yet they allied themselves with Lin Feng, his adversary. If you do not perish, who shall? With that, Su San delivered a powerful kick that sent Zhu the butcher flying. Despite his current misfortunes, Su San was still a formidable figure in the realm of martial arts. With that kick, Zhu the butcher spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Unable to rise again. Old Zhu, oh old Zhu. In-laws, Siyi, how could you treat us this way? Upon witnessing Zhu the butcher's plight, Aunt Zhu cried out in despair, rushing to his side to assist him. At that moment, Zhu the butcher's face was ashen, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his features contorted in pain. Seeing this, Aunt Zhu wept even louder. Zhu Chui stood by, paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. In-laws, you wretched woman. How dare you still call me in-laws? Su San approached, seizing Aunt Zhu with one hand. With his strong hands, he struck her face mercilessly. You consume from the Su family, yet betray us. You even wish for your daughter to cuckold my son. I see you, the most vile of all. Without a shred of loyalty. A series of sharp, resounding slaps echoed through the air, accompanied by the anguished cries of Aunt Zhu. Zhu Chui yearned to intervene, to plead for mercy, but the ferocious gaze of Su San caused her to retreat in terror, her tears flowing incessantly. She longed to return to the past, to a time before she succumbed to Su Xiang's temptations to live a stable life in the shanty town alongside Lin Feng, even if it meant subsisting on meager rations. At least her heart would be at peace, and her parents would not suffer abuse at the hands of their in-laws. But alas, it was too late. As Su San's heavy hand continued to strike, Aunt Ju initially managed to express her distress. However, soon her teeth were shattered, some expelled, others swallowed. Gradually, she fell silent, losing consciousness. Her cheeks swelled grotesquely, her head resembling that of a pig, her mouth a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Only when Su San saw her lose consciousness did he unceremoniously discard her onto the ground. Though filled with rage, he restrained himself from delivering a fatal blow. To kill them so easily would be too lenient. Bring them here. My lord, take these 2 swine away. Keep them alive with medicine. They must not die easily. Torture them daily to satisfy my wrath. Su San declared fiercely. Yes, my lord, replied the servant, dragging the 2 away. Please, spare my parents, Zhu Chui'er implored, kneeling and repeatedly bowing her head to Su San. I promise I will serve young Master Su wholeheartedly and without hesitation. Stand up, Su San barked. If it weren't for Xiang-Er, I would have slain you today. Hurry and tidy yourself. Attend to Xiang-Er. If he sees even a single tear from you, he will become furious, and the 3 of you from the Zhu family shall perish. Yes, yes, my lord. Zhu Chui'er bowed repeatedly before retreating. Curse you, Lin Feng. You'll have a few more days to leap about. Soon, your entire family will be left without a grave. Meanwhile, in the Su family's courtyard, several constables stood on guard, unfazed by the cries emanating from within. After all, in affluent households, servants' lives and deaths were at the mercy of their masters. The Zhu butcher's family held a status not much higher than that of a servant. Yet among them, one individual wore a cold smile. It was Lu Monsong. Witnessing the Su family's current plight filled him with delight. Su San was perpetually anxious, Su Xiong was rendered almost useless, and Su Chang was dead. He felt a profound gratitude towards Lin Feng and the mysterious figure who had slain Su Chang. It was the 2 of them who fiercely vented their frustrations, especially that enigmatic individual who had saved his life. Now, thanks to the resources of the county office, he had ascended to the bone-forging realm. Although he had yet to become a head constable, his status was significantly elevated compared to before. Fortuitously, he had been assigned to guard the Su family, which ignited a spark of cunning within him. 2 days prior, a scheme had begun to brew in his mind. The Su family must be annihilated. Tomorrow evening would be the time to act. In a certain residence on the outskirts of the city, the ancient guardian of the Green Snake Society seized his concubine by the hair and slapped her fiercely. You wretched woman! How dare you squander the money entrusted to me by the leader along with Sun Ming? Speak. Has Sun Ming hidden anything away? If you do not confess, I shall end your life today. Please spare me, my lord. The money has already been stolen by Sun Ming and spent. It is not my fault. The concubine pleaded for mercy. Humph! What use do you serve, you vile creature? The ancient guardian, in a fit of rage, struck his concubine down with a single blow. He had already searched Sun Ming's residence but found not a single coin. To his dismay, that pretty boy had made a fool of him. If only he had died sooner, it would have saved him trouble. Now, with the leader's funds missing, it seemed he had no choice but to collaborate with that individual. Otherwise, if this matter reached the leader's ears, it would surely cost him his life. The ancient guardian exhaled deeply. At that moment, a trusted aide approached. Boss. The young man from the gambling den has been captured. He was brought in yesterday. His family will come to pay the ransom tomorrow. Well, the previous demands totaled only a little over 1,000 taels, which is hardly sufficient. This time, let him be stripped of all he possesses. The Pan family has a shop, and outside the city, there is a slaughterhouse. They must have saved quite a sum over the years. This time, let them cough it all up. If they do not comply, not only will that young man suffer, but his father shall also be dealt with. We will sell the shop as well. Understood, boss. However, we are uncertain if the Pan family has any connections. If they did, they would not have allowed their son to be captured for 2 days without any inquiries. Just proceed with confidence. Chapter 55, The New Blade. A call for help name. Lin Feng technique. Diamond demon subduing art. Cultivation level. External refinement. Muscle transformation, 1400. Divine ability 1. Consumption divine ability 2. Deliverance technique. Tiger roar fist, 320. Butcher's knife uniting heart, 3100. Swift wind leg technique, 2020. Iron cloth shirt, 4040. Breath containment technique, 26100. Disguise technique, 1100. Points gained, 11 as night fell. Lin Feng gazed upon his status panel. Today, he had accrued an additional 7 points, 3 from the medicinal bath, 2 from the slaughterhouse, and 2 from indulging in medicinal cuisine at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, accompanied by a generous serving of Drunken Immortal Brew. Currently, a table laden with dishes and a pot of Drunken Immortal Brew only afforded him 2 enhancement points. The bill had cost him over 200 taels of silver. However, he had also gained a channel through Zhaochengza. Should he wish to purchase elixirs, he could procure them through that avenue, albeit at exorbitant prices. A single elixir suitable for the muscle transformation realm demanded thousands of taels of silver. Undoubtedly, its efficacy paled in comparison to the leopard fetus muscle transformation pill. The expenses associated with martial cultivation are indeed overwhelming. Furthermore, resources are tightly controlled. Only in major cities like the capital might an ordinary person have a slim chance of acquiring elixirs. Here in Kaiyang County, the prospects are exceedingly bleak. Lin Feng let out a sigh and then drifted into slumber. The following day, he arrived at the slaughterhouse as usual. Yet he did not catch sight of old Wu San. The other workers instructed him to carry on with the tasks at hand, and he stepped outside for a moment. Lin Feng found it somewhat peculiar, yet he did not dwell on it too much. After completing his work, he proceeded to the exorcism department. In the afternoon, he visited the blacksmith shop. His custom-made pig slaughtering knife had finally been finished. "Sir, this is the pig slaughtering knife you ordered," the burly man said as he exerted considerable effort to lift the knife with both hands. Lin Feng swiftly grasped the blade, drawing it from its leather sheath. With a soft whoosh, the hefty butcher's knife, weighing around 60 to 70 pounds, emerged from its confines. Bathed in sunlight, it refracted a mesmerizing gleam. Lin Feng weighed the blade in his hand, finding it remarkably well-balanced. Its size was not significantly different from his previous knife, yet it possessed a considerable heft. As he caressed the blade, he felt its icy coolness and smoothness. It seemed to resonate with his very being, as if he could sense its exhilaration. The surface of the blade bore intricate patterns, the spine was robust, and the edge was sharp and fierce. Lin Feng could not contain his excitement as he began to wield the sword. The whooshing sound of the blade slicing through the air resonating in the ears of the burly man nearby. The man watched in astonishment as the 60 to 70-pound sword danced in Lin Feng's hands, as if it were a mere twig. He was utterly dumbfounded. Then, with a swift motion, Lin Feng brought the sword down upon a piece of iron. With a sharp clang, the several-inch thick iron block unexpectedly shattered in response. The burly man's eyes widened in disbelief. To think that iron could be cleaved, he exclaimed in astonishment, fully aware that the sword he had forged was no divine weapon. Yet, in Lin Feng's grasp, it seemed to possess godlike prowess. With a single stroke, he had severed the iron block. Truly, the man was a master of the blade. The burly man clasped his hands in admiration and genuinely praised, "Only in your hands does this sword truly demonstrate its capabilities. Masterful craftsmanship. This sword fits me perfectly." Lin Feng replied with a grin. He then sheathed the sword and secured it at his waist. Reaching into his pocket, he produced 2 ingots of silver, each weighing 50 taels, and settled the payment before exiting the blacksmith shop. Feeling the reassuring weight at his waist, Lin Feng was filled with a sense of grounded satisfaction. Meanwhile, in another scene, a leader glared at Pan Lianqing, who held a 1,000-tael silver note, with utter disdain. "Our gambling house has incurred a loss of 2,000 taels, and we even had one of our men injured. Without 5,000 taels, your son shall not leave." Pan Lianqing had painstakingly gathered this 1,000 taels over the past few days, yet the other party was demanding an outrageous sum. His son had only punched one of their lackeys, and they were now extorting him for exorbitant medical fees. It was clearly a scheme to swindle him. Beside him, Wu Laosan's face turned sour. He knew his nephew was not a gambler and had certainly been deceived. However, now that his nephew was in their clutches, words alone would not suffice. Seeking to report to the authorities? That would be futile. The other party had likely already secured their positions. No one could ascertain whether they had employed any underhanded tactics. Now, whatever they proclaimed would be taken as truth. "Brother, this 1,000 taels is all my brother-in-law could muster with great difficulty. I beg you, please show mercy and release my nephew," Wu Laosan implored, clasping his hands in supplication. Suddenly, a slap struck him, sending him sprawling. "Old fool, do you think we owe you any respect? What shall we eat if we give you face? Speak another word, and I shall put you down." Wu Laosan's face bore 5 crimson fingerprints, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Pan Lianqing hurriedly helped him up. "Sir, we will gather the money right away, we will." Pan Lianqing spoke. Although he possessed the cultivation of the mid-stage of skin refinement, he was no match for the leader before him. Moreover, The formidable figure behind him, the master of this gambling house, was none other than the ancient protector of the Green Serpent Society, rumored to have reached the latter stage of the muscle transformation realm. With a mere flick of his hand, he could extinguish Pan's life. Leave. If you fail to bring me the money by tomorrow, I shall sever one of your son's arms. If you still do not comply by the day after, I will take a leg. Let us see how many arms and legs your son possesses. The leader growled fiercely. Witnessing this, Pan Lianqing could only assist the ailing Wu Laosan in departing. Brother, it seems we must seek the aid of Lord Lin. Even if I were to sell everything I own, I could not gather 5,000 taels. Pan Lianqing sighed deeply, his heart heavy with despair. None among his acquaintances possessed the strength to stand against the Green Serpent Society. Lin Feng, at the very least, is a student of the Demon Exorcism Division. If he were to bring along 2,000 taels of silver, he might grant Lin Feng a favor. Alas, these individuals associated with the Green Serpent are notoriously vicious. I intended to discuss this matter with Xiao Feng yesterday, yet ultimately found myself unable to voice it. After all, this is no trivial predicament. Wu Laosan sighed, his honest and simple nature usually inclined to assist others without wishing to burden them, especially not with such a significant trouble. Brother, with only Feng remaining as our bloodline, we must implore Lord Lin to intervene just this once. Regardless of the outcome, I shall never forget Lord Lin's kindness. Pan Lianqing exclaimed, tears streaming down his cheeks in desperation. Wu Laosan was reminded of his deceased sister and his nephew who remained bound. He ultimately resolved to seek Lin Feng's aid. Then I shall make the attempt. Indeed, brother, time is of the essence. Let us proceed to Lord Lin's residence at once. Night is fast approaching, and Lord Lin should be home by now. Yes, let us hurry. With that, Wu Laosan and Pan Lianqing hastened towards Lin Feng's abode. Chapter 56, Night Journey, Abduction. The two arrived at Lin Feng's residence. Lin Feng was just about to step through the door when he inquired, Uncle Wu, what has happened to your face? Lin Feng noticed two individuals approaching and inquired. At that moment, Wu Laosan recounted the entire sequence of events to Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately understood that it was nothing more than the gambling den deceiving the youth, with Pan Lianqing's son being naive and falling for the trap. In truth, Lin Feng was also aware that both the Green Serpent and the Blade Gang had the shadowy influence of powerful families and government officials behind them. Otherwise, these two factions would not have been able to exist for such a long time under the watchful eyes of the county magistrate. Engaging with them would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. However, as a disciple of the demon-slaying department, there would be little consequence in experimenting with such matters. The opposing party was unlikely to take any aggressive action against him. He watched as Wu Laosan and Pan Lianqing were about to kneel before him. Lin Feng intervened, promising to lend his strength. They resolved to venture out the following day. With Lin Feng's involvement, the two finally felt reassured, believing that the opposing party would not be overly difficult. In the stillness of the night, Lin Feng donned a set of nocturnal attire. Intending to venture into the gambling den, he planned to rescue Pan Lianqing's son while also hoping to strike it rich, with fortune on his side. He would have no worries about money. With this determination, Lin Feng arrived at the gambling house. It was late at night, yet the establishment was still bustling with patrons. Lin Feng moved with agility, capturing the leader who had attacked Old Wu today. At this moment, dealing with a perfected skin refinement practitioner was as effortless as crushing a chick. Soon, he extracted the location of Pan Feng from the captive's lips. With a swift motion, he snapped the man's neck. Experience points 15. Silver 200. Subsequently, Lin Feng entered a small room behind the gambling house. A guard was swiftly dispatched with a single strike from Lin Feng's palm. Experience points 3. After all, these individuals had committed numerous wrongdoings. For the sake of experience points, no. For the sake of justice. He had no qualms about sending them on their way. Next, Lin Feng located Pan Feng, who was confined in the room. With a few deft movements, he extricated him from his captivity. Just as he was about to return to the gambling house to see if he could set fire to it and claim all the silver, a commotion erupted around him. Lin Feng hurriedly concealed himself in the shadows. He observed a group of constables in pursuit of a figure clad in black. Shortly thereafter, another individual in black emerged, shouldering two persons as he slipped into a grand residence adjacent to the gambling den. Lin Feng's keen eyes discerned clearly that one of the individuals was none other than Su Xiong, the very person he had incapacitated by breaking all four of his limbs. At this revelation, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made his way towards the grand residence. Subsequently, he nimbly ascended to the rooftop. Employing his breath-concealing technique, He became as ethereal as a wisp of air, lying flat on the roof and lifting a tile. He observed as the man placed the two unconscious individuals upon the bed. Before long, another figure approached, none other than Lu Monsong, clad in a dark robe. Lin Feng instantaneously grasped the situation at hand. The individual who had been apprehended alongside Su Xiong was none other than his father, Su San. It was Lu Monsong who, exploiting his position, had conspired with the burly man in black to orchestrate the abduction of the Su father and son. Ancient Protector, I appreciate your assistance. I seek only the lives of the Su family. Once all truths are unearthed, I shall bestow upon you the remaining wealth of the Su clan. Lu Monsong chuckled. Brother Lu, proceed as you wish. I am merely in search of riches. My interest lies solely in extracting the wealth of the Su family. The rest matters not to me. I shall await you outside until your task is complete. With that, the Ancient Protector shed his black garments and strode toward the exit. Once Lu Monsong confirmed that the Ancient Protector was no longer eavesdropping outside, he approached Su San. He produced a packet of drugs and administered it to Su San, binding him tightly before rousing both Su Xiong and Su San from their stupor. It is you, Constable Lu. Why have you bound my father and me? Do you not fear the county magistrate's wrath? Su San exclaimed, recalling how a black-clad figure had entered and knocked him unconscious while the constables were lured away. Su Xiong, having regained consciousness and recuperated over the past few days, was now horrified to find himself and his father captured. Father, save me. That man in black has killed Shui'er. I must avenge her. Father, hasten and have them all slain. He cried out. With a resounding thud, Lu Monsong kicked Su Xiong to the ground, intent on jolting his disoriented mind into clarity. Silence. If you continue to bellow, I shall cleave your head from your shoulders. With a swift motion, Lu Monsong pressed his blade against Su Xiong's neck, the cold steel eliciting a shiver. Su Xiong, stifling his pain, closed his mouth, though the agony from his broken limbs was unbearable. Cease this at once. Constable Lu, I bear you no animosity. If it is wealth you seek, I shall liquidate my assets for you. Spare my son, Su San implored, his eyes filled with anguish. However, having been drugged, he felt utterly powerless, bound and unable to move. No animosity, you say? Today, I shall ensure you comprehend your fate. Have you forgotten the massacre of my Zhang family? Lu Monsong scoffed coldly. You are Zhang Wenyuan's son. Su San finally understood the grim fate that had befallen his brother. It appeared that escape was no longer an option. Tell me, who orchestrated that heinous act back then, with just the two of you brothers? You neither possess the capability nor the audacity to slay my entire family. Lu Monsong brandished his knife, pointing it at Su San with a fierce glare. If I divulge the truth, will it spare my son's life? This matter is unrelated to him. Su San attempted to leverage this as a threat. A sharp sound pierced the air. Su San's ear fell to the ground. Do you still dare to bargain with me? Are you in a position to do so now? Lu Monsong swung his hand, placing the blade against Su San's remaining ear. Su San gritted his teeth, inhaling deeply, suppressing the agony. He feared that if he cried out, his other ear would meet the same fate. Yet, he understood that if he uttered a word, it would likely mean his demise. Can I not, in the next moment? Su San's other ear also succumbed to the blade. Moreover, Su Xiong sustained multiple cuts on his legs, blood gushing forth instantly. Father, save me. Su Xiong wailed in despair. I will speak. I will speak. Do not harm my son. At last, Su San could no longer contain himself. Throughout his life, he had aspired for the Su family to flourish and evolve into a prominent clan. His son was his lifeblood. There could be no missteps. Chapter 57. The Retribution of the Su Father and Son. It is the Chief Constable, Wu Hua. It was Wu Hua who supported us from behind all those years ago. Su San ultimately revealed Wu Hua's name. I have even pinned a letter, entrusted to someone. If within a month, Chief Constable Wu Hua fails to locate you, or the killer of my brother, as well as Lin Feng from the Demon Exorcism Division, I shall expose this matter. You may use that letter as evidence to petition the county magistrate, bringing Wu Hua to justice. I beseech you, you may flay me alive, but spare my son. As he spoke, Su San prostrated himself before Lu Monsong, pleading fervently. By heavens! At that moment, Lin Feng, eavesdropping from the rooftop, cursed inwardly. He had not anticipated that the wretched Su San would hire a formidable expert at the internal strength level to assassinate him. How many lives did he possess that would suffice for a master of such caliber to extinguish? However, his mind was swift. If he could uncover the individual Su San had contacted in that letter, and subtly inform Wu Hua that Su San's threat had been nullified, then his own safety would be assured. Fortuitously, he had agreed to assist Uncle Wu today. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious to the circumstances of his own demise. At this juncture, Lu Monsong spoke. What a clever scheme you have. Tell me who that person is, or I shall take Su Xiong's life this very moment. Lu Monsong once again pressed the blade to Su Xiong's neck, and the latter, overwhelmed by his injuries, fainted once more. I will tell you. I will tell you. Wait. Whisper in my ear. At that moment, Lu Monsong glanced out the window, alertly leaning towards Su San. This action filled Lin Feng with a sense of revulsion. Yet, the crucial information remained inaudible. Where have you stored your valuables? All my possessions have been bribed away to Wuhua. What remains are merely some properties in gold and silver jewels. They are hidden beneath a brick under my bed. Su San implored. I have said all I could. I beg you to spare my son's life. Very well, considering your cooperation, Lu Monsong declared as he swung his blade, severing Su Xiong's head with a swift motion. Let your son die without suffering. You. Witnessing his son's severed head fall, Su San was overwhelmed with an urge to weep, yet no tears would come. It felt like retribution. Ever since he had slaughtered the Zhang family, he had taken many concubines. Ultimately, his wife perished after childbirth. The only surviving offspring was Su Xiong, who was left disabled, while the others met untimely ends. Now, even Su Xiong had succumbed at Lu Monsong's hands. Ha, ha, ha. Retribution, indeed. With a swift, brutal strike, Lu Monsong plunged his blade into Su San once more. The room was thick with the stench of blood. Lin Feng never anticipated that the Su father and son would meet such an untimely demise. Zhu Chui'er also fell victim to that so-called ancient protector, who eliminated her en route due to the Su family's involvement. However, for individuals of that ilk, their death is inconsequential. He could only lament the capriciousness of fate. Recognizing that the lives of the weak are as fragile as blades of grass, devoid of any further sentiment. Suddenly, the door swung open with a resounding bang. The ancient protector surveyed the pool of blood on the floor, his countenance betraying no emotion, clearly accustomed to such sights. Well, Lu the constable. It seems the matter has been resolved, hasn't it? We are now akin to grasshoppers on the same string. I wonder where the Su family's fortune is concealed? The ancient protector regarded Lu Monsong with the semblance of a smile. Rest assured, I am aware of your need for those assets. I shall retrieve them upon my return, Lu Monsong declared as he prepared to depart. Abruptly, the ancient protector struck. His formidable prowess at the late stage of the muscle transformation realm erupted. His movements swift as the wind. Despite Lu Monsong's vigilance, he was unable to withstand the assault. The blade, as it descended, was effortlessly twisted into a helix by a single hand. As Lu Monsong attempted to retaliate, the ancient protector delivered a powerful punch, dislocating his arm with brutal precision. He then closed in, subduing Lu Monsong completely. Tell me, where is the individual Su San mentioned? The ancient protector demanded, his grip tightening, causing Lu Monsong to experience a sensation of suffocation. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not escape the ancient protector's grasp. He had underestimated human nature. Unbeknownst to him, their previous conversation had been overheard by the ancient protector. Had he not feared that the county officials would discover his prolonged absence, he would not have risked resolving the Su father and son's fate in this manner. Are you not afraid that I might divulge your secrets to a third party? If I meet with misfortune, your fate shall be sealed as well. Lu Monsong retorted defiantly. Ha! You, a mere child yet to shed your juvenile skin. Believe you can play such games with me? Once I acquire the Su family's assets and rectify the losses incurred by the captain, I may even find myself in a position of surplus. At that point, the captain will surely overlook past grievances. Moreover, if I can secure leverage against Wu Hua, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for me, Gu, to ascend to the captaincy of the Qingxi Society. The ancient protector sneered. Upon hearing these words, Lu Monsong's heart sank. He had not anticipated that this final precaution would prove futile. Was he destined to perish here today? He still had an enemy, Wu Hua, left to eliminate. He could not speak. He absolutely must not. Revealing anything would lead only to his demise. As a mere constable, it was clear that this ancient protector had likely taken lives before. Humph! What tricks do you still wish to play? The ancient protector, noticing Lu Monsong's silence, increased his grip once more. Lu Monsong's face flushed crimson. At that moment, a figure burst through the window, delivering a powerful punch to the ancient protector's torso. The ancient guardian staggered, blood spilling from his mouth. The newcomer was none other than Lin Feng. Lu Monsong had finally liberated himself from his constraints. Upon witnessing the appearance of a figure clad in black, who had come to his rescue, he noted that the ancient guardian had fallen and could not rise again. In a moment of urgency, he swiftly turned and dashed out of the courtyard, fleeing from the scene. Upon witnessing Lu Monsong's attempt to flee, Lin Feng was compelled to pursue him. However, he was obstructed by the ancient guardian. "How dare you launch a surprise attack against me? You seek your own demise." The ancient guardian lunged forward with a mighty claw, its force formidable and its speed remarkable. With a swift turn, Lin Feng evaded the opponent's attack, yet still felt a glancing blow. The ancient guardian's fingers tore through Lin Feng's dark attire with ease. My iron hands are not to be trifled with." The guardian chuckled. However, as Lin Feng spun around, he was astounded to discover that his adversary was entirely unscathed. "How is this possible? You have cultivated the iron cloth technique to such an extraordinary level," the guardian exclaimed in disbelief. "Nevertheless, you shall still meet your demise." In the next moment, the guardian channeled his energy, causing his skin to shimmer with a silvery hue. "Silver demon hands," he announced, unleashing a flurry of strikes that enveloped Lin Feng in an overwhelming barrage, making him feel that any attempt to evade would result in injury. Yet, Lin Feng had no intention of retreating. Chapter 58. Returning home, spreading the news, Lin Feng raised his fists, drawing upon an extraordinary strength that surpassed the ordinary as he struck with relentless vigor. A faint golden glow emanated from his body. The two combatants exchanged blows, the clash of gold and silver resonating in the air, with hundreds of punches exchanged in mere moments. With the final strike, Lin Feng was forced back 3 steps, while the ancient guardian only staggered half a step. "Ha! You are merely at the initial stage of the muscle transformation realm. How could you possibly contend with me?" the guardian sneered. In that last clash, Lin Feng's hands tingled slightly. Had it not been for the enhancements provided by the iron cloth and the Vajra demon suppression technique, his hands might have been rendered useless. The guardian's silver demon hands were approaching perfection, truly formidable. Once more, the guardian launched an assault. But Lin Feng had already placed his hand upon the butcher's knife. With a swift motion, the knife was drawn, a cold glint flashing and momentarily blinding the guardian. A jolt of terror struck the guardian's heart as he sensed the overwhelming aura of the blade. Blade intent. It is indeed blade intent. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the guardian, a seasoned practitioner of the advanced muscle transformation realm, swiftly focused his energy, his hands moving in intricate layers, impenetrable as water. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Lin Feng seized the opportunity. With a seamless integration of the slaughtering knife and the heart's intent, he struck from an enigmatic angle. The blade swept past, leaving the ancient guardian's astonished expression frozen in time. His hands came to a halt, only to be severed in 2. While a crimson line appeared across his neck, his body finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. The formidable guardian of the Green Serpent Society, a master of the late stage of the muscle transformation realm, met his demise with a single stroke. Subsequently, Lin Feng rummaged through the guardian's belongings, discovering 3 silver notes of 1,000 taels each, along with a piece of finely woven golden silk armor. "No wonder my ambush delivered merely a light injury. It was due to this golden silk armor. Though it is of no use to me, it may serve you well." Thereafter, he set the room ablaze and dashed out of the residence, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lu Monsong once more. Yet, the vicinity bore no trace of Lu Monsong's presence. Lin Feng let out a sigh and turned to leave. The commotion from the earlier altercation had already drawn the attention of several individuals, who were now making their way towards the residence of the ancient guardian. Moreover, due to the raging fire, the constables were also hastening in this direction. Upon returning home, Lin Feng changed his attire. Today, he had gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. Relying solely on his physical prowess, he could contend with most experts of the same rank within the muscle transformation realm. However, when faced with formidable figures like the ancient guardian, he had no choice but to resort to his lethal blade. Having initially grasped the essence of the sword, he found it challenging to encounter any rivals within the muscle transformation realm. Yet, he remained uncertain if he could best an expert of the blood exchange realm. Nevertheless, emerging unscathed from the previous encounter should pose no significant issue. Lin Feng pondered. Name, Lin Feng. Technique, Vajra subduing demon art. Cultivation level, external refinement realm, muscle transformation, 1400. Divine powers, consumption, 1. Deliverance, 2. Skills, Tiger Roar Fist, 320. Butcher's Knife Technique, Heart and Blade Unified, 3100. Gale Leg Technique, 2020. Iron Cloth Shirt, 4040. Breath Concealment Technique, 26100. Disguise Technique, 1100. Enhancement Points, 73. Slaughterhouse 2. Dining 2, Leader 15, Underling 3, Ancient Guardian 40. On this day, Lin Feng amassed an additional 62 enhancement points. With the previous remainder, the total enhancement points reached 73. Unless there are corresponding elixirs, otherwise. It is indeed swifter to eliminate foes and vanquish demons. Lin Feng sighed, recalling the information revealed upon Su San's demise, and anxiety began to gnaw at his heart. However, would Lu Montong, upon discovering that Wu Hua was his enemy, report him to the Demon Extermination Department in an attempt to bring Wu Hua down? Could he accomplish such a feat? It seemed improbable. Ultimately, Lin Feng arrived at a conclusion, with Su San dead and no evidence left behind. Who could ascertain whether Su San had been coerced? If this information were to spread, the most Wu Hua would face would be some repercussions, but nothing fatal. Yet, Lu Montong would expose himself in the process. If I were Lu Montong, I would not act in such a manner. Should he refrain from taking action, Wu Hua might very well seek my life. Eliminating someone of my caliber in the bone refinement realm would not be a daunting task. No, regardless of the circumstances. I must ensure that this matter becomes public knowledge. Let others be aware that Su San threatened Wu Hua with his own demise. At that moment, Wu Hua would undoubtedly be rendered incapable of taking matters into his own hands. If I were to perish, he would certainly be the first suspect. With this thought, Lin Feng summoned Lin Yu, instructing him to spend some money and discreetly disseminate the news tomorrow. Father, uncle, Pan Feng stealthily returned home, where he encountered Pan Lianqing and Wu Laosan. Overcome with emotion, he knelt before them, lamenting his naivety and the treachery that nearly led to his family's ruin. Pan Liankai and Wu Laosan, having initially been alarmed by the commotion outside, presumed something had gone awry at the gambling den. They were puzzled when Pan Feng unexpectedly returned home. Wu Laosan helped Pan Feng to his feet, his heart aching at the sight of Pan Feng's battered form. Subsequently, Pan Feng recounted the harrowing details of his escape. Pan Lianqing and Wu Laosan exchanged glances, each grasping the underlying truth. There were no dark-clad figures. It was simply that he had seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. Remember this well. For the time being, you must seek refuge elsewhere until the uproar subsides. Pan Lianqing advised Pan Feng. Wu Laosan nodded in agreement. That night, Pan Lianqing took it upon himself to ensure Pan Feng's safe departure. In a shadowy alleyway, Lu Montong staggered into view, just as a group of constables approached. It's all my fault. I failed to keep watch. That dark-clad individual twisted my blade into a pretzel. I pursued him, only to be knocked unconscious. Lu Montong lamented to the head constable. Never mind. That individual is likely Gu Yu, the protector of the Green Serpent Society. He has reportedly discovered Su San and his son at their residence, along with the body. Let us go and investigate, the head constable remarked, recognizing Wu Hua's appreciation for Lu Montong, and thus refraining from further admonishment. Moreover, Gu, a master nearing perfection in the muscle transformation realm, was unable to maintain control, let alone Lu Montong. Indeed, Lu Montong's heart trembled at the realization. To my astonishment, the ancient protector was slain by that cloaked figure. But what could possibly motivate the shadowy individual to thwart the ancient protector's attempt on my life? That piece of information is pivotal. Lu Montong, with his head bowed, followed a multitude of constables, moving forward. His visage remained composed. Yet his mind was a tumult of thoughts. That cloaked figure must have ties to Lin Feng. Could it be an effort to safeguard him? Or perhaps it is related to Wu Hua, seeking to eliminate future threats, or like the ancient protector, attempting to wield this as leverage against him? Regardless, it is imperative to eradicate Su San's followers and disseminate the news. Otherwise, the next target of that cloaked figure could very well be myself. As for reporting to the Demon Suppression Department, after all these years, Wu Hua has become a formidable force. Would the department truly risk confronting him for my sake? Would the county magistrate consent to such a course of action? Chapter 59. The outcome ultimately, Lu Montong resolved to make an attempt. He would prepare for dual outcomes. The first was to spread the news, and the second was to submit the gathered evidence to the Demon Suppression Department. Even if it did not result in Wu Hua's downfall, it might at least serve to vex him. Presently, Wu Hua is an eminent master at the inner strength stage. Who knows when I will possess the capability to vanquish him? The group arrived at the residence of the ancient protector, although the body had not been incinerated. The scene had been thoroughly ravaged by flames. At that moment, Wu Hua also arrived, accompanied by Zhou Bin, the leader of the Green Serpent Society, and another protector, Wang Dali. The three men gazed upon the ancient protector's remains, their brows furrowing in concern. Leader Zhou, even with the silver demon hand. It would be exceedingly difficult for one in the blood exchange realm to slay him with a single strike. Who could possess such skill? Who could have shattered his silver demon hand? Wu Hua inquired. Captain Wu, I am equally in the dark. Perhaps the ancient protector provoked someone he ought not to have. Zhou Bin replied, bowing his hand. Recently, the Green Serpent Society had suffered considerable losses, leading to a rather unfortunate streak. Moreover, he had already searched the ancient protector's home, only to find his stash of silver missing and his concubine dead. How could he possibly explain this to the county magistrate? It was a headache. Now, with the ancient protector having abducted the Su father and son before his demise, additional complications had arisen, necessitating an explanation to Captain Wu. In that case, Leader Zhou and Protector Wang should return for now. I will investigate the skilled swordsmen within the city who are adept in the blood exchange realm. Wu Hua waved his hand. Now that Su San and his son had perished, the situation could erupt at any moment. He needed to prepare in advance. Damn it. Not only would Su San's recently contributed banknotes be lost, but he would also have to incur further expenses. Wu Hua merely took a glance, discovering no significant clues before departing. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the county office, carrying a stack of silver notes. As midnight approached, he made a trip to the Demon Extermination Division. Concurrently, Lu Monsong found himself at another location, intruding into a household. Upon his exit, his new blade bore the stains of blood, and he clutched a letter in his hand. Subsequently, he sought out several beggars, cloaking their faces as they extracted some silver coins, instructing them to disseminate information. He also enlisted an individual to deliver the letter to the Demon Extermination Division. What followed would depend upon how the division chose to respond. Nevertheless, he needed to seize an opportunity to swiftly retrieve the treasures of the Su family. Lu Monsong sighed and returned to his dwelling. The next day, before dawn, Lin Feng was awakened by a cacophony outside. The chief constable who had allied with the Su family to eliminate Zhang Weiyuan and his family. The Su family had bribed Wu Hua with the intent to assassinate Lin Feng. News continued to pour in from outside the city. Lin Feng listened intently and quickly summoned Lin Yu, assuming that he had already spread the news overnight. However, upon hearing the information, Lin Yu appeared equally bewildered. He had yet to act, so how could the news have already circulated? Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng understood that it was undoubtedly Lu Monsong who had divulged the information. With a spirit of experimentation, he sought to see if it were possible to bring down Wu Hua. However, with the victim of the incident too fearful to reveal themselves, how could there be any substantial impact on Wu Hua? Even if there were some repercussions, they would merely result in minor financial losses and some adjustments behind the scenes. More importantly, there was a pressing need to guard against the assassination attempts by this cloaked figure. Thus, the urgency to leak the information was entirely warranted. In this way, we need not take further action, sparing ourselves the risk of leaving traces behind. Lin Feng remarked, and after freshening up, he set out towards the slaughterhouse. Xia Feng, I must apologize for the trouble yesterday. Ah Feng managed to escape amidst the chaos. Wu Laosan approached Lin Feng and whispered, This is a mere token of appreciation. I implore you to accept it. Otherwise, both Lian Qing and I shall remain troubled. Wu Laosan pressed a banknote of 1,000 taels into Lin Feng's hand. Hee. I hardly exerted myself. Ah Feng is destined for fortune. One should not accept rewards without effort, Uncle Wu. There is no need for such generosity. Lin Feng pushed the banknote back. However, there was no room for hesitation, as long as they could deliver a few pigs for slaughter, bringing back a substantial amount of meat, he would be exceedingly pleased. With that, Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively and turned to go butcher the pigs. He felt quite satisfied with the actions of Pan Lianqing and Wu Laosan. Individuals like Wu Laosan, being kind-hearted, deserved a helping hand whenever possible. Wu Laosan looked at Lin Feng, his heart brimming with gratitude. In such chaotic times, encountering a person of his caliber was indeed a stroke of fortune. In truth, it was Wu Laosan's benevolence that had yielded such a reward. Yet, amidst this tumultuous era, could a virtuous person truly find a peaceful end? Word soon spread throughout the city. Wu Hua was taken aback upon hearing the news. Fortunately, the Su brothers were now all dead, and he had not been responsible for their demise. He possessed an alibi. Moreover, with his connections well established, the scope for maneuvering in this situation was substantial. He felt a sense of relief for having acted the night before. Although he had lost money, he had preserved his life. As he had anticipated, the Demon Suppression Division merely requested his presence for appearances. They feigned an investigation. By afternoon, the Demon Suppression Division and the county magistrate jointly issued a proclamation. The tragedy befalling the Zhang family was attributed to Su Chong and the Su brothers. Su Xiangqiang had abducted a commoner's daughter, relying on his family's influence, and even attempted to threaten Lin Feng. Ultimately, he met with failure. Rather, he escalated his threats, compelling the head constable Wu to eliminate Lin Feng. The righteous Wu, however, turned them away. Heaven bore witness, as the Su family's wealth attracted the attention of marauding bandits, leading to their mutual destruction. All their assets were confiscated. Wu Hua remained as the chief constable and allocated a portion of the Su family's wealth as compensation to Lin Feng. Lu Monsong, upon seeing the proclamation, although he had anticipated this outcome, still felt a pang of discontent. In this world, power was paramount. Without strength, even white could be turned to black, and black could be made white. He could only continue to lay low and await a favorable opportunity. Meanwhile, Lin Feng swiftly received a compensation of 2,000 taels of silver. This was beyond his expectations, thanks to his affiliation with the Demon Suppression Division. Had he been an ordinary civilian, he might have been disregarded, just like Wu Hua, who, despite being a murderer, faced no repercussions in the end. Nevertheless, with the 2,000 taels in hand, and the lurking danger posed by Wu Hua now eliminated, he felt a sense of joy. With 5,000 taels of silver, he could purchase a medicinal pill through the channels introduced by Zhao Chengze. Lin Feng, clutching the silver note, was about to step outside when he suddenly noticed a small flag approaching him. Lin Feng, for the next month, you are to remain in the camp on duty. You shall not return home at night, exclaimed the official, Lord Liu. But, my lord, isn't this duty only for 3 days? Moreover, it is not my turn yet. Lin Feng, perplexed, exclaimed, is this not an edict from Master Bai? How dare you, a mere new apprentice, voice dissent. At that moment, the figure surnamed Liu's expression hardened, and he retorted fiercely. Chapter 60, Mid-Stage of Muscle Transformation, Night Watch. It was Bai Sheng once again. This Bai Sheng was akin to a repugnant fly, incessantly buzzing around to vex him. The most frustrating aspect was the inability to eliminate him. Indeed, Master Liu, I comprehend now. Lin Feng clasped his hands together. This Liu Shaoqi was merely a dog beside Bai Sheng. Though at the blood exchange realm, he was still not someone Lin Feng could provoke at present. Humph. Consider yourself fortunate. Liu Shaoqi had anticipated that Lin Feng would resist the command and had intended to teach him a lesson. But he was taken aback by Lin Feng's obedience. With a cold snort, he turned and departed. Noticing that the evening was still young, Lin Feng exited the backup camp of the demon-slaying department. After altering his appearance, he ventured into a secluded and inconspicuous little shop. There, Lin Feng produced a token and articulated his purpose. Soon, the shopkeeper retrieved a box. Within lay a pill that, upon inspection, though not as potent as the leopard embryo muscle reformation pill, was still a commendable find. Subsequently, Lin Feng paid 3,500 taels of silver and stepped out of the small establishment. After circling around a few times and ensuring that no one was tailing him, he finally returned home. Lin Feng surmised that these pills were undoubtedly of dubious origin, likely having flowed out from the capital city. After all, procuring pills in the capital was somewhat simpler than in the county town. Such inferior quality pills were generally scorned. However, with Lin Feng possessing a panel, he was not apprehensive about the pill's toxins. Whether it was through medicinal baths, food, or pills, he could fully utilize the components while eliminating any harmful elements. Conversely, for others, consuming such pills excessively could lead to adverse effects, even for those with commendable aptitude. Initially, their progress might be swift and seemingly unproblematic, but as they ascended to higher realms, the accumulation of pill toxins within their bodies would become increasingly apparent. Upon returning home, Lin Feng observed Lin Yu practicing martial arts in the courtyard. He noticed the beads of sweat evaporating from Lin Yu's body. After delivering a series of punches, a low roar escaped his lips, and a dramatic transformation occurred within his vitality. Subsequently, his exposed upper body flushed a deep crimson, and each movement became increasingly fierce and formidable. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with brightness. Lin Yu has advanced to the mid-stage of skin refinement. Furthermore, he has cultivated the Tiger Roar Fist to a minor completion. Brother, I have broken through. I have achieved a breakthrough. After a while, Lin Yu finally emerged from his focused state, only to find Lin Feng standing beside him, smiling in delight. Feeling the changes within his body, Lin Yu joyfully shared the news with Lin Feng. Haha, splendid. Congratulations to you. Lin Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up to himself. It was thanks to his elder brother's Tiger Essence pill that he was able to advance so swiftly. Lin Yu smiled broadly. Have you consumed all the elixirs? I shall prepare some more for you. Not yet. I have only taken 2 in total. There are still 3 left. And I wonder if I can strive to break through to the next realm. By the way, elder brother, what brings you back so early today? Lin Yu inquired with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. Over the next few days, I will likely have to work the night shift. So please keep an eye on the house during that time. Lin Feng provided an explanation. Fear not, my dear brother. The large pot, you have returned. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Man, clutching a meat bun in her hand, dashed out from the room. With the morsel still unchewed in her mouth, her words emerged in a muddled fashion. Indeed, I have returned. Lin Feng chuckled as he playfully pinched his little sister's chubby cheeks. At present, his sister was either indulging in food or en route to do so. Nevertheless, she remained rather slender, and Lin Feng wished fervently that she would consume more. Growing pleasantly plump, such a state would be ideal, especially considering the harsh days they had endured, which still lingered vividly in their memories. In truth, it had not been long since they emerged from those trying times. Their newfound prosperity had only begun a few days prior. At that moment, their mother stepped out, wiping the grease from her hands after cooking. Xiaofeng, you're back. Just in time for dinner, she exclaimed. Yes, dear mother has prepared a lovely meal tonight. Our family of 4 can dine together. Lin Man took a bite of the steamed bun and continued. All right, mother. Come on, Ayu. It's time to eat. Second brother, it's time for dinner. All right, elder brother. You little rascal, don't you think 1 bun is enough to fill you up? Not at all. I feel I could easily devour another bowl of rice. Observing her younger sister's gestures, after dinner, Lin Feng secretly handed the golden silk armor, which he had stealthily removed from the ancient guardian, to Lin Yu. He then consumed a nourishing pulse pill. Although this pill did not possess the same remarkable efficacy as the leopard fetus muscle-changing pill and carried the risk of pill toxicity, it nonetheless granted Lin Feng an impressive boost of 40 enhancement points. It was indeed worthy of the hefty sum of 3,500 taels spent on it. Today, he accrued points as follows: Slaughterhouse 2, Meal 1, Nourishing Pulse Pill 40. His total enhancement points have now reached 116. He is once again poised to elevate his cultivation. Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement, repeatedly clicking on the cultivation section. Name, Lin Feng. Technique, King Kong Suppression Technique. Cultivation, Outer Refinement Realm, Easy Muscle, 101. 400 Divine Ability 1. Consumption Divine Ability 2. Deliverance, Skills, Tiger Roar Fist, 320. Butcher's Knife Unification, 3, 100. Swift Wind Leg Technique, 2, 020. Iron Cloth Shirt, 4, 040. Breath Concealment Technique, 26, 100. Disguise Technique, 1, 100. Upgrade Points, 16. Mid-stage of Easy Muscle Realm. Once Lin Feng completed his allocation of points, he felt a significant surge in the power within him. The 36 major tendons in his body had already been opened up halfway. The sense of security that this enhanced strength provided him was what brought him the greatest joy. Subsequently, Lin Feng bid farewell to his family after offering a few words of caution and set off for the Demon Extermination Division. Upon arriving at the Demon Extermination Division, he was quite surprised to find Zhao Qingze waiting for him, holding a food box. Lin Feng escorted Zhao Qingze to Ding Yun's residence. To his astonishment, President Bai exhibited such pettiness. Zhao Qingze sighed, acknowledging that although he disapproved of Bai Shang's actions towards Lin Feng, he felt powerless to intervene. Brother Zhao, tread carefully. Walls have ears. Lin Feng lowered his voice and said, If you wish to join under General Bai's banner, I could certainly speak on your behalf to dispel any misunderstandings between you. After all, offending a general in the Demon Elimination Division is certainly not a wise course of action. Subsequently, Zhao Qingze added, I understand that Brother Zhao has my best interests at heart, but I believe it is best to wait until General Ding returns to discuss this matter. General Ding is quite agreeable. At least he does not engage in such convoluted schemes. Lin Feng chuckled, gently declining Zhao Qingze's invitation. By the way, what brings you here today, Brother Zhao? Oh, take a look at this, Zhao Qingze said, lifting the food box in his hand with a smile. This is a meal specially prepared for you by Xiner. She heard that you were on night duty today and made it just for you. Lin Feng was taken aback by the kindness that Dong Xian had shown him. Chapter 61. A Fortnight, Seizing Territory. The image of her blushing and smiling, a striking beauty, involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Yet, at present, he found himself in a precarious situation. Did he possess the right to embrace a romantic relationship? If not, it would be better to prevent it from blossoming altogether. Brother Zhao, please convey my gratitude to Miss Dong. I cannot accept her hospitality without having contributed anything in return. As Lin Feng was about to firmly decline, Zhao Qingze opened the food container, and an enticing aroma wafted forth from its sealed confines. The fragrance eagerly penetrated Lin Feng's nostrils, ascending directly to his senses, rendering him momentarily speechless and salivating, as if he had been ensnared by a spell of paralysis. Alas! It seemed that Lin Feng was indeed a man devoid of culinary fortune. Observing Lin Feng's reaction, Zhao Qingza sighed softly and promptly sealed the food container once more, instantaneously cutting off the delightful scent. Lin Feng swallowed hard, revealing a candid smile. Hee, Brother Zhao, please extend my gratitude to Miss Dong. I must, albeit with a touch of embarrassment, accept this gift without merit. As he spoke, Lin Feng reached out his hand to seize the food box. Oh. Just moments ago, your demeanor suggested a desire to refuse. Zhao Qingza retorted with a mischievous grin, guarding the food box protectively behind him. My sister's belongings are not something you can take or leave at your whim. They are not for you. That was certainly not my intention. Lin Feng's tone was resolute as he sought to take charge. With a swift movement, he seized the food box. Brother Zhao. I shall take my leave for the night shift now. Please convey my gratitude to Miss Dong. With that, Lin Feng, grinning, slipped away with the food box, leaving Zhao Qingza shaking his head with a wry smile. Before long, Lin Feng opened the food box, which was specially designed to retain heat remarkably well. The dishes inside were still steaming, presenting an array of tantalizing aromas and flavors, a feast the likes of which Lin Feng had never encountered. Even the Michelin 3-star establishments of his previous life paled in comparison. Beneath it lay a flask of wine, and in no time, the dishes were devoured with great enthusiasm. Lin Feng, still savoring the lingering flavors upon his fingertips, reflected with immense satisfaction. It was no wonder that the cuisine surpassed even that of the renowned Drunken Immortal Pavilion. It was not merely good, it was extraordinarily exquisite. Moreover, the dishes were crafted from the finest ingredients, and he felt his prowess enhance with each delightful course consumed. Today, I indulge in wine and revelry, he mused, embracing the natural flow of the moment. With that, Lin Feng exited the room to commence his patrol. Night watch duties were rather uneventful, merely requiring periodic rounds. What rogue would dare to intrude upon the demon exorcism office? Should malevolent creatures breach the inner city and venture into the demon exorcism office, it would be beyond the capabilities of a mere novice like him to intervene. Thus, it was largely a formality. Everything was merely a ploy by Bai Sheng to vex him. Yet, to evade providing Bai Sheng with any leverage to further annoy him, Lin Feng dutifully conducted his patrols with regularity. Thus, Lin Feng managed to enjoy a fortnight of leisurely days. Bai Sheng indeed dispatched individuals to scrutinize his actions. Yet Lin Feng maintained a demeanor of propriety, eluding any incrimination. They sought grounds to unleash their wrath upon him, but found none. Throughout these 2 weeks, he diligently attended the slaughterhouse each day, returning home to rest in the mornings. At noon, he would dine at the demon exorcism office, followed by practicing his swordsmanship in the afternoons, tirelessly honing his craft. Moreover, Dong Xian would frequently prepare meals for him, delivered by Zhao Qingza, which stirred a hint of envy in Zhao Qingza. Lin Feng, adhering to the principles of reciprocity, occasionally took Dong Xian out for leisurely strolls, where they would purchase cosmetics and fine silks. He regaled her with numerous tales from the Blue Star, and Dong Xian found herself yearning for his stories daily, though she refrained from expressing this desire out of modesty. As a result, their bond deepened and their feelings began to flourish. Name: Lin Feng Cultivation Technique, Vajra Subduing Demons Technique Level, External Refinement Realm, Muscle Transformation, 102400, Ability 1, Consumption Ability 2, Deliverance Techniques, Tiger Roar Fist, 620, Butcher's Dissection, Heart and Blade Unison, 6100, Gale Leg Technique, 2020, Iron Cloth Shirt, 4040, Chi Restraining Technique, 27100, Disguise Technique, 2100. Enhancement Points, 76 Slaughterhouse 30. Dining 20, Drunken Immortal Brew 10. After half a month of diligent accumulation, Lin Feng's enhancement points reached a total of 76. His cultivation also experienced a slight natural progression, primarily due to his daily practice. Additionally, the other techniques exhibited modest growth. Although the rapid accumulation from taking lives was absent, the visible progress achieved each day was undeniably captivating. However, 20 jars of the Drunken Immortal Brew only added a mere 10 points, and his funds were dwindling rapidly, a rather poor cost-performance ratio. Furthermore, it seemed that any further consumption would yield no additional benefits. Lin Feng sighed deeply. Now, the silver in his possession had dwindled to a mere 400 taels. Any further rapid advancement could only be sought through alternative means. What troubled him most was that more than half a month had passed, yet there was still no sign of Director Ding. He was left wondering whether Ding was alive or dead. With each passing day of absence, the hope of Ding's return grew increasingly dim. Lin Feng silently prayed for the safe return of General Ding. In the southern urban slum, after more than half a month of reconstruction, the houses that had suffered damage from the recent calamity had been restored. These structures were merely makeshift dwellings, and their repair posed no significant challenge. The casualties had been replenished by individuals from the surrounding villages, and the gang had also reinforced its ranks following the previous losses. Zhao Sheng, recently informed that a guardian of the Green Serpent Society had perished, convened a gathering of men to seize control of the southern territory that very night. A leader of the Dideo gang, sporting a goatee, addressed Zhao Sheng. "Yes, leader. I will gather the men immediately." Zhao Sheng responded with a respectful gesture. Fortune had smiled upon him during a recent hunt where he participated in slaying a minor demon, earning a tiger essence pill that, upon consumption, allowed him to achieve the pinnacle of skin refining. Presently, the Dideo gang's primary rival, the Green Serpent Society, had encountered repeated setbacks, losing one of its two chief guardians. If he could wrest control of additional territory, it was conceivable that Zhao Sheng might even ascend to the position of leader himself. Thus, he summoned several subordinate leaders, including Lin Yu, preparing weapons and bracing for action. As midnight approached, they planned to launch a surprise attack, eliminating members of the Green Serpent Society and claiming their territory. In the dead of night, the slum lay shrouded in silence, punctuated only by scattered lights. The moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, and crows cawed ominously, casting an unsettling atmosphere. Lin Yu trailed behind Zhao Sheng, an ominous feeling brewing within him as he heard the cawing of the crows. Yet, with action imminent, he steeled himself against any lurking dangers. The numerous hall masters and the chief had all mobilized. As a mere lackey, he believed that a modicum of caution would suffice. Moreover, the golden-threaded soft armor he donned provided him with a measure of confidence. He yearned to carve out his own legacy and safeguard his family, realizing he could not rely solely on his elder brother. Without enduring the trials of blood and fire, no matter how high one's cultivation, one would remain but a worthless being. With this thought, Lin Yu's resolve grew ever more steadfast. Soon, the members of the Blade Gang surged into the territory of the Green Snake Society. Chapter 62, Bloodshed. The two factions quickly engaged in a fierce battle. The Blade Gang launched a sudden assault, swiftly gaining the upper hand and leaving the Green Snake Society in disarray. Just half a month prior, they had already lost a protector, and the leader, Zhou Bin, had long since commanded his followers to remain vigilant. Although they initially suffered some setbacks, they soon regained their composure, plunging into a bloody melee. Leading a handful of minor leaders, Zhao Sheng advanced like a tempest, seizing several streets and dispatching numerous members of the Green Snake Society. "Haha, boss, tonight is truly fortuitous," chuckled a portly minor leader. "It's a pity we couldn't take down that adversary, Wubala. Otherwise, capturing a major leader would have secured us great acclaim." "Hey, you're being a bit too greedy. Securing several streets so smoothly is already commendable," Zhao Sheng replied with a grin. "After all, both our gangs have powerful figures overseeing us, and we cannot afford any major disturbances." He distributed the plundered silver among the minor leaders, with Lin Yu receiving the largest share. To his surprise, Lin Yu had advanced to the mid-stage of skin refining and had also achieved a minor success in the Tiger Roar Fist, demonstrating both courage and tenacity. Unafraid even of the opposing chief, though he had entered the mid-stage of skin refining later than the portly leader, his combat prowess had already surpassed that of his counterpart, making him the undisputed top enforcer under Zhao Sheng. "Thank you, boss." Lin Yu accepted the silver without hesitation. He had joined the gang, risking life and limb, primarily for the sake of wealth. "Are we prepared? Once we are, let us advance without letting these trivial profits hinder our progress." The hall master and the others have already rushed ahead. "If we delay any longer, we'll be left with mere scraps," Zhao Sheng exclaimed. "All right, boss." The crowd responded in unison. "Allow me to lead a few brothers ahead. Beyond lies the depths of the Qingxi Association's Qingmu Hall. The defenses will undoubtedly be formidable," the stout man declared, addressing Zhao Sheng. His intent to pave the way for his comrades was genuine. Yet he also harbored a desire to claim credit. He had noticed that Lin Yu, this young lad, had received a larger share of the spoils than he himself, which left him feeling somewhat disgruntled. This time, he aimed to slay more foes and earn greater merit. His underlings were equally eager. "Indeed, you are correct. We must not charge too swiftly. Should complications arise, we may not have time to assist, Zhao Sheng cautioned, fully aware of their motivations. Understood, big brother. Follow me. The stout man replied, leading his 4 or 5 underlings into the dark ahead. Zhao Sheng and the others followed closely behind. After navigating several turns, they arrived at a narrow alley. The stout man was at the forefront when suddenly, the sound of arrows whistling through the air pierced the silence. Be cautious. There are archers. The stout man reacted swiftly, crouching low and rolling to dodge the incoming arrows. However, his underlings fared poorly. Cries of anguish erupted as several of his men fell to the ground, struck by arrows. They were, after all, not true warriors. Once hit, they immediately lost their combat effectiveness. Old He Xiaoer, how are you? The stout man turned to see his men wailing, 2 of whom had already fallen silent. Damn it, I will kill you, he shouted, gripping his knife tightly as he charged towards the archers of the Qingxi Association. Yet these archers were already knocking their bows, readying for another round of assault. The stout man felt a chill run down his spine. How could these archers be so formidable? They seemed as though they had emerged from a military unit. The alley was narrow, offering little opportunity for evasion. And just 3 paces ahead lay the exit. Thus, he drew upon all his skills, wielding his knife in a swift, dazzling dance. Once more, arrows flew toward him. The sounds of clashing metal rang out as blades met arrows, sparks flying from the impact. He managed to deflect a volley of attacks. Yet he was powerless to protect his remaining underlings as more arrows zipped past him, striking them down. We are ambushed. At that moment, Zhao Sheng and Lin Yu arrived on the scene. Fatty, retreat at once. Zhao Sheng shouted. Rest assured, I shall break through. Suddenly, a powerful arrow shot forth, striking Fatty's sword and sending it flying. It then pierced through his body. The army, within the ranks, a formidable bout. Fatty exclaimed in astonishment as he felt the massive arrow embed itself within him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of arrows came rushing towards them once more. Zhao Sheng wielded his blade to deflect them all, then grasped Fatty's hand, intent on making their escape. Lin Yu and several other small leaders followed closely behind, their knives dancing through the air as they deflected a multitude of arrows. Boss, it's a strong bow. Don't worry about me, the rotund man cried, blood trickling from his mouth as he struggled to free himself from Zhao Sheng's grasp. Zhao Sheng paid him no heed, retreating steadily. With a resounding twang, another bowstring snapped taut, and 3 arrows shot forth from the shadows. The rotund man, witnessing the nearby small leaders fall victim to the arrows, summoned every ounce of strength to rise and shield Zhao Sheng with his own body. 2 arrows pierced his flesh, while another struck down a fellow leader, puncturing his throat. Fatty, black dog. Zhao Sheng's heart ached as he beheld his fallen brethren. Boss, we must flee. These foes are formidable. They are beyond our capacity to confront. Lin Yu discerned the underlying intent and, alongside another small leader, forcefully pushed Zhao Sheng out. Humph, think you can escape? It's too late. If you hadn't entered, there would have been no trouble. Since you have come in, allow me to send you on your way. A chilling voice echoed through the air. Subsequently, an arrow was aimed directly at Zhao Sheng's body. In the next moment, the arrow shot forth with deadly precision. Watch out, boss. Lin Yu positioned his body in front of Zhao Sheng. With a resounding thud, the force of the arrow sent both of them crashing to the ground. Lin Yu fainted. However, the group finally made their way out of the alley. They fled back along the path they had come. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the darkness, Captain. Should we pursue them? No need. We only need to hold them back for a moment. The ambitions of the Big Blade Gang are too great. The County Lord will surely teach them a lesson. Our mission is accomplished. We can withdraw now. Understood, Captain. Soon after, the group vanished into the shadows. Lin Yu, are you all right? Zhao Sheng asked, still shaken. He knew that those individuals were likely from the military camp, especially the one who had shot 3 arrows, definitely a figure of leadership. To escape from him was truly a stroke of luck. As he examined Lin Yu's back, he discovered a piece of inner armor peeking out. It dawned on him that this armor had saved Lin Yu's life. At that moment, Lin Yu regained consciousness. A nearby lackey, upon seeing the golden silk soft armor, was filled with overwhelming shock and delight. Chapter 63. A message, captured. Fortunately, you had this armor for protection. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know how to face your elder brother. Zhao Sheng expressed his guilt. Don't worry, boss, I'm fine. Lin Yu chuckled. Zhao Sheng had indeed been kind to him, and it was through his assistance that Lin Feng, his elder brother, managed to enter the reserve camp of the Demon Suppression Division. This fortunate turn of events allowed them to relocate to the inner city and evade the calamity of the recent monster invasion. Hence, He had resolutely shielded Zhao from that arrow just moments ago. Yet, despite the armor he wore, had the arrow struck elsewhere, it could have meant an irreversible fate. Having brushed against the threshold of death, Lin Yu felt a lingering trepidation. "What should we do now, boss?" inquired another small leader, his voice quivering. Clearly shaken by the earlier encounter with the archers, the swiftness of the government's response had taken them by surprise. There was no chance to advance further. Their only option was to hold their ground on these few streets. It was a pity for Fatty and the others. Zhao Sheng sighed. Such was the nature of their existence in the underworld. It was a relentless cycle of killing or being killed. He pondered when he might find himself in a similar predicament. Retreat was not an option. Withdrawing would only invite retribution from old enemies against his family. They could only tread this dark path to its bitter end. Even if they chose to disengage, they would lose their means of advancement and find no solace in this chaotic world. If blame were to be assigned, it would be to the times they lived in. Subsequently, Zhao Sheng directed his men to occupy several key streets, with a few stationed as lookouts. However, they were oblivious to the fact that one of their subordinates had vanished without a trace. For the past fortnight, Wu Laosen had been discreetly visiting Pan Feng, who was hidden away in the shanty town. To his dismay, on this particular night, he stumbled upon a gang clash. Not far from his position, members of two rival factions had brutally slain someone, leaving chaos in their wake. He cowered in the shadows, trembling with fear. Should he be discovered, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. After a tense standoff, the fighting eventually ceased and the combatants dispersed. Suddenly, however, the sound of footsteps approached his hiding place. What was happening? Had he been discovered? Wu Laosen covered his mouth and held his breath, desperately trying to quell his trembling. The footsteps drew ever nearer, quickening his heartbeat. "Master Protector, I have found the golden silk armor. It is on that small leader, Lin Yu." After infiltrating for so long, they finally had a lead. Lin Yu? Indeed. Lin Yu, a practitioner at the mid-stage of skin refinement. His cousin is a member of the demon-slaying division. The very Lin Feng that the Su family intends to deal with. It is he. A myriad of thoughts flashed through the heart of Wang Dali, the protector of the Green Snake Society. Upon contemplating the relationship between Lin Feng and Lin Yu, a glimmer of understanding illuminated his eyes. "Very well, you have performed admirably. Return for now. After I conclude my business, I shall apprehend Lin Yu. Our protectors of the Green Snake Society must not perish without reason." "Very well, esteemed protector. Lin Yu is currently at Old Huai Street. I hope you will not forget the reward for my assistance," the man said, his gaze fixed eagerly on Wang Dali. "Haha, you have done a great service. Your reward is assured." With that, Wang Dali pointed decisively, severing the man's heart pulse, thus ending his life. "TSK. It is best that this secret remains known to as few as possible. You, of all people, dare to make demands of me?" As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Wu Laosan, listening to the commotion outside, felt a surge of dread. Lin Feng and Lin Yu are in peril. I must hasten to warn them. Wu Laosan listened intently to the sounds around him, and after a while, he dared to peek out. The protector Wang had vanished without a trace, moving so silently that he needed to ensure the man had truly departed. At last, he is gone. Wu Laosan breathed a sigh of relief and hurried towards Old Huai Street. He was intimately familiar with this shanty town, although the sounds of fighting often echoed nearby. He had managed to evade trouble with his quick wits. He arrived safely at Old Huai Street. Halt. Who goes there? Suddenly, a man pressed a knife against his throat. "I seek Lin Yu. There is an urgent matter to convey to him." "Lin Gu? How do we know you are not a spy?" The sentry from the Dideo gang halted him. However, Wu Laosan was consumed by urgency, aware that the protector Wang could return at any moment. "Young man, I am Wu Laosan. Lin Yu knows me. Please relay my message. It is truly urgent," Wu Laosan implored. At that moment, the lackey began to believe his words were genuine and went inside to inform Lin Yu. Unexpectedly, a figure appeared behind him, approaching from this direction. Wu Laosan's heart skipped a beat. Ahead, Lin Yu was emerging, following the same lackey. Upon seeing members of the Dideo gang, the figure quickened his pace. "Ah you, flee quickly. The protector of the Green Snake Society is coming to capture you. Your possessions have been exposed." Wu Laosan urgently shouted towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu was taken aback upon hearing this. He observed Wu Laosan shouting at him, and the individual behind Wu Laosan, upon hearing his words, moved with the swiftness of the wind, leaping several dozen meters in pursuit of him. A guardian. A master. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu fled in haste. The pursuer was none other than Wang Dali. With a swift motion, he closed the distance and struck Lin Yu with a palm strike, rendering him unconscious. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending 2 flying needles directly into the bodies of Wu Laosen and his accomplice. Wu Laosen collapsed instantly, while the henchman also succumbed to weakness and fell. Subsequently, Wang Dali lifted Lin Yu and darted away, vanishing from sight in mere moments. What was happening? At that moment, Zhao Sheng approached with his entourage. Wu Laosan, are you all right? Zhao Sheng inquired as he helped Wu Laosan to his feet. Where is Lin Yu? He demanded. He has been taken by the Green Snake and the Protector. Quickly, inform Lin Feng. We must rescue him. Wu Laosan uttered before falling silent. Wu Laosan. Wu Laosan. Zhao Sheng called out, Ghost Hand, quickly attend to him. At that moment, an elderly man stepped forward from behind Zhao Sheng. He took Wu Laosan's pulse and then shook his head. The heart meridian is injured. There is no hope. Is there truly nothing you can do? Zhao Sheng asked. Glancing at the elder, Ghost Hand was renowned as the divine doctor of the Dideo gang, having saved many from the brink of death. Yet, Ghost Hand merely shook his head again. Alas, carry him back. Zhao Sheng sighed upon hearing this. You. Hurry to the Exorcism Bureau and relay this information to Lord Lin Feng. The rest shall accompany me to search for the Hall Master. As his words fell, the small leader dashed towards the inner city. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Exorcism Bureau, coincidentally encountering Lin Feng on patrol. Having seen Lin Feng during Zhao Sheng's relocation, he hastily conveyed the urgent news. Upon hearing the words, Lin Feng's entire demeanor shifted, instilling a sensation in the small leader akin to being grazed by a blade, causing him to weaken at the knees and nearly collapse. Come, lead me swiftly. With that command, Lin Feng unceremoniously seized the individual and hastened towards the city's outskirts. Chapter 64. Helplessness. Just a moment ago, amidst the throng, our leader, Lin Yu, was captured by the Qingxi Society's enforcer. Might I implore the 2 vice leaders to engage in negotiations? I am willing to return all the territory we have seized. Zhao Sheng beseeched his leader, Sun Xing. Confronted with the formidable Wang Dali, an enforcer of the Qingxi Society, only the 2 vice leaders of our gang hold the authority to negotiate. Should our leader, Sun Xing, approach, it would likely be a futile endeavor. Sighing deeply, Sun Xing remarked, the recent military disturbances have brought about much turmoil, serving as a lesson for us. Typically, if someone is taken, we could resolve it through compensation or territory concessions. However, this time, it seems far from straightforward. It was already a stroke of fortune for the 2 vice leaders to remain unharmed by the upper echelons, who would dare to negotiate conditions. Yet, Lin Yu has done so much for our gang. Were it not for him, I would not have returned this time. Leader, please advocate for me to the vice leaders. Zhao Sheng continued to plead, producing a substantial sum of silver coins he had recently acquired, laying several hundred taels upon the table. With a resounding clap, Sun Xing slammed his palm on the table, his voice turning cold. Who among us has not contributed significantly to the gang? If everyone acted as you do, the vice leaders would be overwhelmed. Zhao Sheng, a mere small leader, you expect the vice leaders to intervene? Is this not an affront to their dignity? Have you lost your senses? Hearing these words, Zhao Sheng's face paled. Although he was typically righteous and considerate towards his subordinates, this was the harsh reality of the gang, brutal, merciless, and fraught with peril. In light of this silver, I advise you, let a small leader perish if it must be. Do not concern yourself. We can recruit more once we have land. After uttering this, Sun Xing discreetly gathered the silver from the table. Zhao Sheng glanced at him but dared not speak further. His leader was known for his avarice, only recognizing monetary value. Yet, it was evident that this sum would not suffice for today's predicament. That money would simply go to waste. Cursed leeches. Zhao Sheng silently cursed, a profound sense of helplessness enveloping his heart. What to do? What should be done? In that moment, Zhao Sheng furrowed his brow in deep thought. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. With a resounding crash, the door swung open. How audacious! Who dares? Sun Xing exclaimed sharply upon witnessing the intruder. Brother Lin. Upon seeing the arrival, Zhao Sheng recognized none other than Lin Feng. At that moment, Sun Xing also noticed the flying fish attire adorning Lin Feng. The fury on his face vanished instantly, yet he maintained a solemn expression, as if greatly displeased by Lin Feng's abrupt entrance. Lin Feng shot a glare at Sun Xing. He then turned to Zhao Sheng and said, Brother Zhao, I kindly ask you to take me to that Guardian Wang of the Green Serpent Society. Brother Lin, do you have any junior officers accompanying you? Or perhaps the second young master? It is my inadequacy that I could not protect you, but if it is just you who goes, I fear that Wang Dali may not take you seriously. Zhao Sheng glanced behind Lin Feng, only to find no one there. and he expressed his regret with a troubled expression. Never mind, time is of the essence. Let us depart quickly, Lin Feng urged. All right. As he spoke, Zhao Sheng prepared to lead the way. Wait a moment. At that moment, Sun Xing interjected. Lin Feng halted his steps, pressing his hand against the butcher's knife, and turned to face Sun Xing. His anger surged. If this Sun Xing truly sought his own demise, he would not hesitate to assist him on that journey. Zhao Sheng also turned around, perplexed by his leader's sudden whim, questioning whether he intended to trouble the members of the Demon Exorcism Division. Subsequently, Sun Xing gestured for Zhao Sheng to leave. You may step outside. I wish to converse with Lord Lin. At this, Zhao Sheng, though hesitant, complied and exited the room. Lin Feng gazed at Sun Xing, growing increasingly impatient. My Lord Lin, I have already apologized amidst the crowd, he asserted. Take these several hundred taels of silver. They may prove useful later. To Lin Feng's astonishment, Sun Xing bent forward, obsequiously retrieving a few hundred taels of silver from his bosom, along with a banknote of 200 taels. However, upon his arrival, he had overheard the conversation between Zhao Xing and Lin Feng. Fully aware that this sum was a tribute offered by Zhao Xing, it was a reward that Zhao Xing and his companions had fought tooth and nail to acquire. Yet Sun Xing dared to lay claim to it. Humph. At least you recognized the gravity of the situation. Lin Feng let out a cold snort, took the silver away, and walked out. Once Lin Feng had left, Sun Xing exhaled deeply. The intense murderous intent emanating from Lin Feng's glare had sent shivers down his spine, leaving him drenched in sweat. Such pressure was only felt in the presence of the deputy leader. Hence, he had dismissed Zhao Sheng and apologized to Lin Feng. Otherwise, had Lin Feng truly intended to harm him, he might not have even realized how he met his demise. On the way, Zhao Sheng recounted the events of the evening to Lin Feng. Their attempt to seize territory had gone smoothly until they encountered soldiers, resulting in heavy casualties. Ultimately, Lin Yu had saved him. The exposure of the golden silk armor had led to Wu Laosan sending a warning, but it was still discovered by Wang Dali, who then abducted Lin Yu. Upon hearing Zhao Sheng's account, Lin Feng understood that everything stemmed from that golden silk armor, which had ultimately led to a Yu's capture. However, had it not been for the armor, Yu might not have survived blocking the arrow for Zhao Sheng. With a sigh, Lin Feng lamented that Yu was too loyal and sentimental. He also felt sorrow for Wu Laosan, a good man whose life was now in jeopardy. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. Lin Yu's life was at stake, and he could not afford to detour to check on Wu Laosan. He would have to wait until Lin Yu was rescued. At the junction of the western and southern slums, in a large courtyard where Wang Dali typically resided, an overwhelming number of injured were being brought in for treatment due to the high casualty rate. Wang Dali, wielding silver needles, was tending to many of the gang's core members. Under his skilled hands, several individuals on the brink of death due to excessive blood loss were stabilized. Wang Hufa truly lived up to his reputation as a miraculous healer. Such severe injuries could be salvaged. Perhaps he should consider serving in the military instead of remaining in the Green Snake Society. A middle-aged man clad in a black robe spoke. A strikingly powerful bow slung across his back. Haha, Commander Wu, you jest. My humble skills pale in comparison to true masters. Moreover, the leader has bestowed upon me immense favor, allowing me to roam freely within the gang. Wang Dali waved his hand dismissively, then retrieved a stack of banknotes from his bosom and handed them to Commander Wu. Ah, Wang Hufa, you are too kind. At times, I find myself envious of your position. Since this matter is settled, I shall take my leave, Commander Wu said with a smile as he accepted the banknotes, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and turned to leave through the main gate. At that moment, the door was kicked open, revealing a figure. A voice, cold as ice, echoed, Who is Wang Hufa? Where is my cousin Lin Yu? Chapter 65. The intrusion. Originally, Zhao Sheng had intended to accompany Lin Feng, but ultimately, Lin Feng had declined his offer. He handed over the silver that Sun Xing had just given him to Zhao Sheng, and earnestly instructed him that if neither he nor Lin Yu were to return, Zhao Sheng would have to assist in taking care of his mother and younger sister. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Sheng could only accept the silver and acquiesce to Lin Feng's request before turning to depart. Lin Feng learned from Zhao Sheng that tonight's conflict was not merely a struggle between gangs, but also involved the authorities. Furthermore, Wang Dali was not like the ancient protector. He was a genuine early-stage blood exchange realm powerhouse, possessing a significant edge in cultivation level. To be frank, Lin Feng had little confidence in defeating him to rescue Lin Yu. However, it was inconceivable for him to merely stand by and watch Lin Yu perish. The heavy door was kicked open with such force that the bolt snapped. Wang Dali and Commander Wu, upon witnessing Lin Feng burst in clad in his flying fish uniform, narrowed their eyes. Wang Dali glanced at the low-level student token at Lin Feng's waist and then surveyed behind him, discovering an empty space. His heart eased slightly. The low-level student token indicated that the opponent's cultivation was at most in the muscle transformation realm, easily manageable. Now that the opponent had explicitly called for Lin Yu, his identity became apparent. Lin Feng? Wang Dali spoke coldly. Even a minor flag from the demon-slaying division cannot kill a protector of the Green Serpent Society. Commander Wu also halted, observing Lin Feng with curiosity about what this solitary newcomer could possibly stir up. Merely a new recruit in the demon-slaying division. Had he brought along more comrades, the Green Serpent Society might have felt some trepidation. But alone, if he dared to act, it would be a futile endeavor. The soldiers clad in black robes following Commander Wu, along with members of the Green Serpent Society, were initially startled, then wore expressions of disdain. How could the golden silk armor of our ancient protector end up on your cousin? Wang Dali demanded from his elevated position, looking down at Lin Feng. Have you lost your senses? A mere gang member dares to question a representative of the demon-slaying division? Lin Feng bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, causing a tremor to ripple through the hearts of the dozens present. Hee, what an impressive display, Student Lin. One might mistakenly believe you are the commander of the Demon Exorcism Division, mocked Commander Wu. Indeed. Spare me the grandstanding about the Demon Exorcism Division's banner. You are merely a novice student. I suspect that the demise of the Su family and the ancient protector of my Green Serpent Society is inextricably linked to you. Speak the truth at once. Did you conspire with others to orchestrate their deaths? Wang Dali pressed sternly once more. What is this? At this juncture, a military officer is entangled with the members of the Green Serpent Society? Do you think the oversight authority of the Demon Exorcism Division is merely decorative? Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at Commander Wu. I shall remind you one last time. Swiftly hand over my brother, he exclaimed, before turning to Wang Dali with a fierce admonition. Humph. I am here on the orders of the esteemed county lord to carry out my duties, in full compliance with the law. Surely, the Demon Exorcism Department has no authority over me? At Lin Feng's words, Commander Wu's imposing demeanor diminished considerably. For the formidable reputation of the Demon Exorcism Department instilled a natural fear in many scholars and generals alike. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Wang Dali applauded, and two individuals emerged from within the room, escorting Lin Yu. He was now drenched in blood, covered in wounds, clearly having endured a brutal interrogation. Be brother. Do not concern yourself with me. Quickly, return. Lin Yu laboriously lifted his swollen eyes, gazing at Lin Feng, his heart brimming with anxiety. Yet his battered countenance rendered him nearly speechless. A trail of fresh blood marked the road he had just been dragged along, painting a scene of utter misery. Haha. Lin Yu is suspected of assassinating the protector of my Green Serpent Society, and tonight he has launched an attack against us. I shall ensure his demise. Lord Lin cannot say much, can he? With Commander Wu present, should Lord Lin dare to draw his blade and commit murder, I would be compelled to defend myself, potentially injuring or even killing Lord Lin. Even the Demon Extermination Office would be unable to hold me accountable. Wang Dali chuckled, placing particular emphasis on the title of Lord, his face brimming with disdain. One hand twisted the wound on Lin Yu's body provocatively. Lin Yu was in excruciating pain, striving to grit his teeth and endure it, yet he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Ultimately, he could bear it no longer and fainted. Upon witnessing Lin Yu in such a battered state, Lin Feng's initial intention to refrain from intervening and instead rely on the formidable reputation of the Demon Exorcism Division to escort Lin Yu back was utterly shattered. He could no longer contain his anger. What did it matter to him about the Green Serpent Society? What concern did he have for the county magistrate? What significance did the experts of the blood exchange realm hold? He would act. With that resolve, he strode purposefully into the courtyard. What are you doing? Stop right there. A leader, having achieved the pinnacle of skin refinement, caught the meaning in Wang Dali's glance and understood his intent. As long as they could obstruct Lin Feng and compel him to strike first, their position would be even more justified. This leader was aware that Lin Feng was merely a newcomer to the Demon Exorcism Division, having joined less than a month prior, and he was at best a novice in the initial stages of bone refinement. Such a young and inexperienced individual was not someone he regarded with any seriousness. However, what he did not anticipate was, with a swift motion, Lin Feng exerted force with his left hand, effortlessly breaking the extended arm of his adversary as if it were mere decayed wood, shattering upon contact. A cry of anguish escaped the leader's lips. Without granting him the chance to utter another sound, Lin Feng raised his hand, his left hand striking with the grace of a serpent emerging from its lair, seizing the man's throat. With a decisive application of force, a sickening crack echoed as the leader's neck twisted, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Experience point 17. Ah. Splendid. Lin Feng mused, relishing the moment. This Lin Feng of the Demon Exorcism Division boldly intrudes upon my Green Serpent Society, indiscriminately slaying the innocent. Commander Wu, you must bear witness for me. Wang Dali, witnessing the leader's demise at Lin Feng's hands, responded not with anger, but with laughter. Indeed, that is only natural. Even the Demon Exorcism Division cannot act with impunity. Commander Wu chuckled in agreement. As the diminutive leader fell, an aura of murderous intent enveloped Lin Feng as he continued his advance. Subdue him, Wang Dali bellowed. Upon the command, 2 hall masters of the bone forging realm and several agile henchmen drew their blades and charged toward Lin Feng. The first to arrive were the 2 henchmen that flanked Lin Feng from behind. A series of dull thuds resounded, echoing through the air. Lin Feng did not turn his head, delivering powerful kicks to the 2 henchmen. They were sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck, crashing against the wall. Their bones likely shattered in multiple places, and one of them had his skull fractured, leaving a gruesome mess of red and white splattered across the ground. The deaths of the 2 henchmen momentarily stunned the approaching gang leader, who had not anticipated such a decisive and swift action from Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Wang Dali furrowed his brow, sensing that Lin Feng was not to be underestimated. Commander Wu signaled with a wave of his hand, instructing his subordinates to maintain their distance to avoid being caught in the ensuing chaos. 2 gang leaders and 3 henchmen encircled Lin Feng once more, the scent of blood permeating the courtyard. The cawing of crows echoed ominously in the air. Chapter 66. Abandoning Duty. Crushing Death's Lin Feng has abandoned his post and run away. Lu Xiaoqi reported to Bai Zhang. Oh, what happened? Bai Zhang inquired with a curious smirk. For over half a month, he had been seeking ways to discipline Lin Feng, yet the latter had committed no grave offenses. Even his aimless patrols were executed with such diligence that Bai could not find fault. Aside from withholding some resources from him, there was little else he could do. Tonight, however, he finally saw an opportunity. While the patrols were mere formalities, Lin Feng's abandonment of duty was a serious matter. If Bai Zhang pursued it, he could certainly strip Lin Feng of some dignity. After all, who did Lin Feng think he was? A mere new recruit, emboldened by a modicum of talent, daring to defy him. If everyone were to act as he did, how could Bai manage the team? How could he maintain his status in Kaiyang City? Commander, we are still uncertain. There seems to be some unrest outside the city tonight. It might be a conflict between the Big Knife Gang and the Green Snake Society. I wonder if Lin Feng's departure is related to this. I have a cousin who is involved with the Big Knife Gang, Lu Xiaoqi added. Understood. When he returns tomorrow, I shall deal with him, Bai Zhang replied. In another room, Zhao Hu retrieved a letter from the Night Owl, his expression darkening with rare displeasure. How could this be? If it is true, then Kaiyang City is in grave danger. After a moment of turmoil, he withdrew some banknotes and swiftly penned a response, sealing the letter within the metallic tube attached to Night Owl's leg. With a flurry of wings, the Night Owl vanished into the night. In the pitch-black darkness, the 2 gang leaders and 3 henchmen simultaneously drew their weapons. One gang leader wielded a whip, while the other brandished a massive hammer. The remaining 3 henchmen brandished their broadswords. With a sharp crack, the whip descended first, slicing through the air. Lin Feng, with remarkable agility and quick reflexes, swiftly raised his left hand to seize the weapon. The leader was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. His whip technique had nearly reached the pinnacle of mastery, yet it was instantaneously perceived by Lin Feng. Subsequently, he attempted to retract the whip to launch a counterattack, but to his astonishment, it seemed as though the whip had taken root in Lin Feng's grasp, refusing to budge. The other 4 members, witnessing this, coordinated seamlessly and seized the opportunity to charge forward. One henchman rolled and aimed a blade at Lin Feng's calf, a maneuver he had executed successfully on numerous occasions, having once dispatched a minor leader with this very strike. Meanwhile, 2 additional henchmen approached with their blades drawn, targeting Lin Feng's neck and waist, intent on delivering a comprehensive assault without leaving any vulnerabilities. Most formidable of all was the leader wielding a massive hammer, a towering figure exuding immense strength. At that moment, he swung the hammer down towards Lin Feng's head with tremendous force. The sheer power behind the blow was such that even if Lin Feng were made of iron, he would likely find himself with a gaping wound. Lin Feng, quick-witted and swift of hand, unsheathed his dagger with remarkable agility. With a resounding whoosh, the finely crafted blade allocated by the Demon Suppression Division erupted forth, its icy gleam illuminating the surroundings. In an instant, a flurry of blade light flashed past, evoking a vision of a bloody tempest in the eyes of the onlookers. The arms of 3 henchmen, wielding their knives, had already severed and fallen to the ground. The wounds strikingly precise, all inflicted at the shoulder joint. Upon closer inspection, the severed limbs appeared to have been cleanly sliced at the bone connection, as though the bones themselves had suffered minimal harm, merely severed at the muscular junction. With a thunderous clang, a colossal hammer collided with Lin Feng's blade. In the next moment, the stone floor beneath him splintered like a spider's web, his foot sinking several inches into the ground, a testament to the sheer force of the preceding blow. Yet, with a determined exertion of his right hand, Lin Feng deflected the massive hammer. The wielder of the hammer, the Hall Master, staggered backward several steps before regaining his footing. Once more, the blade in Lin Feng's grasp glimmered, and the throats of the 3 henchmen were swiftly opened, a crimson line appearing upon each. The trio clutched their throats, desperately gasping for air, but within moments, they succumbed to their fates. At this juncture, Lin Feng exerted his left hand again, yanking the Hall Master wielding the whip towards him with an unexpected surge of strength. The sudden force lifted the Hall Master off his feet, leaving him suspended in midair, devoid of leverage. Faced with imminent peril, he instinctively resorted to his seasoned combat experience, his fingers curling into a claw as he executed a deadly eagle claw technique, aiming for Lin Feng's throat, intent on crushing it. Yet, just as the claw was about to make contact with Lin Feng's neck, Lin Feng sidestepped, evading his opponent's strike. He then raised his hand once more, delivering a powerful slash. Fueled by rage, the blow was forceful enough to seem as if it could cleave the heavens and the earth. A flash of cold light passed, and the assailant was cleaved diagonally in 2. After a brief struggle on the ground, he succumbed, blood spilling from his mouth. At this moment, the floor of the entire courtyard was drenched in blood. All the injured members of the Green Serpent Society, witnessing the wrathful and formidable Lin Feng, who a moment ago lay on the brink of death, now scrambled to their feet, desperate to distance themselves from him. Even those unable to rise made frantic efforts to crawl away. It was nothing short of a medical miracle. The sole reason was their fear of being inadvertently slain by Lin Feng's careless hand. Meanwhile, the towering and robust leader of the hall realized that in the span of a mere exchange, his side had dwindled from 5 to just himself. This leader, possessing a simple and honest disposition, adhered to the directive of his superior, willing to fight until death. He then raised his massive iron hammer, spinning like a top as he charged toward Lin Feng. It must be said that this leader possessed extraordinary strength. Any ordinary person struck by him would find their bones shattered. Yet, Lin Feng's prowess was far beyond that of a mere hall master of the bone-forging realm. With a powerful push from his feet, he deftly retreated from the leader's striking range. Then, he leapt into the air, landing upon the leader's shoulders. The leader lifted his arms, attempting to seize Lin Feng and smash him to the ground to ensure his demise. Lin Feng swiftly lifted his feet, evading the onslaught of his opponent. Seizing the opportunity, the hall master raised his massive hammer once more, aiming to strike Lin Feng, confident that the latter could not escape this time while airborne. However, Lin Feng executed the Gale leg technique, momentarily suspending his form in midair. As the colossal hammer descended upon him, he forcefully propelled his legs downward. With a resounding thud, the hammer crashed onto the hall master's enormous head, the overwhelming force forcing him to kneel, creating a crater in the floor beneath him. His head sank into his chest, and a mist of blood erupted forth, signaling that he was beyond the realm of the living. Experience points 25 before Lin Feng could even touch the ground. Several flying needles hurtled toward him. Each needle approached with a cunning trajectory, leaving no room for evasion. Chapter 67. The perfect silver demon hand. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng brandished his blade with fervor, creating a shimmering barrier of light before him. The incessant clashing of metal reverberated through the air, a symphony of clangs and clashes. The flying needles and the blade collided repeatedly, igniting sparks with each encounter. Lin Feng felt the immense force transmitted through the blade, causing him to stumble backward. He then deftly pushed off the ground with his toes, retreating just enough to dissipate the impact, before regaining his footing. Upon closer inspection of the dagger, its surface was already marred with numerous dents, a testament to the formidable strength of the flying needles and the terrifying prowess of the Protector Wong. What a disgrace! With so many people, they were unable to subdue a mere youth. Wong's expression darkened as he surveyed the scene. Aside from a dozen or so injured members of the Green Snake Society, all his other subordinates capable of movement lay lifeless. He had never anticipated that Lin Feng possessed such remarkable skills. His leg and blade techniques were evidently at least at a consummate level. It was impossible for someone so young, likely not even 20 years of age, having joined the Demon Extermination Division only recently, to have mastered two techniques to such an extent. This was truly astonishing. What kind of extraordinary comprehension must one possess to achieve this? No, he must perish here today, otherwise, in 2 years' time. It might very well be his own life at stake. Meanwhile, the soldiers present were wide-eyed in disbelief, especially Commander Wu, who, observing Lin Feng's combat prowess, found himself at a loss for words. Lin Feng's agility, strength, and swordsmanship are unparalleled by ordinary individuals. At such a young age, his prowess is truly remarkable. However, observing Wang Dali's expression, it appears he is reluctant to allow Lin Feng to continue his advancement. Once Wang Dali unleashes his abilities, he will reveal himself as a master of the blood exchange realm. Can Lin Feng withstand it? Impossible. Indeed, in the next moment, the taciturn Wang Dali made his move. A dozen streaks of silver light flickered once more, blocking Lin Feng's path. He could only raise his blade to defend. The proximity of the flying needles forced him to retreat a few steps. When Lin Feng lifted his gaze to observe Wang Dali again, the latter had already traversed several zhang, transforming into a shadow as he lunged towards him with a claw. Lin Feng swiftly swung his blade in a horizontal arc, opting for offense over defense, hoping to counter his opponent's assault. However, Wang Dali merely smirked, channeling his energy with a subtle gesture. Under the flickering candlelight, his hands transformed into a lustrous silver hue in an instant. This is bad. The silver demon hand. Lin Feng gasped in astonishment, but it was already too late. Clang. Clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds echoed as Wang Dali's silver magic hand grasped the large blade, shattering it from tip to hilt. Lin Feng's left fist struck out forcefully, while Wang Dali let out a sinister laugh and retaliated with a punch of his own. Simultaneously, his left hand clawed down towards Lin Feng's chest. A resounding thud echoed through the air. In the next moment, Lin Feng's body collided with the pillar behind him, which subsequently splintered in two with a crack. Lin Feng let out a muffled groan, blood already trickling from his mouth. The blade in his hand had transformed into the hilt. Gazing down at his chest, he beheld 3 deep wounds, each several inches long, inflicted by the silver demon hand of complete mastery. Lin Feng marveled inwardly. Iron cloth shirt. Muscle transformation realm. Humph, I did not anticipate that you, young man, concealed such formidable strength. Given your prowess, a surprise attack could indeed have the potential to slay my late senior brother, Guyu. Now, with both witness and evidence at hand, you are undeniably the one who took my brother's life. Today, I shall end you here. Even the Demon Suppression Department cannot hold me accountable for this act. Wang Dali coldly snorted, now nearly certain that Lin Feng was indeed the culprit behind his brother Guyu's demise. Lin Feng's hidden cultivation level was astonishing, barely 20 years old and already at the muscle transformation realm. Such innate talent is truly terrifying. However, it seems he will not survive the night. Ultimately, he is no match for Wang Dali. Unexpectedly, Wang Dali and Guyu were brothers in arms, and he had cultivated the silver demon hand to perfection. The depths of his concealment are indeed profound. Meanwhile, Commander Wu felt a deep shock within. If it's a battle you seek, then come forth. At this moment, Lin Feng ceased to feign, his aura surging forth, unmistakably revealing his cultivation at the mid-stage of muscle transformation. The iron cloth and diamond subduing demon techniques were in motion, emanating a formidable force of vitality and malevolence that chilled the atmosphere of the courtyard. Mid-stage of muscle transformation. Both Wang Dali and Commander Wu gasped in astonishment. In the next instant, Wang Dali shifted his stance, his hands forming palms as he struck towards Lin Feng. This move was executed with tremendous force, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, clearly intended to eliminate Lin Feng in a single blow. After all, Lin Feng's realm and the proficiency of his techniques were undeniably terrifying. Having incurred his wrath, they sought to eradicate him completely, even vowing to annihilate his entire family. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng advanced with both fists raised, engaging in a fierce clash with his adversary. This time, having fully unleashed the iron cloth technique along with the diamond subduing demonic art, he finally managed to withstand the impact. The sound of fists colliding echoed continuously. The two combatants moved with the swiftness of war machines within the courtyard, exchanging blows. The intense noise caused discomfort to those with lower cultivation levels. as their internal energies surged tumultuously. Following the final strike, Lin Feng was forced to retreat several paces, while Wang Dali staggered back a few steps. It was evident that despite Lin Feng having perfected the iron cloth technique and augmented his physical prowess with the diamond-subduing demonic art, he could not match the consummate silver demon hand, nor could he bridge the significant gap in realms. Truly formidable, Lin Feng felt a tingling pain coursing through his hands. He had no choice but to unleash his final move. The outcome of this confrontation hinged on this very moment. In the next instant, Lin Feng pressed his right hand against the handle of the cleaver protruding from his waist. With a swift motion, he drew it forth. The cleaver shimmered with a cold light under the flickering candle flames. Its broad blade, weighing around 60 to 70 pounds, instilled a profound sense of security. Haha. One must admit, this cleaver is indeed a remarkable weapon of a different kind. What? Do you intend to use that cleaver to slay me? Wang Dali, who had initially planned to continue his assault, could not help but burst into laughter upon seeing Lin Feng brandish the cleaver. Meanwhile, Commander Wu beside him shook his head, chuckling. Hell, that cleaver is more than sufficient to deal with you. If you don't believe it, feel free to come and try. Suddenly, Lin Feng let out a light laugh, his entire being transforming into a different state. A chilling aura radiated from him like icy spring water. The faint smile on his face in the darkness resembled that of a deity of death. The entire courtyard seemed to fall silent, enveloped in a deathly stillness. Feigning the supernatural, Wang Dali scoffed, charging at Lin Feng. Each step he took caused the floor to crack beneath him. The silver in his hands began to glimmer ominously. Soon, the two figures flashed past each other, coming to a sudden halt. Chapter 68, Late Stage of Muscle Transformation, Enhancement of Blade Intent in that fleeting moment. Even Commander Wu could not discern what had transpired. It was too swift. To Wu, it felt as if a silver light had erupted, accompanied by a flickering cold gleam. Then, both men stood frozen. Who emerged victorious? Surely it cannot be Lin Feng. No matter how strong one is, there must be limits. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. In the next moment, Lin Feng moved, unable to bear the strain, kneeling on one knee. The cleaver propped against the ground, he struggled to keep himself upright. Meanwhile, Wang Dali also stumbled, his chest bearing a gaping wound. It should have been cleaved open, yet it was merely interrupted in the middle. Subsequently, he produced a silver needle and punctured his own body for a moment, astonishingly halting the flow of blood. Such mastery. Blade intent. At such a tender age, he had reached the stage of muscle transformation and begun to comprehend blade intent. Furthermore, he had perfected the iron cloth skill. Such a realm, perhaps only those two esteemed individuals in Kaiyang County could rival. However, ultimately, my silver demon hand remains unbroken. Wang Dali marveled, exhaling a sigh of relief. That previous strike had indeed been perilously close. The opponent's blade technique was elusive and ghostly. What initially appeared to be an attack aimed at his own neck unexpectedly shifted direction towards his chest. Had it not been for his swift reflexes, which allowed him to defend himself with both hands, it is likely that his heart would have been pierced. At this moment, Lin Feng had already endured several strikes, suffering severe internal injuries, rendering him unable to rise. Indeed, his hands trembled slightly, and blood continually trickled from the corner of his mouth. It felt as though his internal organs were ablaze. And even the slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. The only respite came from desperately channeling the Vajra demon-slaying technique, which provided some relief. Name: Lin Feng Technique. Vajra demon-slaying technique cultivation level. External refinement stage, muscle transformation. 102400. Divine abilities. 1. Consumption 2. Salvation from calamity skills. Tiger Roar Fist, 620. Butcher's Knife. Heart Blade Unity, 6100. Gale Leg Technique, 2020. Iron Cloth Shirt, 4040. Breath Control Technique, 27100. Disguise Technique, 2100. Enhancement Points, 158. 5 Underlings 15 points. 1 Leader 17 points. 2 Hall Masters 50 points. His enhancement points have accumulated to a total of 158. Lin Feng cast a glance at his enhancement points, raising his left hand to tap the void repeatedly, a total of 99 times. This peculiar action left Wang Dali and the nearby Commander Wu and others utterly perplexed. Could it be that he was so severely injured that his hand had cramped? Although Wang Dali could not comprehend what was transpiring, an instinctual sense of foreboding washed over him. It appeared that following that inexplicable series of gestures, Lin Feng's aura not only remained undiminished but actually intensified. Clearly, Commander Wu and the others also sensed the shift, their expressions frozen in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Come at me. In the next moment, Wang Dali darted forward once more, resembling a majestic eagle swooping down towards Lin Feng on the ground. Yet, Lin Feng executed his leg techniques with an ethereal grace, weaving effortlessly around the courtyard, evading each strike with remarkable agility. Earlier, Lin Feng had allocated his 99 enhancement points to his cultivation, allowing him to advance to the latter stages of the Yi Jin realm. With this ascension, a surge of formidable power surged within him, even temporarily suppressing his injuries, enabling him to move with renewed vigor. A piercing wail erupted from the scene. In a fleeting motion, Lin Feng resembled a specter that reaped souls. The glint of the butcher's knife in his hand flashed ominously, spilling forth a cascade of crimson. One of the injured members of the Green Serpent Society fell victim to his merciless strike. Run, hurry. He is dragging us down with him. He intends to slay us all before he perishes. The gravely wounded members of the Green Serpent Society finally grasped the peril they faced and stumbled hastily to evade the onslaught. Observing this unsettling scene, Wang Dali, albeit perplexed, relentlessly unleashed his lethal techniques, directing his assault towards Lin Feng. The flying needles in his grasp were hurled incessantly at Lin Feng. Yet, in that moment, Lin Feng appeared swifter than before, deftly evading the barrage of needles aimed at him, while simultaneously claiming the lives of several injured adversaries. Rage. A profound fury. Lin Feng, I wonder how much longer you can endure such grievous wounds. With a thunderous shout, Wang Dali released every last needle he possessed. Dozens of silver needles converged, sealing off all avenues of escape for Lin Feng. Lin Feng had no choice but to turn and wield his blade, severing the flying needles with precision. Seizing the moment, Wang Dali struck again with a powerful palm. Lin Feng wielded his blade to fend off the attack. With a resounding clang, the slaughtering knife intercepted the silver demonic hand. Lin Feng, harnessing immense power, retreated momentarily before launching himself forward with remarkable speed. The gleam of his blade flickered, and several fleeing members of the Green Serpent Gang met their untimely demise. Subsequently, Lin Feng moved rapidly once more, leaving a dozen henchmen sprawled lifelessly on the ground. The tally stood at 12 subordinates, granting him 36 points, 3 leaders, bestowing 40 points, and 1 hall master, contributing 25 points. After deducting the previous 99 points, his total enhancement points have now risen to 160. Lin Feng hesitated not for a moment, expending 94 points to elevate his swordsmanship to 100. Even if he were to achieve the pinnacle of his cultivation, his attacks would still be incapable of breaching the defenses of the perfected silver demon hand. Thus, he chose to invest his points in the art of the blade. In an instant, a multitude of insights regarding sword techniques surged into his mind. A figure wielding a butcher's knife, having traversed countless epochs, relentlessly executed one stroke after another. Though the motion was repetitive, each strike conveyed a distinctly different sensation. Ultimately, that figure delivered the final blow, emanating an enigmatic aura that mirrored onto Lin Feng. A formidable blade intent, far more potent than before, manifested from Lin Feng, enveloping the courtyard where Wang Dali and Captain Wu remained, evoking the ambience of a slaughterhouse. Blood-soaked corpses littered the ground, a macabre sea of crimson. The oppressive malevolence soared to the heavens. Wang Dali's spirit was shaken. However, through gritted teeth, he unleashed a flicker of golden light from the silver demon hand, evidently pushing it to its utmost potential. In the next moment, he sensed Lin Feng's blade moving, yet it eluded his sight. It seemed to vanish, yet simultaneously appeared to be everywhere, 100-fold more terrifying than before. Nevertheless, he held unwavering confidence in his silver demon hand. In their sect, none had ever honed the silver demon hand to such a realm. When the golden light emerged, it signified entry into the realm of intention. After a flash of blade light, blood splattered forth. Wang Dali struck Lin Feng with both hands, but instead of overpowering him, his hands shattered upon contact. No, it cannot be. How could this happen? Where are my hands? How could you possibly breach my silver demon hand? As Wang Dali gazed upon his arm, now reduced to mere bone and fragmented into pieces, he began to wail in despair. Chapter 69. Slaying without regret. Wang Dali looked at the bloodless bones of his hands, a piercing pain coursing through him. With the silver demon hand shattered, it seemed as though all his strength had been drained. His body could no longer sustain itself, and he collapsed to the ground. Blood gushed forth from his severed arm. Even with his exceptional medical skills, now devoid of hands, he was utterly incapable of healing himself. Moreover, the injury that had previously been quelled in his chest erupted simultaneously. Blood spurted from the wound on his chest, and in an instant, Wang Dali's complexion turned as pale as snow, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Meanwhile, Captain Wu, witnessing this scene, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his lips trembling uncontrollably and his face paling considerably. As for those behind him, they had long since been paralyzed by the overwhelming blade and tint, collapsing to the earth, some having already soiled themselves in fear. Such a sword technique was indeed overwhelmingly terrifying. Once unleashed, in the absence of direct confrontation, one feels as though they lie upon the butcher's block, entirely at the mercy of others. Before the battle has even commenced, trepidation takes hold, diminishing courage by a third. Rat-a-tat-tat. As Lin Feng observed Wang Dali sprawled on the ground, he approached him slowly. Please, don't kill me. I can offer you all my treasures and techniques. Just spare my life. At that moment, Wang Dali pleaded for mercy. Where are the things you mentioned? Lin Feng demanded. If you don't speak, I shall end your life this very instant. As the protector of the Green Serpent Society, Wang Dali undoubtedly possessed considerable wealth, piquing Lin Feng's interest. I'll tell you. Please, just don't, Wang Dali began, but the cold steel of the knife at his throat pierced his skin, releasing a wave of dread. I'll tell you. It's hidden in the beams of my room, he cried out. Spare me, spare me. If the county lord finds out, you will face dire consequences, Wang Dali implored. However, the only response he received was the flash of Lin Feng's blade. Wang Dali's head fell, rolling away. Lin Feng then helped Lin Yu to his feet and turned to enter the room. He leaped onto the beams and discovered a hidden groove containing a stack of silver notes and a manual titled 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate. The sight of the silver notes delighted him, but the manual thrilled him even more. Wang Dali's earlier medical skills had astonished him. Mastering the 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate would significantly elevate his own abilities, making future financial gains much easier. After stowing everything securely, he assisted Lin Yu out once more. As he looked at the trembling soldiers in the camp, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Sir Lin, may we depart now? The county lord requires our report. This evening's events are entirely the fault of the Green Serpent Society and have nothing to do with you. Sir Lin, Commander Wu, sensing Lin Feng's gaze, shuddered and hurried to clarify. He feared that a moment's hesitation would lead to his own demise at Lin Feng's hands. Indeed, this has nothing to do with Sir Lin. It was all a suicide by members of the Green Serpent Society. Other soldiers quickly chimed in. What a farce. If Wang Dali had heard such absurdity, he would have surely risen from his grave. How could one claim to commit suicide when both hands were severed and one's own head was removed? Let us see you attempt that. Lin Feng remained silent, deep in contemplation, weighing whether to eliminate these individuals and reap further rewards. The previous encounter had been exhilarating, netting him over 100 enhancement points, with Wang Dali contributing an additional 48 points. The thought reignited his bloodlust, prompting Commander Wu and others to retreat, seeking to distance themselves from Lin Feng. Ultimately, Lin Feng refrained from taking action. He carried Lin Yu away, leaving behind a scene of scattered corpses and blood. Those individuals were, after all, under the authority of the county magistrate. One would have to be utterly reckless to dare to take the life of those officials. Such brazen audacity would elicit the ire of even the Demon Extermination Division, unable to shield oneself from the consequences. He was acutely aware that the commotion would surely have reached others. Having killed these men, he would undoubtedly find himself imprisoned by dawn. How favorable was the relationship between Zhao Hu, the captain of the Demon Extermination Division, and the county magistrate? Would he turn against him for the magistrate's sake? He could not afford to take that risk. Once Lin Feng had departed, Commander Wu and his men finally dared to catch their breath. Commander, has that harbinger of death left? You should have. What shall we do now? The members of the Green Serpent Society are all dead. What can we do? To speak candidly, that lad is far too formidable for us to contend with. Regardless, our mission to thwart the Big Knife Gang has been accomplished. The appearance of the Demon Extermination Division in the midst of it was beyond my control. The higher-ups will undoubtedly address it. Wang Dali, you lament the loss of your junior disciple, but why provoke such a formidable force? Let us return and report. Yes, Commander. Following Commander Wu's order, several soldiers assisted each other as they exited the encampment. On the way, Lin Feng encountered Zhao Chengze, who had come at the behest of Chen Fei and others in search of assistance. To his surprise, by the time Zhao Chengze arrived, Lin Feng had already resolved the situation. I never anticipated you would grow to such heights. Your aptitude is truly astonishing, surpassing even me and Qingqing. Zhao Chengze exclaimed in awe. Lin Feng did not conceal the fact that he had slain Wang Dali. In any case, the entirety of Kaiyang County would surely be aware of it by tomorrow. It was merely a stroke of good fortune. A deeper understanding of the essence of the blade. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Although you have temporarily resolved the trouble, I wonder if the Qingxi Society will relent. Despite the fact that the Qingxi Society has lost two of its guardians, along with significant losses among its leaders, the Dideo Gang, whom we support, remains unable to confront them. Stability is what the county lord wishes to see. Moreover, for reasons unknown, the county lord seems to have developed a preference for the Qingxi Society in recent years, further ensuring that its demise will not be permitted. The actions of the soldiers from the military camp tonight clearly indicate the county lord's stance. The reserve camp of the Demon Subjugation Division tends to overlook the county lord's actions as long as they are not excessively egregious. Zhao Qingzhou expressed his concerns. Alas, I have no choice. It is impossible for me to stand by and watch you perish. Lin Feng let out a sigh. Regardless of the circumstances, what has been done is done. He would face whatever consequences lay ahead. First, he needed to overcome the immediate challenge before him. With that thought, Lin Feng retrieved several tens of thousands of silver notes from his person and handed them to Zhao Qingzhou. Brother Zhao, I kindly ask for your assistance in smoothing things over with Lord Baihu. Otherwise, the county magistrate will seek me out, and I truly cannot withstand that. Rest assured, I shall take care of this matter for you. After all, the Zhao family still holds some influence in this county, Zhao Qingzhou replied as he accepted the silver notes. At present, the leader of the Qingxi Society, Zhou Bin, is preoccupied with the leader of the Dideo Gang, so he poses no immediate threat to you. You should take this opportunity to recuperate. Indeed, I understand. Thank you very much, Brother Zhao. Lin Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two parted ways. Lin Feng awakened the panel and once again began to allocate points. Chapter 70. Healing, taken away. Just a moment ago, there were several tens of thousands of silver notes. Now, only 5,000 remain. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. The affluent and powerful seem to accumulate wealth with astonishing ease. A single phrase could deplete the life savings of some noble families entirely. If that is the case, I shall strengthen myself to the point of becoming invincible. I will ensure that you can no longer manipulate my fate. Though I am currently injured, I must first learn the art of the 13 ghostly needles. This technique encompasses not only acupuncture but also profound pharmacological knowledge. Furthermore, it includes a mastery of concealed weaponry. This is precisely why Wang Dali's skills in hidden weapons are so formidable. Lin Feng arrived at his old residence. Having meticulously reviewed the 13 ghostly needles multiple times before successfully recording them. Subsequently, he engaged in a flurry of enhancements. Name: Lin Feng Technique. Vidra Subduing Demonic Arts Cultivation Level. External Refinement. Muscle Transformation. 201400. Divine Abilities. 1. Consumption 2. Deliverance Skills. Tiger Roar Fist. 620. Butcher's Knife Unification. 100100. 13 Ghostly Needles. 100100. Chi Concealment Technique. 27100. Disguise Technique. 2100. Enhancement Points. 14 after completing the enhancements for the 13 ghostly needles. He had assimilated all the medical knowledge contained within and mastered the use of hidden weapons, attaining a state of consummate perfection. He then proceeded to tend to the injuries of both Lin Yu and himself, preventing any further deterioration. Once he procured a set of silver needles for acupuncture and some medicinal herbs, recovery would be imminent. Under Lin Feng's care, Lin Yu regained consciousness. Following this, Lin Feng took him once again to the entrance of the Great Blade Gang. Zhao Sheng, upon seeing Lin Feng had indeed brought Lin Yu back, was filled with immense joy and promptly fetched a set of silver needles for him. Lin Feng subsequently entered a room. On the bed lay Wu Laosan, whose complexion was ashen and whose chest rose and fell only faintly. His face was drenched in sweat, contorted in agony, clearly enduring immense suffering. Fortunately, Wu Shu was remarkably resilient, having narrowly evaded the meridians. Otherwise, he would have succumbed on the spot. Moreover, I am grateful for my knowledge of the 13 ghostly needles, for without it, he would indeed have perished. Lin Feng inspected carefully, pulling apart Wu Laosan's clothing. A circle of crimson had already formed on his chest. Gently, he helped him up, his palms sweeping back to deliver a measured strike. With a crisp sound, Wu Laosan's body jolted, and then a slender, needle-like object was expelled from his chest. The needle shot into the wooden bed's railing, embedding itself several inches deep. At that moment, Wu Laosan coughed up a mouthful of stagnant blood. Lin Feng then laid him flat and retrieved a silver needle, methodically inserting it into various points on Wu Laosan's body, numbering no less than 13. Under Lin Feng's unique massage technique, the needles quivered incessantly, stimulating numerous acupoints. After a while, Wu Laosan's complexion gradually returned from its previous pallor, regaining a hint of color. His features unfurled, no longer contorted, and he appeared tranquil. Even his breathing grew steadier. The patch of red on his chest dissipated. After some time, he opened his eyes. Xiaofeng, why do I see you in the underworld? The Qing Snake Society has harmed you. Wu Laosan exclaimed upon recognizing Lin Feng, immediately expressing his concern. Indeed, Uncle Wu, they have harmed you and me as well. Lin Feng's lips curved into a smile as he spoke. At that moment, he felt a warmth in his heart, despite his own dire situations. This fellow was concerned about him upon awakening. Ah, these brutes. Even if I were to become a ghost, I would not spare them. Wu Laosan exclaimed in anger, struggling to rise from the bed. At that moment, the movement aggravated his injuries, causing him to wince in pain, only then realizing something was amiss. Be careful, Uncle Wu. Are you all right? A senior in black just arrived and saved you. Lin Feng gently assisted him to lie down, then removed the silver needles from his body. He advised him to rest well while he went to compose a prescription and prepare the medicine. At that moment, Ghost Hand and Zhao Dashing entered the room. Ghost Hand studied the situation for a considerable time, intending to employ a desperate measure on Wu Laosan. However, upon witnessing Wu Laosan's vigorous demeanor, he was utterly astonished. After decades of medical practice, it was the first time he had encountered such a case. Lin Feng briefly explained that a mysterious elder in black had assisted him in saving a life. Gu Shou stepped forward to examine the situation, discovering that indeed, the life had been restored, and a silver needle remained inserted at the head of the bed. This clearly demonstrated a mastery of magical techniques and an extensive understanding of human anatomy and pharmacology. Had he been the one to intervene, even the slightest miscalculation in handling that flying needle could have led to Wu Laosan's untimely demise. I must inquire, Master Lin, does this esteemed elder possess a name? To encounter such a divine being, to seek counsel from him, would be a fulfillment of my lifetime. Gu Shou's eyes gleamed with longing and reverence as he directed his question towards Lin Feng. However, the elder appears without a trace and departs just as mysteriously. I cannot predict when he might next appear. Moreover, he is not particularly fond of meeting strangers. Lin Feng waved his hand in a gesture of helplessness. Zhao Xing also displayed a look of astonishment and envy. Although he lacked knowledge in pharmacology, the mere fact that this revered divine doctor of the Dideo gang held such deep respect for someone spoke volumes of their significance. Subsequently, Lin Feng carried Lin Yu and returned to the city. As midnight approached, the moonlight shone brightly, casting the silhouettes of the two brothers intertwined as they navigated the rugged terrain of the shanty town with each step Lin Feng took. Elder brother, I have still become a burden to you. Lin Yu weakly leaned against Lin Feng's back, feeling a pang of guilt. Although the injuries were external, he had still lost a considerable amount of blood. With Lin Feng's care, he would need a period of rest to fully recuperate. Between brothers, such matters need not be spoken of. Had it not been for your joining the Blade Gang, our family might have fallen prey to the Green Serpent Society just a month after your uncle's untimely demise. Lin Feng spoke nonchalantly, fully aware that Lin Yu was undoubtedly grappling with feelings of guilt at that moment. Yet, who could be blamed for this predicament? As the saying goes, one must attribute it to the state of the world. Had I not acted impulsively to shield Zhao Laoda from that arrow, my gold and silk soft armor would not have been revealed, nor would all these subsequent troubles have arisen. If you had not intervened, you would cease to be Lin Yu. Furthermore, your actions were also a means of repaying the kindness Zhao Sheng has shown to our family. Now, enough of this sentimental talk. Focus on your recovery. Dedicate yourself to your training, striving to attain the pinnacle of skin refinement in martial arts. When that time comes, we shall enter the Demon Exorcism Division. And I am confident our future will be bright. All right, brother. Please fetch me a garment. Otherwise, aunt and little sister will worry upon seeing me. Certainly, do not fret. I shall prepare some medicine for you, and you will recover swiftly. Lin Yu was perplexed by how his elder brother had suddenly acquired medical knowledge. Yet he refrained from inquiring, believing that as long as his brother was well, that was sufficient. Soon after, Lin Feng returned home as dawn broke. Just as he set Lin Yu down, Lu Xiaoqi burst into Lin Feng's home with several senior students, apprehending him on charges of abandoning his post, leaving Lin Mu, Lin Yu, and Lin Man's hearts in turmoil. Chapter 71. Imprisonment. The county office seeks justice. Respected county lord. Last night, Lin Feng from the Demon Exorcism Department intruded upon our Green Serpent Society's stronghold. He slaughtered our protector, Wang Dali, 3 hall masters, and over 20 of our underlings. We beseech you to take action for the sake of our society. Zhou Bin, the leader of the Green Serpent Society, arrived early at the county office to voice his grievances to County Lord Guiyang. Following the fierce battle with the Big Knife Gang and Lin Feng's massacre, he had nearly become a mere figurehead. The pent-up resentment was unbearable, especially considering Wang Dali, who had served him loyally for many years, had been mercilessly slain by a new recruit from the Demon Exorcism Department. The humiliation was utterly suffocating. Guiyang, with his back turned to Zhou Bin, gazed at a painting on the wall, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest of his chair. He had already been informed of the previous night's events by the chief clerk, Lu Xian. In your opinion, how should we deal with Lin Feng? After a prolonged silence, his voice drifted back. Respected County Lord, while Lin Feng is indeed a student of the Demon Exorcism Department, he is not a formal member and lacks any actual enforcement authority. In my humble view, it would be prudent to negotiate discreetly with Zhao Baihu to take care of him. I believe Zhao Baihu would be inclined to grant this favor. Otherwise, Lin Feng's actions against our Green Serpent Society essentially challenge your authority. At this point, Zhou Bin dared not continue. Acutely aware that speaking carelessly in the presence of such a formidable figure could lead to his own demise. Are you implying that this is a slight against me? You are indeed correct. The prestige of the Demon Exorcism Department has diminished significantly compared to the past. Logically, they should not overstep their bounds in this territory. Go ahead. I shall handle this matter myself. Your insight is commendable. I shall take my leave, Zhou Bin replied, satisfied as he exited through the back door. Before long, County Lord Guiyang summoned County Vice Ouyang Yi and Chief Constable Wu Hua. They received their orders and, accompanied by a team of constables, set off towards a village on the outskirts, purportedly besieged by monsters, to restore order. Subsequently, he called for Chief Clerk Lu Xian and made a visit to the Demon Exorcism Department. In the prison of the reserve camp of the Demon Exorcism Department, Lin Feng found himself as the sole inmate. Within the confines of the dim and damp cell, Lin Feng found himself amidst a pile of straw, with but a sliver of sunlight penetrating the gloom. "O Lin Feng," he mused, "once, General Bai extended his favor to you, allowing you to serve under his banner. Yet you declined, and thus, the present predicament ensued. What say you? If you sincerely apologize to General Bai, reform your ways, and pledge your allegiance to him, perhaps in his boundless mercy, he might intercede with Lord Baihu on your behalf, potentially lightening your sentence. Transform great troubles into minor inconveniences, and minor inconveniences into nothingness. Otherwise, the charge of dereliction of duty you face is indeed grave." Lu Shaoqi, standing behind the sturdy bars of the cell, spoke with a smile. Yet his tone dripped with veiled menace. As a loyal dog of Baisheng, certain words and actions were beyond Baisheng's purview, making Lu the most fitting emissary for such matters. Lin Feng understood that Baisheng must have learned of his displayed prowess from the previous day, increasing his desire to have Lin Feng join his ranks in pursuit of certain benefits. However, as a mere standard-bearer, it would be unseemly for him to voice such ambitions directly. Thus, he could only rely on Lu Shaoqi to convey the message. From this, it was evident that the silver he had discreetly provided to Zhao Chengze last night had indeed borne fruit. Although currently incarcerated in the rear camp's prison, he still retained his weapons, which served to protect him from being seized by the county office. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. His life was certainly not in jeopardy here. It was indeed true that money could move mountains, and simultaneously, his revealed abilities had garnered Zhaohu's heightened attention. Additionally, the inherent antagonism between the county office and the Demon Suppression Division, coupled with various other factors, played a significant role in this situation. He expressed gratitude to Lu Shaoqi for his concern, but clarified that he had previously pledged allegiance to General Ding, who had yet to return, making him hesitant to align himself with another. Such was the unfortunate predicament he found himself in. Lin Feng once again countered with this excuse. "Humph, Captain Ding? That fellow Ding Yun has long since vanished. It is perplexing why Lord Bai is so indulgent towards him. However, it has been quite some time since he left. And with the multitude of supernatural creatures outside, he may have already met his demise. Will he never return? And will you remain forever reluctant to align yourself under Captain Bai?" Lu Shaoqi snorted disdainfully, dismissing Lin Feng's words. Recently, rumors have circulated within the camp that Captain Ding has not returned for so long, possibly indicating his untimely end. Are you still unable to recognize the situation and continue to reject Captain Bai? "I firmly believe that Captain Ding will return," Lin Feng remarked. "Well, believe it. You may as well hold on to that belief. If one is to be imprisoned, one must possess the resolve to endure such confinement. I must inform you, henceforth, Your daily sustenance will consist solely of a single steamed bun. With that, Lu Shaoqi flicked his sleeve and strode out. For martial artists, the higher their rank, the greater their daily consumption of food. Surviving on just one bun a day would merely sustain a warrior-esque life. It is undoubtedly a form of torment. And all of this is orchestrated by Bai Sheng, intending to dominate Lin Feng and manipulate him at will. Is it truly the case that Commander Ding will never return? Lin Feng sighed deeply, recalling the letter left behind by Ding Yun. A profound worry etched itself upon his countenance, culminating in a long exhale. Captain Huang, he began. Last night, Lin Feng infiltrated the Qingxi Society, resulting in the deaths of 25 individuals, including the protector Wang Dali. I have been commanded to escort the criminal Lin Feng to the county court for trial, Lu Xian announced as he approached the Demon Exorcism Division, addressing Captain Huang Qiong. Lu, the scribe, Lin Feng was supposed to be on night duty last night, yet he abandoned his post midway, leaving the reserve camp of the Demon Exorcism Division. Just consider the consequences if thieves or malevolent spirits had infiltrated the reserve camp. That would be far graver than the lives lost at the Qingxi Society. Lin Feng is currently imprisoned, awaiting his fate. I cannot release him, lest I invoke the ire of Lord Baihu. I cannot bear such repercussions. Huang Qiong chuckled lightly. Captain Huang, Lin Feng has taken many lives. Your division's actions could be construed as complicity. It would be prudent to surrender Lin Feng. Otherwise, we may face public outcry. Though Lu Xian seethed with anger, he managed to maintain a facade of cordiality towards Huang Qiong. Thank you for your reminder, Scribe Lu. I shall report this matter to Lord Baihu. Once Lord Baihu has rendered his judgment on Lin Feng, the matter will naturally be handed over to the county magistrate. Huang Qiong continued to evade the issue artfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian could only relent, recognizing that he dared not confront Huang Qiong within the Demon Exorcism Division. Nor did he possess the audacity to bypass Huang Qiong and demand Lin Feng from Zhao Hu, the Baihu. Thus, he withdrew in resignation. In the city of Qinha, part of Kaiyang County, a young man in his 20s questioned a disheveled man, whose unkempt beard was soaked in liquor. Brother, why go through such hardship? Is it truly worth it for a woman? This scruffy figure was none other than Ding Yun, who had been missing for over a month. Unexpectedly appearing in the city of Qinha. Brother, had I not happened to pass by, would you still be alive? Li Qingyun reproached Ding Yun, concern etched across his features. Years have passed since you shattered our father's heart over Yun Feifei. Must you remain so infatuated? Gulping down another swig of alcohol, Ding Yun remained silent. In the presence of his younger disciple, Li Qingyun, he shed his usual demeanor, reverting to his original self. Though still disheveled, his aura had transformed entirely. Sigh, brother. Why not remain in this city? I could transfer you here. I will be staying in Qinha for some time and can look after you. Li Qingyun sighed once more, realizing that his attempts to counsel Ding Yun were in vain. Thus, a suggestion was made. Junior brother, I find myself in this state now, and it seems to be the same wherever I go. I owe you my gratitude this time. Otherwise, I would have perished at the hands of those treacherous fiends. If I could turn back a decade, I could crush them with a single hand. Ding Yun smiled. But, I wonder, how is Master faring? At this moment, Ding Yun's gaze flickered as he glanced at Li Qingyun, asking somewhat sheepishly. Father is doing well, though he has surpassed 70 years at his level. He is still in the prime of life. Even though he toils diligently in court each day, he returns home to the company of family and devoted disciples, living joyfully. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Ding Yun's face. The news of his master's well-being filled his heart with immense joy. However, you made a grave mistake for the sake of the saintess of Guiyun Pavilion, Yun Feifei, which harmed your foundation. After your demotion, Father has always been concerned about you. You are his most cherished and favored disciple. Although he instructed many senior brothers not to speak of you, there were times, shortly after your departure, when he would instinctively utter your name, only to fall into a prolonged silence thereafter. All these years have passed, yet it seems he cannot overcome that hurdle. His cultivation has not progressed even a fraction. In an instant, Ding Yun's smile froze, his eyes grew misty, and he turned away from Li Qingyun. Wu, master, I am unfilial. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ding Yun burst into tears. He had been taken in by his master since childhood and trained in martial arts. Originally a once-in-a-million genius. Yet, he had foolishly fallen in love with the saintess of the foremost sect in Deqian, Guiyun Pavilion, leading to his downfall. This not only stunted his progress, but even caused a decline in his cultivation. Now, hearing how his situation affected his master so profoundly, even the normally carefree and unruly man felt an immense pain in his heart. Li Qingyan merely sighed at the sight, choosing not to offer comfort. Knowing his senior brother needed to vent. After a considerable time, Ding Yun finally composed himself. All these years, the influence of the Demon Suppression Division has gradually waned. I should have anticipated my master's plight. Alas, there is nothing I can do about it now. Junior brother, I have been away long enough. My mission is complete. It is time for me to return. This time, I have discovered a young man named Lin Feng. He possesses commendable talent, and if he can grow, he might just be able to serve master in my stead. At the mention of Lin Feng, Ding Yun's eyes sparkled once more. Really? Is this person truly that gifted? It seems he has earned such high praise from you, senior brother. Li Qingyan queried, intrigued. Haha, indeed. At just 16, he has already begun to grasp the essence of the blade. Would you not consider that formidable? Ding Yun proclaimed with great satisfaction. That indeed qualifies him as a genius. However, in comparison to those of provincial caliber, he is rather unremarkable. One might say his talents are merely average. Li Qingyan remarked, this young man is advancing at an astonishing pace in his cultivation, and his comprehension of the techniques is equally swift. I bestowed upon him the qi-gathering technique, and within mere days, he had grasped its fundamentals. I have an instinctive feeling that he will surpass me by far. Once you encounter him, you shall understand. Ding Yun replied. Since you hold such confidence, I trust your judgment. Were it not for my recent arrival in the capital and the multitude of affairs demanding my attention, I would certainly accompany you. Junior brother, you may attend to your matters. I shall take my leave for now. In no more than a year and a half, he will ascend to the blood exchange realm and will need to spend some time in the capital. At that juncture, you shall naturally have the opportunity to meet him, provided, of course, that you, the esteemed officer dispatched from above, will lend me some support. At this point, Ding Yun displayed a knowing expression. Huh? That can certainly be arranged. Li Qingyan responded, producing a token which he presented to Ding Yun. You are aware that this token grants access to withdraw a certain quantity of resources from the treasury. I shall also arrange for you to obtain a position as a 100-man commander upon your return to the capital, which will enable you to assist me. Ding Yun accepted the token from Li Qingyan, and after exchanging farewells, he turned and departed from the Qinhe prefecture, heading towards Kaiyang County. As the afternoon wore on, Lin Feng's stomach growled ominously. He recalled the meals served at the cafeteria, and his mouth watered profusely, making it impossible to suppress a swallow. It had been nearly a day since he had consumed anything, and the gnawing hunger within him was unbearable, far more intense than he had ever experienced prior to his martial training. While he had previously managed to endure the pangs of hunger, this was akin to torture. This Bai Cheng is truly detestable. Just wait. The day will come when I can repay you for this suffering. Lin Feng practiced his martial arts techniques, striving to expand his focus. However, the pursuit of such skills inevitably drained his internal energy, leaving him even more famished. Ultimately, he found himself compelled to enter a meditative state. With that, Lin Feng settled into a cross-legged position, seeking to attain tranquility through deep meditation. Yet, after the passage of a tea's worth of time, he found himself still unsuccessful. Lin Feng gently caressed the specially crafted leather on his slaughtering knife, made from cowhide, contemplating whether to consume it to stave off his hunger. However, as he grasped the knife, an inexplicable force compelled him to draw it from its sheath. A surge of desire to wield the blade erupted within him, gradually overshadowing his hunger. Subsequently, Lin Feng seemed to enter a peculiar state, the knife in his hand becoming remarkably light, each stroke executed with an enigmatic finesse. The angles at which he struck were both intricate and unconventional. At times, the blade would veer to the left, then to the right, until his right hand flicked, sending the knife soaring like a frisbee, spinning at an astonishing speed before it circled back to his grasp. A vague silhouette materialized in his mind, wielding a slaughtering knife, incessantly practicing and experimenting, striving to attain a new realm of mastery. Hurry, if Lu Xiaoqi discovers us, we shall both face dire consequences. At that moment, a voice broke through, awakening Lin Feng from his profound state, and he silently lamented the missed opportunity, feeling as though he was on the verge of grasping the next level of blade mastery. Chapter 73. Delivering food. Ouyang Ye's discovery. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and to his astonishment, Yulin and Mu Yu entered, carrying a food container. Yulin, Mu Yu, what brings you here? Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. It is young Master Zhao who has inquired about the punishment imposed on you by General Bai. Unable to intervene directly, he has facilitated this connection, allowing us to bring you some sustenance. Once one becomes a martial artist, enduring hunger is the most unbearable plight, Mu Yu remarked. Yulin nodded in agreement from the side, It just so happens that my elder brother is on guard duty. You must eat quickly, and we shall take the food box back." Lin Feng was deeply moved upon hearing these words. These individuals were indeed friends worth having. They were willing to risk their safety to assist him in his time of need. "Please, eat quickly. If Lu Xiaoqi arrives, it would be quite a situation." Miyu thoughtfully opened the food box, retrieving a substantial chicken leg and offering it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was acutely aware of the time constraints and, without uttering a word, seized the chicken leg and took a hearty bite. After a few hasty chews, he swallowed it down, overwhelmed by a sense of satisfaction. Yet, before he could finish the substantial chicken leg, a sharp crack echoed through the air as a whip lashed out. The detestable Lu Xiaoqi had somehow positioned himself outside the fence, glaring fiercely at Lin Feng and his companions. The whip struck precisely at the chicken leg in Lin Feng's grasp. With a series of cracks, 3 more lashes followed. One shattered the food container, scattering dishes across the ground, while the other 2 struck Yulin and Muyu, leaving red welts on their skin. They both cried out in anguish, swiftly retreating to the side, their eyes filled with terror. Who could have imagined that they would be spotted so soon after their arrival? "Stop!" Lin Feng let out a thunderous shout. "Humph!" Lu Xiaoqi emitted a cold snort, and with a whip that struck like a venomous serpent, it slithered through the gaps in the fence, aiming for Lin Feng's neck. In the next instant, Lin Feng found himself ensnared. With a powerful tug, Lu Xiaoqi yanked Lin Feng forward, and with a resounding crash, he collided against the steel fence. Lin Feng, already dizzy from malevolence, was further weakened by his injuries. The collision nearly exacerbated his condition, causing his mind to spin, and he almost fainted. "Young man, when one errs, one must bear the consequences. Accept your punishment willingly. Should I encounter you again, my wrath will be far more severe." Lu Xiaoqi, acting under Bai Sheng's directive, had set up a private punishment for Lin Feng. He had no intention of escalating the situation, thus refraining from further aggression. After a considerable time, Lin Feng finally regained his composure. "Lu Xiaoqi, do you not fear retribution from Chief Ding for your deceitful actions and the torment you have inflicted upon us?" Lin Feng spoke coldly. "Heh, deception from above and below? Even if the Lord Bai Hu were to learn of this, do you truly believe you hold any significance? Would he risk his standing to deal with General Bai? As for General Ding, whether he lives or dies remains uncertain. Even if he returns, do you think he can maintain his inebriated demeanor? He is merely a well-connected idler. Does he dare confront General Bai? Out of respect for his position, we tolerate him as a general, maintaining a semblance of respect. However, should it come to blows, I, as a practitioner of the washing marrow realm, could easily leave him searching for his teeth on the ground. Lu Xiaoqi has epitomized the role of a sycophant. He does whatever Bai Sheng commands. Were it not for this, with his innate talent, he would not have distinguished himself among the 5 small flags under Bai Sheng's command. He has become Bai Sheng's confidant, acquiring abundant resources, ultimately elevating his martial prowess to the latter stages of the washing marrow realm. With a few more strides, advancing to the inner strength realm is not beyond the realm of possibility. Even becoming a general could be within reach. Now be gone. Should there be a next time? I shall not hesitate to break both your legs." As he spoke, Lu Xiaoqi raised his whip menacingly, preparing to strike Yulin and Muyu. The 2 could only hurriedly retreat. They exchanged quiet words, knowing they could offer no assistance at this moment. Originally, there was a bun, but now, even a drop of water would be beyond your grasp. With a cold snort, Lu Xiaoqi turned and exited the cell. Shortly thereafter, a disciple of Lu Xiaoqi arrived, swiftly cleaning up the food scattered across the floor. Lin Feng took a deep breath, enduring the hunger that gnawed at his insides. His current predicament seemed fortuitously conducive to comprehending the next realm of his blade's intent. He grasped his butcher's knife, aiming to re-enter the state he had just experienced. "My lord, how long has it been since the last monster riot attacked the county town? Why are we facing another large-scale monster incursion in the villages?" Chief Constable Wu Hua inquired of County Magistrate Ouyang Yi. "I am uncertain," Ouyang Yi replied, furrowing his brow. "Typically, when monsters appear, they tend to exercise restraint, trickling in slowly rather than wreaking havoc. This time, however, it is indeed peculiar." Ouyang Yi's thoughts were consumed by the unusual behavior of County Lord Gui Yang. During the previous incident, when those monsters were dealt with, he had sensed an unsettling aura within the county office. Furthermore, a constable responsible for handling the monster corpses reported that one of them had been clawed to death by a creature that had not fully perished. The manner of death was undeniably strange. The wounds, while seemingly inflicted by a monster, bore an overly pale complexion, with dark circles around the eyes. It resembled a soul that had been drained, as if the life essence had been siphoned away. It appeared not to be the work of a monster, but rather the result of some malevolent entity. This revelation set Ouyang Yi on high alert. It was inconceivable that such a thing could occur within the confines of the county office, yet someone had seemingly fallen victim to a malevolent force. The thought was utterly bewildering. Although he could not ascertain the truth, after much contemplation, he chose to document his suspicions regarding the enigmatic occurrences in a letter, dispatching it with the night owl. He hoped fervently that he was mistaken. The mere thought of the consequences sent shivers down his spine. Ouyang Yi mused that despite being a formidable expert in the second realm, facing such an entity would undoubtedly leave him with no chance of survival. Chief Wu, what should we do if the Kaiping County encounters malevolent forces? Ouyang Yi posed the question to Wu Hua. My lord, please do not jest with me in such a manner. Wu Hua chuckled in response. If such a force truly emerged, I would have no choice but to hide behind County Lord Gui Yang, clinging to his robust legs for dear life. But what if County Lord Gui himself is the malevolent force? Ouyang Yi found himself amused by Wu Hua's jest. Then I would willingly offer my soul, allowing County Lord Gui to command me at will, Wu Hua declared, patting his chest to express his loyalty. After a long day's journey, the group finally arrived at a village as night fell. The village lay shrouded in an eerie silence. In the eyes of the onlookers, several small monsters scattered in fright. They hastily pursued the creatures. Ouyang Yi found himself chasing one of them to the far side of the village. Suddenly, he froze, his gaze fixed upon a voluptuous woman, her tattered garments barely concealing her form. Yet, her appearance ignited a primal fervor within him. The voluptuous woman giggled and made enticing gestures towards Ouyang Yi, who, in a daze, approached her without any awareness of the imminent danger. Chapter 74, Possession. Ouyang Yi, still in a state of stupor, continued his advance towards the alluring woman before him, oblivious to the peril he was walking into. Her laughter echoed, and he thought of the pleasures that awaited someone at the second level of physical cultivation. At that moment, the voluptuous woman parted her luscious lips, her voice wafting through the air like a seductive melody, causing Ouyang Yi to quicken his pace. As the distance between them diminished, when they were but a mere step apart, the woman raised her hand, poised to place it upon Ouyang Yi's crown. In that instant, clarity flickered across Ouyang Yi's features. The next moment, a surge of energy coursed through him. He drew the long knife from his waist, unleashing the vast might of his blood vitality at the second level of cultivation. A forceful aura compelled the woman to retreat several steps, panic etched upon her face. Who dares to enchant me? You fiend. Prepare to perish. With that declaration, Ouyang Yi thrust the knife deep into the woman's abdomen. He then withdrew the blade, intent on dismembering her. Yet, as he pulled the knife back, the look of alarm on her face vanished, replaced once more by her beguiling demeanor. Why is there no blood? She chuckled. Such eagerness, my lord, but it seems you have struck in the wrong place. Perhaps you should move a little lower. As she spoke, her countenance transformed into a sinister visage, and she pressed a claw upon Ouyang Yi's crown. Deceit. You are a trickster. Ouyang Yi struggled vehemently, channeling his inner vitality to resist, swinging his knife repeatedly at the enchanting woman before him. However, lacking the mastery of refined energy and without any protective treasures, his efforts were ultimately futile against such a supernatural being. His blade passed through her form without inflicting any harm. Gradually, Ouyang Yi's struggles weakened, his complexion grew pale, and dark circles formed under his eyes, a manifestation of excessive depletion and being drained of life force. Since my injury, I have rarely absorbed the souls of those at the second level of cultivation. At last, I taste it once more. The woman laughed. Such a robust physique. What a pity it would be not to indulge in you fully. She caressed his chest with a delicate hand, her face displaying an insatiable longing. Her gaze then shifted to a cracked jade pendant on his chest. With this talisman to protect you, no wonder you regained your senses. Yet, it remains ultimately futile. As her words fell, the voluptuous woman's form dissipated into nothingness. Ouyang Yi's eyes reopened, and his body became agile once more. However, upon closer inspection, his pallor persisted, and the shadows under his eyes remained pronounced. County Magistrate. Suddenly, I felt a chill emanating from this direction. Are you all right? At that moment, Wu Hua, having dispatched a few minor demons, gathered his companions and approached. The eerie presence he sensed earlier sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to rush over, fearing for the county magistrate's safety. No worries, just a minor demon with some peculiar sorcery. I injured it, and it has since fled. Ouyang Yi replied. It is indeed rare for a minor demon to possess sorcery. Wu Hua exclaimed, astonished. Yes, the demon threat has been neutralized. Please assess the population casualties in the village, and then let's return with the demon's remains Ouyang Yi instructed Wu Hua. Yes, my lord. With that, the group dispersed. Shortly thereafter, they returned to Kaiyang County with the demon's carcass. In the early morning, within the residence of County Magistrate Gui Yang, Ouyang Yi reported, My lord, the task has been accomplished. Indeed, had it not been for the fear of exposure in the city, we could have taken a more direct route. From now on, maintain discretion. Should there be another blunder, we risk detection by the Demon Extermination Division. While Kaiyang County remains relatively secure, if news reaches the Qinhe Prefecture, our efforts will be in vain. Jiahu is already on high alert. We must be cautious for a while. Better to proceed slowly than to err. Guiyang admonished Ouyang Yi. My lord, do not be angry. I understand. Last time, I accidentally swallowed a minor constable. I did not anticipate that Ouyang Yi's keen eyes would relay the news to Zhao Hu. Otherwise, we would not have needed to act so swiftly to take his life. Ouyang Yi replied, his tone sweet yet unassuming, despite his masculine appearance, which provoked no sense of incongruity. Humph. Spare me your tricks. In the next moment, the magistrate revealed a small seal in his hand. My lord, please calm down. Ouyang Yi exclaimed, alarmed, retreating hastily before the magistrate could activate the seal. Once Ouyang Yi had departed, Guiyang let out a sigh of relief. This enchanting figure, having absorbed Ouyang Yi's essence, had grown stronger. Deceit is, after all, deceit. The insatiable ambition persists, always seeking to seduce and test me. Truly, one cannot afford to let their guard down for a moment. The following morning, in the courtyard of the Lin family, Zhao Chengze arrived to offer solace to Lin Feng's family, explaining that it was the esteemed 100 household who had confined the individuals to the prison in order to safeguard him. This revelation alleviated their concerns. In truth, Zhao Chengze had initially intended to send a messenger. However, he could not resist Dong Xian's persistent desire to accompany him. She also brought an assortment of snacks and pastries for Lin Feng's family. Sister, the treats you made smell delightful. Upon witnessing Lin Feng being taken away, young Lin Man was oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet, she instinctively sensed that her elder brother might be in peril. Breakfast and lunch had eluded her appetite. However, after receiving news from Zhao Chengze, she could no longer restrain herself and picked up a spring pancake. With a single bite, the fragrant amalgamation of vegetables and meat burst forth, complemented by the satisfying crunch of the crisp outer layer that provided a delightful sensation of carbohydrates. Lin Man could not help but exclaim. This was the most delectable thing she had ever tasted. Yet Lin, you must try this too. Dong Xian, noticing Lin Man's delight, smilingly picked up a spring pancake and offered it to Lin's mother. Yet, she felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether Lin's mother would enjoy it. Mother Lin had not eaten for an entire day, and upon tasting a bite, she could not help but exclaim in admiration. In the presence of Dong Xian, she discerned the young lady's sentiments, suspecting that she might have developed an affection for her son. Immediately, she lavished praise upon the food, declaring, Miss Dong, this is the most delectable spring pancake I have ever tasted. Whosoever marries you shall surely bring glory to their ancestors. Is that truly so? You honor me with your compliments, replied Miss Dong, her cheeks flushed with modesty. If you and Xiaoman enjoy it, I shall prepare it for you more often. Dong Xian shyly lowered her head, fidgeting with the fragrant handkerchief in her grasp. Yet, she could not help but wonder whether Lin Feng was receiving adequate sustenance in his confinement. Goodness, what a sight this is, Zhao Chengze remarked, furrowing his brow slightly, internally lamenting. Despite possessing such remarkable culinary skills, he still feared disappointing her in front of her mother. After Lin Yu consumed the medicinal concoction left by Lin Feng, his health improved significantly, and he now rested quietly in the bedroom. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Chengze took his sister by the hand and departed. Observing her demeanor reminiscent of a young lady from a wealthy family, yet lacking the accompanying grace, it was as if she were desperately seeking approval. He let out a long sigh. However, Zhao Chengze understood that this was not to be blamed on Dong Xian, ever since their uncle and aunt had passed away. Her life in the Dong household had been fraught with difficulties. Otherwise, she would not have returned to the Zhao family. This experience had stripped her of any semblance of haughtiness befitting a young lady of privilege. From yesterday morning until now, Lin Feng had been attempting for an extended period. At this moment, he had entirely forgotten the external world, wholly immersed in his own realm of contemplation. He had finally re-entered that enigmatic state once again. Chapter 75, Healing. The blade twirls freely. In Lin Feng's mind, the shadow that lingered remained shrouded in ambiguity. Although he sensed its practice of sword techniques, it appeared to him like a fleeting mirage, rippling away with the slightest touch, forever eluding his grasp. Nevertheless, Lin Feng persisted in this state, continually deducing and experimenting. My lord, Bai Cheng still harbored resentment over Lin Feng's previous refusal, having gone a day without sustenance. The two disciples under Ding Yun were even thwarted in their attempt to deliver him food. Zhou Xiu reported to Zhao Hu, "Indeed, young man. Enduring a few setbacks is inconsequential. Suffering fosters resilience, enabling one to ascend to greater heights in the future." Zhao Hu responded to Zhou Xiu's report with a mere nod, offering no further directives. Observing this, Zhou Xiu refrained from elaborating. Though they were all captains, each held connections behind the scenes, despite Zhao Hu's position as a 100-man commander. As long as his subordinates did not engage in any blatant misconduct, he typically turned a blind eye. Who could predict if one day one of his subordinates might rise to become his superior? Thus, he was indifferent to Bai Cheng's imposition of a minor punishment on Lin Feng. Unless Lin Feng were to offer a bribe in exchange for assistance, that would be an entirely different matter. Youth. Enduring hunger for a few days will not lead to demise. My lord, it has been several days since Ding Yun's departure. Should we not report this upward? Zhou Xiu prompted once more. Indeed, Zhao Hu acknowledged. While the identity of Ding Yun's superior remained unknown, it had been promised that he would return within half a month. The absence of any sign of him was concerning. Let us wait 3 more days. If he does not return, you shall draft a letter to report to the capital, allowing those above to grapple with the issue themselves. Understood, my lord. Zhou Xiu replied before exiting Zhao Hu's chamber. What progress has been made in the investigation? If it truly concerns the supernatural, Ouyang, you must discreetly alert Guiyang. Otherwise, if a malevolent presence has infiltrated the city of Kaiyang, it would spell disaster. Aside from Guiyang, no one else would stand a chance. Zhao Hu pondered in silence. As midnight approached, Zhao Hu received another correspondence from the Night Owl. The letter indicated that the jade pendant had been tested without revealing any anomalies, prompting Zhao Hu to exhale in relief. It appeared to have been a misunderstanding. Within the confines of the prison, the figure within Lin Feng's mind gradually became clearer. That silhouette wielded a cleaver. And Lin Feng distinctly sensed that as the figure's thought stirred, the cleaver seemed to resonate with the figure's very essence, manifesting in various locations with an uncanny affinity. Lin Feng's body radiated a distinct aura of sword intent, markedly different from the previously elusive presence. As the figure in his mind continuously executed the techniques of the blade, Lin Feng's body moved involuntarily, wielding the blade with an elegance that was both mysterious and captivating. Each strike was executed with a finesse that was nothing short of extraordinary. As he deftly performed his techniques, the butcher's knife danced rapidly in the air, swirling around him as a gust of wind lifted the surrounding straw, suspended in midair. The straw was then cleaved into multiple segments by the almost ethereal blade energy that emanated from his strikes. The faint sound of slicing echoed, while even the sturdy blue bricks of the prison cell and the steel bars bore faint traces of his lethal precision. It was evident that Lin Feng had begun to grasp the next level of blade intent. In an instant, he opened his eyes, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. His aura diminished, and his physique appeared somewhat emaciated. This technique, executed in his current weakened state, proved to be excessively strenuous. His physical strength was insufficient, rendering the execution of such a move an arduous challenge. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, yet a hint of helplessness lingered. The blade spun effortlessly. He had further comprehended the essence of the sword. In such circumstances, even when faced with the bizarre, he should be able to respond adequately. However, it was akin to a child wielding a machine gun. He still needed to elevate his cultivation to wield it with finesse. Otherwise, the burden on his body would be too great. Once he reached the inner strength realm, he should be able to command it with ease. A profound sense of weakness and hunger washed over him, and a rumble emanated from his stomach. He glanced out of the small window of the prison. The moon was now sinking in the west. It was already the next day. Having consumed not a drop of water, he felt utterly miserable. Subsequently, he attempted to allocate his 14 enhancement points to his cultivation bar. Remarkably, it proved to be effective. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Lin Feng's eyes. With the enhancement of 14 attribute points, an inexplicable surge of energy blossomed within him. It felt as though his injuries had healed somewhat, and the gnawing hunger had subsided significantly. At the very least, he was now entirely capable of enduring. Could it be that allocating points also possessed the ability to mend wounds and alleviate negative conditions? Lin Feng suddenly discovered a remarkable insight. The previous evening, during his promotion at the Green Serpent Guild, he had sensed that the enhancement from reaching the advanced stage of the muscle transformation technique had alleviated his severe injuries. Initially, he attributed this improvement to his elevation in rank. However, he now comprehends that it was, in fact, the healing properties of his attributes at play. These enhancement points were akin to the essence stored within his panel. Previously, he had overlooked this aspect, primarily due to the absence of any grievous injuries. Name: Lin Feng Technique, Vidra Subduing Demons Art Cultivation, External Refinement Realm, Muscle Transformation, 215400, Ability 1, Consumption Ability 2, Overcoming Adversity Skill, Tiger Roar Fist, 620. Butcher's Knife Technique, Blade at Will, 1400, 13 Ghost Needles, 100100, Concealment Technique, 27100, Disguise Technique, 2100, Enhancement Points, 0 at this moment. The swordsmanship section on the panel had transformed into Blade at Will. Lin Feng gazed at the panel, as a significant number of negative statuses had been alleviated. A profound sense of fatigue surged within him. His eyelids could no longer withstand the weight, and he succumbed to slumber. Within the confines of the cell, the sound of snoring echoed. He was indeed exhausted. He slept soundly until the afternoon of the following day. Lin Feng felt that his physical condition was quite satisfactory. "My lord, Lin Feng has gone 3 days without food. Shall I bring him a steamed bun? Otherwise, he might truly be starved." "And it would not reflect well on Lord Baihu," Lu Shaoqi remarked to Bai Sheng. "Isn't he supposed to be tough? Let us see how he holds up this time." Bai Sheng replied with a cold smirk. "Indeed, my lord. For us warriors, hunger is a most distressing predicament. Moreover, when Lin Feng was brought back, he was already injured, which makes his craving for food even more intense. I fear that if I were to take him a bun now, he would kneel like a dog." Begging for a morsel, Lu Shaoqi continued, bowing before Bai Sheng with a fawning expression. "Haha, quite right. I shall also pay a visit to the prison shortly. It promises to be quite amusing. Should he remain obstinate, we will simply place the food within his sight and scent, yet deny him the taste. Let him suffer from his own desires." With that, Bai Sheng instructed Lu Shaoqi to take the food and proceed to the prison, saying to send word when Lin Feng had softened. On the official road, a magnificent steed, infused with the blood of a demon, galloped swiftly. Upon it rode a man with a bushy beard, racing toward the distant city of Kaiyang. It has been over half a month. I wonder what expression that lad will wear upon my return. Doesn't he think I've perished, does he? Has he erected a tombstone for me? Chapter 76. A fruitless endeavor. The sound of footsteps echoed, interrupting Lin Feng's meditation. Soon after, Lu Shaoqi's figure appeared outside the cell. Upon the arrival of the visitor, Lin Feng, despite holding a food box in his hand, could instinctively sense that the newcomer bore ill intentions. "TSK, TSK, TSK, Lin Feng. It seems you have been faring quite well these past few days. You appear to be in good spirits," Lu Shaoqi remarked with a mocking tone. "Thanks to Lu Shaoqi, I've been managing adequately." Lin Feng remained seated on the ground, his eyes closed, choosing not to look at him. He merely responded with a faint tone, "Hee. How are you? Today, Tongxi is benevolent enough to allow me to share this food with you." As Lu Shaoqi spoke, he opened the food box and took out a large goose leg, taking a bite and savoring it. Lin Feng detected a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Although he felt a pang of hunger, he managed to restrain himself. Unlike the previous days of torment, he remained in a meditative state, eyes closed, offering no response to Lu Shaoqi. "It's been 3 days. I never anticipated your resolve would be so steadfast." Lu Shaoqi observed Lin Feng's demeanor without irritation. Convinced that Lin Feng's stomach must be growling with hunger, he then crouched down, arranging the contents of the food box and a jug of wine, indulging himself in a feast. To further entice Lin Feng, he deliberately smacked his lips, attempting to provoke a response and coax him into submission. Yet, as Lu Shaoqi savored the last remnants of his meal, Lin Feng remained seated on the ground, exuding an air of saintly composure, showing no sign of wavering. This infuriated Lu Shaoqi, his anger surging uncontrollably. After all, he had starved Lin Feng for 3 days. Surely, the man should have succumbed by now. To his astonishment, Lin Feng remained unyielding. With a resounding crash, Lu Shaoqi smashed his wine cup to the ground, shattering it into pieces. "Lin Feng, what pretense is this? I have shown you leniency. You ought to appreciate it. If you continue to be obstinate, you shall face a painful reckoning." Lu Shaoqi found himself in a precarious position. Unable to further starve Lin Feng, fearing the potential consequences if the latter's condition deteriorated. Yet, to relent would render him a mere laughingstock. He simply could not comprehend how Lin Feng could endure 3 days without nourishment. Even if a martial artist possesses greater vitality, he had sustained injuries, surely. He must require at least a sip of water. Lin Feng opened his eyes and beheld Lu Shaoqi, whose face was contorted with exasperation. prompting a disdainful expression to emerge upon his own. He understood well that his adversary would not dare to truly let him starve. At worst, he would endure some hardship. This was largely due to the fact that he had showcased his innate talent, capturing the attention of Zhao Hu, a captain of 100. Had he been an individual of mediocre ability, he would have likely been crushed by Bai Cheng long ago. Observing Lin Feng's demeanor only fueled Lu Shaoqi's fury further. He promptly unlatched the cell door and strode inside. Drawing the whip from his waist, he pointed it at Lin Feng and exclaimed, "Lin Feng, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Should you dare utter another refusal, I am eager to see which is more resilient, your bones or my whip." The barking dog seldom bites. It is the silent one that poses the true threat. Lin Feng closed his eyes, disregarding Lu Shaoqi's threats. Seeking death, with a resounding crack. Lu Shaoqi swung the whip in his hand, producing a sharp sound. Subsequently, he lashed out at Lin Feng. At that moment, a glimmer of cold light erupted, illuminating the dim confines of the prison. Lin Feng stood up abruptly, wielding a butcher's knife, and swung it fiercely at the whip. The knife effortlessly severed the whip into 2 parts. "Insolence! Do you still dare to confront me? Defying authority, even if I were to break every bone in your body. Lord Baihu would find no fault in my actions." As he spoke, Lu Shaoqi struck out with a powerful palm towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng displayed unwavering resolve. His intense aura of blade intent erupting forth, causing Lu Shaoqi to involuntarily shudder, disrupting the rhythm of his attack. In the next moment, the cleaver in Lin Feng's hand descended with lethal intent, summoning a gust of wind that sent straw swirling into the air. The blade aimed directly at Lu Shaoqi's head, leaving him feeling as vulnerable as meat on a chopping block, ready for slaughter. His eyes radiated profound terror. How could this be? My life is at an end. Lu Shaoqi let out a piercing scream, his legs weakening, nearly collapsing under the pressure. At that moment, Lin Feng's knife halted mere inches from Lu Shaoqi's forehead, the blade severing a lock of hair. As he gazed at the fallen strand, a wave of shock washed over him. Drip, drip. To his astonishment, blood began to flow from his forehead. Though the blade had not touched him, it had nonetheless breached the defenses of one at the washing marrow stage. You have comprehended the blade intent. Such terrifying blade intent. Lu Shaoqi was taken aback, trembling as he implored, Don't strike. At such a young age. Do not make a grave mistake. If you kill me, you shall not live either. We share no deep-seated enmity. Indeed, if I were to kill you, my survival would be but a distant hope." Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng's murderous intent diminished significantly. Yes, please do not kill me. Might I request that you lower the blade? At this moment, Lu Shaoqi heaved a slight sigh of relief, cautiously pleading. While death may be avoided, punishment is inescapable. In the next instant, Lin Feng deftly flipped his hand, striking the hilt of the knife against Lu Shaoqi's forearms twice. With 2 sharp cracks, the bones in Lu Shaoqi's arms shattered. Immediately, a wailing sound akin to a slaughtered pig erupted from him. Following this, Lin Feng delivered a kick to his groin. With a resounding thud, even though Lu Shaoqi had trained in martial arts, he could not escape the devastating blow. In an instant, his eyes bulged, and another anguished scream escaped his lips. He curled up, resembling a shriveled shrimp. "Be gone. Should there be a next time, it shall not be so simple," Lin Feng exclaimed. After a prolonged moment, Lu Shaoqi finally regained his composure and staggered towards the exit. However, as soon as he stepped out of the prison, he encountered an elderly guard from the cell, accompanied by Bai Sheng. It was apparent that the events that had transpired within the confines of the prison had reached the guard's ears, prompting him to summon Bai Sheng. "Commander Bai, you must stand up for me. That scoundrel Lin Feng dared to defy authority and break both of my arms." Sob, sob, sob. Upon seeing Commander Bai, Lu Shaoqi resembled a dog that had found its master, finally discovering a source of support to bolster his own arrogance. With that, he began to weep. Slap, slap. However, Bai Sheng responded with 2 resounding slaps, sending Lu Shaoqi spinning through 2 complete rotations. What a useless creature, a dignified Shaoqi, reduced to being bested by a mere new recruit. Has your martial prowess been squandered on a dog? At that moment, Lu Shaoqi's ears rang painfully. His face bore the marks of 2 slaps, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and several teeth had been dislodged. It was a pitiful sight. Afterward, Bai Sheng paid him no further heed. "How dare this dog strike my people? If I do not flay you alive this time, I shall not bear the surname Bai." In truth, Bai Sheng was filled with regret, lamenting why he had not brought Lin Feng under his wing from the start. Zhao Chengsa had urged him to do so. After all, now, Lin Feng had grown at an astonishing pace. Not long after his arrival, he had advanced to the muscle reformation realm and just defeated Lu Feng. Such talent, such combat prowess, would be considered exceptional even in the larger districts. Subsequently, Bai Sheng approached the prison cell and, without a word, unleashed a palm strike at Lin Feng. Lin Feng barely had time to lift his blade in defense when an overwhelming force struck him, sending his body crashing against the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood and then brandished his sword before him, glaring fiercely at Bai Sheng. Did he dare to retaliate? Bai Sheng let out a cold snort, preparing to attack once more. At that moment, a thunderous roar, brimming with intense fury, echoed from outside the prison. Who the hell locked Lin Feng up? Chapter 77. Beating and Confession. Who the hell locked Lin Feng up? Upon hearing that furious shout, Bai Sheng's brow furrowed. He knew that Ding Yun had returned. But what of it? Today, he intended to teach Lin Feng a lesson, regardless of the circumstances. Lin Feng could no longer serve under him. If it weren't for the constraints of the Demon Extermination Division, he would have wished to eliminate him entirely. He sought to incapacitate him. At that moment, a thought flickered through Bai Sheng's mind. He did not want Lin Feng to grow stronger. However, just as he was about to strike, a figure appeared before him like a ghost, a filthy large hand slapping towards him. The palm loomed larger in his vision. Yet he found himself unable to react. With a crisp sound, Bai Sheng was sent tumbling through the air, crashing into the wall behind him, shattering it in the process. Ding Yun, how dare you lay a hand on me? Are you seeking death? In the next instant, Bai Sheng rose to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With a fierce resolve, he raised his palm to attack Ding Yun. Damn it. I've let you off easy in the past. Now you dare to touch someone under my protection? As those words fell, Ding Yun's left hand transformed into a claw, effortlessly grasping Bai Sheng's right hand. In the following moment, his right hand swung left and right, mercilessly assaulting Bai Sheng's face. The sound of slaps echoed continuously. Bai Sheng struggled with his limbs to break free from Ding Yun's grip, yet every attempt seemed anticipated, easily countered by Ding Yun. Are you getting cocky? Today, I'll reward you with a few hefty slaps. Ding Yun shouted insults as he continued to strike, resembling a furious shrew. After delivering over a dozen blows, Bai Sheng was beginning to lose his senses. He had never imagined Ding Yun could be so formidable as a practitioner at the second level of inner strength. He found himself utterly powerless against him. Who exactly was this person? Wasn't he supposed to be connected to influential figures? What kind of powerful connections could yield such strength, yet find themselves in a small place like Kaiyang County? With a thunderous bang, Ding Yun executed a powerful kick, sending Bai Sheng flying across the room, shattering the prison door in the process. Lin Feng gazed at the scene before him, his eyes wide with astonishment. He could not comprehend Ding Yun's techniques, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of formidable power emanating from them. The seemingly invincible Bai Sheng was rendered utterly helpless before Ding Yun, unable to retaliate in any manner. What level of cultivation did Ding Yun possess? The tremendous commotion drew the attention of many from the demon-slaying division's reserve camp, including the chief banner, Huang Qiong, and Wu Peng. What has happened to Commander Bai? They wondered, astonished by his disheveled state. Although Wu Peng was oblivious to the particulars of the situation, witnessing his nemesis in such a pitiable condition naturally prompted him to indulge in mockery. At that moment, Bai Sheng stood up, drawing his blade with a swift motion. Ding Yun, today I shall carve you to pieces. Bai Sheng, humiliated by his disgraceful appearance before the crowd, felt a surge of anger. Ding Yun, far from fleeing, had the audacity to draw his own weapon and step forth from the prison. Do refrain from engaging in a brawl, Commander Bai. It would be unfortunate if Commander Ding were harmed. At this juncture, Wu Ping superficially attempted to mediate, yet his face bore an unmistakable expression of derision. Bai Sheng, consumed by rage, charged towards Ding Yun with his blade raised. The perfect gale blade technique was unleashed, his form shifting so swiftly that it appeared as though three figures were simultaneously attacking Ding Yun. The wild blades danced, stirring up clouds of dust on the training grounds. The gritty particles struck those present, causing them discomfort. This spectacle captivated both the new and seasoned disciples, as well as the junior banners, who marveled at the prowess of a master of the inner strength realm. Speed, power, and technique, all were terrifyingly formidable. Concern began to ripple among them for Ding Yun. Given Bai Sheng's evident fury, could Ding Yun, who typically exuded an air of indifference and carefree nonchalance, withstand the onslaught? Lin Feng also emerged, witnessing an astonishing scene. Before him stood Ding Yun, unwavering in the face of three Bai Shengs, his form completely still. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. In the next instant, his right fist swung forth, striking the Bai Sheng directly in the abdomen. A muffled groan escaped from Bai Sheng's lips, his body seemingly struck by lightning. Frozen like a statue. The other two shadows gradually faded away. As Ding Yun withdrew his hand, Bai Sheng doubled over, expelling the contents of his stomach. His eyes reddened, and he raised the weapon in his hand, poised to strike Ding Yun. However, Ding Yun swiftly delivered a kick aimed at his groin. With a resounding thud, Bai Sheng's weapon clattered to the ground as he doubled over, clutching his groin and leaping up in agony. His mouth gaped wide open, yet no sound emerged. For the pain was unbearable. Oh, was that even an acceptable target? Lin Feng gazed at Bai Sheng's figure. He had felt no discomfort when delivering kicks to others. Yet witnessing someone else being struck now made him acutely aware of a throbbing pain below. Wu Ping and Huang Qiang also furrowed their brows, sensing a chill in their groins. The other male trainees instinctively covered their groin areas, while the females turned their faces away. Eventually, Bai Sheng collapsed, unconscious, with a foul stench permeating the air as he soiled himself. One must maintain dignity. Even when one cannot prevail, they still dare to engage. Hurry and remove him, Ding Yun commanded, pinching his nose. It was then that two senior trainees under Bai Sheng's command hoisted him away. Disperse. At that moment, Zhou Xiu approached, bellowing loudly as he scrutinized Ding Yun. At Zhou Xiu's authoritative shout, the remaining trainees and flags scattered, leaving only a few main flags and Lin Feng behind. Old Ding, you must confine Lin Feng. It is to protect him on the orders of Lord Baihu, Zhou Xiu said to Ding Yun. Oh, then I extend my gratitude to Lord Zhao Baihu. May Lin Feng be permitted to leave now? Ding Yun inquired, though his tone conveyed an undeniable authority. It was clear that the official from the county had already given his consent. Lin Feng is finally able to leave the prison, Zhou Xiu remarked with a smile. That would indeed be the best outcome. Come with me, young man. Ding Yun called out to Lin Feng behind him. Yes, General Ding. Lin Feng agreed, exclaiming the pleasure of having a strong ally to rely on. Wait. Suddenly, Zhou Xiu raised his hand to halt the conversation. Ding Yun and Lin Feng paused, exchanging glances. Lin Feng's matter was resolved, yet old Ding, your treatment of Bai Zongqi warrants some explanation, does it not? What? Are you, Zhou Zongqi, intending to speak up for him? Not quite. Bai Sheng lacks the competence and deserves his fate. However, I share a slight personal connection with him. I must lend him a hand to restore a semblance of dignity. Additionally, I seek to learn a few techniques from you, old Ding. In the next moment, Zhou Xiu's aura transformed, his flying fish attire billowing impressively. Huang Qiang, Wu Ping, and Lin Feng all changed their expressions. Internal strength, third realm. Wu Peng couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 78, The Realm of Sword Intent, Resources the Deeper One's Cultivation. The more significant the increase in combat power with each minor realm advancement. They had just discerned that Ding Yun's displayed aura was merely at the internal strength, second realm, akin to their own. Yet, his exceptional skills and extensive combat experience made it seem as though he could see through Bai Sheng's every move. However, facing Zhou Xiu, victory appeared unlikely. Is Zhou Xiu attempting to showcase his prowess before Master Baihu? Wu Ping speculated. Huang Qiang, typically indifferent to competition, gazed at the two with curiosity, wondering who would ultimately emerge victorious. Lin Feng felt the same way. However, he was acutely aware that Ding Yun was undoubtedly concealing much more than he let on. At this moment, Zhou Xiu's aura was growing increasingly formidable, resembling a poised cheetah ready to pounce. His piercing gaze was fixed on Ding Yun. Hee. I am not one for brawls. If you wish to seek guidance, it would be wiser to inquire about my esteemed sister from Chunong Tower. I possess an intimate understanding of her prowess. Ding Yun revealed a sly grin, then raised his right hand, exploring his person until he produced a token. He waved it before him, then handed it to Lin Feng. Come now, after tidying up, let us proceed to the treasury to acquire some elixirs. As for the three esteemed leaders, I shall graciously excuse myself. With that, Ding Yun ambled leisurely toward his courtyard. Lin Feng took the token, unaware of its true nature. However, upon witnessing Zhou Xiu's reaction to the object, the once formidable aura surrounding him dissipated entirely. His expression shifted from stern to one of humility, with a deep astonishment reflected in his eyes, even revealing a hint of sycophantic amusement. Wu Ping and Huang Qiang exhibited a similar transformation. Lin Feng realized that this token must indeed be something extraordinary. Could it be that he had once again latched on to a significant ally? Lin Feng contemplated, then noticed Ding Yun walking away and hurriedly pursued him. Upon reaching Ding Yun's courtyard, he found Yu Lin and Mu Yu had already prepared the bathing water. Having gone 3 days without a bath, particularly while confined in a prison, It was easy to imagine how filthy Lin Feng had become. After merely a short while of washing, the bucket of clean water had already turned murky. Yet, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of refreshment. The sticky sensation had vanished. Once he finished bathing, he felt completely revitalized. Mu Yu then went to the mess hall to bring him some food. At last, he could indulge in a meal. Lin Feng seized the pig-esh trotter and began to gnaw on it ravenously. In just a few moments, he had devoured the entire trotter. Consuming it at such a rapid pace, he nearly choked. After downing a generous bowl of wine, he pounded his chest a few times, finally managing to swallow the food. It was the first time he experienced such exquisite flavors from the pig-esh trotter. Lin Feng sighed, then picked up a sizzling chicken leg with his left hand while his right hand deftly maneuvered chopsticks, continuously transferring the remaining dishes to his mouth. After a few bites, he chewed and swallowed, before taking a plate of fried peanuts and pouring them into his mouth. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Furthermore, your injuries have yet to heal. You shouldn't eat so hastily. At that moment, Mu Yu, observing Lin Feng's ravenous and gluttonous demeanor, couldn't help but interject with a gentle reminder. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, emitting a series of murmurs. Yet, he remained engrossed in his own consumption. In a short while, all 7 or 8 dishes had been devoured. At that moment, Ding Yun entered, carrying a jar of wine. President Ding. Lin Feng bowed to Ding Yun, expressing his gratitude. Were it not for Ding Yun, he could scarcely fathom the hardships he might have endured. Indeed, dining should be this gratifying, Ding Yun remarked with a smile, gesturing for Mu Yu to withdraw. What on earth has transpired? I have been away for merely half a month, and you, young man, have accomplished so much. After Mu Yu exited, Lin Feng recounted the entire sequence of events. However, when it came to his enhancement in strength, he merely indicated that he had consumed some bone-refining pills to achieve his advancement. Ding Yun did not press further. Well done, young lad. Your extraordinary talent and insight are truly commendable. Ding Yun took a sip of wine, feeling quite pleased with himself. Ding Zongqi, why have you returned so late? I was beginning to think you. Lin Feng inquired, what happened? It's nothing. In any case, I eventually returned. Fortunately, I encountered an old acquaintance. Otherwise, I might have perished at the hands of those malevolent beings. Ding Yun, clearly reluctant to share details with Lin Feng, brushed the matter aside. I sense that your sword intent seems to have ascended to a new level. No wonder you were able to defeat Lu Feng of the Washing Marrow realm. His expression then transformed into one of curiosity. Indeed, although I was imprisoned this time and subjected to personal punishment by Bai Cheng and Lu Feng, it ultimately led to my growth. Otherwise, I would not have comprehended this new realm of sword intent. Yet, I wonder what the next level of sword intent entails? In truth, each individual's understanding of intent varies greatly. Show me what you have achieved. Certainly, Lin Feng replied, slightly revealing his sword intent. He hesitated to unleash his full power, fearing that his physical form might not withstand it. As Ding Yun felt Lin Feng's sword intent, a slight sting coursed through his skin, and astonishment flickered in his eyes. Quite impressive. Your sword intent has now reached a tangible state. Once your body meets the conditions to unleash it, it will possess destructive power akin to that of the refining essence realm. It will also affect the malevolent beings. You're merely a hair's breadth away from surpassing me, Ding Yun remarked casually. Your comprehension of sword intent is rather unique. It exudes a sensation as if it could shatter the very heavens. You may continue down this path. The journey of sword intent is long. Should you reach the supreme realm, it is not merely a matter of wielding the sword with one's energy or manifesting domains with it. Even the act of cleaving the heavens and the earth asunder with a single stroke could become possible. At that point, no matter how formidable the malevolent beings may be, they shall be reduced to ashes. To wield the sword with one's energy, to manifest domains with the sword, to cleave the heavens and the earth. Lin Feng was profoundly shaken upon hearing about these 3 realms. Ding Zongqi, have you ever encountered such individuals? Indeed, I have, Ding Yun replied with a chuckle. While those who can manipulate objects with their qi are rare, they are not uncommon throughout the vast expanse of Daqian. However, the latter 2 realms are indeed elusive. Now, take your time and proceed step by step. Do not rush and risk falling flat. I sense something peculiar about County Lord Guiyang. During this period, focus on your cultivation with the resources at hand, striving to reach the blood exchange realm as swiftly as possible. Once you achieve that, you can spend a month in the capital for further training. The resources available there far exceed those of this desolate Cayenne County. You will also have the opportunity to attain a minor official position within the Demon Extermination Department, securing your status, even in my absence. Others will think twice before attempting to harm you. Understood, Ding Zongqi. Lin Feng replied. You may go now. This token allows you to receive 3 leopard embryo strengthening pills, 5 bone refining pills, and 10 tiger essence pills each month. Higher grade elixirs will be discussed after your advancement. Collect the supplies and return them to me. Your family must be quite worried about you. After collecting your items, do visit them. Ding Yun waved his hand, urging him to return promptly. Lin Feng felt deeply moved after listening. He bowed solemnly to Ding Yun, then turned and strode towards the treasure vault. Chapter 79, The Diamond Barbie? Ding Yun was indeed exceedingly kind to himself. Although his actions stemmed from a desire to fulfill his own regrets, it was, for Lin Feng, merely a trifling effort. If he were to reach such a level of growth, assisting Ding Yun and supporting Li Bai's would be of no consequence at all. Lin Feng pondered deeply. However, he was perplexed by the eccentricities of the county magistrate. What could be so peculiar? The conflicts among the upper echelons were far beyond the reach of a mere student like him. Only by ascending could he behold the vistas from greater heights. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the treasury and retrieved all the medicinal pills allocated to him. He then distributed the bone-refining pills, giving 2 each to Yulin and Muyu. Over the past fortnight, they had both advanced to the bone-refining realm. Meanwhile, Chun Fei had relied on the exchanged leopard gestation blood-cleansing pill to elevate himself to the blood exchange realm. He could only repay that kindness in the future. Subsequently, he returned home. Elder brother, you have returned. Lin Yu was engaging in physical activities in the yard to bolster his recovery. Over the past 3 days, he had taken Lin Feng's medicine, and he was nearly fully restored, moving with ease. It must be said that Lin Feng's masterful application of the 13 ghost needles is truly remarkable. Upon seeing Lin Feng return, Lin Yu, brimming with excitement, went to greet him alongside Lin Min. Lin Min embraced her elder brother tightly. Brother, I was so worried about you, she exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. It's all right now. I'm perfectly fine. I merely took a short vacation, he reassured her. Lin Feng gently stroked his younger sister's head, wiping away her tears. He then patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Xiao Feng, are you all right? At that moment, their mother emerged, glancing anxiously around, fearing that her son might be injured. Mother, I'm sorry for worrying you. Didn't young Master Zhao mention that it was Lord Baihu who requested I stay in the prison for a few days for my protection? Everything is fine now. I have returned, haven't I? Lin Feng elucidated that he wished to spare his family from worry. Only Lin Yu's eyes were filled with deep concern, for he understood that the situation was far from simple, having slain the protector of the Green Serpent Society and taken the lives of so many. Even if there were no immediate repercussions, the members of the Green Serpent Society might covertly seek retribution against his elder brother. At that moment, Lin Feng seemed to sense his unease. He patted his back once more and offered a reassuring glance before the family entered the hall together. Mother Lin began to bustle about. Lin Feng entrusted all 10 tiger essence pills to Lin Yu. Lin Yu was astonished upon witnessing such an abundance of tiger essence pills. With such a multitude of these pills, it was conceivable that one could elevate their cultivation to the pinnacle of skin refinement, or even reach the realm of bone forging. What was that large pot? Was it edible? At that moment, Lin Man approached, bouncing along with a walnut in hand. Her gaze fixed intently on the pills in Lin Yu's grasp. Lin Feng, Lin Yu. Ah, you little girl, why do you eat so much? How will you ever find a husband in the future? This is meant for training. Lin Yu sighed in resignation, exclaiming, Humph, I too can practice martial arts. Moreover, I have no desire to marry. I wish to remain together with my mother, elder brother, and second brother for all eternity. Lin Man waved her small fist and said angrily. Unintentionally, her other hand crushed the walnut in her left hand into fine crumbs. Lin Feng was taken aback upon seeing the walnut. This girl's grip seemed rather peculiar. Simultaneously, Lin Yu also noticed it. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, and then, one on the left and the other on the right, they each took one of Lin Man's hands and lifted her up. Eldest brother, second brother, what are you doing? I've dropped my walnut. Without further ado, the 3 of them made their way to the courtyard. Little sister, try lifting this 10-pound stone lock. I will buy you candied hawthorn later, 1 skewer. No, 2. Lin Yu pointed at a small stone lock and exclaimed, this was left by the previous owner of the house. Lin Feng, and I have no use for such a lightweight item. Hooray. Lin Man strode over, momentarily disregarding her own walnut. With a single hand, she effortlessly lifted the 10-pound stone lock as if it were a mere bun. Such strength was far beyond what one would expect from a 7-year-old child. Come, over here. There is an even larger one. Lin Feng was left speechless, and after a moment, he pointed at a 20-pound stone lock and exclaimed, "All right. But it must come with candied hawthorn." Lin Man extended 4 fingers, signifying that the candied haws should be doubled. Very well. Lin Feng experiences a slight toothache, while his little sister has transformed into quite the gourmand. Over the past fortnight, her appetite has increased day by day. Her complexion has improved significantly. No longer pale and emaciated. Children change remarkably from day to day. Compared to just a couple of weeks ago, she seems like an entirely different person. Upon witnessing her elder brother's nod, Lin Man approached the stone lock, emulating the stances her brothers had adopted during their martial arts training. She firmly planted her feet in a horse stance and grasped the stone lock with both hands. "Be cautious. That weighs 20 pounds, Lin Yu cautioned. But before he could finish his warning, the young girl exerted herself and effortlessly lifted the 20-pound stone lock. Her complexion remained unflushed, and she showed no signs of exertion whatsoever. This was decidedly unusual, indeed extraordinarily so. Lin Feng and Lin Yu both discovered it. They directed their gaze toward the heavy stone lock they had been using, weighing 100 pounds. Lin Man found the experience quite amusing. She approached a hefty stone lock, which stood half her height and weighed 100 pounds. With all her strength, she managed to lift it a few inches, but ultimately, she could not sustain the effort and let it fall. "Alas, I was unsuccessful. Otherwise, dear brother, you would owe me 8 candied hawthorns." Lin Man shook her head and let out a sigh. Subsequently, she twitched her nose, clapped her hands, and began to skip joyfully towards the hall. For Lin's mother had prepared a meal, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air. This left Lin Feng and Lin Yu exchanging bewildered glances, with Lin Feng exclaiming, "Eldest brother, what on earth is happening? My mind is a bit muddled." Lin Yu rubbed his head and said, You can bring along your younger sister when you practice martial arts. It seems that both of our talents pale in comparison to hers." Lin Feng, somewhat lost in thought, remarked. The mere contemplation of his adorable little sister transforming into a muscular figure akin to Neza sent chills down his spine. "Do you think it is possible for her to be entirely comprised of muscle?" "Brother, enough. Please, do not speak further. I feel a bit frightened. Let us eat first." Lin Yu shuddered momentarily, finding it hard to envision such a scene. After indulging in a hearty meal, Lin Feng presented his mother with several hundred taels of silver. Although Lin Mu was puzzled by the origin of such wealth, she recognized that her son had matured into an adult and refrained from further inquiries. Subsequently, he bestowed upon Lin Yu a few hundred taels as well, instructing him to focus on recuperating at home during this period. Despite Zhao Sheng being a commendable leader, Sun Sheng's previous actions had somewhat chilled Lin Yu's heart. He resolved to earnestly cultivate his martial arts and enhance his abilities. As for the future path and the possibility of joining the Demon Exterminating Division, that could be contemplated later. One should not place all their eggs in a single basket. That night, Lin Feng ingested 3 leopard embryo muscle transforming pills, sensing a peculiar swelling within his body. Fortunately, the panel activated, absorbing the energy of the elixirs. The experience of consuming 3 at once was unprecedented. Without the panel's assistance, it is likely that his meridians would have been overwhelmed. Lin Feng glanced at his enhancement points. With 3 leopard fetal strengthening pills and today's provisions, he had accumulated a total of 187 enhancement points. Just enough for promotion. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together and began to manipulate the cultivation section on the panel, clicking away fervently. Chapter 80. The initial stage of blood replacement. Schemes from all sides after a flurry of clicks. The 36 major tendons in Lin Feng's body trembled in unison. He felt as though the power within him had doubled once more. His bones, meridians, and flesh all seemed to cooperate in this transformation. The blood within him appeared to be subtly boiling, continuously generating anew, as if seeking to replace the previous blood. Name: Lin Feng Cultivation Technique. King Kong Subduing Demon Technique Cultivation Level. External Refinement Stage. Blood Replacement 1600. Divine Abilities 1. Consumption 2. Deliverance Techniques. Tiger Roar Fist 620. Butcher's Knife Technique. Blade at Will 1400. Concealment Technique 27100. Disguise Technique 2100. Enhancement Points. 1. Initial stage of blood replacement. Lin Feng felt an exhilarating transformation within his body. In less than a month, he was nearing the blood exchange realm. In this chaotic era where resources are tightly controlled by the elite, his progress from a mere commoner has been remarkably swift. "My lord, today I sought to test Ding Yun's strength as per your instructions. However, to my surprise, he produced a token typically possessed only by 1,000 households. Thus, I had no choice but to withdraw, Zhou Xiu explained helplessly to Zhao Hu, the 100 household leader. It was unexpected that this young man had the backing of 1,000 household lord. Indeed, I have always asserted that Ding Yun is of significant standing, Zhao Hu remarked, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Previously, he had only vaguely sensed that Ding Yun had powerful connections. Yet, he never anticipated that the esteemed individual would be so closely associated with him, even entrusting him with a token. Regarding Ding Yun's prowess, Zhou Xiu assessed him to be at the inner strength third realm, easily capable of defeating Bai Sheng. According to his calculations, Ding Yun should be at most in the inner strength second realm, or perhaps the third. If he were at the fourth realm, with such connections, he would have long since left Kaiyang County to serve as a 100 household leader elsewhere. At the very least, he could have stirred some trouble to test his mettle. My lord, have Bai Sheng and Lu Feng truly suffered such an undeserved defeat? If this matter is not handled appropriately, Bai Sheng's reputation within the camp will plummet. Zhou Xiu expressed concern. What else can we do? We cannot match his strength, and we lack the connections that Ding Yun possesses. He can only blame his misfortune. Zhao Hu replied nonchalantly, clearly unperturbed by such occurrences. Please remind Bai Sheng to refrain from further actions against Ding Yun, as well as Lin Feng. Should I discover any transgressions, the consequences will be his to bear. Understood, my lord. Zhou Xiu replied with a respectful bow, then pondered for a moment before inquiring. What of the county office? Will Guiyang truly not pursue Lin Feng? After all, he has killed the protector of the Green Serpent Society. I will personally discuss this with him. At the highest level of the Drunken Immortal Tower, Zhao Hu welcomed Guiyang warmly. Brother Guo, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Haha, your invitation has left me quite flattered, my lord. Guiyang responded with a bow. Oh, Brother Guo, let us not be formal. Although I am from the Demon Suppression Division, we are still colleagues. In Kaiyang County, we should support each other. We may call each other brothers. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Guiyang smiled. Here, though this fine drunken immortal brew may be of little effect for us, its taste remains delightful. Zhao Hu poured a cup for Guiyang. The two clinked their glasses. After finishing a cup, Zhao Hu finally addressed the main topic. Brother Guo, my subordinate Lin Feng has wronged you. I ask for your understanding. Brother Zhao, you worry too much. Lin Feng's actions against the underworld are hardly an offense. I am grateful to the Demon Suppression Division. As the year progresses, I hope Brother Zhao will kindly speak a few flattering words on my behalf when submitting articles. Haha. Brother Guo, your generosity is truly commendable. It is but a minor matter. Both of them, seasoned strategists, effortlessly encapsulated the situation regarding Lin Feng and the demise of the Serpent Society with just a few exchanges. Following that, they engaged in negotiations. The loss of over 20 lives stirred not a ripple between these two prominent figures of Kaiyang County. Subsequently, they raised their cups and indulged in casual conversation. Brother Guo, since you hail from a sect, one would presume that your resources are superior. What brings you to the court? Zhao Hu inquired, seemingly nonchalant. Brother Zhao, you, being from a family of officials, cannot comprehend the hardships we sect members endure. The competition within the sect is far more ruthless. Alas, my martial talents are insufficient. Forcing me to withdraw, Guiyang replied with a wry smile. Haha, I was indeed too presumptuous. After partaking in several rounds of drinks, Guiyang departed from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Zhao Hu tapped his fingers on the table, meticulously recalling every word exchanged with Guiyang, seeking to uncover any discrepancies. Truly, a cunning fox. Your Excellency, I have nearly recovered. If we are to commence, preparations for some blood offerings are necessary. Under the green candlelight, Ouyang's expression bore a hint of excitement. Hee, is it finally coming to fruition? Is the inner strength within this city sufficient? Guiyang also appeared elated. Indeed, it will suffice. Rest assured, none shall escape. They will all become a part of your Excellency. Ouyang laughed gleefully. Yes, we must exercise greater caution as we proceed, especially in dealing with Zhao Hu. He was quite probing during our meeting today. If that is the case, let us schedule this for 3 months hence. I will ensure ample blood offerings are prepared for you. Lin Feng, Zhao Chengze, Yu Qingqing, and the other 3 individuals will undoubtedly leave an impression on you. Guiyang seemed to have made a resolute decision, asserting firmly, everything shall be at the discretion of the county lord. Whatever the county lord commands, I shall comply willingly. With that, Ouyang transformed, donning a sheer, translucent veil, embodying the form of a voluptuous beauty. Under the flickering candlelight, her exquisite figure appeared tantalizingly elusive. She then exited, leaving behind a melodious laugh that stirred Guiyang. who was about to retrieve his seal, into a frenzy of frustration. He could only respond with a huff of indignation. Damn it, my brothers from the Green Serpent Society perished in vain. Zobin gulped down a mouthful of liquor, reminiscing about the days when he and two guardians rose from the depths together. Lin Feng, since the county lord refuses to take action against you, I shall be forced to intervene. At worst, I shall eliminate you and disappear into obscurity, seeking refuge in distant lands. I have certainly lingered in this Kaiong County long enough. That scoundrel Gui Yang is ruthless and heartless. Not only did he refrain from acting, but he also commanded me to cease. To hell with that. Lao Sun, keep a close watch on Lin Feng. If he attempts to leave the city, report back to me immediately. Yes, Captain. The following day, Lin Feng made his way directly to the demon-slaying division, due to the injuries sustained by Wu Lao-san. The slaughterhouse had been closed for the past few days, leaving him unable to visit. Upon arriving at the demon-slaying division, he was greeted warmly by everyone who initiated conversations with him. There was an undeniable glimmer of envy in their expressions, which puzzled Lin Feng. After all, even if General Ding had performed admirably yesterday, it hardly warranted such admiration. Furthermore, the guards at the entrance had been replaced by others, no longer under General Ding's command. Once inside the courtyard, Lin Feng understood the reason for the envious gazes from both new and old students. He found himself utterly astonished by the abundant cultivation resources laid before him. Chapter 81. Special quota. The sounds of snoring within the room continued to resound thunderously. Lin Feng gazed in disbelief at the myriad of elixirs within the courtyard, including the Dan Yao Leopard Fetus Easy Muscle Pill, Bone Forging Pill, and Tiger Essence Pill. A single chest of silver appeared to contain no less than 10,000 taels. Additionally, there lay an assortment of weaponry and several substantial bundles of herbs for medicinal baths. Lin Feng, you have arrived. At that moment, Yulin greeted him with a smile. What is the meaning of this? Lin Feng nodded with a smile. In the past, General Ding did not assert his authority and paid little heed to those resources. Now that they had bested General Bai, the higher-ups have dispatched these resources to them. At this point, Yulin lowered his voice, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed his excitement. Initially, the three of them, lacking any substantial background, were relegated under Ding Yun's command, enduring the harshest of circumstances. But now, the students ranked above the 9th tier in the reserve camp envied the three of them for having secured such a significant alliance. Particularly, General Ding regarded these resources with disdain, choosing to indulge in revelry rather than valuing them. Unlike other generals, who would retain these resources and engage in exchanges with their subordinates, the students under General Ding's command were certain to experience rapid advancement with access to these resources. So it was. Lin Feng exclaimed. In his perspective, the acquisition of these resources was not solely a testament to Ding Yun's prowess. Rather, it was significantly influenced by the presence of that token. Lord Zhao Hu, the 100 household, had recognized the formidable force behind Ding Yun. The delivery of these items was likely not only a means of compensation for past grievances, but also an attempt to curry favor and establish connections. Indeed, at that moment, Lord Zhao Hu made his entrance. My lord. Lin Feng and Yulin promptly bowed to Zhao Hu. Well, where is General Ding? Zhao Hu scrutinized Lin Feng for a moment before inquiring. Lord Baihu, may I ask what brings you here? As Lin Feng was about to respond, the sound of snoring within the room abruptly ceased, and Ding Yun opened the window, lazily greeting Zhao Hu, exuding an air of relaxation that completely dismissed the hierarchical norms typically observed between subordinates and superiors. Zhao Hu, however, was already accustomed to such behavior. Oh, Ding. I merely came to inquire if these cultivation resources are sufficient, Zhao Hu remarked with a smile directed at Ding Yun. Thank you, Zhao Baihu. These funds will sustain my indulgence in fine spirits for quite some time. Ding Yun replied with a slight bow. Haha, no need for formalities. Should you require anything, just let me know. Zhao Hu responded cheerfully. Really? Ding Yun inquired, a hint of surprise evident in his tone. Of course, between us, such politeness is unnecessary. Zhao Hu affirmed enthusiastically. The rapport with Ding Yun was indeed advantageous, and it was essential to leverage this connection to gain favor with that esteemed individual. Then I shall make my request. Ding Yun's smile broadened. I kindly ask Zhao Baihu to grant a special recommendation slot to Lin Feng, allowing him to advance to the capital and undergo the assessment to become a junior flag officer. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu's expression stiffened, and both Lin Feng and Yulin were taken aback. A special recommendation slot? After spending such an extended period in the Demon Subduing Division's reserve camp, they had never encountered such a concept. It appeared that knowledge of this matter was reserved for those who had attained a certain status. Lin Feng once again marveled at the allure of power. It is no wonder that such authority captivates so many, for without ascending to that echelon, one can never truly grasp certain knowledge, which, at times, can alter the course of one's destiny. At this moment, Lin Feng remained unaware that the conversation between these two prominent figures had spared him from calamity. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Hu regained his composure and smiled. Since you, old Ding, have spoken, I see no harm in granting this quota to Lin Feng. Although this opportunity is invaluable, to Zhao Hu, it was merely a minor position. By retaining it, he could at most acquire a modest sum from the affluent families. It is far wiser to cultivate a rapport with Ding Yun, should the need arise. Establishing a connection with the influential figure behind him could facilitate a significant ascent, making it considerably easier to attain the position of deputy chief. Furthermore, the prowess Lin Feng has displayed indicates that, at least in Zhao Hu's eyes, he qualifies as a talent worthy of recognition within the capital. Who knows? Perhaps in a decade or so, he may surpass even Zhao Hu himself. Thus, this investment is undoubtedly worthwhile. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Hu clarified the stakes involved. Thank you, esteemed Sir Baihu. Ding Yun's face brightened with a smile as he once again cupped his hands in gratitude towards Zhao Hu. Thank you, esteemed Sir Baihu. Lin Feng also bowed to Zhao Hu. Very well, in that case, I shall compose a letter and report accordingly. 3 days hence, you shall set forth to Qina Prefecture with the token in hand. Zhao Hu waved his hand dismissively. Certainly, my lord. It was merely a matter of fostering relations with Ding Yun, as Zhao Hu was well aware of his general aversion to restraint. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, he took his leave. At that moment, Ding Yun summoned Lin Feng into the room. Thank you, Chief Ding. Lin Feng clasped his hands in gratitude towards Ding Yun. Oh, spare me this formality. The last time we ventured out, I nearly did not return. I initially thought your progress would not be so swift. Yet, it seems you have pleasantly surprised me. This allows me the opportunity to offer you further assistance. Ding Yun appeared to reminisce about their previous outing, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Although I am now uncertain of your precise martial prowess, you must have at least reached the mid-stage of the muscle transformation realm, correct? Ah, it seems the keen eyes of General Ding cannot be deceived. Indeed, I have attained the mid-stage of muscle transformation. Lin Feng inhaled sharply. Though he did not wish to deceive Ding Yun, in these tumultuous times, it is prudent to always maintain a fallback, as it instills a sense of confidence and security. Enough with the flattery. Despite his words, a smile involuntarily crept across Ding Yun's face. When you arrive in the capital, if anyone inquires about the swift enhancement of your abilities, attribute it to me. This way, others will not suspect the rapidity of your advancement. Rest assured. During your absence of 2 months, I shall keep a watchful eye over your family. Upon hearing Ding Yun's words, warmth surged within Lin Feng's heart, leaving him momentarily speechless. Ding Yun, like a caring elder, offered guidance for his impending journey. Thank you, Chief Ding. A multitude of sentiments could only be encapsulated in those 2 simple words. Now, regarding the resources outside, take whatever you need. The remainder can be distributed among the other students. Just leave me the leftover silver. I still have need of it at Chunhong Tower. In the evening, Lin Feng returned home and shared the news with his family, who were, of course, overjoyed. They could hardly believe that so soon after entering the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Feng had the opportunity to become a minor officer. Lin's mother was extraordinarily elated, shedding tears as she offered incense to inform Lin Feng's father of this joyous news. Lin Feng's heart was a tapestry of emotions. After sharing a meal with his family in celebration, he set aside a batch of Tiger Essence pills and bone-forging pills for Lin Yu. Subsequently, he imparted some martial techniques to both Lin Yu and Lin Man. Even Lin's mother joined in the training. Though her aptitude was lacking, it would at least serve to strengthen her body. Chapter 82, Gifts and Interceptions. Lin Feng gazed at Lin Man, once again rendered speechless. This little one seemed as if touched by a celestial being. After merely a day's practice, she had already mastered the Tiger Roar fist to a remarkable degree. Moreover, her strength was considerable as she threw her punches. One could even faintly hear the sound of wind whistling. If a frail adult were to receive a blow from her, they would likely find it unbearable. Beside them, Lin Yu and their mother were equally astonished. Particularly their mother, who spent day and night with Lin Man, could hardly comprehend how, in just over half a month, her strength had surged so dramatically. This won't do. Such innate talent in my little sister should not be squandered. When I depart for 2 months, if there is no one arranged to instruct her, having only a you to rely on may prove insufficient. Lin Feng pondered to himself, wondering whether Chief Ding would be inclined to offer some guidance to his younger sister. Tomorrow, upon arriving at the Demon Extermination Division's reserve camp, he would inquire further. The following day, Lin Feng arrived at the Exorcism Division, and soon a young attendant presented him with a token, claiming it to be a token of trust from Zhao Hu. After a considerable period in the courtyard, Lin Feng finally spotted Ding Yun approaching, unsteadily walking while sipping from a jug of wine. Had Lin Feng not been privy to the man's true nature, he would have undoubtedly perceived him as merely a slacker, living off connections. Subsequently, Lin Feng shared the matter concerning his younger sister with Ding Yun. The latter's previously dazed expression immediately sharpened with clarity. "I never anticipated I could be mistaken. Rest assured, I shall take it upon myself to guide her." Ding Yun then scrutinized Lin Feng with a perplexed gaze, causing Lin Feng to feel increasingly uneasy, a tension creeping into his demeanor. "Has your Lin family discovered a fortuitous sight? How is it that all three children possess such remarkable talents?" Lin Feng thought to himself, "In truth, my talent is rather lacking. It is merely that I possess an advantage." With only 3 days remaining before his departure to the capital, he relished the opportunity to remain at home and spend time with his family, free from the duties at the Demon Suppression Office. As noon approached, he extended an invitation to Zhao Qingze and Dong Xian to dine at the Drunken Immortal Tower. "Brother Zhao, I sincerely appreciate your assistance with the Zhao 100 house last time." Lin Feng raised his wine glass and expressed his gratitude towards Zhao Qingze. "Oh, it's nothing of great importance, merely a few words." Zhao Qingze chuckled in response. His information network was quite impressive. He was already aware of Lin Feng's acquisition of a special quota. Yet, he felt no envy, given his own talents and resources. Reaching the blood exchange stage was merely a matter of time. "Brother Zhao, you jest. Miss Dong, I am grateful for your care towards my family." Lin Feng raised his glass once more. Dong Xian looked at him, her face blushing with a shy smile, rendered momentarily speechless before gulping down her drink, nearly choking in the process. "How amusing," Zhao Qingze teased his sister. "You've been raving about him in absence. Now that you're face to face, however." Before he could finish, a tiny hand pinched his thigh, causing him to yelp in pain. Dong Xian shot Zhao Qingze a glare that could kill. She then released her grip and said softly, "Brother, remember to eat properly. Otherwise, you might choke." Zhao Qingze quietly lifted his glass and took a sip. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. He then retrieved 2 bottles, presenting one to Zhao Qingze and the other to Dong Xian. The bottle given to Zhao Qingze contained a leopard fetus muscle transformation pill, while the one for Dong Xian held 2 bone refinement pills. Despite being in the Zhao family, Dong Xian's aptitude was lacking, as she was only at the initial stage of bone refinement. Upon receiving these gifts, both individuals were visibly elated. Even Zhao Qingze, to acquire a leopard fetus muscle transformation pill, had scant avenues available to him. Some treasures are simply unattainable, even with wealth. After indulging in a sumptuous meal and drink, the trio departed from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. "Brother, do you think Lin Feng has begun to harbor feelings for me? Otherwise, why would he bestow such precious gifts upon me?" Dong Xian remarked to Zhao Qingze. "Then, if he has gifted me something, does that mean he likes me as well?" Zhao Qingze was rendered speechless. Observing Dong Xian's infatuated demeanor, he sighed. He had long realized that a person like Lin Feng might find it challenging to entertain romantic notions. What will become of his foolish sister in the future? However, judging by Lin Feng's current trajectory, if he could persuade Dong Xian to wed him, it would undoubtedly prove advantageous for both her and the Zhao family. Noticing that the day was still young, Lin Feng purchased some gifts along the way and brought them to Old Wu San. After several days of recuperation, Old Wu San had shown considerable improvement. Nevertheless, given that his injury had affected his heart vein, he still required a period of quiet rest. Lin Feng was set to depart, and naturally, the slaughterhouse could not function without a butcher. He needed to inform Wu Laosan to seek a replacement. After attending to these matters, Lin Feng returned to his residence. Among the elixirs sent by Zhao Hu, there were only 5 leopard. He consumed 3, distributing the remaining 2 to the other 2 senior students. After taking the 2 elixirs, he ingested them, and a surge of energy erupted from within him, swiftly absorbed by the panel. Upon examining the panel, he discovered that the 2 leopard had granted him 60 enhancement points, coupled with an additional 2 from his meals over the past 2 days. His total enhancement points had now accumulated to 64. To his surprise, they still held value. Unlike others who, after advancing to the blood exchange realm, found the leopard nearly ineffective. The panel indicated that one could still provide him with a remarkable 30 points of enhancement, which was indeed impressive. Lin Feng sighed, lamenting how increasingly challenging it had become to enhance his consumption of resources. However, he had heard from General Ding that the provisions in the capital city had significantly improved. There were even consumables derived from the breeding of ordinary livestock and monsters, possessing a trace of monster bloodline, which, upon ingestion, could potentially yield considerable enhancement points. With 3 medicinal baths available each month, a total of 6 over 2 months, alongside the benefits that came with his promotion to a junior flag officer, he anticipated a substantial increase in his capabilities. Contemplating this, Lin Feng felt a surge of eagerness. Yet, the thought of venturing to the capital alone prompted him to recognize the necessity of further preparations. Although the main roads had been cleared multiple times by formidable experts, caution was still warranted. Encountering treacherous beasts could lead to dire consequences. He resolved to enhance his concealment technique to better facilitate his stealth. He invested 49 enhancement points, elevating the technique to its perfected state. In the Green Serpent Society, Lin Feng was on the verge of becoming a junior flag officer. This opportunity was crucial. If not seized now, it would be lost once he matured over the next 2 months. Old son, gather our trusted brothers and prepare our supplies. We shall set out early to intercept that lad on the main road. After dealing with him, we will relocate elsewhere. Boss, are we truly going to abandon the Green Serpent Society, which we have labored over for half our lives? Without the county lord's support, our brothers will find it exceedingly difficult to elevate their martial prowess. Proceed with the plan. I have my own arrangements. Understood, boss. Chapter 83, Departure. The rodent demon blocks the way. Time flew swiftly. Lin Feng spent 2 more days at home with his family. During this period, Ding Yun had been diligently instructing Lin Man. Upon further examination of Lin Man's aptitude and strength, Ding Yun was left astounded. To him, Lin Man resembled an unrefined jade. And once she was set on the right path, she would undoubtedly become a figure of great renown in the future. This prospect ignited a spark of enthusiasm in his eyes, invigorating his spirit. He was eager to guide Lin Man, wishing for her rapid growth. Initially, little Lin Man had been somewhat intimidated by the scruffy, disheveled figure of the bearded uncle. She appeared weak and helpless, her eyes brimming with tears. However, upon realizing that Ding Yun had significantly aided her elder brother, even facilitating his impending promotion to junior flag officer, her trepidation waned. Coupled with Ding Yun's tempting offer of candied hawthorn, her apprehensions dissipated, and she focused intently on learning martial arts from him. Naturally, Lin Yu seized this opportunity as well, eagerly following along to learn. In recent days, Dong Xian has consistently brought delectable pastries for Lin Feng, much to the delight of Lin's mother, who beams with joy. One morning, before dawn, Lin Feng mounted the horse bestowed upon him by Ding Yun, a creature infused with the bloodline of a mythical beast. Alone, he set forth on the journey to the capital city. With this magnificent steed, he anticipated arriving in approximately 2 days. Thus, he prepared to spend a night in the wilderness. Although the area beside the official road is periodically cleared by the authorities, eradicating all lurking monsters, his family could not help but express their concerns. Mother, please take care of your health. Ayu, the family relies on you. Little sister, diligently learn martial arts from Captain Ding, and when your elder brother returns from the capital, I shall bring you delicious treats. Elder brother, do not worry. I do not desire treats. I wish for your swift return. Xiao Feng, go forth. We shall be fine. Amidst the tender admonitions and reluctant farewells, Lin Feng turned, nudging the horse's belly with his foot. The horse responded with a loud snort, galloping towards the city gates. Hidden from Lin Feng's view, on a nearby rooftop, Ding Yun took a sip of wine, observing the young man's retreating figure and the sun, which had only partially emerged yet already radiated a dazzling brilliance, all while wearing a smile. It was not long before Lin Feng arrived at the city gates, where he was pleasantly surprised to find a carriage waiting for him. It was none other than Zhao Chengze and Dong Xian. Dong Xian hurriedly descended from the carriage, producing a bundle of her homemade delicacies. Brother Zhao, Miss Dong. Lin Feng dismounted, surprised to find that the two had arrived so early to await his arrival. Brother Lin, I have prepared some provisions for you for the journey. The outside world is not like home. You must take care to eat well. Look after yourself. With that, Dong Xian handed the package she held to Lin Feng. Lin Feng received it with a grateful gaze. Thank you, Miss Dong. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Qingze produced a banknote worth 10,000 taels of silver, along with a letter. You will undoubtedly require a substantial amount of silver for your journey to the capital. Please keep this banknote. There is no need for formality between us. My elder brother conducts business in Qinghe Prefecture. I would appreciate it if you could deliver this letter to him. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek his assistance. He may be able to help. Without allowing for further conversation, Zhao Chengze firmly placed the letter and banknote into Lin Feng's embrace. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng chose not to elaborate further. He clasped his fists in respect towards the two and swiftly mounted his steed. Hasten your journey. The night holds peril, and it is best to reach the capital by tomorrow evening, Zhao Chengze advised. Elder brother Zhao, Miss Dong, I shall take my leave. Rest assured, I will deliver the letter to your elder brother. With that, Lin Feng spurred his horse once more. Lin brother. At that moment, Dong Xin bowed her head. Lin Feng and Zhao Chengze turned their gazes towards her. In the future, could you call me Su Inar like second brother does? Dong Suin spoke with a voice as soft as a whisper, her cheeks flushed with a delicate rosy hue. Her exquisite features resembled those of a celestial being. The sound of galloping hooves echoed in the air. All right, Su Inar. The voice of Lin Feng drifted in the air. Upon hearing his name, Dong Xin smiled. And Zhao Chengze let out a sigh of relief, observing his sister rising before dawn to prepare pastries for Lin Feng. One could only imagine the depths of sorrow she would feel if her efforts went unacknowledged. On the official road, Lin Feng galloped forward. The steed he rode was a rare breed, cultivated for its gentle temperament and understanding of human nature. Even those unaccustomed to riding could easily command it. Its speed surpassed that of ordinary horses by at least threefold. Within Kaishan County, there were originally only two such horses, one belonging to the county magistrate Gui Yang and the other to Zhao Hu. Now, however, an additional one had joined their ranks. Brought back by Ding Yun from the capital of Qinghe Prefecture. Having spurred his horse at dawn, Lin Feng had already traversed 1,000 miles. This was his first venture beyond Kaishan County. Flanking the official road, wild grasses flourished, and the land was desolate. Yet, these were merely low hills. The majestic mountains were places the court would never extend the road to, for within those towering heights, malevolent entities could easily conceal themselves. Even those at the inner strength or refining essence stages could easily meet their demise on such night journeys. Monsters. Monsters have come. Warriors, unite and fend them off. Suddenly, a cacophony of commotion and cries of anguish resonated from ahead. Lin Feng hastily reined in his steed, reducing its speed. He then advanced forward. Arriving at the bend and gazing ahead, a group of individuals was being ruthlessly slaughtered by 4 rodent-like fiends. Among them were several martial artists. Yet the most formidable among them only possessed mid-stage bone refinement cultivation. Upon observing these individuals, Lin Feng immediately discerned their intentions. They were merely lured by the promise of broader horizons in the capital, seeking to relocate their families to the Qinghe Prefecture. However, such a venture was fraught with peril. The main roads were often plagued by malevolent creatures. Only those with formidable martial prowess could traverse them with any assurance, let alone families burdened with children. After waiting for so many days, a feast of flesh has finally arrived. Brothers, let us advance. The leader, a rat demon of the 4th tier, uttered in human speech. He eagerly stuffed a piece of flesh into his mouth, gnawing at it fervently before swallowing. The other 3 rat demons let out an excited howl and pursued the scattered victims. The ground was already strewn with a dozen corpses. Dear, hurry and take our child away. A muscular man who had attained the pinnacle of skin refinement shouted as he swung his sword at a 2nd-tier rat demon. Forcing it back, he commanded the woman and child behind him, stay safe. Be careful, my love. The woman, her voice laced with tears, did not hesitate as she fled with the child. The rat demon, witnessing their escape, revealed a grin eerily reminiscent of humanity, brandishing its dark, sharp claws. The man's trembling hands gripped the sword tightly, fully aware of his grim fate that day. Yet he had no choice but to confront the threat. Otherwise, his family would stand no chance of survival. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air echoed. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the man's sword shattering followed. The rat demon's claws effortlessly severed his weapon. The man's face turned pale at the sight. With a furious roar, he lifted the broken blade and charged at the rat demon, determined to buy his family a momentary chance to escape. But in the next instant, the claws of the demon lunged toward his head. Instinctively, the man raised his arms to shield himself from the claws. Suddenly, a long sword appeared above him, deflecting the demon's attack with a flick, shattering its claws. The rat demon staggered back, retreating several paces before regaining its footing. its claws now mangled and incomplete. Squeak! The rat demon glared at its severed claws, fury etched across its face, its fur bristling as it emitted a shrill cry towards the newcomer. The one who had intervened was none other than Lin Feng. After assessing the strength of the 4 rat demons, he concluded they posed no threat to him. Moreover, eliminating them would yield him some rewards. A surefire profit. Who would refuse such an opportunity? Lin Feng could not comprehend the language of the rat demon. Yet he was acutely aware of its foul invective. In the next instant, he moved with remarkable agility, executing the wind blade technique. Appearing beside the rat demon like a specter, he then lifted his leg and struck towards the creature's head, which was approximately the size of a bucket. His kick was fierce, akin to a whip. The rat demon's fur bristled as it attempted to raise its claws for defense. A resounding crack echoed through the air. Its head burst apart like a watermelon, crimson blood splattering across the ground. The rat demon staggered sideways for a couple of steps before ultimately collapsing. Experience points 25. At that moment, everyone, including the other rat demons, was drawn to the commotion, turning their gazes towards it. The remaining few individuals, upon noticing Lin Feng's flying fish attire, felt a surge of excitement within their hearts. A glimmer of hope blossomed in their souls. Meanwhile, the other 3 rat demons, witnessing the demise of their companion, immediately abandoned their adversaries and charged towards Lin Feng. One was a 3rd-tier demon, while the other was a 2nd tier. The 2 demons, utilizing all 4 limbs, exerted tremendous force against the ground, their sharp claws effortlessly slicing through the stones laid upon the official road, with a gale accompanying them. They flanked Lin Feng from both sides. Lin Feng remained utterly still, his eyes narrowed as he awaited the opportune moment. As the 2 rat demons lunged towards him, the blade of his demon-slaying sword flashed brilliantly. The 2 assailants, poised in their attack, met with dire consequences. The first, a 2nd-tier demon, had already succumbed, blood gushing from its severed neck. The second, a 3rd-tier demon, was cleaved in 2, its body severed at the waist. With a resounding thud, the 2 rat demons fell to the ground, one lifeless, while the other, with a frenzied glint in its eyes, struggled to prop itself up on its forelimbs. Undeterred by its mortal wounds, with guts spilling onto the ground, it still endeavored to crawl towards Lin Feng, intent on devouring him whole. How audacious! Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng let out a cold snort and raised his blade once more, cleaving the head of the 3rd-tier rat demon in 2. At this point, the rat demon finally fell silent. Experience points increased by 26. Experience points increased by 35. 2 more entries of experience points were added to his account. The onlookers were rendered utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the identity of this figure from the demon-slaying office. How could he possibly eliminate a 3rd-tier rat demon with just 2 strikes? Even if they were handed the blade and allowed to attack the rat demon standing still, it would take them an eternity to bring it down. Only 1 rat demon remained. Witnessing the demise of its companions, this rat demon exhibited neither haste nor anger. It extended its long tongue to lick the blood that lingered on its claws. Heh, a student of the demon-slaying office? Your flesh must be quite delectable, the rat demon declared, its saliva stretching in strands. Whether it is truly fragrant remains uncertain, but one thing is for sure. You shall not partake in it. Lin Feng raised his dagger and coldly addressed the rat demon. Heh, you impudent little fellow. The more arrogant you are, the more I relish it. For your cries of despair will only heighten my excitement. As his words faded, the rat demon slightly bent its legs, its muscles surging with formidable strength. Then, with a swift claw swipe, it launched itself forward like a cannonball, stirring up a tempest that left the onlookers' hearts in turmoil. Such a powerful rat demon, could that esteemed lord of the demon-subduing department possibly contend with it? The rat demon's speed was astonishing. One moment it was a dozen paces away, and the next, it stood before Lin Feng. Lin Feng swung his blade with a decisive stroke. The rat demon's form flickered momentarily, revealing a sinister grin. As the blade's radiance descended, the demon's shadow was shattered. Yet, its true self had already maneuvered behind Lin Feng. Claws poised to strike fiercely. The obsidian claws glimmered with an ethereal light, seemingly capable of slicing through gold and jade with ease. It was set to rend the human before it into several pieces. However, Lin Feng appeared to possess eyes at the back of his head. His left fist was thrust backward with tremendous force, striking precisely at the demon's wrist. With a resounding thud, the formidable arm of the rat demon was brutally shattered by his punch. What? The demon was taken aback. How could a mere practitioner of the easy muscle realm possess such immense strength? Nevertheless, he remained composed, allowing his other claw, propelled by inertia, to lunge once more at Lin Feng. Yet, Lin Feng's blade was already descending towards its arm anew. Observing this, the rat demon let out a cold laugh. The fur on its claw seemed to change hue, becoming as hard as iron and shimmering ominously. It was evident that it was remarkably resilient. Die, he declared, brimming with confidence in his defenses. This insignificant human of the easy muscle realm could never breach his guard. Thus, he would be able to carve several holes into this wretched being. In the next instant, the blade in Lin Feng's hand flashed. With a soft thud, the rat demon's arm was effortlessly severed, akin to slicing through tofu. In an instant, the rat demon felt no pain. However, its pupils dilated in sheer terror. Onlookers were astounded, unable to fathom how one of the demon's massive hands had suddenly fallen to the ground. The demon's eyes gleamed with madness as its remaining arm swept toward Lin Feng's head. Yet, Lin Feng's blade struck again, cleanly severing the other arm. Then, a dark shadow surged forth. It was the rat demon's enormous tail, darting towards Lin Feng's heart like an arrow. "Master, be careful," cautioned a seasoned warrior of the bone-forging realm. A deafening crash ensued, freezing everyone in place. They had not anticipated that the rat demon possessed such a technique. "You have severed my hands. I shall claim your heart as my prize." The demon fixed its gaze on Lin Feng's face, a grotesque smile spreading across its features. The pain radiating from its arms only fueled its frenzy. Yet, as it noticed the slight upturn of Lin Feng's lips, it sensed something amiss. Its tail had merely pierced Lin Feng's clothing, with nary a drop of blood shed. Its tail could not breach Lin Feng's defenses. A commendable attempt. But do not employ that again. Lin Feng's voice echoed as if it had drifted from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down one's spine. With a swift motion, he brandished his blade, causing the rat demon to attempt an evasive maneuver. Yet, the blade seemed to emerge from every direction, an eerie presence that rendered escape impossible. It was at that moment the rat demon comprehended the terrifying prowess of Lin Feng's swordsmanship. However, by the time realization dawned, its head had already been severed from its body, a surge of 48 experience points gained. "Father, mother, it is splendid. That esteemed one has vanquished the rat demon. We have survived. We have survived." At that instant, the laughter of the burly man's child resounded. A wave of relief washed over everyone. But just then, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. A volley of powerful arrows, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, hurtled towards Lin Feng from behind. Chapter 85. The Assault of the Cloaked Figures, Your Excellency. I must report that since early yesterday, Zobin of the Green Serpent Society and 7 or 8 of his confidants have gone missing. The chief scribe, Lu Xian, addressed Gui Yang. "My lord, these traitors dare to defy you. Should we send General Lu Bin to retrieve them? Just a few insignificant fish. Pay them no heed. Let them go." Gui Yang replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian withdrew. Once outside Gui Yang's residence, he furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that everyone had been acting strangely of late. The members of the Green Serpent Society had departed, yet the county lord remained indifferent. In the past, he would have taken measures to maintain the balance among the factions within Kaiyang County. Chaos was the last thing the county lord wished to see, for it would attract unwanted attention from above. In his view, the county lord was a person who desired ease and freedom. Any major upheaval in Kaiyang County would inevitably draw the gaze of the city officials, something he detested. What exactly was going on this time? Meanwhile, County Clerk Ouyang Yi appeared normal, yet he exuded an unsettling familiarity. It seemed that Ouyang Yi had become less inclined to wander about. He had been confined to the county office, rarely venturing out during the day, only to stroll around a bit when night fell. Lu Xian murmured to himself, sensing an ominous portent of impending events. Whatever will be, will be. With the county lord to bear the weight, why should I fret? In the room, the county lord mused. Has Lin Feng left the city for the capital? If he does not return, my treasures cannot be forged. Unbeknownst to him, Ouyang Yi had appeared in Gui Yang's chamber, speaking in a delicate tone. "Do not worry. It is merely a matter of fulfilling conditions to be promoted to a minor officer. He will return in 2 months. By then, he should have gained considerable strength, and forging those treasures will be even more advantageous." Gui Yang spoke with unwavering confidence. It appears that the adults have thoroughly investigated the matter. I need not have worried unnecessarily. Yet, this young man possesses certain peculiarities. His rapid advancement in cultivation is astonishing. And to think he could slay a warrior of the blood exchange realm like Wang Dali with merely his mastery in the muscle transformation realm. Surely, the adults do not fear that he may conjure some unforeseen troubles? Ouyang Yi continued to inquire. He is but a minor practitioner of the muscle transformation realm. merely having grasped a semblance of blade intent. Could he possibly comprehend blade energy and Severus in twain? Even if he were to grasp blade energy, would his martial realm sustain the consumption required for its application? Luo Yang chuckled heartily, as though he had just heard a most amusing jest. The presence of Lin Feng is indeed something that makes it exceedingly difficult for him to be taken lightly, as long as Zhao Hu is kept under control. The rest are but mere ants. Indeed, the esteemed county lord is remarkably wise. I hold him in the highest regard. On the official road, the resounding echoes of arrows piercing flesh incessantly resonate, intermingled with the anguished cries of many. Lin Feng remained ever vigilant. When the sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed from behind him, he swiftly crouched low, executing a lazy roll to evade the barrage of over a dozen projectiles. One arrow, the swiftest of them all, narrowly grazed past his foot, leaving behind a trail of crimson. Lin Feng's figure flickered incessantly, deftly evading the barrage of arrows. And soon he beheld a dozen masked figures clad in black, continuously drawing their bows. Among them, one exuded a formidable aura, unmistakably having reached the refinement stage. The others comprised one at the muscle transformation stage, 3 at the bone tempering stage, while the rest were merely at the skin refinement stage. Swish, swish, swish. Another flurry of arrows sliced through the air. Under the relentless rain of arrows, the surviving individuals who had narrowly escaped the clutches of the rat demon began to fall one after another. The might of the military's strong bows rendered the burly man aghast. He sought to shield his wife and children as he hastened to eliminate the threats. Determined that none should escape. Finish this swiftly. Harvest one last wave before we depart, commanded the leader. As his words echoed, the arrows soared once more, targeting the remaining survivors. The burly man became a primary target, struck by 3 arrows from behind, collapsing in front of his wife and children. Husband! Husband! His wife turned in horror, witnessing her bloodied husband succumb to the onslaught. Father! Father! A boy, no more than 6 or 7, broke free from his mother's grasp, wailing as he lunged towards his father. Swish! A piercing sound erupted. Xiaomu. The burly man's wife instinctively shielded her son, turning her back to the oncoming arrows. Desperately trying to protect her child with her own body, the arrow from the military's strong bow unhesitatingly pierced through her form, undoubtedly also penetrating her son's body, creating a gaping hole in their backs. In an instant, the family of 3 perished. The remaining individuals fell one by one. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, while evading the arrows from the leader, unleashed his wind leg technique, charging towards the dozen attackers. The fallen could only mourn their fate for a fleeting moment, after all. This was a time of chaos. To escape the county town was to embrace peril. Little did they realize, they would not perish at the hands of monsters but rather by those of men. With his longsword shimmering with lethal brilliance, the heads of the foremost 3 archers soared into the air. Damn it, draw your blades. Turn them into minced meat, commanded the masked figure at the muscle transformation stage. Witnessing Lin Feng's ruthless onslaught, now that Lin Feng was upon them, arrows were rendered futile. The remaining 8 or 9 individuals swiftly unsheathed their swords, while the leader of the refinement stage continued to draw his longbow, releasing 3 arrows in succession to constrain Lin Feng's movements. The arrows flew towards 3 distinct directions, effectively sealing off Lin Feng's escape routes. Lin Feng was compelled to raise his blade in defense. Clang! The clash of steel reverberated as immense force surged through him, causing Lin Feng to stagger and retreat several paces. At that moment, the masked figure from the transformation realm had already surged forward, delivering a strike upon Lin Feng's arm. The sound of the blow echoed like metal striking iron. Lin Feng's arm was once again cut, a fresh wound marring his flesh. Stabilizing his form, his gaze sharpened, and with a swift sweep of his blade, he struck. The cloaked figure, a master of the Yi Jin realm, attempted to raise his weapon in defense, but inexplicably, the blade altered its trajectory and pierced directly through his neck. Old son, brother son. The remaining masked assailants gasped in shock, taken aback by Lin Feng's formidable prowess. Despite possessing merely the cultivation of the Yi Jin realm, he managed to retaliate and slay a fellow practitioner of the same level, even under the oppressive presence of their leader. Fall back, commanded Zhou Bin, the leader of the Qingxi Association, as he charged towards Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng withdrew the blade from his opponent's neck, unleashing a palpable aura of lethal intent. The multitude of black-clad figures instantly sensed a piercing sharpness that caused their skin to prickle painfully, and their legs weakened, rendering them unable to escape. In that fleeting instant, their lives hung precariously in the balance. Chapter 86. The Slaughter of the Qingxi Association. The knife in Lin Feng's hand was not only wielded at an astute angle, but also moved with remarkable swiftness, coupled with the Gale leg technique. His form appeared almost spectral. The sound of throats being severed echoed incessantly. The remaining 8 members of the Qingxi Society seemed as if they had been ensnared by a paralysis spell, their bodies frozen in place. Subsequently, it was as if their very strength had been siphoned away, causing them to collapse. Each individual bore a short crimson line encircling their necks, from which blood gushed forth. The trachea and carotid arteries appeared to have been sliced with the precision of a surgical scalpel. "Ah, perish!" Zhao Bin roared, raising his heavy blade and striking down fiercely towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his blade to defend himself. In an instant, an immense force surged from the sword into his body. Lin Feng was staggered by the tremendous force, involuntarily stepping back several paces. Furious windblade technique. With a fierce roar, Zhao Bin unleashed a relentless flurry of slashes with his heavy blade. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Feng raised his blade in defense, the two swords clashing incessantly. It was evident that Zhao Bin's swordsmanship had reached an advanced level, his strength akin to that of an ox, and his mastery surpassed that of Lin Feng. Lin Feng found himself momentarily overwhelmed, forced to defend himself. A sensation of numbness coursed through his hand. After a flurry of over a dozen strikes, Zhao Bin's onslaught suddenly faltered, clearly reaching its limits. Lin Feng finally seized the opportunity to create some distance. He then gazed at the once magnificent 100-forged dagger in his hand, which had been battered beyond recognition. Clang! Lin Feng cast aside the knife he held, placing his right hand firmly upon the hilt of the butcher's knife at his waist. Humph! Without your dagger, how do you intend to challenge me? You have slain my protector, taken the life of old Sun, and eliminated so many of my loyal followers, shattering half a lifetime of my efforts. Today, there shall be no escape, only a resolution of life or death. Zhao Bin, witnessing the demise of all his comrades, shouted furiously at Lin Feng. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. The wounds on his feet and arms continued to bleed as he drew forth his cleaver. He faced the approaching Zhao Bin and declared, "Come forth, for today I shall grant you the reunion you seek. A gang must stand united." Ha ha ha, a cleaver. Zhao Bin scoffed. "Do you truly believe your cleaver can withstand my strikes? I foresee that in your demise, you shall remain nothing more than a mere butcher." With a maniacal laugh, Zhao Bin swung his great blade once more, charging towards Lin Feng. "With this cleaver, I shall end you without even needing to defend." Lin Feng's chilling voice echoed, and his aura abruptly transformed once more, emanating a blade intent stronger than before. Ever since he drew the butcher's knife, his presence had become distinctly formidable. With an air of mystique, Zhao Bin gripped the knife with both hands, his arms swelling with newfound strength, muscles rippling across his frame. The heavy blade descended towards Lin Feng's head, swift and merciless, as if intent on cleaving him in twain. In the next moment, Lin Feng's butcher's knife moved. A faint aura shimmered along its blade, followed by a resounding clang. Zhao Bin's heavy knife shattered, cleaved in two. One half flew away, spinning through the air before embedding itself in the earth. Bathed in sunlight, Lin Feng's butcher's knife glimmered, causing Zhao Bin's eyes to widen in disbelief. He stood frozen, incredulous, gazing at the remnants of his once mighty weapon. How could such an ordinary butcher's knife, inferior even to Lin Feng's earlier dagger, wield such devastating power? In the following instant, Lin Feng surged forward, the butcher's knife dancing rhythmically in his grip. Zhao Bin raised his knife again, determined to strike Lin Feng down. Yet, Lin Feng evaded him with the agility of a slippery eel. Suddenly, Zhao Bin felt a sharp pain in his chest. Staggering back, he glanced down, only to be met with a shocking sight. His ribcage was starkly visible, flesh and blood seemingly vanished. Even his beating heart was exposed to view. Thud, 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 the powerful rhythm of his heart echoed ominously. What have you done to me?" Zhao Bin trembled, his hands shaking as he yearned to touch his chest. Yet he recoiled in horror. His innards lay exposed, bloodied, and his intestines began to spill forth. In that moment, it felt as though all strength had drained from his body. He collapsed, overwhelmed by a searing pain and paralyzing fear. Such grievous wounds, even a deity could not mend. Zhao Bin realized his fate was sealed. "Kill me, please, just kill me." His anguished cries shattered the composure of the Green Serpent Society's leader. Lin Feng's cold gaze flickered. Dismissing his opponent entirely, he began to scour the ground, and upon completing his search, he discovered not only a handful of scattered silver coins but also a stack of banknotes, amounting to an impressive total of 30,000 taels. Gradually, Zhao Bin fell silent. Perhaps terrified to the point of death, or succumbing to his agony, or perhaps due to his grievous injuries. Lin Feng approached the fallen leather, discovering a stash of 20,000 taels of silver notes. Gazing upon the scattered corpses, he let out a deep sigh. In this world, weakness equates to a path of certain demise. His gaze shifted to the family of three, evoking memories of his own father, who once, like that stout man, fiercely protected his home. Subsequently, he dug a grave to inter the family. With a sharp whistle, the half-demon steed, upon hearing the sound, galloped over with a rhythmic clatter. Lin Feng leapt gracefully onto the horse's back and galloped away. As for the corpses, it is likely that before long, they will be devoured completely by beasts or monsters. For rat demons yielded an enhancement of 134. The Green Serpent Society garnered one at the Cleansing Vein level 66, one at the Muscle Transformation level 34, 3 at the Bone Forging level 70, and the rest at the Skin Refining level 105. With this wave, the silver coins and enhancement points accumulated, leading to an unexpected fortune. The total enhancement points have now reached 425. Lin Feng fervently allocated 300 points to his cultivation, elevating it to the late stage of the blood transformation realm. Subsequently, he perfected the breath concealment technique, which allowed him to obscure his true cultivation level even amidst battle. A feat achieved through his mastery of the technique to its utmost perfection. This would create significant confusion for his adversaries, the importance of which is self-evident. Ultimately, he dedicated all remaining points to his swordsmanship. Name: Lin Feng Cultivation Method, Vajra Demon Subduing Technique Cultivation Level, External Refinement Realm, Blood Transformation, 301600, Divine Abilities, Consumption, Deliverance Techniques, Tiger Roar Fist. 620, Butcher's Skill, The Blade Turns at Will, 103400, Breath Concealment Technique, 100100, Disguise Technique, 2100, Enhancement Points. 0 upon surpassing 100 points in swordsmanship. He sensed a deepening comprehension and application of the essence of the sword. As time flew by, Lin Feng came to a halt in the darkness of night. Although the half-demon horse could perceive its surroundings and navigate through the night, it still required sustenance in the form of grass to replenish its energy. Lin Feng set the horse aside to graze, while he retrieved the package from his embrace and began to savor the pastries that Dong Xian had gifted him. With a bite, the texture was delightfully soft and sweet, releasing a fragrant aroma into the air. There were also some savory varieties, filled with meat, which were equally delectable. Suddenly, after a brief moment, the horse let out a startled whinny, retreating behind Lin Feng. Flickering will-o'-the-wisps emerged in the vicinity, accompanied by a chilling breeze. The grass nearby rustled ominously. Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine, prompting him to draw his cleaver, aimed at the thicket before him. Could it be a trick? He thought to himself, swallowing hard, lamenting his misfortune. Tension enveloped him. He dared not relax even for a moment. Chapter 87. The Green Robe Sect. The young pup on a hill near the outskirts of Qinhe Prefecture. The entrance to the Green Robe Sect stood prominently. Within a secret chamber, numerous cells lay scattered, filled with remnants of bones and severed heads. Master, you have finally returned. Those semi-demons we cultivated have escaped. A white-haired, buck-toothed elder with a red nose lamented to Lu Lingyun, the sect leader. You must ensure that those experimental subjects are retrieved. They represent a lifetime of my efforts. Old Qin, how could this happen? Lu Lingyun furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He entered one of the cells, where chains adorned with intricate crimson symbols had been violently broken. Damn it! That demon general was perfectly fine, yet suddenly it escaped, taking all the experimental subjects with it. We managed to capture quite a few, but acquiring another demon general for experimentation will prove difficult. Old Qin paced anxiously, his frustration palpable. Even that pure-blooded cat has fled? Master, that cat demon might be my most treasured creation of a lifetime. You must send someone to find it. At this point, Old Qin screeched like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, brandishing a knife as he struck repeatedly at the steel bars of the cage. All right. Lu Lingyun observed the elder's frantic state and hurriedly offered words of comfort. He then exited the chamber, which reeked of decay, while Old Qin remained behind, muttering incessantly about the cat demon. Upon leaving the secret chamber, his disciple, Cui Jiao, approached him. Master, we have yet to locate that demon general. However, we have recaptured some of the other escaped experimental subjects. Alas, the cat demon has eluded us and seems to have fled towards Kaiyang County. Kaiyang County. Isn't that where the renegade disciple resides? Take a few individuals with you. Have him assist in the search. Exercise caution, Lu Lingyun instructed. Master, but that disciple has already severed ties with our sect. I wonder if he will still. Chui Jiu hesitated. What more could he want? With his meager talents, he will never ascend to the refinement stage in this lifetime. I cannot deny the remaining resources to the rest of you. Besides, your relationship with him is rather amicable, is it not? If you go, he would surely lend a hand. Were it not for his fortunate rise to an official position years ago, I would have long since dealt with him and cleansed our ranks. At this point, Lu Lingyun wore a face of fury. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Chui Jiu felt a shiver run through him. By the way, has today's shipment of half-demon meat from various factions been delivered? At this moment, Lu Lingyun responded once more. Yes, it has been sent to the government office, the Demon Extermination Division, and even to those noble clans and gangs in the city. Chui Jiu nodded. The sale of consumable half-demons constituted the most vital source of income for their sect, and he dared not be negligent. Very well, then let us proceed without delay. The other half-demons may be of lesser concern, but that cat demon must be captured. Otherwise, we cannot fulfill our obligations. Yes, master, I shall depart for Kaiong County immediately. A sudden gust of chilling wind swept through, causing Lin Feng to feel goosebumps rise on his arms. The rustling from the grass grew increasingly pronounced, raising his heart to his throat. Although he had grasped the second level of saber intent, his martial arts cultivation was insufficient to wield its full potential. It was akin to possessing a cannon yet being unable to fire it. He could only wield the cannon's barrel as a club. Thus, should he encounter any malevolence, it would likely spell his doom. Woof woof. At that moment, from the thicket emerged a 2-month-old puppy, barking in a soft, youthful voice. At his current level of martial prowess, Lin Feng could discern shapes even in the darkness. With the aid of the bright moonlight, he could see the puppy's appearance quite clearly. The little dog was entirely black, with white patches on its toes and a collar of white fur around its neck, resembling a delicate scarf. It was exceedingly adorable. Upon encountering a small dog, Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. The little puppy sniffed around and then approached the package that had fallen to the ground beside Lin Feng, barking inquisitively at the package. It looked up at Lin Feng and let out a couple of barks, its tail wagging with the fervor of a spinning propeller. Would you like to have this pastry? Lin Feng began to grasp the meaning of the little creature. He offered a meat-filled pastry from the package to the puppy. Upon seeing this, the puppy, though saliva dripped from its mouth, still refrained from eating. Lin Feng cast a glance and recalled the temperament of the native dog. Typically, a native dog would not consume anything unless placed on the ground by its owner. This canine is remarkably perceptive, exhibiting an understanding of rules that seems almost unnatural. As if it were not a wild creature at all. Lin Feng silently thought to himself. He then placed the pastry on the ground, and the little dog eagerly devoured it. In just a few bites, the dog finished one pastry and then looked up at Lin Feng with longing eyes. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile, producing 2 meat-filled pastries for the dog. In just a few bites, the treats were devoured. The little creature then burrowed back into the underbrush, vanishing from sight. Such a small dog. Lin Feng watched as the little dog scampered away, his heart still racing from the earlier fright. With no desire to rest, he led his horse onward, allowing it to graze as they walked. The eerie atmosphere of this place unsettled him. He was determined not to linger here. After traversing 100 meters, a low, mournful bark echoed through the air once more. To his astonishment, the little dog had returned, this time carrying something in its mouth, and it came to rest at Lin Feng's feet, wagging its tail excitedly. What could this object be? Lin Feng retrieved the bag from the little dog's mouth, only to discover several golden leaves within. Lin Feng was taken aback. Could this belong to the dog's owner? Yet, as he glanced around, there was not a soul in sight. The treasures had seemingly gravitated towards him. Could he possibly refuse such fortune? Lin Feng carefully tucked away the golden leaf. At that moment, the little dog ceased its running and settled down beside him. Do you wish to accompany me? Lin Feng was aware of the existence of half-demons. This little dog exhibited such remarkable intelligence that it might very well be the offspring of a canine demon. While true demons are generally indifferent to humans, half-demons often possess a profound understanding of human nature and a certain affinity for humanity, unlike ordinary livestock. Woof woof, the little dog barked, its tail wagging incessantly. Thus, Lin Feng placed the small dog into a cloth bag and hung it from the rear of his half-demon steed, embarking towards the city. Before long, noon of the following day arrived. Lin Feng was galloping on horseback. The little dog poked its head out, its fur tousled by the wind, wearing an expression of pure delight. Suddenly, its nose twitched as it caught a whiff of something. A flicker of surprise crossed its eyes, and then it buried its head into a cloth bag. Not long after, ahead of Lin Feng, Chui Jiu appeared, riding swiftly alongside 2 other disciples from the Qingyi sect. approaching from the opposite direction. Chapter 88, Benefits, the Flower Cat. The sound of hooves echoed, clattering in the air. Lin Feng cast a glance at the attire of the three individuals approaching from the opposite direction, discerning they were not of ordinary descent. Each bore a profound vitality. Particularly the leader among them, who inexplicably stirred a sense of trepidation within Lin Feng. Moreover, the steeds beneath them were, akin to his own, half-demon horses. Yet, the trio appeared to be in a hurry, merely casting a fleeting glance at Lin Feng before recognizing him as a member of the Demon Exorcism Division, prompting no pause in their journey. As they swiftly passed each other, it seemed that Shui Wan, in that brief moment, sensed something amiss. He turned his gaze towards the bag on Lin Feng's horse, which contained various items. Ultimately, with a furrowed brow, he chose not to linger and continued his rapid advance towards Kaiyang County. Elder Chui, was there something amiss with that student from the Demon Exorcism Division? Inquired a disciple beside him. Nothing of consequence, it merely felt as though there was another half-demon's presence. However, reaching Kaiyang County remains paramount. Lin Feng finally arrived at the city of China Prefecture. Upon seeing the imposing gates ahead, he let out a long sigh of relief. At last, he would no longer have to spend the night under the open sky. As he approached within 10 zhang of the city gates, he felt as though he had stepped into an invisible bubble. Is this the formation that General Ding mentioned? Lin Feng felt that peculiar sensation. A surge of curiosity blossoming within his heart. The formation was astonishingly vast, capable of enveloping an entire grand city. How formidable must the treasured artifact of the city's defense be, the one that conjured such a powerful array? Lin Feng dismounted his horse, his heart filled with quiet astonishment. The treasures guarding the city were crafted through some secret technique known only to the imperial family of the Qian. This was a secret that even Ding Yun was unaware of, a privilege exclusive to the royal lineage. If he could reside within this city, even the most sinister of apparitions would pose no threat. It was imperative to elevate his strength, gain titles and promotions, relocate his household here, and bring his family along. Upon witnessing the city's security, such thoughts immediately surfaced in Lin Feng's mind. Noticing Lin Feng clad in the attire of the Demon Subjugation Division, the guards at the city gate greeted him with a smile, allowing him entry without collecting any tolls. However, for the ordinary citizens wishing to enter the city, the process was far from simple. It was already commendable to find lodgings in the outskirts of the city. As he passed through the imposing gate, standing 3 zhang tall and 2 zhang wide, the sun had completely set. The city walls separated two disparate realms. Outside the city, pedestrians had long since vanished, leaving only the mournful cries of crows echoing in the stillness. In stark contrast, the interior buzzed with life, bustling with crowds. Various brothels, gambling houses, and taverns were ablaze with light, while the residences of the affluent shone brightly as if it were day. Lin Feng was once again awestruck by the splendor of the capital city. Soon, he inquired about the whereabouts of the 1,000 household division of the Demon Exorcising Office. Leading his horse, he made his way towards the division located in the heart of the city. After a considerable time, after Lin Feng exchanged tokens, he was finally led into a courtyard by a small flag. In this courtyard resided several individuals, all present in the capital city for the small flag's promotion training. After 2 days of arduous travel, Lin Feng felt utterly exhausted. After greeting a few fellow demon-slaying disciples from different counties, he retreated to his room. After a brief wash, he intended to retire for the night. The injury sustained from the confrontation with the Green Serpent had long since healed under his medical expertise and the enhancements from his panel. Now, only a faint red mark remained, which he estimated would vanish completely by the next day. As for the little black dog with its snow-white paws, Lin Feng had affectionately named it Snow Treader. It quietly rested nearby, not making a sound, exceedingly well behaved. The following day, a small flag came to summon them to the treasury to receive their belongings. They were presented with 3 sets of flying fish garments, a small flag token, a technique suitable for cultivating to the cleansing veins realm, a monthly salary of 50 taels, and a finely crafted dagger. Most importantly, they received a pill suitable for those at the blood exchange realm, the blood exchange pill. The newly minted small flags, including Lin Feng, beamed with joy upon seeing these starter packages. Besides these items, the dining hall in the capital city would be open to them for the next 2 months, offering 3 meals a day. Each meal would include medicinal dishes, and every 3 days there would be a serving of half-demon meat. Additionally, there would be 3 medicinal baths each month. The small flag officer, observing Lin Feng and his companion's rustic demeanor, coldly remarked without a hint of emotion, despite the arrogance he displayed. However, this did nothing to dampen Lin Feng's elation. These were all splendid opportunities for enhancement. The medicinal dishes and baths were of a quality far superior to those found in the county, and the half-demon meat was a true treasure. After receiving their items, the small flag led Lin Feng and the others to change their attire and proceeded to the training grounds. Though the Thousand House was located in the heart of the capital, it occupied a vast expanse of land. In this enormous city, teeming with millions, every inch was precious. The demon-slaying division's Thousand House could be deemed remarkably grand. On the training grounds, 30 or 40 newly appointed small flags stood in neat rows. Before long, a portly official approached, and upon inspecting his token, it was revealed that he was one of the 2 deputy commanders within the Thousand House, a presence of the refining essence realm. Accompanying him were 200 house officers. Lin Feng cast a glance, realizing that the rotund man, who seemed to struggle for breath with every few steps, was indeed a master of the refinement realm. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Having met Lord Zhang, everyone present promptly bowed and clasped their fists in a gesture of respect. Congratulations to you all on officially becoming junior flag officers. I am here to impart an important message. Dedicate yourselves to training over the next 2 months. As it pertains to your future, you should already be aware of the basic welfare and benefits. Those who excel during the assessments in 2 months will be rewarded additionally. Should 100 House Lord take notice of you, it is not inconceivable that you could be promoted to serve in the capital city. However, while the capital offers superior benefits, it also presents greater dangers. The malevolent creatures are naturally drawn to feast upon the flesh and blood of high-level warriors like us. Engaging these fiends in battle carries the ever-present risk of losing one's life. I implore you to be vigilant. Yes, thank you, Deputy Lord Zhang, for your guidance. Subsequently, Deputy Lord Zhang departed from the training ground, leaving 200 house officials to oversee the newly appointed junior flags, who were temporarily assigned beneath the command of various junior flags. Outside Chaoyang County, a 3-colored flower cat, injured in its hind leg, engaged in a fierce battle with a third-realm rat demon. The flower cat, possessing remarkable intelligence and wielding razor-sharp claws, quickly gained the upper hand despite its injury, aiming to sever the rat demon's head with a single strike. The third-realm rat demon appeared as nothing more than a plaything before the flower cat. In no time, the flower cat devoured the demon's heart, licked its wounded hind leg, and then scampered towards the city of Chaoyang. After a brief exploration of the outer city, it inadvertently found itself before a residence. A 7-year-old girl, indulging in candied hawthorn at the doorstep, caught its attention. The flower cat's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light as it observed the little girl, meowing softly as it approached her. Oh, how pitiful, little kitty. How did you get hurt? Chapter 89. The Rules of the Thousand House Office. Meow. The flower cat sauntered to the side of the girl, rubbing its head against her foot, seemingly reveling in the moment. What an adorable kitty. Your meat must be delicious, right? The flower cat replied, Little sister, where did you find this cat? TSK, why do you want to eat everything you see? Lin Yu observed Lin Man's gluttonous demeanor, appearing quite exasperated. Come in quickly. Soon, General Ding will arrive to teach us martial arts. Look at you still indulging in candied hawthorn. We have additional training today. Oh, very well. Lin Man exclaimed, hastily consuming the last candied hawthorn before stepping into the courtyard. The tabby cat, with a soft meow, followed her in, its peculiar gleam fading from its eyes, and its aura diminished to the utmost, resembling an ordinary domestic feline. Mimi, why have you followed me? Let me carry you. Lin Man picked up the tabby cat and walked inside. In the schoolyard, a man and a woman, both of whom held the rank of 100 households, were dividing the 30 or so newly appointed junior banners. Lin Feng gazed upon the 200 households, the male, a robust figure named Yuming Yuan, and the female, possessing a lithe physique and adorned in a flying fish suit, exuded an extraordinary presence, known as Guan Shui. Both were in their 30s, emanating a vitality slightly inferior to that of Zhao Hu, yet significantly younger in age. Indeed, they were the esteemed 100 households of the capital, undoubtedly benefiting from superior resources and exhibiting far superior talents compared to Zhao Hu. Soon, the 200 households swiftly completed the allocation of personnel. Lin Feng was assigned to serve under the command of Yuming Yuan as a chief standard bearer. Subsequently, the chief standard bearer elucidated the regulations pertaining to the Qianhu department, after which the assembly dispersed. At this moment, mealtime was fast approaching. Lin Feng entered the cafeteria. Upon his exit, he held a portion of food in his left hand, while his right hand gently patted his distended belly, a look of utter satisfaction adorning his face. An increase of 3. Truly, this is the capital city. The medicinal cuisine contained within is astonishingly energizing. Just from a simple meal, I can garner around 10 enhancement points in a day. If I were to additionally indulge in that half-demon meat and a medicinal bath, what further enhancements might I achieve? Lin Feng sighed softly, feeling that everything was remarkably beautiful. Over the past 2 months, their newly appointed junior flags had been primarily engaged in the activities of slaying monsters, with little else to occupy their time. The main focus of their tasks was to diligently cultivate their skills, granting them a considerable amount of freedom. Upon returning to his courtyard, he noticed that their captain, Liang Fifan, had arrived, holding 3 small boxes that contained the precious blood transformation pills. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng's brows subtly furrowed. General Manager Liang. Lin Feng clasped his fists in greeting. Liang Fifan responded nonchalantly. There exists a customary practice within this newly established regiment, which dictates that any newly acquired blood exchange pill must be submitted to the commander. Hand it over, Liang Fifan declared, extending his hand towards Zhao Yang with an air of expectation. Commander Liang, I must admit I was unaware of this custom. Zhao Yang, who shared the same courtyard with Lin Feng, clearly hesitated to relinquish the precious blood exchange pill he had obtained. The blood exchange pill, suitable for those in the blood exchange realm, is exceptionally rare and nearly impossible to procure outside, making it a coveted treasure. Yet, Zhao Yang understood that he must not begin his relationship with his superior on a contentious note. My apologies, Commander Liang. This is merely a token of goodwill. I hope you will graciously accept it. With that, Zhao Yang produced a banknote worth 5,000 taels of silver. However, to his astonishment, Commander Liang merely snorted derisively, refusing to accept the banknote. Are you intending to breach the rules? In that moment, Zhao Yang found himself at a loss for words. Lin Feng was also contemplating the situation, pondering strategies in light of Liang Fifan's unbridled audacity to engage in such activities within the precincts of the Qinhu office. It was evident that he had some form of backing. Indeed, everywhere one goes, there exists a hierarchy where the lower echelons serve as the fodder for the upper echelons. Once one crop is harvested, another follows. Zhao Yang mistakenly believed that Liang Fifan was dissatisfied with a meager sum. He continued to retrieve a 5,000 tael silver note from his pocket, totaling 10,000 taels, which he pushed forward to General Liang once more. Please, General, before he could finish his plea, Liang Fifan abruptly swatted the notes away with a single hand. The 2 5,000 tael notes soared into the air, then slowly descended to the ground. What utter nonsense! It has been years since anyone dared to violate the rules. For the next 2 months, you shall not find peace. Starting tomorrow, you will clean the training grounds. With that, Liang Fifan barked at him. Zhao Yang's face turned pale upon hearing this. If he truly became the target of this general's ire, he anticipated nothing but misfortune. After enduring a long wait to be promoted to a junior officer, he found himself subjected to such indignities. Anger surged within him. He then retrieved a blood exchange pill from his pocket, along with the 10,000 taels of silver from the ground, presenting them to Liang Fifan. Please, General, accept this blood exchange pill. Now, this is more like it. Liang Fifan accepted the pill and the silver notes, his expression transforming from fury to a broad smile in an instant, faster than a change of countenance. He then turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, hand over your blood exchange pill as well. Lin Feng understood that money could not resolve the issue at hand. However, he was reluctant to part with his precious blood exchange pill. Thus, he resorted to evasion. General Liang, it is unfortunate that I have just consumed the blood exchange pill. My subordinate is truly powerless in this matter. I cannot possibly regurgitate it. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, fully aware that he would undoubtedly offend this General Liang today. However, he was unperturbed. At worst, he would resort to performing some menial tasks. He could not fathom that this General Liang would dare to lay a hand on him. Having consumed it, I observe that each of you is utterly despicable. Why not present it properly? Since you have ingested it, I shall now force you to regurgitate it. Let us see whether you truly consumed it or not. As he spoke, General Liang moved with agility, launching a punch aimed at Lin Feng's abdomen. General Liang was a formidable figure of the third realm of internal strength, and Lin Feng crossed his arms to block the incoming blow. In the next moment, his body was propelled backward. Fortunately, his opponent had not exerted his full strength. Moreover, Lin Feng had perfected the iron cloth shirt technique. Even as he crashed into the wall, shattering the blue bricks, he merely felt a slight numbness in his back, without sustaining any injury. Remarkably, he had cultivated the iron cloth shirt to such an impressive level. General Liang snorted disdainfully, then once more launched a fierce attack. Lin Feng executed the Gale Leg technique and dashed towards the training ground. He could hardly believe that Liang Fifan would dare to make a move against him in front of such a crowd. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's astonishing speed, Liang Fifan was taken aback once more. This boy, remarkably talented at such a young age, had perfected two techniques to their utmost extent. Although astonished, Liang Fifan swiftly moved, his hand morphing into a claw as he lunged towards Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng sensed a chilling gust of wind sweeping from behind him. Turning his head, he was astonished to find that his adversary was equally swift. Escape was no longer an option. It seemed he had no choice but to draw his blade and confront the situation head-on. Chapter 90. Turning the Tables. As he watched the formidable Liang Fifan extend his hand toward him, Lin Feng drew his sword, and in an instant, his aura transformed dramatically as he aimed to strike towards Liang Fifan. Startled, Liang Fifan realized that Lin Feng had grasped the essence of sword intent. In such a brief span of time, this Lin Feng had repeatedly bested him, a mere newcomer, having secured his position through a special quota. This realization left Liang Fifan quite unsettled. However, he pondered, how much power could such sword intent wield in the hands of one at the muscle-transforming realm? In the outer realms, it might seem formidable, yet against someone of his inner strength realm caliber, it would surely fall short. In a heartbeat, Liang Fifan's thoughts raced. As he witnessed Lin Feng's blade descending upon him, he miraculously leveraged the air to pivot mid-flight, narrowly evading the strike. Almost immediately, he lunged forward with a claw aimed at Lin Feng. This attack bore a measure of intent, infused with a formidable force. No longer merely seeking to subdue Lin Feng, but rather to inflict a significant injury, Liang Fifan was determined to show Lin Feng a taste of true power. Lin Feng felt the wind whistling by his ears, acutely aware of the shift in Liang Fifan's strength. With a resolute heart, he pivoted his blade. The dagger, initially aimed forward, moved with a fluid grace, shifting direction unexpectedly. Suddenly, the tip of the blade angled with a peculiar twist, plunging towards the palm of Liang Fifan. With a dull thud, blood was drawn from Liang Fifan's hand. The force of the impact sent Lin Feng staggering back a full yard, his weapon still vibrating in his grip, a testament to Liang Fifan's immense strength. Gazing at the wound on his palm, Liang Fifan's expression turned ice cold. Lin Feng's attack had truly taken him by surprise, and he had never anticipated that Lin Feng could breach his defenses. How audacious! A mere junior officer daring to defy authority and strike at a superior. Today, I shall end your life, and you shall not die in vain. Liang Fifan barked coldly. His hands transformed in hue as he lunged once more towards Lin Feng. Yet Lin Feng had already darted away, swiftly maneuvering toward the training grounds. Captain Liang, what is the meaning of this? My subordinate does not comprehend the rules. Why must one hand over the blood exchange pill? Lin Feng raised his voice, striving to capture everyone's attention and intimidate Liang Fifan. Indeed, upon hearing his shout, all eyes were drawn to Lin Feng. One by one, people emerged from their rooms, eager to discern the unfolding events. In no time, a considerable crowd gathered around the schoolyard, yet none dared to approach it directly. From a tall building, a young man in his 20s, adorned with a 1,000-house token at his waist, stood at the window upon hearing Lin Feng's voice. He lifted his teacup, took a sip, and gazed with keen interest at the schoolyard. Despite the distance, every expression and movement of the crowd was vividly etched in his memory. Within the schoolyard, Liang Fifan moved with agility and, in a fleeting moment, managed to intercept Lin Feng. Observing the multitude of onlookers, his thoughts raced. He then pointed at Lin Feng, exclaiming, Lin Feng, I offered you guidance in martial arts out of goodwill, yet you repay kindness with injury. You have committed a grave error and defamed me. What are your true intentions? Liang Fifan, being an experienced individual, turned the situation on its head and displayed his injury for all to see. The crowd quickly discerned the truth. Is this the lad our senior brother spoke of? He appears rather impressive. I am curious to see what extraordinary qualities he possesses that have garnered such esteem from our senior brother. The young man in the tall building exhibited an intrigued expression. At that moment, 3 individuals, including Zhao Yang, who shared a courtyard with Lin Feng, also made their way to the schoolyard. Upon hearing Liang Fifan's words, Lin Feng felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. Initially, he merely sought to draw the attention of the crowd in order to extricate himself from the situation. However, he did not anticipate that Liang Fifan was a seasoned offender, well-versed in such matters. His reaction was swift, and his methods were astute, thereby casting the blame squarely upon Lin Feng. Should he falter even slightly, not only would the clandestine dealings involving the blood exchange pills remain unscathed, but he might also find himself unjustly accused of a serious transgression against authority. In a hierarchy where power reigns supreme, people are more likely to trust a high-ranking officer. Yet who would lend credence to a newly appointed junior officer? Lin Feng's gaze swept around before he approached Zhao Yong and his companions. Mr. Liang, the 3 blood exchange pills on your person belong to Zhao Yong and his companions. It will be evident upon inspection. Zhao Yong, did Mr. Liang not just request the blood exchange pills from you? I am confident that this 1,000 House division will surely have someone to uphold justice. Lin Feng addressed Zhao Yong and the other 2, seeking their identification of Liang Fifan. Zhao Yong and his companions felt a sense of resentment, particularly Zhao Yong, who had just been humiliated by Liang Fifan and was tempted to speak out. Zhao Yong, are you prepared to commit a grave mistake by defying Lin Feng? Liang Fifan cast a threatening glance, causing the trio to instinctively withdraw like quails. They then distanced themselves from Lin Feng in unison. General Liang has not demanded our blood exchange pills. Such a pill is exceedingly precious, requiring substantial military merit for acquisition, yet offending a general could prove disastrous. They dared not take the risk. Should they fail to topple Liang Fifan, their prospects for the next 2 months, and indeed their future development, would be severely compromised. Alas, it truly is as they feared. Lin Feng shook his head with a sigh, fully anticipating the reactions of Zhao Yong and the others. It is but human nature. The oppression has always been present. They dare not sever the hand that reaches out, so let him take the lead. Have you heard? Lin Feng and the trio, including Zhao Yong, all claimed that the commander did not demand their blood exchange pills. Now the truth is laid bare. The commander extended his kindness to guide your martial skills. Yet, not only have you repaid kindness with malice, slandering me by accusing me of soliciting blood exchange pills from others, but you also dared to offend me. Taking advantage of my inattention, you have harmed me. What punishment do you deserve? Seeing the demeanor of Zhao Yong and his companions, Liang Fifan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The thrill of power intoxicated him. A single word could determine life or death. If he did not discipline these newly promoted subordinates, how could he elevate his own presence? Who would continue to pay him homage? Quickly surrender and follow me into the dungeon. Liang Fifan's oppressive aura erupted, bearing down on Lin Feng. Zhao Yong and the others, sensing this formidable pressure, felt an overwhelming fear and retreated hastily. Lin Feng was in dire straits. Regardless of the truth of the matter, it was of little consequence now. Indeed, upon entering, he had already offended a commander and even injured him. He was certain to suffer dire consequences. In the best-case scenario, he would be stripped of his position as a junior officer. In the worst, he might not even remain a student. The many members of the Demon Suppression Division, observing from a distance, began to whisper among themselves. Was he about to be defeated so soon? He was still merely in the outer refinement stage. It seemed necessary to intervene. From the high building, Li Qingyan shook his head, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. He realized he had overestimated Lin Feng. After all, he hailed from a small county. Though aided by his senior brother, he lacked sufficient resources. If a state-level genius of the same age like Liang Fifan were to engage him, Lin Feng would likely be overwhelmed in no time. Just as he contemplated taking action, he suddenly froze, his gaze fixed on the training ground. Sensing the pressure radiating from Liang Fifan, Lin Feng raised his blade, directing it toward Liang Fifan as an aura of sword intent erupted from him. In an instant, everyone understood why this seemingly insignificant figure, merely at the muscle transformation realm, dared to confront Liang Fifan. They were simultaneously astounded by Lin Feng's comprehension. Within the entire 1,000 House, among the approximately 500 junior flags, only a handful could grasp the essence of sword intent. Remarkably, Lin Feng was merely a newly appointed junior flag. It was common knowledge that he had secured a special quota to enter, yet his prowess appeared extraordinary. Some possessed strength. But to challenge someone at the inner strength realm with only a nascent understanding of sword intent was undeniably audacious. Indeed, had he ascended to the inner strength or even the bone-washing realm, he might have had a chance to contend with Captain Liang. Alas, he was merely at the muscle transformation realm. The crowd resumed their hushed discussions. Liang Fifan, witnessing Lin Feng's audacity to resist, felt a surge of anger ignite within him. If you seek your demise, do not blame me. With that thought, his hands transformed into a deep purple hue, embodying the perfected iron sand palm. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Lin Feng, it would be wise to refrain from further resistance. You cannot withstand Captain Liang's might, Zhao Yong advised softly. However, Lin Feng seemed oblivious to the warning, fully immersing himself, as a faint golden radiance began to emanate from him. Gripping his blade tightly, he prepared for the inevitable clash. With a swift motion, Liang Fifan made his advance. Lin Feng's swordsmanship is exceedingly mysterious, thus he did not underestimate it. With the application of the iron sand palm, It was utterly impossible for the sword to breach his defenses. In the previous moment, Liang Fifan stood several feet away, and in the next instant, he appeared before Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his blade to strike, yet Liang Fifan swiftly maneuvered, circling to Lin Feng's rear. In the next instant, a pair of violet-black hands descended upon his back with tremendous force. Lin Feng's blade once more sliced through the air at an uncanny angle towards Liang Fifan behind him. However, Liang Fifan appeared to have anticipated this move, skillfully halting his hand. He then unleashed a swift kick aimed at Lin Feng, not only causing Lin Feng's strike to miss its mark, but also targeting his lower body with a sweeping motion. The technique was none other than the Gale Leg Art. Lin Feng's reaction was nothing short of swift. He similarly launched a kick towards Liang Fifan, resulting in a dull thud echoing in the air. Lin Feng's leg felt as though it had collided with a swiftly moving train, causing him to stagger backward several steps. Liang Fifan, witnessing this, broke into a grin and stepped forward, seizing Lin Feng's wrist with his left hand and gripping it tightly. Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his wrist as his dagger clattered to the ground. Liang Fifan raised his right hand, palm open, ready to strike Lin Feng with a potentially crippling blow. Death was not an option, at least not in such a public setting, for he dared not go that far. Yet, in an instant, a flash of light reflected off the blade, momentarily blinding Liang Fifan. The next moment, a sting shot through his left hand. Akin to the bite of a bee, a wave of agony surged through him, causing him to release Lin Feng's grip and retreat several paces, maintaining a distance of several yards. In that fleeting moment, he had felt the chilling breath of death. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he finally noticed the slight bulge beneath Lin Feng's clothing at his waist, an unassuming butcher's knife. This seemingly ordinary knife had effortlessly pierced through his perfected iron sand palm defense. Lin Feng, too, appeared pale, clearly having summoned the second tier of his blade intent in that critical moment. The exertion had taken a significant toll, witnessing Liang Fifan being forced back once more. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. They were oblivious to the events that had just transpired. How could Lin Feng have wounded the formidable Liang Zongqi, a master of the inner strength realm, with a mere butcher's knife? Especially Zhao Yong and his companions, whose eyes were wide with disbelief, their mouths agape as if one could fit an egg inside. Up in the high tower, Li Qingyun was frozen in place, recognizing the remarkable potential Lin Feng had. As he was on the verge of comprehending the essence of blade energy, it was no wonder he had caught the attention of his senior brother. Such extraordinary talent was indeed rare in this small locale. However, within the larger context of the province, he would remain unremarkable. Yet, in light of his senior brother's favor, I shall lend him assistance. Guan Shui, put an end to this farce. Yes, sir. At that moment, Guan Shui entered the scene. Li Qingyun pondered briefly before whispering a few instructions to her, sending her towards the training grounds. In the training grounds, Lin Feng and Liang Fifan stood in a tense standoff. Liang Fifan was still haunted by the earlier encounter, anxious that if his opponent were to unleash his full might, he could find himself with a blade at his throat. The thought of losing his head sent a wave of panic through him. He gazed at Lin Feng's composed countenance, wavering in uncertainty. Beneath Lin Feng's calm exterior, however, his heart raced furiously. Although his earlier maneuver had intimidated Liang Fifan, he knew that should his opponent strike again, even if he survived the second blow, he would undoubtedly succumb to the third. Why the delay? He mused inwardly. Stop. Lin Feng, what are you doing? At that moment, Yu Mingyuan appeared. Though not the arrival Lin Feng had hoped for, it did provide him with a slight sense of relief. Greetings, Yu Baihu. Everyone bowed respectfully to Yu Mingyuan. When Yu Mingyuan, the 100 households, made his entrance, Lin Feng promptly sheathed both blades. He then proceeded to pay his respects to Yu Mingyuan, addressing him with reverence. I report to you, my lord. Lin Feng was about to say something when he was abruptly interrupted by Yu Mingyuan. You dare to speak out of turn, showing such disrespect towards us? Yu Mingyuan reprimanded Lin Feng sternly. This left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Liang Fifan chuckled with delight at the scene. I have not offended Yu Mingyuan in any way. Why has he unjustly placed the blame upon me? Truly, it is a case of officials protecting one another. Lin Feng murmured to himself. The onlookers began to mourn for him once more. Arrest this insolent fellow, Lin Feng, and confine him to the dungeon. Await further judgment. With a commanding voice, Yu Mingyuan issued the order, and 2 junior officers approached to escort Lin Feng to the prison. Lin Feng did not resist. At this moment, resistance was utterly futile. It would only lead to needless suffering. It was far better to follow along with others. Halt. The esteemed captain has issued an order to bring Lin Feng and Liang Fifan to the Hall of Punishment. At that moment, Guan Shui arrived at the training ground and commanded the crowd. Yes, With Li Qingyun's decree, Yu Mingyuan naturally did not dare to defy it. However, Liang Fifan beside him began to feel a sense of panic. He glanced at Guan Shui and then at Yu Mingyuan. After exchanging a look with Yu Mingyuan, he finally felt somewhat reassured. After all, this newly appointed captain likely did not intend to pursue the matter seriously. Otherwise, he would have summoned Zhao Yong and others for confrontation. Lin Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him as the esteemed Sir Qianhu finally spoke. He acknowledged that there was an element of gamble in his actions, yet fortune favored him. What lay ahead promised to be a surge of momentum. Chapter 92. Punishment. Sir Yu Baihu, the esteemed Qianhu has summoned you. Guan Shui addressed Yu Mingyuan. Indeed. Yu Mingyuan replied upon hearing this, following Guan Shui. His gaze, however, remained lowered, lost in contemplation. Soon, the group made their way to the punishment hall, while the members of the demon-subduing department dispersed. Although they yearned for further spectacle, they could only await the Qianhu's verdict. Yet, none held out hope for Lin Feng's predicament. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. But the unchanging nature of the Qianhu's regulations indicated that resistance was futile. Had it been effective, these rules would have long since vanished. Before long, they arrived at the punishment hall, where Li Qingyun awaited them in the main seat. Greetings, Sir Qianhu. Upon seeing Li Qingyun, everyone bowed respectfully, clasping their hands in salute. Well, what is the situation? Please elaborate, Chief Liang. Li Qingyun inquired. Then, with trepidation, Liang Fifan recounted his earlier statements. Haha, Chief Liang, it appears you have not erred. Why then do you present yourself as though you have? Li Qingyun chuckled. My lord, I humbly seek your forgiveness. I sustained some injuries earlier, hence my demeanor. Liang Fifan wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at Yu Mingyuan, offering an explanation. Impudence. Suddenly, Li Qingyun's hand slammed onto the table with a resounding crack, startling everyone present. Lin Feng felt a sudden pang in his heart. Prior to Ding Yun's arrival, he had merely been instructed to seek out Li Qingyun for any matters, who had assured him that he would provide protection. No further details were divulged. However, based on his conjecture, it was highly likely that this individual had a profound connection with the esteemed Commander Li Bai of the Demon-Subduing Department. This was undoubtedly the reason behind his bold actions today. Of course, there was another layer to his defiance against Liang Fifan. Do you need me to search you? He thundered. Bring me Liang Fifan's hat. Imprison him. At that moment, Li Qingyun barked an order, and immediately 2 junior officers stepped forward to remove Liang Fifan's official cap. Spare me, Your Excellency. I am innocent, I swear. Liang Fifan, terrified, fell to his knees, utterly stripped of his earlier arrogance. Lord Yu, please, come to my aid. He pleaded desperately towards Yu Mingyuan. Yu Mingyuan, taken aback, glared at him with disdain. I implore you, Your Excellency, to temper your wrath. This matter is my fault. Seeing the situation escalate, Yu Mingyuan hastily interceded on Liang Fifan's behalf. After all, Liang Fifan was one of his trusted subordinates, and should this new commander imprison him, it could reveal unexpected secrets. While it might not be fatal, it would surely hinder his own ascent. Oh, how is this matter related to you, Officer Yu? Li Qingyun feigned curiosity, contemplating how Yu Mingyuan intended to shield Liang Fifan. In reality, Lin Feng unwittingly provided Li Qingyun an opportunity to reprimand his subordinates. After all, a new official must assert authority. Without a show of strength, how could he command respect? Even if Liang Fifan's father held a substantial position within the demon-subduing department, the distance of power often diminished its influence. In this small provincial city, one must employ certain tactics to gain the allegiance of subordinates. Especially considering his concealed identity, none were aware that Li Bai was his father. Your Excellency, I must confess that a relative of mine has had a dispute with Lin Feng in Kaiyang County. Hence this reprimand of Liang's was warranted. It is my fault, Yu Mingyuan declared, kneeling on one knee. The demand for additional blood exchange elixirs from Liang Fifan was merely a faade. They would soon be returned to the junior officers. At this juncture, Yu Mingyuan could only redirect the blame towards himself and Lin Feng, downplaying the request for the new officers' elixirs. He understood that any explanation was permissible as long as it appeared acceptable on the surface. The pivotal factor was the stance of this commander, whose attitude would inevitably dictate the parameters of their future endeavors. He could hardly believe that this esteemed official would take such a firm stance on the matter. A stringent approach would undoubtedly result in a significant reduction of certain illicit revenues, thereby jeopardizing the interests of everyone within the official S domain. Unless he intended to oppose the entirety of the establishment. Kaiyang County? Who is that? Li Qingyun inquired. It is General Bai Sheng from Kaiyang County. He is a relative of my subordinate, Yu Mingyuan replied. Li Qingyun then turned to Lin Feng. I must report to you, esteemed official. that there indeed exists some misunderstanding between General Bai and myself. Lin Feng responded succinctly, offering no further elaboration. Well, since that is the case, this matter now falls under personal grievances. Therefore, I shall refrain from probing further. Such conduct must not be repeated in the future. Li Qingyi's words resonated, bringing a sense of relief to Yu Mingyuan and Liang Fifan. Yu Mingyuan silently mused that this officer Li was indeed of the same ilk. Particularly, Liang Fifan felt utterly weakened, unable to rise to his feet. Yet, while death may be evaded, there are still consequences to bear. It was a fact that Liang Fifan had sought the blood-cleansing elixir of a newly promoted standard bearer. 20 lashes. Execute immediately. Yes, my lord. Please spare me, my lord. Have mercy. As they spoke, 2 standard bearers hoisted Liang Fifan up, while Guan Shui immobilized his acupoints, rendering him incapable of resisting. Subsequently, she retrieved a whip, its surface lined with barbs, which appeared exceedingly painful, especially in the hands of a skilled practitioner like Guan Shui. Crack. Ah, my lord, have mercy. I shall never dare again. Crack. Guan Shui inadvertently delivered several extra lashes. At this point, Liang Fifan was already severely lacerated, blood staining his entire body, leaving no unscathed flesh. Though he had endured additional strikes, Liang Fifan dared not express anger or protest. After all, he had clashed with an officer of high rank. This time, he would certainly demand adequate compensation from Yu Baihu. Otherwise, he would feel utterly wronged. Meanwhile, Lin Feng observed the scene with great satisfaction. Yu Mingyuan, hearing the sound of the whip and witnessing Liang Fifan's plight, felt a chill run down his spine. This officer Li adhered to the unspoken rules, albeit sparingly. He silently assessed the situation, vowing to exercise extreme caution henceforth. Yu Mingyuan, at your service. You have imposed punishment without authority and sought personal vengeance. Considering no significant repercussions have arisen, you shall forfeit 3 months' salary. Do you accept? Thank you, Officer Li, for your leniency. I accept the punishment. Lin Feng, at your service. You have acted against authority. Although there were reasons, rules must not be broken. Choose your punishment. 1 month of sweeping the training grounds and guarding the gate, or assisting in the kitchen. Lin Feng was taken aback to learn that this Officer Li had also levied a punishment upon him. However, he found the penalty rather agreeable.